A little forward, it's me, Chris, from the 23rd December 2025, and I wish you much fun with the following video. I started this project around August 2021, so shortly before the Nature of Middle-earth book came out. As a result, its use is a bit inconsistent, and a year before the Amazon show came out. We won't really talk about that. I knew this video would be a big project, but that it would take over 4 years to complete, I did not expect. Thousands of hours of work went into this. The script alone is 154 pages long. It's the biggest and most detailed lore video I ever did, and my love letter to Professor Tolkien and his beautiful universe. Especially Elrond, my favorite side character, and all the things I studied a lot. I also did not use any AI for art, writing or voice recording. The sound quality will change to the better over time as well. And some other things might also evolve further, like the background color. This project was like a hero's journey for myself, and I learned so much in that time. A huge thank you to you all who helped and supported me over the years. My parents, family, friends and community. But let us start. This is how I sounded 4 years ago. Elrond is a character that always fascinated me. When I first saw him in Peter Jackson's The Lord of the Rings, besides Hugo Weaving reminding me of Agent Smith from The Matrix, he seems to be wise, knowledgeable and powerful, fitting the book's description well, which I would read later. He is an elf lord, well respected, and his beautiful realm Imladris or Rivendell is a place that many people visit for counsel and to be safe. For many characters, even for Gandalf, it's a refuge against powerful foes like Sauron and the Nazgul. We learn that Elrond was controlling the flood of the river Bruinen, protecting Frodo and Rivendell from the Nazgul, washing them away. But we also learn that he is a powerful healer who saves Frodo's life. We learn that he is a warrior and a commander, leading armies into some of the greatest battles in history. He was there 3018 years ago when Isildur cut the One Ring from Sauron's finger and fought with men and dwarves side by side against the Second Dark Lord in the battles of the last alliance of elves and men. We learn how invaluable his advice is when he and Círdan asked Isildur to throw the One Ring into the fires of Mount Doom. And we learn how he also accepts others, their opinion and fate, even if it goes against his own ideas and wishes, by letting Isildur keep the One Ring. In the films, we see this iconic scene where he cries, "Isildur!" when this king of the Dúnedain decided to keep the One Ring. The films communicate all this in a very short time, and the core of it is true to what we find in the books, even though there are some slight changes in the films. Still, the essence of the character Elrond is communicated well. One could say he is far too good in everything. Warrior and commander, healer, one of the wise, great advisor, lawmaster, scholar, friendly host, master over the waters in his realm, and he can foretell the future. What is his weakness? One might be that fate seems to not always be on his side. Elrond is also a survivor. He is for sure a tragic character in Tolkien's world. Countless times fate demanded tribute and sacrifice from him that at the end you feel sorry for him, even though he never failed and he never grew bitter, losing his kindness. In The Hobbit we can read this very fitting description of him. In those days of our tale, there were still some people who had bows, elves and heroes of the Norse for ancestors, and Elrond, the master of the house, was their chief. He was as noble and as fair in face as an elf lord, as strong as a warrior, as wise as a wizard, as venerable as a king of the dwarf, and as kind as summer. In this video, of which this is part 1, we will look into the character and story of Elrond Halfelven, his ancestors and how his character developed over the long time Tolkien worked on his books. This is my deepest dive into the books I ever did on this channel, even considering the creation of the texts. So we go into a lot of detail in this massive video, which will come in several parts. Before we start, as always, I try to pronounce names as Tolkien described it. You already heard it, but you have to embrace the rolled R. Shoutouts again to all the artists who allowed me to use their fantastic artworks. Kimberly 80, Ted Nesmith, Sara Morello, Jenny Dolphin, Niati, Benef, Laura Tolton, Pete Amacri, and a new one, Andres Bertaccini from Brazil. He also has a YouTube channel with speed painting videos where you can see how the art is created. And another new artist, Firat Solhan. Links are in the description. Also, spoiler warning. It might be surprising or not, but Elrond is a very old character when it comes to the creation of Tolkien's mythology. He is maybe first mentioned in a draft from 1926, predating the release of The Hobbit by over a decade. This might not be too surprising for some people, considering that he appears in The Hobbit from 1937 already, but what is remarkable though is that Elrond is a character that changed very little from his creation to the publication. We can read in the mentioned draft from 1926, published in The Shaping of Middle-earth in the so-called Sketch of the Mythology, Elwing cast the Nauglafring into the sea and leaped after it, but was changed into a white seabird by Ylmir, that is Ulmo, and flew to seek Earendil, seeking about all the shores of the world. Their son Elrond, who is half mortal and half elfin, a child, was saved however by Maedhros. The last sentence was then expanded and changed in their son Elrond, who is part mortal and part elfin and part of the race of Valar, a child, was saved however by Maedhros. And those of you who might know the lore from the Silmarillion, published posthumously in 1977, will notice that is exactly the story we know, only some names are slightly different. For example, the name of Elrond's father Earendil became Earendil, and so on. Interestingly, Earendil is the Old English name of a hero mentioned in the Prose Edda, so in Old Norse mythology, where Thor breaks a frozen toe of him and throws it into the sky, where it becomes a star. Maybe keep this detail in mind. The other name changes are also pretty similar to the names we know. Maedhros became Maedhros, and his brother Maglor also plays a bigger role in the story from the Silmarillion. The name of Elrond's mother Elwing stayed the same though, however she had some other changes. There are several versions of this. In one she is not saved and dies instead, but all this might be a bit confusing, but don't worry, we go through those stories in a bit more detail in a moment. We are just a few minutes into the video and things are already very complicated. Some people might ask, wait, how long did Tolkien write on The Hobbit? Or did Tolkien work on his background story far before he even started writing The Hobbit in the early 30s? Let me explain this before we look into Elrond's lore, as I think it's interesting to understand the character's creation. Tolkien indeed started working on another project much earlier. He wanted to create a mythology for England and was inspired by other existing mythologies. We just talked about Earendil. His first texts date as far back as 1914, as we can read in letter number 115 to Catherine Farrar, which he wrote around 1948. Let me read this noteworthy line. For though I have, in the cracks of time, labored at these things since about 1914, I have never found anyone but CSL and my Christopher who wanted to read them, and no one will publish them. I find it very touching. Back in the day, nobody was interested in Tolkien's writings except his close friend, the creator of the Narnia books, Clive Staples Lewis, and his son Christopher Tolkien. He also found no publisher who wanted to publish his work. He was touched that Miss Farrar was interested in it. Cut to 2021 and people watch videos explaining parts of the Silmarillion by the millions on YouTube. Amazon is in the process of producing the most expensive series ever, which is based on Tolkien's writings. It's unimaginable that Tolkien had trouble finding a publisher from today's perspective, and maybe shows that Tolkien was ahead of his time as one of the pioneers of the high fantasy genre. However, what must be understood is the order in which Tolkien developed his stories. As we learned, First, he started with his mythology, the Silmarillion, which he never finished in his lifetime. Then, in the early 30s, he started writing a story that came to his mind while working as a professor for philology at the University of Oxford. According to letter 163, the famous first sentence of The Hobbit came to him while, quote, correcting school certificate papers, and he started to develop this into a story, maybe with his children in mind. This became The Hobbit. Because he was working on the Silmarillion in parallel, his mind was most likely always circling around his mythology and languages. He thought, why not letting the Hobbit play inside the Silmarillion? And this is most likely the reason why elements from the Silmarillion appear in The Hobbit, for example Gondolin or Turgon's sword Glamdring. But sadly this caused some problems because the Silmarillion was not done yet, not even close, and he abandoned this idea in parts again while continuing to write The Hobbit, it seems, though some leftovers remained in the story. You could also say he borrowed some characters, and as we just learned, one of those characters was Elrond. A deeper analysis of this you can find in the book The History of the Hobbit. Through some fortunate coincidences, see letter 294, and Tolkien always showing his scripts to friends for review, it landed over several corners of borrowing the script further in the hands of publisher Stanley Unwin, who according to letter 123 gave it to his son Rayner Unwin for review, still a young boy at that time. And this changed history a bit, or you could say lays a cornerstone of Tolkien's writing career. The boy liked it, and Tolkien found a publisher for The Hobbit. After its success, Tolkien was asked to write a sequel, which became The Lord of the Rings. Tolkien completed the main storyline around 1949. Now at that time, while writing The Lord of the Rings, the Silmarillion was also developed further in the background, and The Lord of the Rings became entangled with it. As a result, The Hobbit needed some changes to fit this and some of the ideas of The Lord of the Rings, and Tolkien created a second edition of The Hobbit, published in 1951. There are more editions and some revisions were never published. Now the Silmarillion, The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit were connected, playing all in the same universe if you want. However, not only The Hobbit needed to be modified, but also some of his Silmarillion drafts, and it likely also influenced the later created stories to fit. We talk about this briefly in my Tolkien and canon video. Sadly, Tolkien had no success in convincing his publisher, later the mentioned Rayner Unwin, who read The Hobbit as a test reader for his father when he was still a boy, to publish the Silmarillion. If we now come back to Elrond, also he received a change due to this new connection. If we jump back to the beginning and the shaping of Middle-earth, we can read, when later the elves return to the west, bound by his, Elrond's, mortal half, he elects to stay on earth. Through him the blood of Húrin, his great-uncle, and of the elves is yet among men, and is seen yet in valor, and in beauty, and in poetry. And later in a text from The Lost Road and other writings about the fall of Numenor, that is the home island of the Dúnedain from the early Second Age, so Aragorn's ancestors. The text is from the early 1930s, when Tolkien also worked on The Hobbit in his free time. But the high place of its king was at Numinos, in the heart of the land. It was built first by Elrond, son of Earendil, whom the gods and elves chose to be the lord of that land, for in him the blood of the houses of Hador and Beor was mingled, and with it some part of that of the Eldar and Valar, which he drew from Idril and from Luthien. But Elrond and all his folk were mortal, for the Valar may not withdraw the gift of death, which cometh to men from Ilúvatar. The premise of this is basically still in the Silmarillion we know today, with some slight changes, except one big difference. The Noldor elves in Middle-earth do return to the West continent, and their ban is lifted, at least for most. Galadriel might be an exception depending on what you see as canon. Though in the published version, only the gods, the Valar, chose the king of Numenor. Húrin is a great-grand-uncle, so the uncle of Elrond's grandfather, and some other minor things. As you can see, there are not that many changes to Elrond in his history, but one is quite big. In this old version, he decided to be a mortal man and became the first king of Numenor. It seems likely that because Elrond appeared in The Hobbit as Elven Lord of Rivendell, that he can't be a mortal king of Numenor anymore. Tolkien solved this problem by giving Elrond a twin brother called Elros, who decided to be counted towards men and became the first king of Numenor instead, while Elrond decided to be counted towards elves, later becoming the Lord of Rivendell. In this decision itself lays some tragedy already. Elros will die and is not bound to Arda, the world. As a result, leaving the boundaries of Arda after his death into an unknown future set by Eru Ilúvatar, that is God. This is also called the gift of men. While Elrond won't die, but will remain on Arda until the world's end. As a result, maybe never seeing his brother again. We don't know what happens when the world is created anew. This touching illustration by Jenny Dolphin captures this quite well. Now, with this foundation of knowledge, let us look into the story of Elrond Halfelven. For some details, we will consult all sources again. We already had almost all the names of Elrond's ancestors mentioned, so let us jump into the First Age, over 6,500 years into the past from the perspective of the Lord of the Rings, and look into his family with a bit more detail. You will see how some details are mirrored through his life again. Small hint, according to the book Morgoth's Ring, the First Age, also called Elder Days or Eldest Days, begin most likely with the awakening of the elves during the years of the trees, and according to Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings, it ends with Morgoth's defeat. For this video, if I say First Age, I mean the First Age of the years of the sun, especially when I use a date, like First Age 510. The time of the First Age before the years of the sun, I will call, for example, years of the trees. This is of course debatable, but this makes things much easier communication-wise. Also, the book The Nature of Middle-earth was not released when I wrote this. But let's return to the topic. Elrond's name is Sindarin and means something like star dome or vault of heaven. The word El or Elen for star we find in many elven names. There's also the word Gil, which means star too. As mentioned in, for example, my Círdan and the History of the Elves video, stars are very important for elves and their culture. When the first elves awoke at the shores of the bay called Cuivienen, they lay on the ground and looked into the sky when they first opened their eyes. In Tolkien's mythology, sun and moon were not created yet, and so the first thing they saw were the stars in heaven. So they are dear to the elves. Beyond that, the first thing they heard was the sound of water, of the Sea of Helkar, another important element for the elves. When it now comes to Elrond's name, it seems to reference a place called Menegros, the Thousand Caves, which was in Doriath, and was where the first king of the Sindar elves, Thingol, resided, who is an ancestor of Elrond's mother's side. He is Elrond's great-great-grandfather and a very important figure in the early history of the elves, and there's a connection to the Hobbit. We come later to this. Menegros, you could say, the palace of Thingol in the realm Doriath, was built with the help of the dwarves and shows that there was a time of friendship between elves and dwarves. However, Doriath and Menegros would also become the reason why they would become foes. The hero of men, Beren, Elrond's great-grandfather, came to the king and wanted to marry his daughter Luthien. Thingol basically said, sure, when hell freezes, in the form of giving Beren an impossible task. He should retrieve one of the 3 Silmarilli, the most beautiful and powerful elven gems ever created. For example, many people, including the powerful and wise, valued and desired the One Ring during the Third Age. The Silmarilli were valued and desired even more, and by even more powerful beings during the late years of the trees and the first age of the years of the sun, but they were also cursed in a way. A powerful fate was upon them, also tied to an oath of the elven prince Feanor and his 7 sons. Feanor was the creator of the Silmarilli and the first son of the first king of the Noldor elves. Due to many desiring the Silmarilli, they were later stolen and Feanor's father slain by Morgoth, Sauron's extremely powerful master, basically the devil, and he put them into his crown. All this led to the mentioned oath of Feanor and his sons and was about retrieving the Silmarilli by any means necessary. Morgoth also destroyed the 2 trees of Valinor with the help of Shelob's mother in this attack. See my History of the Elves video for more details, because I have to skip over most of the story here. However, for Beren, this task was beyond suicide, considering what Morgoth did to the mentioned Húrin, the great-granduncle of Elrond. Death would be among the better outcomes. It was impossible, unthinkable, undarable, and I really love Beren's answer to the king. But Beren laughed. For little price, he said, do elven kings sell their daughters? Long story short, Beren succeeded with a lot of help of his beloved Luthien herself, who was also very powerful. Her mother was Melian the Maya, so basically an angel of lower rank, making Luthien very unique. Half elf, half Maya you could say, but she was numbered towards the elves. Though Beren was successful in the end, he was wounded and ultimately died due to it, and Luthien died due to her grief over Beren's death, but in the afterlife, in the so-called Halls of Mandos, she convinced the Valar Namo to give her and Beren a second mortal life in peace. The Valar are the powers or angels of highest rank of the world, and Namo, also called Mandos, was the Valar who pronounced judgment in matters of fate, including death. In his halls the dead dwell. Luthien's wish was granted, and both lived again, mostly alone and in peace in Tol Galen. Only one time Beren would leave this place again to intervene in the events around the Silmaril he once retrieved. We come to this in a moment. Still, King Thingol got the Silmaril he desired, but also came under its curse or doom. And through another story, the story of the children of Húrin, which I can't tell here, he came also into possession of the most beautiful dwarven necklace ever made, the Nauglamir. We mentioned it already at the beginning, but in the early draft it was still called Nauglafring. It was made by the dwarves for Finrod, Galadriel's brother, who was a close and loyal friend of Beren and his father Barahir. The Ring of Barahir, which we also see in The Lord of the Rings, was a gift to Beren's father for saving his life. As a result, Finrod saved Beren, later dying in the process. Finrod was also a friend of the Edain, helping the early men to settle in the First Age West Coast area of Middle-earth called Beleriand. I should make a video about him at some point too. For now, see my History of the Elf video for more detail. Thingol now asked his dwarf friends, the dwarves also helped him build Menegros, his mentioned legendary halls, to place the Silmaril into the Nauglamir, combining these extraordinary artifacts of elves and dwarves. And now the curse of the Silmaril unfolded. The dwarven craftsmen working in Menegros desired the result of their work greatly too, and wanted it as their payment, but Thingol refused, and in dispute or strife, the dwarves slew Thingol, who most likely did not expect a physical attack. The dwarves tried to take the necklace with the Silmaril with them, but they were killed during their escape. All but 2. And those 2 dwarves returned empty-handed to their city Novgorod in the Blue Mountains and told that Thingol ordered to kill them. The dwarves swore revenge and attacked Doriath. Meanwhile, Thingol's wife Melian the Maya has left Doriath after her husband's death, and Doriath was not protected anymore through her powers, in form of the Girdle of Melian, a magical boundary that hindered all trespassers to enter, at least when their power or fate was not greater than the power of Melian herself. Beren could, for example, enter due to his great fate entangled with the Silmarilli. Also, all this Melian prophesied long ago. As a result, the dwarves sacked Doriath and plundered Menegros, taking the Nauglamir, including the Silmaril, with them. On their way back to Novgorod, they were killed by Beren and his son Dior. Dior is of course Elrond's grandfather on his mother's side. They of course also had help of the green elves who lived in that area and some Ents, quote, shepherds of the trees. This was the mentioned one thing related to the Silmaril Beren did. The story is quite complicated, so forgive me to be a bit imprecise. It also exists in a different version, but here I stick to the one from the Silmarillion, a topic for another video. Beren took the Nauglamir and gave it his wife Luthien, as mentioned, the daughter of Thingol and Melian. And after their natural deaths, as explained earlier, for Luthien and Beren's second lifetime they only had a limited lifespan, the Green Elves gave the Nauglamir to their half-elven son Dior, who became king of Doriath. Dior was the first of the half-elven or Perethil. Interestingly, Luthien was counted towards men after she got revived, but it seems her status was so unusual and complicated, there was also no ruling by the Valar regarding half-elven yet, that their son Dior was, from my perspective, the first of the half-elven, which is also mentioned in the Peoples of Middle-earth, but not in the Silmarillion. What must be noted here are several things. Originally, the story of Thingol's death was different, but Christopher Tolkien had to change some details to make it fit into the timeline and rest of the Silmarillion. One of the few instances where Christopher Tolkien changed the content of his father itself a bit in the Silmarillion. It must also be noted, as explained earlier, that the Elven King in The Hobbit, Thranduil, was, according to the history of The Hobbit, potentially once Thingol. Here's a short excursion to the origins of Thranduil, which might become important later. We see both the Hobbit's Elven King and Thingol lived in beautiful halls in a cave. Both had dealings with the dwarves, both had an interest in a special gem. In fact, some imagine the Arkenstone to look like one of the Silmarilli, and maybe Thingol's Silmaril and the Arkenstone were once in very early drafts the same gem. However, this changed later, and in the published versions they are not the same anymore, and the Elven King from The Hobbit became the Cinder King Thranduil, who maybe also lived in Doriath, though this is often claimed, but I could find no source for it. At least his father Orofer lived in Doriath. Quote from the Unfinished Tales: Orofer had come among them with only a handful of Sindar, and they were soon merged with the Sylvan Elves, adopting their language and taking names of Sylvan form and style. This they did deliberately, for they and other similar adventurers, forgotten in the legends or only briefly named, came from Doriath after its ruin and had no desire to leave Middle-earth, nor to be merged with the other Sindar of Beleriand, dominated by the Noldoreen exiles, for whom the folk of Doriath had no great love. In an old non-canon version of the timeline called The Tale of Years of the Second Age, published in Peoples of Middle-earth, we find Second Age 750, remnants of the Telerian elves of Doriath in ancient Beleriand established realms in the woodlands far eastward. The chief of these were Thranduil. Orofer is not mentioned here because he was invented later in the writing process. Actually, he is not mentioned in The Lord of the Rings or the Silmarillion at all, only in the Unfinished Tales. As a result, it's absolutely not clear if Orofer is a canon character. It does not help that The Lord of the Rings potentially contradicts the existence of Orofer. Quote, But before the building of Barad-dûr, many of the Sindar passed eastward, and some established realms in the forests far away, where their people were mostly Sylvan elves. Thranduil, king in the north of Greenwood the Great, was one of these. Only Thranduil is mentioned here, and Barad-dûr was built 2nd Age 1000. According to the other version, Thranduil's father Orofer died at the end of the 2nd Age, 2400 years later, so he should have been king of these Sylvan elves at this time. What is also unusual is that this text also mentions king in the north of Greenwood the Great. Of course, it could reference the present time of Lord of the Rings, but according to the unfinished tales, he was once king of the south of Greenwood the Great, around Amon Lang, and only later moved north, though it is not clear when. We find a quote: "Long before the War of the Alliance, Orofer, king of the Sylvan elves east of Anduin, being disturbed by rumors of the rising power of Sauron, had left their ancient dwelling about Amon Lang." Here, though, we have one of the texts that mention Orofer. Amon Lang later became Dol Guldur when Sauron haunted this place. Of course, this is a matter of perspective, time, and canon. Maybe it's not a direct contradiction. Thranduil lived at this time too, I guess, but it seems a bit strange that he is not mentioned at all in Lord of the Rings, and now you see how complicated things become when you add these work-in-progress texts and originally unpublished notes of Tolkien to the Lord of the Rings. Even Amon Lang is only mentioned in very few unfinished tales texts itself, and only in context with Orofer, nowhere else, and these, as said, also contradict the Lord of the Rings. Especially Gimli mentions in Lord of the Rings that Thranduil's halls were built by dwarves, as a result reminiscent to Menegros, while a text in the unfinished tales says the exact opposite. We come to the quotes in a moment. If we only take what we know from Lord of the Rings, it's possible that Thranduil lived in Doriath too, and Orofer did not exist at all. We lack information though, but in this case Thranduil must have built the halls of the Elven King, because he was the only known king of the Woodland realm. If we add what we know from the unfinished tales, he led his people further north at some point, and his halls he built there could not be compared with Menegros. Quote, Thranduil established his realm in the northeast of the forest and delved there a fortress and great halls underground. Orofer was of Sindarin origin, and no doubt Thranduil his son was following the example of King Thingol long before in Doriath. Though his halls were not to be compared with Menegros, he had not the arts nor the wealth nor the aid of the dwarves. As a result, some argue it would make sense if Thranduil had seen Thingol's halls before to even make a comparison, and the mentioned last line contradicts Lord of the Rings. Quote from Gimli talking to Legolas, "Do you think those halls are fair where your king dwells under the hill in Mirkwood, and dwarves helped in their making long ago?" Legolas does not correct him here. Some might ask what this story has to do with Elrond, but as you can see, The Hobbit and the Silmarillion have some connections, and to understand Elrond and the times he played a huge role in, we must also understand some of his ancestors and how they are connected to the story, but also some other characters. Especially I want to explain why taking some work-in-progress sources for granted and implement those into the narrative is also often very difficult and leads to problems. Often this problem is ignored in my videos and maybe the videos of others. This time I want to shed some light into this. We already covered Thingol and Melian, Beren, Luthien and Dior, the first half-elven or Perithel. Dior had a wife named Nimlos, and they had 3 children, 2 twin boys named Elured and Elurin, and Elwing, his daughter. Elwing was also Elrond's mother. Elwing could choose if she wanted to be numbered towards men or elves, so she must be half-elven too, and I assume same for her 2 older brothers. For those who have seen my video about Hales and the Haladin, I should also mention that Beren is from the Edain house of Beor. The Edain are 3 or 4 with a Druedain, houses or tribes of the early men, who left the far east of Middle-earth where they awoke to escape Morgoth. They wandered west to Beleriand. The house of Beor is one of these tribes, and according to Beren, the oldest house. They probably reached Beleriand first and made contact with Galadriel's brother Finrod, who helped them to settle, as mentioned. This might become a small detail mentioned later again in this video or next part. But let us move back to Elwing. We need a bit of elven history to understand the situation. There was another faction in all of this, the mentioned 7 Sons of Feanor. As mentioned, Feanor was the greatest and most skillful craftsman of the Noldor elves who has ever lived. He created the Silmarillion, which got stolen by Sauron's master Morgoth. Not only that, but also Feanor's father, Finwë, was slain in the process. As a result, he and his 7 sons swore an oath to get the legendary gems back at all costs. I mentioned that a powerful fate was upon the Silmarillion that also can be seen as a curse. This oath was now connected to that and turned into a curse, resulting in many evil deeds. One might think all elves were on the same side, but this is not the case. Different groups had different goals, and there were some subgroups among the great elven clans. Feanor and his sons became some kind of subgroup too, with one very specific goal, and they did many evil things to achieve it. The Oath of Feanor, and especially the events surrounding it, also resulted in most of the Noldor elves returning to Middle-earth from the west continent Aman. So chronologically it was like this: the first elves in existence awoke in Middle-earth, in Cuiviénen, as mentioned, and formed the 3 great, let's call them, clans of the elves. Morgoth tried to corrupt them for his evil plans, but was captured and imprisoned for 3 ages by the Valar to stop him and protect the elves. Then the Valar invited the elves to live together with them on the west continent, and most of the elves journeyed there. Though Thingol's people split from the 3rd clan of the elves, the Teleri, and stayed in Middle-earth. The other clans, the Vanyar, the Noldor, and the rest of the Teleri elves journeyed to Aman as far as we know. Then they lived in peace there for some time until Morgoth was released, escaped, and started his attack at the end of the Years of the Trees. After the murder of the king of the Noldor and the Silmarillion stolen, Feanor, who was also the king's heir, swore the mentioned oath and then convinced most of the Noldor to return to Middle-earth again to wage war upon Melkor, who is now called Morgoth by him. As a result, the Noldor were banned from Aman and not allowed to return again because the Valar told them that this was a terrible idea and prophesied them tears unnumbered, and there was also this kinslaying incident. The story is much more complicated though. See my History of the Elves video. However, Feanor and his sons did not only fight Morgoth, their main foe, they also fought everyone who was against them, to a point of, I would call it, insanity. They were also isolating themselves a bit from the other Noldor. This resulted in the 3 so-called kinslayings. The first one was in Aman itself and was one of the main reasons for the ban of the Noldor. It was about stealing the ships of the Teleri to sail over to Middle-earth. The Noldor wanted the ships, the Teleri would not give them their ships, and so the Noldor attacked and murdered their seafaring kin. Not all Noldor participated, and Tolkien later also developed the idea that, for example, Galadriel even helped defending the Teleri. Her mother was the daughter of the Teleri king in Aman, while her father was the son of the first king of the Noldor. Quote from the Unfinished Tales: "Indeed, she, Galadriel, with Celeborn, fought heroically in defense of Alqualonde against the assault of the Noldor. But in this version Celeborn lived in Aman too, while in the others he was from Doriath on Middle-earth and never in Aman, a topic for its own video. This was the first bloodshed and killing of own kin at all, and in the history of Aman, the Undying Lands. The other two were on Middle-earth, and Elrond's mother Elwing survived both the second and the third kinslaying, while Elrond survived the third. But step by step, the other big elven clan, the Vanyar, stayed faithful and remained in Aman, same with remaining Teleri and some Noldor too, like Galadriel's father. Now a long and war-heavy story unfolds in Beleriand in Middle-earth, which went very bad for the elves overall, as predicted. They also had some victories, but could never retrieve the Silmarilli or really defeat Morgoth, which only changed with Beren and Luthien retrieving one Silmaril as explained, which was very late in the first age of the Years of the Sun though. See my History of the Elves video for a more chronological explanation. But here I have to skip to where we left off, so after the natural deaths of Beren and Luthien and their son Dior receiving the Silmaril, becoming the second king of Doriath and Thingol's successor. One might think that Doriath and Dior, with his 3 children, could have some peace now, but when the remaining Sons of Feanor learned that Dior had one of the Silmarilli, they came and demanded it, and then sacked Doriath. It was not Morgoth who attacked Doriath, but first the dwarves and now the elves, while the war against Morgoth continued and it was not looking great for the elves. The dwarves of course isolated themselves a bit, but also they did not want Morgoth to win. Attacking and fighting other people than Morgoth was as a result not a good idea. Feanor at this time was long dead already, and in one old version, early in the history, one of his sons died already too on a ship when Feanor burned all the ships he stole from the Teleri after arriving in Middle-earth. So his Noldor brothers that waited in Aman for the return of the ships to sail over to Middle-earth too saw the smoke in the distance. Oceans weren't bent yet, and now had to walk a very difficult path over a frozen ice wasteland called Helcaraxe that connected the continents. After all what happened in Aman, they could not swallow their pride and ask the Valar for forgiveness, so they had to take this path, and yes, Feanor was, let's say, insane. So the Feanorians were also not that popular among many of the Noldor, and depending on the version, one of his sons already died. This attack of Doriath then became the second kinslaying of the elves. Remember, the first one was about the mentioned ships in Aman. During the fights of the second kinslaying, Dior killed at least one of the sons of Feanor, and 2 more died too. It's not clear if the last 2 died through Dior's hand, but in my mind he slew all 3 of them, but died in the process too. Also, Dior's wife Nimlos was slain too. And in the insanity of all of this, they left Dior's twin sons to starve in the forest, which shows the cruelty of this attack. Having armies fight against each other is one thing, but slaying women and children is just another level. It should be mentioned that the twins were 6 or 7 years old at most. Though the eldest son of Feanor, Maedhros, repented and tried to find them in the forest, but could not. Their fate is unknown, but they most likely died, and there are hints for that in Tolkien's writings. A very young Elwing, the younger sister of the twins, escaped with the Nauglamir. According to the War of the Jewels, she was around 3 years old. Maybe the age is debatable, but she definitely was a very young child too at this time. It seems she fled with the other elves fleeing from the kinslaying and Doriath, which consisted of large forests. Probably the other elves took her with them, and they fled in panic southwest to the mouths of Sirion, which I imagine as a refugee camp for all those elves that were left after the endless wars and had no home anymore. Not only Morgoth, as said, he's basically the devil and the elves' greatest enemy, attacked the elves and destroyed the realms of them, but Also, the Sons of Feanor attacked their own kin. It's absolute madness. And in case of Doriath, also elves and dwarves fought as if they didn't have better things to do as fighting each other. This conflict with the dwarves and Doriath also led to a feud between Sindar elves and dwarves that should last until the events of The Lord of the Rings. With the Silmarillion, the curse followed to the mouth of Sirion. However, for a time the people had peace there. In that time Elwing grew up and fell in love with another young half-elven refugee, Earendil. But now that we covered the side of Elrond's mother, let us have a brief look at his father's side. I can only hint again at my History of the Elves video, where I cover those stories in a bit more detail and in a more chronological order. The First Age is always difficult to cover shortly because of how connected everything is and how much happens in parallel. I hope it was not too confusing to this point, but I tried to take everyone with me on this complex journey through the Elder Days that will only be a foundation of Elrond's story later. While the family of Elrond's mother is related to the Teleri and Sindar clans of the elves, his father Earendil is related with the Noldor. Earendil was the son of a man named Tuor and the elf Idril. Tuor was a mortal man of the group of men called Edain, same as Beren. The Edain are divided into 3 or in a way 4 houses. As we learned in the video about Harles and the early Edain, Tuor's father was Huor. Huor was the brother of the mentioned Húrin, who we know from the Children of Húrin story, one of Tolkien's great tales, and the mother of Huor and Húrin was from the house of Harles, the 3rd house, while their father was from the house of Marach, the 2nd house, and of course Rian, the wife of Huor, was also from the house of Beor, the 1st house. I know this is very confusing with all the names, so just remember, in Elrond's grandfather Tuor are the 3 houses of the Edain united. The other house or tribe is usually not considered a house, I guess, but they are Edain too and are a very special and mysterious group of men called Druedain, not to be confused with the Dunedain, the men of the West, which we will talk about later too. I really like the Druedain because they are so unique and have quite unusual powers. In this context, as being Edain too, I see them as the 4th house of the Edain, but some people might see this different. For this story, they only appear a few times though, so I mention them here for completeness sake. But they even play a role in The Lord of the Rings, though they are not in the films. However, Tuor's wife Idril was the daughter of Turgon, who was the king of the great elven city Gondolin, and later in the First Age, after the death of his brother, the High King of the Noldor, Fingon, he inherited this title. I should mention that in the Silmarillion, Fingon had a son, Gil-galad, but this was, according to Christopher Tolkien, a mistake by him. See Peoples of Middle-earth. And this also makes one question why Turgon would become the next High King in this case. The wife of Turgon was Elenwe, who was from the Vanyar clan of the elves, the clan that stayed in Middle-earth. She tragically died on the way to Middle-earth over this icy wasteland called Helcaraxe that connected both continents, which I mentioned a moment ago. Remember Feanor burning the ships, which was why these elves had to walk, and people died on that way. What makes her special, she was, to my knowledge, the only known Vanya returning to Middle-earth, but she never reached it. According to Peoples of Middle-earth, ice broke and she fell with her daughter Idril into the icy sea. Turgon tried to save both, but could only save Idril, and the body of Elenwe was covered in fallen ice. His wife never got a Sindari name because she never reached Beleriand. The Noldor actually spoke Noldorin Quenya and had Quenya names, but the Sindar king Thingol banned Quenya as language in Beleriand after finding out about the first kinslaying, seeing it as the language of traitors and slayers of kin, and the Noldor accepted that. That is why Noldor elves in Middle-earth mainly speak Sindarin, the language of the Sindar, even during the Third Age, and have also Sindarin names, which shows what impact the kinslaying had even on the culture of the Noldor. Quenya and Noldorin Quenya became something like Latin for them to keep this part of their culture though. Now you maybe also see why we talked so much about Thingol before. The details are so connected in this time, which makes explaining things really difficult, and the story of Tuor also happens in parallel to parts of what we learned in the other section. Turgon himself is one of the sons of Fingolfin, half-brother of the often-mentioned Feanor. The first king of the Noldor, Finwë, slain by Morgoth, was their father and, you could say, founder of the Noldor clan. The upcoming Nature of Middle-earth book will potentially have new information on this, but from my perspective, it's not out yet. Because the first wife of King Finwë died shortly after giving birth to Feanor, and not wanting to re-embody, elves, if they were not evil, would get a new body in Aman after death and lived again. Finwë was allowed to marry a second time and married Indis, who was from the Vanyar clan. And that is why Feanor has two half-brothers and two half-sisters. Complex topic. After the deaths of many elves of this complex line during the countless wars against Morgoth, Turgon became High King of the Noldor. A big part of Turgon's history is him founding Gondolin. It was called the Hidden City, and the name translates to Hidden Rock. The Vala Ulmo, comparable to Poseidon in Greek mythology, gave Turgon and his friend and cousin Finrod a dream during their travels along the river Sirion, a bit beyond the Ailin Uyal, the Meres of Twilight. These dreams led Finrod and Turgon to establish realms. Finrod, who was Galadriel's brother, founded Nargothrond, and Turgon later was guided by Ulmo to find a hill in the Vale of Tumladen in the encircling mountains. This place was well hidden and protected by Ulmo and the Great Eagles. On the hill, Turgon founded Gondolin, which is reminiscent of Kirion on the hill Tuna, which is one of the great elven cities in Aman, the Undying Lands. See my analysis of the first screenshot from Amazon's Lord of the Rings on Prime show. Preparing to build the city, Turgon went back to Nevrast. I assume he went to Vinyamar to be precise, where he also left an armor, a shield and a sword as commanded by Ulmo, and ultimately managed to build Gondolin that remained hidden from the enemy for almost 400 years. Turgon, his daughter Idril and his sister Arithel lived there. What one must understand, Gondolin was a very safe and isolated city of the Noldor elves, who were by their nature more into crafting things. As a result, this city prospered and was probably quite advanced. Also, an elf named Celebrimbor, the grandson of Feanor, lived in the city. He was one of the great artifact or jewel smiths, and he would later make, for example, the 3 elven rings of power, or one or both of the elf stones, depending on the version from the Unfinished Tales. The first elf stone was given to Idril, who gave it to her son later. Also, the legendary elven smith Eärendil lived there. In one version, he makes the first elf stone, and he taught his art to Celebrimbor. In this little story, we see how knowledge is exchanged, which is a requirement for advancing in arts. As a result, we can probably understand why, for example, swords from Gondolin are so praised, even thousands of years later. You might have seen the first Hobbit film or read the book, and there Elrond mentions that the swords Glamdring and Orcrist were made in Gondolin by his kin. Glamdring is also most likely the sword of his great-grandfather Turgon. The story of Gondolin is a long one. I can only hint again at some of my other videos, in this case the video about Glorfindel, or as always the history of the elves one. But long story short, Turgon's sister Arithel journeyed much and married an elf named Eol, who she met on one of her dangerous journeys. They had a son named Maeglin, who loved Idril, but Idril fell in love with the man Tuor, Elrond's grandfather. This was a very imprecise, short version of the story, but I want to focus on Tuor here. Tuor himself is a very interesting character. His father Huor died as a great hero of men of the house of Marach in the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. His mother Rian, from the house of Beor and related to Beren, her father was Beren's cousin, gave Tuor to the Cinder elf Anael, who became Tuor's foster father. The reason for that is that she met Anael, who told her what happened in the war. This way she learned of the Hill of the Slain, the Howthen-Dengin, and that Huor and Húrin died in that battle. Anael was, according to the unfinished tales, the lone survivor of his people fighting in the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. Hearing this, she decided to go to the hill to look for her husband. Maybe Anael was wrong, maybe she wanted to see his grave or make one. When she arrived there and saw all the dead and the hill, she laid herself down upon it and died in grief. The Battle of Unnumbered Tears was a heavy blow for elves and men and a victory for Morgoth. You could say it was also prophesied by the Valar when the Noldor left Aman and received their ban. So Rian's son Tuor grew up under difficult circumstances, as you can imagine. After the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, Morgoth's power was on the rise, while the power of men and elves were decreasing and whole realms vanishing, making Beleriand very dangerous. Tuor and Anael lived hidden in the caves of Andros. When he was 16, he wanted revenge for his father and people, and to fight the orcs and so-called Easterlings of Ulfang. Complicated topic, and the Easterlings of this time might not be identical with those we know from the Third Age. One Easterling group betrayed the elves and Edain to help Morgoth and get some green lands as a reward. Their betrayal helped Morgoth win the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, but after it they were betrayed by Morgoth too, who gave them a different, far less green land. However, Anael would not allow Tuor to fight. Around that time they tried to escape from the land instead, but according to the unfinished tales were attacked and many fled, but Tuor stood his ground and slew many of the enemies, mirroring the fighting spirit of his father and uncle. Though in the end he was captured, also like his uncle, and he became a slave under the Easterling lord Lorgan and was put to torment and treated badly, but Tuor endured this for years patiently and also did good work. At one point he was given an axe, a weapon also his father and uncle used to chop wood in the forest, and he used this opportunity and slew his guards. The Easterlings tried to hunt him down with dogs, but all the dogs became Tuor's friends during his hard labor, and he could send them back when they got close. He escaped easily and lived as an outlaw for some years, slaying many Easterlings and maybe other enemies. He did not get his revenge, and his fate led him on a different path. Tuor was chosen by Ulmo, and at this time the Lord of Waters made contact with him. He was led by several signs to go to Vinyamar in Nevrast. For example, following water suddenly bursting out of a small natural spring, or he saw 7 great swans flying south, etc. Of course, in the end, he finds the mentioned sword, shield and armor that Turgon left in the abandoned settlement Vinyamar following the command of Ulmo. There was a great storm, and at the shore Ulmo arose and spoke to Tuor, asking him to find Gondolin and gave him a cloak so the enemy could not see him. Next morning Tuor found an elf named Voronwe on the shore, who was an elf sent by Turgon to sail to the west, but the ship was destroyed in a storm by Ulmo, and only Voronwe was saved by the Valar. Remember, the Noldor were still banned from Aman at this point, and because Voronwe was from Gondolin, he could guide Tuor there. Interestingly, Tuor also developed a longing for the sea when he reached the coast. The theme of the marina is very present in this side of Elrond's family. There is another interesting reference on their way to Gondolin. When these two traveled through the land, they arrived at the pools of Ivrin, where once the Noldor, Nandor and Sindar celebrated their reunion after the Noldor returned to Middle-earth. Of course, they did not know about the first kinslaying at this time. This pool was also considered blessed by Ulmo and a place of healing. When Tuor and Voronwe arrived, it was in contrast defiled by the dragon Glaurung, and in the distance they saw a tall man with a black sword, but did not approach him. That was Túrin, Tuor's cousin. It's an interesting small connection between two of the three great tales of the First Age, the children of Húrin and the fall of Gondolin. It's, I think, also the only time Tuor saw Túrin, at least in their later life paths. When Tuor finally reaches Gondolin, he and Voronwe were taken as prisoners, but when Tuor cast aside his cloak and the elves saw his armor, shield and sword, they knew he was sent by Ulmo. Tuor came before King Turgon and warned him of the doom of Gondolin and that he should escape. But Maeglin, the king's nephew, spoke against Tuor and could ultimately convince the king, who was also proud of the city he has built, to trust in the city staying hidden from the enemy and to be safe. Tuor, especially as son of Huor and as a messenger of Ulmo, still had a very high standing though. Turgon even allowed him to marry his daughter when Idril and Tuor fell in love, and they had a half-elven son named Earendil. You might ask, why did being the son of Huor resonate so well with Turgon? Huor and his brother Húrin fought with the elves in the mentioned battle of unnumbered tears, the Nirnais Arnödiad, and the tears were shed by the elves as it was prophesied by Namor when the Noldor left Aman to return to Middle-earth. In this battle both Huor, Húrin and their men from the House of Hador or House of Marach sacrificed themselves so Turgon could escape. It is here where Húrin was the last man standing, according to song and legend, shouting every time he slew an enemy, Aure and Duluva, they shall come again. And he shouted 70 times, and he fought until his axe withered from the smoking black blood of orcs and trolls. In the end, Húrin was not killed but captured, and a dark curse was put on him by Morgoth, which is the tale of the children of Húrin, a fate maybe worse than death. Tuor's father, Huor, also gave a prophecy, you could say, to Turgon during the battle, quote from the Silmarillion. The field was lost, but still Húrin and Huor and the remnant of the House of Hador stood firm with Turgon of Gondolin, and the hosts of Morgoth could not yet win the pass of Sirion. Then Húrin spoke to Turgon, saying, "Go now, Lord, while time is, for in you lives the last hope of the Eldar, and while Gondolin stands, Morgoth shall still know fear in his heart." But Turgon answered, "Not long now can Gondolin be hidden, and being discovered it must fall." Then Huor spoke and said, "Yet if it stands but a little while, then out of your house shall come the hope of elves and men. This I say to you, Lord, with the eyes of death, though we part here forever, and I shall not look on your white walls again, from you and from me a new star shall arise. Farewell." Powerful words in a dire situation, and as a result the son of Huor received nothing less than the highest respect from Turgon. In addition, Tuor was clearly a messenger of Ulmo. He had the armor, shield and sword. Ulmo, who led Turgon to build Gondolin and is still protecting it. Also, Tuor's words made the elves in Gondolin wonder, quote, "All that heard the voice of Tuor marveled, doubting that this were in truth a man of mortal race, for his words were the words of the Lord of Waters." You see how Turgon, his fate, life and his grand work is tied to Tuor and his family. This might also give some context on why Turgon allowed Idril to marry the mortal man Tuor, while Thingol said to Beren, "Only when you bring me a gem out of the crown of the devil." And so, as mentioned, their son Earendil was born. One day, though, the tormented and cursed Húrin, who was still alive and set free as some kind of doombringer by Morgoth, came to the encircling mountains calling for Turgon. This is a very dramatic scene as he sacrificed his life for Turgon so he could retreat. But Turgon did not answer out of fear his hidden city could be found. This must have been a devastatingly difficult decision, not answering his friend in need and despair. Morgoth of course spied on Húrin and now had a vague idea of where Gondolin might be. Idril, though, had the gift of foresight and knew that the days of Gondolin might be counted. As a result, she planned a secret tunnel to escape from Gondolin when needed. This tunnel was built in secret and only few knew about it. What in the end brought the downfall of Gondolin was that Maeglin was captured by Morgoth's servants outside the city, and he made a deal with Morgoth. He would reveal the location of Gondolin if he could have Eärendil after Morgoth destroyed it. The story is more complex, but as said, this is a short version. I won't tell the details of the fall of Gondolin here again, because we covered that part in the Who is Glorfindel video already, but Tuor slew Maeglin and he escaped with Eärendil and his son Eärendil from the fall of Gondolin through the mentioned secret tunnel, while Turgon died in his city. They fled to the mouths of Sirion, and here Elwing and Eärendil met, both still very young. Tuor maybe met his foster father Anael here again, who now served Círdan the shipwright. Anael managed to escape the attack at night many years ago, where they got separated, and with some of his people he reached the mouths of Sirion too. Interestingly, Círdan also delivered messages of Ulmo to, for example, Nargothrond, and maybe through this connection between Anael, Círdan and Ulmo, the Lord of Waters decided to make Tuor his messenger that he would send to Gondolin, but I think it was all fate. What becomes clear is that everything is connected. And now, after just around 60 minutes of backstory, Elrond and Elros were born at the havens of Sirion, where all kinds of people fled to in much despair because almost all elven realms were destroyed by now. Survivors of the countless wars from all over Beleriand fled there. In the video about Harles and the Haladin, I also mentioned the Druedain, the mentioned fourth house of the Edain if you want. Some of them settled in Breathil with Harles and their people, and then much later, after the war destroyed Doriath, fled to the havens of Sirion too, while the house of Harles in its classical form ceased to exist. The Druedain lived on. It looked like Morgoth was winning and not much opposition was left. Also, only few of the 7 sons of Feanor survived. Most prominently, Maedhros and Maglor, Feanor's first 2 sons. We will hear about what they were up to after a short ad break, which I will hopefully place correctly here. It can be that you don't see it though. At the havens of Sirion, we had a short time of peace until the tragic events continued. This was due to Morgoth realizing that losing the Silmaril was probably the best thing that could ever happen to him, and as a result, he could afford waiting for its curse to destroy the remaining elves. In addition, Ulmo protected parts of the mouths of Sirion, so Círdan's ship remained hidden. We can read about the shadow of Ulmo's hand in the Silmarillion. It can be assumed that Tuor and Eärendil probably had some influence over the people in the havens of Sirion, but considering that Círdan was a lord of the Sindar elves and kin to Thingol, he must have had a lot of influence too. Keep in mind that the survivors of the second kinslaying from Doriath, which are Sindar elves, fled there too, while Eärendil was daughter of the High King of the Noldor. It is not mentioned if this led to any conflict, and I personally doubt it. The Sindar did not trust or like the Feanorians, but that was different for other Noldor elves who had no part in the kinslaying. They were all sitting in the same boat, and Gondolin had nothing to do with the deeds of Feanor's sons. In this time at the havens, old Tuor, longing for the sea, built a ship called Earame. In some old versions of the Tale of Years published in the War of the Jewels, it's potentially hinted that Ulmo might have helped him in some way, or let's say inspired him. In the meantime, the Valar Ulmo also went to Valinor and reported of the dire situation of the elves and suggested to intervene, but Manwë, the king of the Valar, refused help for now. It was argued that the time has not yet come, and that only one speaking in person for the cause of both elves and men can set things into motion. Here we have a connection to the prophecy Huor told Turgon. Then out of your house shall come the hope of elves and men. If we return to the havens of Sirion, there's also an unusual component. Elwing, great-granddaughter of Thingol, possessed one of the Silmarilli in the necklace Nauglamir. Elwing arrived at the havens of Sirion around First Age 507, and Idril, Tuor and Earendil 4 years later, First Age 511. The peace lasts until First Age 538, so 27 years. We can read in the Tale of Years from the War of the Jewels, 511 exiles of Gondolin, Tuor, Idril and Earendil, etc. reach Sirion, which now prospers in the power of the Silmaril. It seems this refuge camp slowly developed over the years, but this phrase did not make it into the posthumously published Silmarillion. Originally, according to the Grey Annals, in the War of the Jewels, this secret haven at the mouth of Sirion was founded by Círdan in First Age 473, shortly after Círdan's harbour cities were destroyed by Morgoth's forces, and he retreated by ship with the survivors. Then he sailed south and built a base for the surviving refugees on the Isle of Balar, and another one in secret at the mouth of Sirion, and many light, swift ships lay hid in the creeks and waters where the reeds were dense as a forest. There's another very interesting connection here. Turgon, back in the day, asked Círdan to build and send 7 ships to Aman to call for help. All those ships failed due to the ban, probably sinking in storms through Ulmos Maya Osse, and they never returned except for one. The ship was destroyed too, but one mariner was saved by Ulmo and washed ashore on Middle-earth again. That was, of course, as already mentioned, Voronwe, who led Tuor to Gondolin. Voronwe must have waited on the shore for some years. I really love these connections between the stories and how there's some sort of backstory and explanation to everything. In very early drafts, it seems Voronwe was a mariner of Earendil and not a companion of Tuor, but as explained, the stories had many iterations and Tolkien moved characters and names around a lot. Now if we come back to Tuor building a ship in the years when his son Earendil married Elwing, he left Middle-earth with Idril and sailed to Aman, maybe taking Voronwe with them according to an old version of the Tale of Years, that is Appendix B from Lord of the Rings. And we can read something extremely unusual in the Silmarillion. And with Idril Celebrindal, he, Tuor, set sail into the sunset and the west, and came no more into any tale or song. But in after days it was sung that Tuor, alone of mortal men, was numbered among the elder race, and was joined with an Noldor, whom he loved, and his fate is sundered from the fate of men. So Tuor, who was not born as an elf nor had elven ancestors, suddenly became an elf. Tolkien comments on this in letter 153, which was only a draft never sent. The cases of Luthien and Tuor and the position of their descendants was a direct act of God. This seems to be a very unique intervention of Eru and exception here. When Tuor and Idril left exactly is not known, but I assume after the marriage of their son. In the Unfinished Tales we find the hint that Idril saved a jewel from Gondolin, made by either Eärendil or his pupil Celebrimbor, depending on the version. This stone was the elf stone, the Elessar. When Idril left Middle-earth with Tuor, she gave the stone to her son Eärendil, and the elf stone maybe had the power to heal. Again, its importance depends on the version. It is now stated in the old drafts and in the Silmarillion that Eärendil became a lord of the people living in that area at the mouth of Sirion. Maybe with him growing up there and his parents leaving, he became a leading figure. As mentioned, he also married Elwing, who probably had influence too. How they met exactly is not known. Eärendil was also described as very beautiful when he was born, having the light of heaven in his face, and Elwing was the granddaughter of Luthien, the fairest elf maiden in existence. She was called Elwing the Fair, or the White, and she had a Silmaril which had the light of the 2 trees in it. The Silmarilli were blessed by the Valavarda, Queen of the Stars, in Sindarin called Elbereth, and many stars were made out of the light of the two trees. As we learned, the stars and the two trees were very important for the elves. Of course, Elberdis was revered by the elves as a result, and the Silmarillion united all this. On top of that, both Earendil and Elwing were descendants of great kings, and they shared something very unique. Both were half-elven. Note that being half-elven is in general very unique, and that it was not established at that time what this exactly means in the world. Often if something is just half, it sounds like it's less, but in Tolkien's world, half-elven or Peredel are truly special, very unique, and did extraordinary things, as we will learn in a moment. There were also very few half-elven in Tolkien's world. During Earendil's life at the havens of Sirion, he befriended Círdan the shipwright, and also the sea was always in his heart. He became an apprentice of Círdan and learned shipbuilding from him. This was different in early versions of the story, where Oarni, the mermaids, and maybe Osse, a Maya of Ulmo, helped him to build his ship. In the Silmarillion, it's Círdan though, which also makes a lot of sense, because there's the story where thousands of years ago, while Círdan learned how to build ships able to sail over to Aman, he had a vision by the Valar. In it, he saw a white flying ship, and it turns out the ship he helped Earendil building was exactly the ship he saw in this vision. It was called Vingilot in Sindarin or Vingilote in Quenya. It did not fly at this time though. With maybe Earendil's Elfstone and especially Elwing's Silmaril, the havens and people could heal and prosper a bit in peace. As said, the Silmarillion only mentions the Silmaril responsible for this. The Elfstone is not mentioned at all, while in the Unfinished Tales it's the other way around. Quote, "And indeed, at Sirion's haven there were many herds to heal, both of men and elves, and of beasts that fled thither from the horror of the Norse, and while Earendil with the Elfstone dwelt there, they were healed and prospered." While in the Silmarillion we find this sentence, "For it seemed to them that in the Silmaril lay the healing and the blessing that had come upon their houses and their ships." However, over the time Earendil and Elwing had twin sons, Elrond and Elros. There are only very few notes in the Tale of Years from the War of the Jewels book and in the Lost Road and other writings that mention them being twins, but in my opinion it makes sense considering how common twins were in this line, and that Elros was only created because in The Hobbit Elrond became an elf, but was originally planned to be the first king of Numenor, and as a result Elros was created. We talked about that at the beginning. Maybe twins are a manifestation of the duality in the fate of the half-elven. Over time, Earendil's longing for the sea grew too. He also wanted to find his parents, reach the shores of the West Continent, and convince the Valar to help the peoples of Middle-earth who were still in fear of Morgoth and of the Sons of Feanor. If you consider all things, this was his only hope, because he knew the peace would not last forever, with Morgoth controlling almost all of Beleriand, and the havens of Sirion were basically just a secret refugee camp, not a stronghold with great armies. And so he had to leave his wife and sons and risk his life to reach Aman. We can read that Elwing sat in sorrow by the mouths of Sirion. He also took the Elfstone with him. There is an interesting quote that explains the desire to find his mother Idril and why he took the stone with him in the Unfinished Tales. And his, Earendil's, first memory of Middle-earth was the green stone above her, his mother's, breast, as she sang above his cradle while Gondolin was still in flower. The worst part was that Earendil could not reach Aman. Quote from the Silmarillion, "Earendil found not Tuor nor Idril, nor came he ever on that journey to the shores of Valinor, defeated by shadows and enchantment, driven by repelling winds, until in longing for Elwing he turned homeward towards the coast of Beleriand, and his heart bade him haste, for a sudden fear had fallen on him out of dreams, and the winds that before he had striven with might not now bear him back as swift as his desire." I assume this references the enchanted isles that repelled him, and so he started his journey back home, but In the meantime, something happened at the mouths of Sirion. You probably know what's coming. The last remaining Sons of Feanor, depending on the version 3 or 4 were left, learned about the location of the Silmaril from Doriath, but they, and especially the oldest son Maedhros, were haunted by guilt over what they did in Doriath, and Maedhros even considered to abandon his oath. Though after some time the unfulfilled oaths started tormenting him and his brother. After many years they could not endure it anymore and went out to get it. So they sent message to the havens of Sirion demanding the Silmaril, but Elwing and the people did not want to give it away. It's still one of the most powerful artifacts of all time, and the people felt it helped them in their situation a lot, healing what they endured in the wars. If you hear about this, one might think, why not just give that stupid stone away and be safe? But it was also, for them at least, the jewel of their king Thingol and of his daughter Luthien, who fairly retrieved it from Morgoth himself with Beren. And it was also the jewel of their last king Dior, father of Elwing, who was murdered by those who demand it now. It's for sure hard to give it away to those who murdered your father, your mother, your brothers, by setting them as small children out in the forest to starve. Your kin, almost yourself and your people multiple times during the first kinslaying in Aman and during the second in Doriath, and who destroyed your old home. Just think for a moment what an audacity this request is and how you would react to it. They have already taken so much and still demand more? One would expect that in this dire situation Beleriand is currently in, Feanor's sons would try to continue finding a diplomatic solution, but no, they sent armies and killed everyone, leading to the third kinslaying. This oath has driven them to madness. We see them acting reasonable here and there, but they always go with the extreme at some point, which seems to always bring them back to sanity for some time again when they regret what they did. Of course, in the havens of Sirion also resided some lords of the elves who could fight, and 2 of the remaining 4 sons of Feanor were slain, Amrod and Amras. In one draft, as mentioned, one of those 2 died in a fire when Feanor burned the ships, but that did not make it into the Silmarillion. The third kinslaying was considered the cruelest one. As said, they attacked a refuge camp with women and children who already lost everything, and their lord Earendil was not even there. Not only elves died here, also men were slain. For example, the poet Dirhaval. As a result, even some of the Feanorians rebelled against their lords because it was so wrong, some even aiding Elwing, but were ultimately slain too. I guess that is why it was considered so cruel. Círdan and a young Gil-galad, who is the next High King of the Noldor after Turgon's death, sailed to help too, but were too late to change the outcome. They could only evacuate some of the survivors. Elwing would not surrender the Silmaril and cast herself down a cliff with the Silmaril, but she was saved by Ulmo, who bore her up the waves and turned her into a white bird, and she flew away. Elrond and Elros were captured. After what happened last time with Elwing's twin brothers, they would not kill them though. But let us discuss some of the further main events of the First Age before we look into what happened to Elrond and Elros. Elwing, as white seabird with a Silmaril, would fly to Earendil on his ship. At night she could be seen as a glowing light or a star flying over the water. It is mentioned in songs that she as a bird fell onto the ship almost dying, but Earendil caught her and she fell asleep. The next morning Earendil saw his wife as she transformed back. Together they were in great sorrow and despair, thinking that their sons had been slain. With no hope left in Middle-earth, they would sail to Aman, and Earendil put the Silmaril on his brow, and this time the enchanted Isles would not repel them. They set foot on Aman, fearing the wrath of the Valar, and also they had 3 mariners on the ship, all of them men, but they stayed on the ship, not setting foot on Aman. Men were not allowed to enter Aman, and Elwing and Earendil were half-elven. Ultimately, they were able to talk to the Valar. Earendil asked for pardon for the Noldor, which in my opinion is a great deed, considering all that happened, but also for help. The Valar discussed this, and Manwë's judgment was that Earendil and Elwing had to decide if they would be counted as men or as elf, which was now the ruling over the half-elven. Earendil let his wife decide, who decided to be counted as elf, and so he also decided the same for his wife's sake, even though he felt closer to the mortal man. And then the Valar prepared their host for the War of Wrath. They also blessed Earendil's ship Vingilote, which now could fly as in Círdan's vision. He kept the Silmaril, and when he flew with it through the sky, people could see him as a star, which they called Gil Estel, Star of Hope or Star of High Hope, also known as a Star of Earendil. Remember the prophecy Huor gave Turgon. From you and from me a new star shall arise. Earendil journeyed even into the void, and many songs of the elves about Earendil were composed. For Elwing, a white tower to dwell was built, somewhere at the east coast in the north of Aman. She loved the sea and hills, and there the seabirds of the world, I assume, came to rest. Tolkien describes it as them being repaired there. And because Elwing once also had the form of a bird, she was able to learn their language, and the seabirds taught her the craft of flight. In old drafts from around 1916, we find in the Book of Lost Tales Part 2, Morgoth, there still called Melkor, captured some of the great eagles to learn the secret or magic words to fly from them, but they would not tell him under torment. The idea of the birds knowing some secret or magic of flight seems in this context to be a very old idea of Tolkien and might be referenced or reflected here. Learning the craft of flight, Elwing got white and silver grey wings of her own, and when Earendil was close to Arda from his journey on his flying ship again, she would fly up to him to meet him, as she had done once after she escaped the third kinslaying. In Aman, the great host of the Valar was prepared. The elves who did not leave the Vanyar elves also came to war. So did the remaining Noldor in Aman, led by Finarfin, Galadriel's father. The Vanyar were led by Ingviel, or Ingvion in one version, son of Ingve. Ingve was not only the High King of the Vanyar elves, he was considered king of all elves. His son sadly is not mentioned as leader of the Vanyar host in the Silmarillion, only Finarfin as leader of the Noldor host. That was due to a somewhat confusing correction of Tolkien, and Christopher Tolkien removing this line from the text as a result. But in a late footnote of Christopher Tolkien, we find in The Shaping of Middle-earth, in the chapter with a commentary about the Gwenta, he mentions that this might have been a mistake by him, and both Finarfin and Ingviel should have been mentioned there. However, the Teleri, after the kinslaying and robbery of their ships by the Noldor, did not want to go to war, the War of the Noldor, but they listened to Elwing, who was of their kin, and at least transported the host with their ships, but would not set foot on Middle-earth. It must also be mentioned that the Teleri had a close relationship to water and were mariners. For example, Círdan is also from the Teleri clan, but stayed in Middle-earth, which made him a Sindar. And here begins the War of Wrath, the biggest war in history, which ultimately led to Morgoth's defeat, but also to the destruction of Beleriand, which sunk into the ocean. For the war, the remaining elves and men, only Edain though, of Beleriand, were summoned too and participated in the war with the host of the Valar. Earendil also fought in this war with his flying ship, and he battled with the great eagles against the most powerful of Morgoth's dragons, and they battled one day and night, and in the end Earendil slew Ancalagon the Black, and quote, cast him from the sky, and he fell upon the towers of Sangorodrim, and they were broken in his ruin. Thangorodrim were like 3 volcanic mountains, their size can be debated, which were an above ground part of Morgoth's fortress Angband, which was mostly underground, I assume. Some might interpret this as Ancalagon falling from the sky, destroying 3 mountain tops on the impact, which would imply this dragon to be quite big. This is an often debated topic among Tolkien fans. The German translation of this section, for example, translates this in a way that Ancalagon fell upon the towers of Thangorodrim and destroyed them. I can see where the idea of a gigantic Ancalagon comes from as a result, but one can also understand it more metaphorically. However, in some versions of the Tale of Years, the leader of the Maya Eonwe, Herald of Manwë, in some versions he was the son of Manwë and called Fionwe instead, destroyed Thangorodrim with his host. In Appendix B from The Lord of the Rings, we find the sentence, "The First Age ended with a great battle in which the host of Valinor broke Thangorodrim and overthrew Morgoth." In the mentioned other version, Eonwe is mentioned in this exact sentence. Interestingly, the fight of Ancalagon and Earendil destroying Thangorodrim is not mentioned here at all. But of course, Ancalagon and Earendil are mentioned in The Lord of the Rings though. In my opinion, this must not be a contradiction. The towers of Thangorodrim were destroyed, Earendil was in a way part of the armies of Valinor, and it could have been a combined effort, or the host simply destroyed what was left. Maybe those versions are also not meant to be combined. As we know, mythology often has contradicting sources too. In some versions it's a dragon falling onto the mountaintops, in others it's Eonwe and his host. What we know is they were utterly destroyed and Ancalagon was a mighty dragon slain by Earendil, Elrond's father. But let us now finally jump back to Elrond and Elros, because at the time when Ancalagon died, they were already around 55 years old. For elves, still very young, but they were half-elven. For example, her mother gave birth to them when she was around 29 years old, which is quite unusual for elves to have children this early. So one could make the assumption that the lives of half-elven are a bit different. With this, we finally focus on the elf lord Elrond himself, but I will also try to connect many parts of his life to what has happened in the First Age. You will see some parallels. Elrond is a survivor. As mentioned, after the third kinslaying, it was now Maglor who took pity upon Elrond and Elros. In older versions of the text, it was Maedhros, and he became their foster father, which sounds really strange. Elrond's and Elros' uncles were not that fortunate. One of the elves who was responsible for the death of so many people the twins knew from the place they grew up, maybe even their mother, they probably didn't know about their mother's survival, is now taking them captive and becomes their foster father? We don't know much about this, but it's hard to imagine what they might have said to each other. Did the twin brothers ever confront Maedhros and Maglor for their evil deeds? It's described that Maglor cherished them and that love grew between them, even with the note that one would not have expected that. It is also noted, but Maglor's heart was sick and weary with the burden of the dreadful oath. Maybe in this Maglor realized even more what he has done and how much sorrow and despair he and his brothers have caused. Maybe this was a way for him to seek some kind of normal life path. It also seems the relationship was not good from the start, because Tolkien uses the word grow here. Maglor invested in it and it grew over time. It of course makes sense that it did not start well. It also must be mentioned that this battle probably had the intention to get the Silmaril, but not to end in a slaughter. It most likely escalated at some point. Still, the Sons of Feanor are responsible as leaders, even if the terrible deeds would have been committed by soldiers who most likely were also burdened by the cruelties of a seemingly never-ending war and the questionable commands of their leaders. There is an interesting note about Maedhros and Maglor when Earendil started flying around with his ship. They noticed a new star at the sky in the west and recognized it as one of the Silmarilli, and they were glad that it could now be seen by many and that it was out of reach of evil. It is not mentioned what Elrond and Elros' thoughts on this were, or if Maglor and Maedhros talked with them about this, but they most likely will have noticed the star too. In my imagination, it maybe gave them comfort, seeing their father as star in the sky, and when it was close to Arda, even their mother was on the ship too to visit her husband. What is interesting about Maglor, he was well known for his singing, harp play and poetry. Maybe he taught Elrond and Elros to play the harp too. There is a cool artwork showing this, sadly I don't have permission to use it. Elrond, for example, takes a silver harp with him on the ship when he leaves Middle-earth at the end of The Lord of the Rings, and Rivendell was a place of song and poetry too. Also keep in mind that song and poetry were ways of preserving stories of old. Elrond was a well-known lore master. We know that Rivendell also had many records of the past. The War of Wrath started around 7 years after the third kinslaying, when the host of the Valar landed in Beleriand, the old west coast of Middle-earth. At this time Elrond and his brother were around 13 years old. It is not clear how their status was among the Sons of Feanor. They were Maglor's foster sons, but you could also say prisoners in a way. What now happens with them during the War of Wrath, we don't know. There are, though, multiple theories that can be crafted here. Usually it takes elves around 50, in some cases even 100 years to be fully grown. Elrond and Elros were half-elven though, and we don't know how their growth or development is. Maybe closer to men and then aging just stops at some point. As mentioned, their mother was only around 29 when she gave birth to them, which might indicate that half-elven are closer to men in the early development, and I would expect it to be different compared to elves. Tuor wanted to fight when he was 16. We don't know when Elrond and Elros were set free or left Maglor, only that they did at some point. We also don't know if they participated in the War of Wrath. Considering that at the end of the war Elrond and Elros were around 55 years old, that Elrond recalls the host of the Valar during his council in Lord of the Rings, that Elros became the leader of the Dún Edain, and Elrond served later as the Herald of Gil-galad, the High King of the Noldor Elves, I could imagine that they might have participated in some form later during the War of Wrath, earning trust and their positions. I think this is highly plausible, but can of course be debated. I think a strong argument is of course the memory of Elrond, where he compared the host of the Last Alliance to the host of the Valar. Quote, "I remember well the splendor of their banners," he said. "It recalled to me the glory of the elder days and the hosts of Beleriand. So many great princes and captains were assembled, and yet not so many nor so fair as when Thangorodrim was broken and the elves deemed that evil was ended forever, and it was not so." That quote has some details of the events during the War of Wrath that he actively remembers, including the numbers and fairness of the princes when Thangorodrim was broken, potentially including the mentioned Ingviel or Ingvion, son of Ingve, and also Finarfin, Galadriel's father. This is, in my opinion, a strong indicator for Elrond being there. I also think it makes sense for a future king like Elros to have proven in a great battle, else why would he be chosen? He was the foster son of Maglor, who after 3 kinslayings had not a good reputation among the elves and men. Of course Elros' bloodline was impressive, but that does not make a good king. I think earning some reputation in this war would be plausible, same with Elrond, who will be in the service of High King Gil-galad after the war. Also, after the War of Wrath, the madness and torment of their oath returned to Maedhros and Maglor. When Morgoth was captured and cast into the void, the host of the Valar retrieved the remaining 2 Silmarilli and stored them in the camp of the Maya Eonwe, Herald of Manwe, leader of the Maiar, the angels of lower rank. There was also the Maya Ilmare. She was with Eonwe, chief of the Maiar. The two remaining sons of Feanor asked Eonwe to hand over the Silmarilli, but he refused, explaining that their deeds, and especially the slaying of Dior in the second kinslaying and the attack on the havens in the third kinslaying, made their claim void, and that they shall return to Aman to receive judgment by the Valar. Maedhros had other plans though and wanted to steal the Silmarilli. Maglor was hesitant, but Maedhros convinced him, knowing that their choice was everlasting darkness over them. As a result, they sneaked in disguise into the camp of Eonwe, slew the guards, I assume elves, and stole the Silmarilli, but it was noticed and alarm was raised. Maedhros and Maglor prepared to die, but Eonwe intervened and let them go, each with a Silmaril. A strange move, one could say, but in the end they made their choice and it just fulfilled their fate. Not being the rightful owners of the Silmarilli, and due to all their evil deeds, their hands were burned by the blessed gems, and in pain and despair, Maedhros cast himself into a fiery pit, ending his life, while Maglor threw his Silmaril into the sea, wandering the shores of Middle-earth in despair forever, lamenting what happened in song. And so the Silmarilli became one with the sea, with the fires of the earth, and with the sky. Elrond and Elros were not present in this deed. As mentioned, I assume they were participating in the war, but we don't know for sure. After the War of Wrath, they must have had contact with the host of the Valar and the Valar themselves, because they had to decide if they would be counted towards men or elves. Elrond decided to be numbered among the elves, while Elros wanted to be numbered among men. This beautiful illustration of Jenny Dolphin shows the tragedy of these decisions. Elrond would potentially never see his brother again, and even if, the day would come where his brother would die, while Elrond would live on until the end of Arda. Elves and Edain also had decisions to make. The ban of the Noldor was lifted. This is a complicated topic though, and they were forgiven. The Oath of Feanor found an end. The first age ended and the second age of the Years of the Sun began. The elves should return to Aman, but some decided to stay in Middle-earth. Depending on the version, Galadriel might be an exception to this and got a personal ban from Valinor, but this is a complicated topic not fitting into this video. Ulmos Maya Osse created an island west of Middle-earth, but still east of Aman, so between both continents. Yavanna, the Valar of Nature, created flora and fauna on it, and other powers worked on this island too, and it was offered to the Edain as a place to dwell in peace. Those Edain who went to this island called Elena, which became the kingdom of Numenor, got a longer lifespan as gift too, and were now known as the Dunedain, the men of the west. Edain means something like second people to be precise, because the elves, the Eldar, were the firstborn, but it's often translated with men. If I talk about Numenor, I will most likely call them Numenoreans, and later, after the fall of Numenor, we turn to the term Dunedain, but Numenoreans are Dunedain. It's, in my opinion, not clear when what term was established and used. We can read, "At the feet of the mountains were built the tombs of the kings, and hard by upon a hill was Armenelos, fairest of cities. And there stood the tower and the citadel that was raised by Elros, son of Earendil, whom the Valar appointed to be the first king of the Dunedain." So Elros was chosen by the Valar as king, and as we learned in, for example, my video about Aragorn, Elros is an ancestor of Elendil, Isildur, and also Aragorn. The line of Dunedain kings starts here, even though it's a complicated line. And don't forget, in early writings of Tolkien, Elrond went to Numenor becoming king and decided to be a mortal man. Gil-galad, Círdan, and Elrond would stay in Middle-earth and founded Lindon, the realm of Gil-galad, High King of the Noldor elves. Galadriel, her husband Celeborn, and Celebrimbor, grandson of Feanor, would found Eregion, close to Khazad-dûm, where the dwarves of Durin, the Longbeards, dwelt. We will discuss this in further detail later. Interestingly, they had a good relationship with the dwarves, despite Celeborn being from Doriath. Note, in Appendix B, Celeborn is mentioned as kinsman of Thingol, king of the Sindar, but he could still be a Teler elf, and in The Road Goes Ever On, written by Tolkien himself and published during Tolkien's lifetime, Celeborn is explicitly mentioned as a Sindar elf, which makes this the most canon assumption of his origin in my opinion. One could ask, where were Galadriel and Celeborn during the late First Age? We can read in The Lord of the Rings chapter The Mirror of Galadriel that after the fall of Nargothrond, the realm of Galadriel's brother Finrod, Gil-galad's father, inherited it, she and her husband fled from Beleriand over the Blue Mountains. As a result, they are not mentioned in the tales of Beleriand after that anymore. When it comes to founding Eregion, according to peoples of Middle-earth, in the Second Age, the elves of Harlindon were mainly Sindarin, and the region was a fief under the rule of Celeborn. So it seems first they were in Lindon with Gil-galad, ruling a fief, and then later they left and Eregion was founded, Second Age 750. How canon this fiefdom is can be debated. One could also ask how the men of Beleriand, the Edain, got to the island gifted to them. A lot of ships were built at this time, and Círdan ordered some of his mariners to transport the Dúnedain with his ships to Numenor, or Elena as it was called too. Elena means starwards because they had to follow the Star of Earendil with Círdan's ships to reach the island. As you can imagine, Earendil was also an important figure for men, and especially the Dúnedain. After they reached the island, the elves left some ships behind for the Dúnedain and sailed back with the rest. We can read in the unfinished tales that even though the Dúnedain loved the sea and later became a seafaring nation, it took them almost 600 years to develop the art far enough to be able to sail back to Middle-earth again. We know that the elves from, for example, Tol Eressëa, so from Aman, visited the Numenoreans and brought them gifts, like the 7 Palantiri or a seedling that would become the white tree Nimlos. See my video about the white trees. It's possible that also the elves from Middle-earth visited Numenor from time to time, but we don't know when this started exactly. Sources contradict each other and how frequent this was. As a result, it's in my opinion unlikely that Elrond has seen his brother again, because he would have to sail to Numenor before Second Age 442, but it's also not impossible, but we sadly find no notes about a meeting though. One could now assume with Morgoth gone, the dragons mostly dead, with few hiding in the cold wastelands in the far north, and the very few surviving Balrogs hiding deep below the earth until Morgoth maybe returns, there should be no conflict anymore. Elrond's quote from his council also reflects that this was believed, but one servant of Morgoth was left, Sauron. After the War of Wrath, Sauron surrendered and was ordered to return to Aman to be judged by the Valar, but instead Sauron managed to escape and hid in the far east of Middle-earth. As a result, he had no chance of a pardon anymore. We can read that the High King Gil-galad noticed the rise of a shadow in the far east. He even wrote a letter to the Numenorean king Tar-Mineldur, warning him, as we can read in the unfinished tales, quote, "A new shadow arises in the east. It is no tyranny of evil men, as your son believes, but a servant of Morgoth is stirring, and evil things wake again. Each year it gains in strength, for most men are ripe to its purpose. Not far off is the day, I judge, when it will become too great for the Eldar unaided to withstand." This shows the foresight of Gil-galad without having access to a Palantir, which were all still in Numenor and or Aman. In addition, one can speculate that it also shows the foresight of his close advisors, Círdan and Elrond, both of them known for the ability of foresight. As we learned, multiple of Elrond's ancestors were also able to predict the future. Think of Huor's last words to Turgon, or Idril, who arranged in secret that an escape tunnel was built. In the case of Idril, she did not only sense the danger for Gondolin, she also became active and made a smart decision that would secure the survival of her family and many other people from Gondolin. These two examples also show different nuances of foresight. In case of Huor, we have a prophecy that became true. Círdan had a vision of Earendil's ship Vingilot in the future. Those might be more supernatural. If Idril had a vision or not, we don't know, but in her case, she could have predicted that Gondolin will sooner or later be attacked by Morgoth and won't last forever, and prepared for this scenario, which in my opinion seems less supernatural and shows foresight as a part of wisdom. It must also be noted that the ability of foresight does not mean that you know what will happen next from the present to eternity and in all situations. That would slightly go more into the direction of omniscience. Also, characters are not limited to one of those aspects. Círdan was also very wise and made wise decisions, like later giving Gandalf his elven ring of power Narya. However, according to Appendix B, Sauron already started to become the new evil in the world around 2nd Age 500, and the mentioned letter was written much later, around 250 to 300 years. Still, during this time the elves had peace, while Sauron established himself and then took Mordor as his realm. In Appendix B, we can read that this happens around 2nd Age 1000, and that one of the motivations to become more active was him noticing the rise of power in Numenor. In the meantime, Eregion was founded around 2nd Age 750, as mentioned, so there was maybe also him seeing that the elves established more realms. It should be noted that there were also Nandor in Lothlorien. It's not clear when the Sindar Amdir became their king, long before Galadriel and Celeborn lived there, but for sure it put pressure on Sauron's plans at some point. If Amdir is canon can be debated, we discuss this later a bit. But what happened, for example, to all those men who fought on Morgoth's side? Think of those related to Ulfang. A lot of them were for sure slain during the war, but some also escaped. We find an interesting quote. In the great battle, when at least Morgoth was overthrown and Thangorodrim was broken, the Edain alone of the kindreds of men fought for the Valar, whereas many others fought for Morgoth. And after the victory of the Lords of the West, those of the evil men who were not destroyed fled back into the east, where many of their race were still wandering in the unharvested lands, wild and lawless, refusing alike the summons of the Valar and of Morgoth. And the evil men came among them and cast over them a shadow of fear, and they took them for kings. So these men might have had an influence of those who remained in, for example, Eriador. I assume this might be the origin of some of the men who will later develop the tradition of working for Sauron, for example, the so-called hillmen. This also might have led to further conflicts within the early Second Age. Sadly, we only knew very few details about this time. Elrond was still relatively young. One could even ask why Gil-galad put so much trust in him. I have no doubt that Elrond has proven himself over time, but it must also be considered that the early Second Age was quite peaceful, and elves and men, maybe the dwarves too, focused on rebuilding and re-establishing what they have lost in Beleriand during the First Age. So there were for sure ways to prove yourself to the king as advisor and herald. A herald is basically an ambassador or diplomat of old times. In Elrond's case, he also led armies in wars. It is not clear when Elrond became officially Herald of Gil-galad. In the chapter The Council of Elrond in The Lord of the Rings, Elrond explains that he was a herald once. In the context of this dialogue, we know he was herald at the end of the Second Age at the time of the Last Alliance. There is another hint about Elrond's status in the Unfinished Tales, but we come to this later. However, Gil-galad trusted Círdan, but also Elrond. For Círdan, it makes sense because he was around for millennia already, fighting in many great wars, being a respected advisor for many elven kings. See my video about Círdan and the history of the elves. He also saved Gil-galad and brought him to the Isle of Balar, where the shipwright established a base for refugees, ships and his forces, so not having Círdan at your side would be madness for any High King, especially when you need to heal the relationship between Sindar and Noldor elves, and Círdan was a Sindar elf. But why a young Elrond? I think multiple factors come together here. There are similarities to his grandfather Tuor, and when he came to Gondolin. We discussed this earlier in the video. Turgon's life was saved by Tuor's father, who also gave him a prophecy, and Tuor was in addition a messenger of Ulmo. Elrond's own heritage is very complex. His great-grandfather was the last High King of the Noldor, but he was also related to King Thingol, who was related to Círdan, who saved Gil-galad. You can argue this is a stretch, which it is, but there is more. Elrond's parents, Earendil and Elring, reached Aman and brought the Valar to intervene and attack Morgoth. In addition, Earendil slew Ancalagon the Black, whose fire breath was so powerful that it was able to push back the host of the Valar. Elves, and I think men too, wrote songs to honor the deeds of Earendil. As such, being the son of Earendil, and Elrond potentially fought in the war too, makes even a High King listen to you. And as Círdan, Elrond is also related to the first and second king of the Sindar. The second king of Doriath, Dior, was Elrond's grandfather by the mother's side. This part here is really difficult to unfold in all its details without the lore from the beginning of the video. You have to understand that at the end, Sindar and Noldor had nothing left and had to start anew. Beleriand was sunk into the ocean, many loved ones dead, some even slain by the Sons of Feanor. Elrond is a tragic figure in this who is connected to all those aspects and maybe could also help to overcome conflicts among the elves, because important figures of the Sindar and Noldor were his family. He is a direct descendant of Turgon, last High King of the Noldor elves. He is also a direct descendant of Thingol, the king of Doriath, who established as first his kingdom in Beleriand and who made the Noldor abandon their own language, Noldorin Quenya, and only speak Sindarin from that time on after he learned of the first kinslaying. And the Noldor did not argue with that, but of course it had a huge cultural impact. Not to mention Luthien, Beren and Dior, who also play important roles in the lore. But Elrond also grew up under Maglor and Maedhros, the last remaining sons of Feanor, who are the grandsons of Finwë, the first king of the Noldor and starting point of the whole Noldorin line of kings. You see how Elrond is connected to all of this, and you see how the surviving elves of Beleriand after the First Age are this cluster of all kinds of elves. There are Noldor, Sindar, Nandor, and maybe even elves who lived under Feanor and his sons. After the war, they all were in Lindon and had to decide what to do. Gil-galad founded his kingdom in Lindon, and forming a realm with elves who have many reasons to dislike each other must be very difficult. With Círdan and Elrond at his side, he maybe had arguments to unite at least some of those elves, overcoming the inner conflicts and heal. An interesting example on top of this was also Galadriel from the royal house of the Noldor, while her mother was a Telar elf and the niece of Thingol, but also Galadriel's husband Celeborn, who was a Sindar himself, according to The Road Goes Ever On, as hinted a few minutes ago. Gil-galad also maybe gave them a fief in Har Lindon, as mentioned. Still, some elves did not want to live under a king of the Noldor, and some wanted to establish their own realms. As mentioned, Galadriel and Celeborn left and founded Eregion together with Celebrimbor, grandson of Feanor, but also some lords of the Sindar moved further into the land. Depending on what you see as canon, Thranduil, or in another version Orofer, left and founded his own realm, but also the Sindar elf Amdir established his realm in Lothlorien, ruling over the Nandor elves living there. We talked about him a moment ago. For Amdir, if we consider him canon, we don't know when exactly, but 2nd Age 1700 he was already king of Lothlorien, and in my opinion it's plausible that he left early with the Sindar that probably did not want to live under a Noldor king. Quote from Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings: "But before the building of the Barad-dûr, many of the Sindar passed eastward, and some established realms in the forests far away, where their people were mostly Sylvan elves. Thranduil, king in the north of Greenwood the Great, was one of these." As you see here, Orofer is not mentioned, because he only appears in the Unfinished Tales. Same with the Sindar king Amdir, who ruled over Lothlorien. With those elves leaving Lindon, one could assume the conflict potential diminished a bit. Still, Elrond could probably prove himself as diplomat here, trying to unite the elves remaining in Lindon and maybe keep good relationships to the new realms. In the Council of Elrond, he seems to remember the times when all the forests were still one gigantic forest, which was early 2nd Age, and that one could meet Tom Bombadil in them, so it seems plausible that he traveled around and not just stayed in Lindon all the time. Beyond that, Gil-galad knew there was trouble in the Far East. Remember the letter he wrote to Numenor, hinting at Sauron being active there. The Noldor king and his advisors probably knew that only together they could stand against Sauron, which is why Gil-galad wanted to negotiate some kind of alliance with Numenor. We will see later how smart that move was, a true 10,000 IQ move, especially when you consider that this was somewhere around 2nd Age 740 to 883. For comparison, Sauron took Mordor as his realm around 2nd Age 1000, and the conflict where Numenor would make the difference was around 2nd Age 1700, so almost 1000 years later. This would also be an interesting point in history for the Amazon show, by the way. I said that the time was relatively peaceful, but Numenor also started making moves in Middle-earth and established settlements, depending on what sources you consult. They destroyed a lot of the woods west of the Misty Mountains, which ultimately led to them not being one forest anymore, as mentioned above. Maybe even Fangorn was once connected to a giant forest from Duneland up to the Shire. As said, Elrond mentioned traveling those woods during his council in The Lord of the Rings when he talked about Tom Bombadil. Quote, "The Barrow-wights we know by many names, and of the old forest many tales have been told. All that now remains is but an outlier of its northern march. Time was when a squirrel could go from tree to tree from what is now the Shire to Duneland, west of Isengard. In those lands I journeyed once, and many things wild and strange I knew." The elves and, for example, Elrond for sure also noticed how Numenor reduced the forests further and further, which might have caused conflict with the elves too. See my video about the White Tree of Gondor and why elves have a deep connection to trees. Some clans maybe more than others though. In addition, the Numenoreans also met other men in Middle-earth, but they spoke a different language, and those were not happy that these new men from the west devastated their forests. As a result, the Numenoreans started driving them out of this region. What they did not know, those men were also related to the Edain through the house of Harles, which spoke a different language. I made a video about Harles and the Haladin if you're interested. Some of those men escaping from the shadow in the Far East during the First Age settled in Eriador on their way to Beleriand and lived there in peace until the Numenoreans came. And so some of them became bitter foes of the Dúnedain. Some of those driven out men fled east and became the Dunlendings, foes of the Dúnedain and later Rohan during the Third Age. Others Norse and became the Brelanders, who also don't treat Strider and the Dúnedain Rangers well. Now that I think of it, I can see what the origin of this might be. Among those were also the mentioned hillmen, or their ancestors, which might have still been under the influence of Morgoth's ideas. Remember the quote where the men fighting for Morgoth became kings east of Beleriand? You can see conflict potential here. If they were hostile towards the Numenoreans too, I can see how this conflict probably escalated. But what they did not know, except for some of the hillmen, all of them were Edain and related. And maybe because the house of Harleth was always a bit isolated and ceased to exist, they did not know the language. As a result, they did not see each other as kin. In a way, this conflict from the early Second Age was a kinslaying of men. This time not for a Silmaril, but over timber for Numenorean ships and settlements like Lond Dyer, or known as Vinyalonde, though it can be debated if they are identical. So in it, one can theorize, was maybe an additional conflict hidden that was based on an old evil from long ago, Morgoth, and for example the betrayal of Ulfang and his tribe, that maybe brought another ingredient to it, spicing things up. The Numenoreans did not see the possibility of those people being their kin, and saw them as evil men instead. In my opinion, this conflict is very sad and based on the fear of people that seem different. It was not tried to understand each other, and this led to death and despair, and a conflict that would survive the ages. It must also be noted for the chronology that the dates are a bit messed up here in the sources about this time. Some accounts from the unfinished tales are contradicting, so I tried to puzzle things together a bit. The elves for sure noticed this conflict between these different peoples of men too. What they thought about it, we don't know. Of course, a reason for the Numenoreans to create settlements in Middle-earth was the letter Gil-galad wrote to the king of Numenor. He wished Numenor at certain important strategic points. According to the unfinished tales, Aldarion, the son of the mentioned king Meneldur, visited Lindon, and Círdan taught him more about shipbuilding. The journeys of the sun to Middle-earth were quite important. Though the first Numenorean ship reached Middle-earth Second Age 600 under Captain Viantor, Aldarion's grandfather by his mother's side. Viantor also learned from Círdan, and this probably created the foundation for Numenor becoming a seafaring nation, though there was maybe also some fluctuation. In a way, Gil-galad had to sacrifice a few things for this alliance: the forests, the men living in the forests, and the resulting conflicts out of this still continuing millennia later. One could ask if this was worth it. We will find out soon. Of course, when those high guests from Numenor visited Lindon, Elrond was there too. Elrond's father was a great mariner himself, and also his grandfather Tuor was fascinated by the sea too. We sadly don't know if Elrond also had a connection to the sea and shipbuilding. He probably lived for millennia in a harbor city. And with the rise of a shadow or a servant of Morgoth, as Gil-galad wrote in his letter, one might expect a sign or message from Aman. We know that Sauron established himself in Mordor, Second Age 1000, and begins to build Barad-dûr. Some centuries later, Second Age 1200, according to Appendix B, an ambassador from the West Continent came to Lindon, and who this is we will discuss in the next part. After we explored Elrond's origin and development in Tolkien's writing process from the 1920s, his ancestors and early days in the lore, and the events of the early Second Age in part 1 of this video, we now take a deep dive into Elrond's life during the Second Age. I try to put him into context with other characters of importance and events of that time here in part 2. Also, when I wrote the script, the Nature of Middle-earth book was not released yet, but I implemented a few things in part 2 afterwards. But keep in mind that the use of this book might be a bit inconsistent and some aspects from it might not be mentioned. After the War of Wrath, which ended the First Age, Beleriand was sunk into the ocean and Sauron surrendered. Out of fear. It's not clear if he had some regret too. The Maiar Ionwe, herald of Manwe, Maiar are so to say the angels of lower rank, commanded that Sauron, who is also one of the Maiar, should return to the west continent Aman to receive judgment. Aman is where these angels live and look over the world. Something similar happened once with Sauron's master Melkor after his first of 2 rebellions on Arda. Melkor was the first Dark Lord and later called Morgoth, which is probably the more widely known name. He was once one of the Valar, that are the powers or angels of highest rank that form some kind of god pantheon. In contrast to Sauron, Morgoth accepted the judgment of Manwe, king of the Valar, but of course he later betrayed the other powers again. Sauron, however, had different plans when he was asked to return to Aman and went into hiding instead. With this, no possible pardon for him was possible anymore. He decided against it and hid in Middle-earth, forging his evil plans. One could ask, why judgment and redemption through the Valar was offered at all? Did Manwe not foresee the betrayal of Melkor and Sauron? In The Nature of Middle-earth, Tolkien explains in a text, the Orsanwe Kenta, that not giving this option and then, for example, not sticking to his word of potential pardon would bring even Manwe one step closer to also become like Morgoth, which I fully agree with. A possible option for redemption after a judgment must be given, and the judge has to stick to his word. It's also remarkable that Tolkien discusses these matters in such depth in some of his draft texts. When the War of Wrath ended, Morgoth of course lost this option due to his first or previous betrayal and was then thrown into the void, and his forces were destroyed or escaped and hid. Some of the men that served the first Dark Lord fled to Middle-earth, and we can read, "And the evil men came among them, and cast over them a shadow of fear, and they took them for kings." Who them means here exactly is maybe open to interpretation. Men awoke in Hildorien in the far east, when sun and moon were created, and Morgoth brought his shadow over them during the First Age. Several groups or tribes fled from there, wandering west to Beleriand, meeting the elves, and became known as the Edain, and some of them as the Atanatari, the fathers of men. On their initial escape to the west, not all completed this journey to Beleriand. Some remained in regions that would become important much later, for example The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. Some settled in Eredor, becoming the ancestors of, for example, the Breelanders and Dunlendings. Others settled in Rovanion, becoming the ancestors of the Norsemen. Some maybe settled further south, becoming the ancestors of the Hillmen, and so on. And in the Far East, we also still have a group of people often referred to as Easterlings, who potentially lived under the influence of once Morgoth and later Sauron. Same with the people from the far south, and I assume Khand too. Check my video about Hales and the Haladin, or the Origin of the Hobbits video, for a bit more detailed information on this topic. And if we come back to the quote, it is possible that these evil men who fled from Beleriand at the end of the First Age brought the evil and influence of Morgoth and Sauron over at least some of those people in Eredor, but of course it could also mean some of the other groups. What we see here is an important lesson on how evil works in Tolkien's world. With the defeat of Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, his evil did not simply vanish, it still remained in the world. It was also infused into the world itself, except for the oceans. In the book Morgoth's Ring, Tolkien calls it the Morgoth element. But as explained, there's more to it. It also is in some of the people's minds. The group of men who fought with the Valar, the Edain, were rewarded with a big island to dwell on, and as we learn in some texts, for example in the Nature of Middle-earth and in Morgoth's Ring, were potentially restored to former glory. So their lifespans became much longer again, maybe as long as it once was. Canon can be debated with this for sure, but according to some theories by the elves mentioned in work-in-progress texts of Tolkien, men originally also had those long lifespans, but when they were influenced and oppressed by Morgoth, who probably made them worshipping him as a god in Hildorien, Eru, that is God, shortened the lifespans of men as a result. Some of those texts have multiple versions, and it is even debated if men were not immortal too at one point, but I highly doubt the latter idea. It's a very complex topic in Tolkien's philosophical texts and deserves its own video at some point. What is canon though, the lifespan of those faithful Edain who wanted to live on this gifted island were prolonged again after the War of Wrath. The exact nature of their change of lifespans is just not clear though. Those Edain then became the Men of the West, the Dunedain or Numenoreans, and the island realm was known as Numenor. Elrond's twin brother Elros, who decided to be counted towards men, became their first king. And in comparison to men that stayed in Middle-earth, they seemed like superhumans that lived for several hundred years. In the Nature of Middle-earth book, we also find some details about the migration process to the island. Quote, "But the whole process of migration appears in fact to have occupied at least 50 years, possibly longer, and finally ended only when Círdan, no doubt instructed by the Valar, would provide no more ships or guides." This text also mentions some interesting numbers of 200,000 and 350,000 people, and that after 1,000 years it was around 2 million, increasing to a peak of 15 million people at the end of Numenor. The island had the size of 467,000 square kilometers or 180,000 square miles, so a bit smaller than Spain. According to this Nature of Middle-earth text and a text from the Unfinished Tales, the Edain were brought to Numenor by the elven mariners of Círdan, and it took at least 50 years. See my video about Círdan and the history of the elves. The Numenoreans on the island were also visited by elves from the west continent Aman, since it was between Aman and Middle-earth. The visitors from the west continent also brought them gifts, and as a result, the Numenoreans developed fast, but they were also taught many crafts during the migration process, and I guess also later by the elven visitors. Quote from the mentioned text from the Nature of Middle-earth: "The Edain brought with them much lore and the knowledge of many crafts, and numerous craftsmen who had learned from the Eldar directly or through their fathers, besides preserving lore and traditions of their own." How canon these passages from originally unpublished notes and work-in-progress texts of Tolkien are can always be debated, so if they are not from The Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, or The Road Goes Ever On, and maybe Tolkien's letters, but we know that Numenor was pretty advanced later on, and this knowledge and exchange with the elves and their long lifespans and blessing accelerated their development massively. In early draft texts of Tolkien, we find in The Lost Road and other writings they had ships that sailed upon water and they descended out of the air, or ships that go now without the wind, and many are made of metal. Also guns, it seems. Our darts are like thunder and pass over leagues unerring. Tolkien, however, did not went with this extreme technological advancement and reduced it a bit again, because I assume he felt it was not needed to portray Numenor as advanced. See my video about technology in Lord of the Rings. Still, one paragraph survived, slightly altered, regarding the perception of men from Middle-earth when they met the Numenoreans. And they took the Numenoreans to be gods. In the Silmarillion, this is a bit more detailed. Quote, For most of the men of that age that sat under the shadow were now grown weak and fearful, and coming among them the Numenoreans taught them many things. Corn and wine they brought, and they instructed men in the sowing of seed and the grinding of grain, in the hewing of wood and the shaping of stone, and in the ordering of their life, such as it might be in the lands of swift death and little bliss. Then the men of Middle-earth were comforted, and here and there upon the western shores the houseless woods drew back, and men shook off the yoke of the offspring of Morgoth, and unlearned their terror of the dark. And they revered the memory of the tall sea kings, and when they had departed, they called them gods, hoping for their return. For at that time the Numenoreans dwelt never long in Middle-earth, nor made there as yet any habitation of their own. Of course, their technological advancement took some time to develop. Only after around 600 years, so around Second Age 600, the Numenoreans were even able to build ships capable to sail back to Middle-earth. This also gives us an idea about what time the last quote describes, if we consider that Numenor started to build small outposts in Middle-earth depending on the source around Second Age 750 to 800 and increased their efforts later. In the text from Nature of Middle-earth we also find a mention of Numenoreans having no weapons on Numenor for quite some time. In part 1 we also briefly talked about Numenor destroying the woods in Erebor and surroundings, which also brought them in conflict with the native tribes of men living there. The Northmen spoke a similar language compared to the Numenoreans, but that was different for the men from Erebor. As a result, it was assumed the Norsemen were their kin, while these others were not. But that was not true. Some of those tribes natively living in Erebor were simply related to a house of the Edain that spoke a quite different dialect or language already in the First Age, but this house ceased to exist, and so this part of the lore was maybe forgotten. The advanced Numenoreans pushed those tribes out of their native land, and they would later become the Dunelandings and Brelanders, and we know that the cornerstone for many conflicts to come and a long feud was laid here. At this time also the elf lord Celebrimbor with Galadriel and Celeborn founded Eregion, where the rings of power will be forged, except the One Ring. There are different versions of who exactly was involved in founding it. Eregion was a realm of the Noldor elves and founded around Second Age 750. In Lothlorien we also had an elven realm, same in Greenwood the Great, which will become Mirkwood during the Third Age. Who ruled those realms at that time is hard to say because multiple versions exist. Most sense, in my opinion, makes King Amdir for Lothlorien, though he is only mentioned in the Unfinished Tales. In Greenwood it's either Thranduil, which is what Lord of the Rings implies, or his father Orofer, who is only briefly mentioned in the Unfinished Tales. I guess Thranduil is the more canon version here. If elves from Middle-earth visited Numenor before Second Age 600 or even after it from time to time is hard to say. There are to my knowledge no explicit mentions. In the story from the Unfinished Tales about Tar Aldarion and his wife Earendil, again canon can be debated, there is a mention of elves visiting Numenor to attend their marriage celebration, Second Age 870, and an implication that elves sometimes rode through the woods of the island. It's not clear if these elves came from Aman or Middle-earth though. We, however, definitely know that elves from Aman visited Numenor, and it seems strange that it's never mentioned that elves from Middle-earth visited too. As a result, it also seems unlikely, as explained last part, that Elrond might have visited his brother, who was the first king of Numenor. It's not impossible though. A reason could be that sailing to Numenor is almost halfway sailing to the west, and maybe elves from Middle-earth feared they would not return because they could not resist sailing to the West Continent afterwards. Just my theory. We also learned last part that Gil-galad, the High King of the Noldor elves in Middle-earth, sent a letter to Numenor, 2nd Age 882, by giving it to the mentioned Aldarion, who visited Gil-galad in Lindon. In it, the Noldor king warns the king of Numenor, the father of Aldarion, of a rising shadow in the far east, which is Sauron, and suggested an alliance. Keep this detail in mind. Around 2nd Age 1000, Sauron takes Mordor as his realm and starts to build his fortress Barad-dûr, which will be completed 600 years later, setting his plans into motion. Also, after Tar Aldarion's rule, the Numenoreans neglect the alliance with Gil-galad again, which might have worried the Elven King and his advisors Elrond and Círdan. And this brings us to where we left off in part 1. Some centuries later, 2nd Age 1200, according to Appendix B, an ambassador from the west came to Lindon, so he claimed. As we can read in the Silmarillion, he introduced himself as Anatar, Lord of Gifts, sent by Aman. It's not 100% clear if he introduced himself as Anatar in Lindon in the Silmarillion, but in the Unfinished Tales this is indicated. But Gil-galad, Elrond and maybe Círdan, he is not mentioned in the passage, had a bad feeling and did not trust him, sending him away, not even allowing him to enter Lindon, but not knowing who he truly was. And they were spot on. It was Sauron in disguise, taking the fairest form he could, trying to manipulate the elves and bring them under his will. In the Unfinished Tales, it is in addition hinted that Sauron sent messengers to Lindon and Eregion even before he came there himself, so he prepared this for a long time. What is fascinating here, that neither Gil-galad nor Elrond nor Círdan has seen the two trees of Valinor. All of them were never in Aman. Being in Aman and maybe having seen the two trees usually makes an elf, in my opinion, see the unseen. I made a detailed video about this too, and what sources for this theory exist. Check my video Seeing the Unseen for more info on this. In the case of Elrond, he has seen the Silmaril of his mother Elwing as a small child. Maybe Círdan saw it too when he visited the havens of Sirion or when he was in service of Thingol of Doriath. See part 1 or the Círdan video. Gil-galad probably hasn't seen the Silmaril, but it's not impossible. The Silmarilli have the light of the two trees in them and emit it. But I think this was not what made the difference here. As said, they did not know who that ambassador truly was, just that something is wrong. I think their foresight and wisdom led them to this wise decision. But Sauron did not give up and tried it with the realm next door, Eregion. Maybe this all happened in parallel, hard to say if we look at the sources. Interestingly, Celebrimbor was born in Aman and has seen the light of the two trees, same as Galadriel, but he did not send him away. However, Galadriel did not trust Anatar, though she did not know who he was, which also speaks for the power of Sauron forming this disguise, that even the most powerful elves could not see through it completely. There is an interesting quote in the Unfinished Tales. He, Sauron, perceived at once that Galadriel would be his chief adversary and obstacle, and he endeavored therefore to placate her, bearing her scorn with outward patience and courtesy. So Sauron had to work for getting the trust of the elves. Lindon also sent message to Eregion not to trust Anatar. The argument of Sauron made against this advice was quite interesting. Quote from the Silmarillion. And they had at first much profit from his friendship, and he said to them, Alas, for the weakness of the great, for a mighty king is Gil-galad, and wise in all law is Master Elrond, and yet they will not aid me in my labors. Can it be that they do not desire to see other lands become as blissful as their own? This is maybe also the earliest mention of Elrond being a wise lawmaster. Of course, at that point he was already far over 1000 years old, but for an elf, I guess still quite young, probably studying the law of the world and his ancestors. According to notes published in The Nature of Middle-earth, this would be the mortal years equivalent of around age 38, but multiple versions exist and it's a difficult topic. In a way, the lore of Elrond's ancestors covers a big part of the history of the world already. As a result, he probably knew about Sauron. Elrond's great-grandmother Luthien defeated the evil Maya once with the help of the hound Huan, and his great-grandfather Beren was almost killed by the Maya too. In addition, Gorlim, a companion of Beren's father Barahir, was tricked and forced by Sauron into betraying Barahir, so Elrond could have known that the second Dark Lord was a trickster and deceiver, who now, as seen in the quote, tried to sow distrust among the elves. Interestingly, Elrond is not mentioned to be a healer yet. It's impossible to say when Elrond became widely known as a great healer. I assume maybe in the Third Age, because he could use the Ring of Power after Sauron's defeat. In Morgoth's ring, we find an interesting note in the section called Laws and Customs of the Eldar, which explains a belief of the elves, also called Eldar. It should be said that there are two text versions called A and B, and Tolkien abandoned text B, which was a revision of A. Why he abandoned the revision is not clear, and as always with work in progress material, canon can be debated. Here the quote about healing. And the Eldar deemed that the dealing of death, even when lawful or under necessity, diminished the power of healing. So the elves believe that your ability to heal is reduced if you deal death to others in, for example, a war, which was listed as a main reason with hunting. It maybe explains why elf women who did not or rarely go to war were often good healers. However, maybe because there were some war times in the Second Age in which Elrond had to command armies, as we will learn in a moment, and maybe fight himself, he was maybe less active as a healer, though it states that it's just deemed by the elves and that the ability was diminished, not removed. It is also not 100% clear how the elves heal people. Is it magic, or as the text also states, skilled in the law of living bodies? On one side, I think there is some sense behind it. On the other, when would an elf need physical healing? Probably most likely when an elf put himself or herself into a dangerous situation and something goes wrong. This includes wars, hunting, or going on long travels through dangerous territory. Else, I don't see much need for physical healing among the elves, to be honest. So wouldn't it make sense that healers were present during wars? In this way, they would be in the war and maybe not participating in the active killing. This could be true for Elrond too, though as a commander of an army, he probably had enough other things to do, though he maybe also refined his knowledge of the living body in the war times. There might be an explanation that could make sense too. Maybe this does not only mean the physical healing of the body, but also the healing of the mind. A soldier just coming from war is probably the one who needs healing and not good at helping other elves mentally through tough times. However, this is just an idea of mine, and the texts hint much more at the physical healing aspect. We might briefly talk about this during the Third Age section again, so in the next part, but let us return to Sauron contacting the elves. As explained, Sauron had some success. While Lindon did not even let Sauron inside their realm, the elves of Eregion, especially Celebrimbor, welcomed him, thinking of him as an ambassador of the powers from the far west. This maybe reveals the eagerness of Celebrimbor to reach or surpass his grandfather Feanor, though in some versions he was only distantly related or not related to Feanor at all, but Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings states he was a descendant from Feanor, making this, in my opinion, canon. This was between Second Age 1200 and 1500. As a side note, Galadriel as a character and her husband Celeborn changed a bit over time, which is a topic for its own video. Tolkien increased the power and influence of Galadriel a lot in his later writings. We find some interesting information of this and what she and Celeborn were up to in the Unfinished Tales, but as mentioned, some of it contradicts other writings. Forgive me when I try to piece the information from different, sometimes contradicting sources together, but we have not many other information about this time otherwise. Keep in mind that canon can be debated when I mention the Unfinished Tales in this video, in general, and I try to hint at it as much as I can. As an example for some contradictions, in some versions Celeborn is a Nando or even a prince of the Teleri from Aman, not a Cinder elf. In some versions Galadriel receives a ban by the Valar, and others she decided to stay in Middle-earth herself. In one version Amros is Galadriel's son, and Celebrian is not mentioned or only mentioned after the war, etc. It is quite complicated. Also, Eregion is a topic for its own video, but here a brief overview under the mentioned context of problems in canon. Depending on the version, it is not clear who exactly founded Eregion Second Age 750, or who had the biggest part in it. In one version it's Galadriel and Celeborn, while Celebrimbor was only accompanying them. There is a version where they all seem more equal, and in another one only Celebrimbor is mentioned as Eregion's lord, but Galadriel and Celeborn are not mentioned at all. For example, in The Lord of the Rings Appendix B and the Silmarillion, which would make this version the most canon. However, it would make a lot of sense that Galadriel and Celeborn lived in Eregion too, and considering their status, plus Tolkien increasing the role and power of Galadriel in later writings, that they participated in the foundation of Eregion. Appendix B also says, Second Age 750, Eregion founded by the Noldor, so it's not credited solely to Celebrimbor either. Why I think Galadriel and her husband being in Eregion makes most sense has to do with the king of Lothlorien called Amros. Amros is mentioned in The Lord of the Rings, but in the version where Galadriel and Celeborn are the founders of Eregion from the Unfinished Tales, Amros is their son. This though is not mentioned in The Lord of the Rings at all, which is strange considering Galadriel's importance and that Amros himself is also mentioned in The Lord of the Rings. In addition, in a later text we find that Tolkien created Amdir to be Amros' father. As a result, Galadriel and Celeborn could not have ruled over Lothlorien from the beginning, and them founding Eregion makes, in my opinion, the most sense here, because one of the main motives for Galadriel coming to Middle-earth and not returning to Aman after the War of Wrath, in some versions there's the mentioned ban, is her wanting her own realm without, as Tolkien calls it, the tutelage of Aman. Quote from the Unfinished Tales. She, Galadriel, had dreams of far lands and dominions that might be her own to order as she would, without tutelage. So why would she come to Lothlorien under the rule of yet another king of the Sindar? Founding Eregion with her husband and Celebrimbor and ruling over this realm together seems most plausible for me. We find a note that Galadriel foresaw that an evil is at the horizon, same as Gil-galad in Lindon, and concluded that only all three peoples united can stand against that. While, as mentioned, Gil-galad tried to ally with Numenor, Eregion was founded close to Khazad-dûm, also known as Moria, and established a good friendship with the dwarves, which helped both Noldor and dwarves developing their arts further. We can read in the Unfinished Tales, so that Eregion became far stronger and Khazad-dûm far more beautiful than either would have done alone. Interestingly, Noldor and dwarves have their love for crafting things in common, and we can read that Celebrimbor was a friend of the legendary dwarven smith Narvi. The Doors of Durin are a well-known cooperation between the two of them. In some versions, the alliance with Moria also helped to expand the influence of Eregion over to the other side of the Misty Mountains, reaching Lothlorien under, I assume, Amdir. The capital of Eregion, Ostinethil, which translates to Fortress of the Eldar, was created 2nd Age 750. As mentioned, due to the texts contradicting each other a bit, it is not clear who played what role when, but Celebrimbor was, according to Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings, Lord of Eregion and the greatest of their craftsmen, and established a group or guild of jewelsmiths called the Gwais Imerdain, which means people of the jewelsmiths. Their influence was great in Eregion, and they had a good relationship with the dwarves of Khazad Dûm, which might be a bit surprising, but the Noldor and dwarves shared their love for the arts of crafting. Galadriel and Celeborn are not listed as Lords of Eregion in Appendix B, and all the information about them are from the Unfinished Tales, which I mix in a bit in the following sections. Now, as mentioned, Sauron disguised as Anatar comes into play. Not only did Eregion let him create distrust between Lindon and Eregion, he potentially managed to also bring Celebrimbor and the Gwais Imerdain against Galadriel and Celeborn. As a result, Galadriel left Eregion at some point, and it seems Celeborn stayed as an unwelcome guest in Eregion, or maybe a bit outside of it. This likely included a household and a small elven army. Again, canon is a problem here, but it seems plausible to me. Originally, I assumed that Celebrian, the daughter of Galadriel and Celeborn, was born in Eregion or maybe later in Lothlorien. Other possibilities were earlier at Lake Nennuial, where, according to the Unfinished Tales, the couple resided for some time, or maybe even when they had their fief in Lindon. However, we have new information in the Nature of Middle-earth book that mentions her birth date to be probably 2nd Age 300, which excludes her being born in Eregion, because it was not founded yet, and also Lothlorien. Though canon is a concern here, it's the only information we have, and Tolkien seems to have envisioned her to be at least not born in Eregion. If we look into the Unfinished Tales text, the date also implies her being born at Lake Nennuial or maybe in Lindon. Quote, "During their sojourn near Nennuial was born at some time between the years 350 and 400 their son Amros." As we see here in this version, they have a son, but the birth date of Celebrian would also fit this time, and Celebrian will marry Elrond around 3100 years later at the beginning of the Third Age. If we move back to Eregion and Galadriel leaving it after Anatar's rise in influence, she interestingly, in some versions together with her daughter Celebrian, might have moved through Moria to reach the other side of the Misty Mountains, while Celeborn, as potentially a Sindar from Doriath, was not the biggest fan of the dwarves, considering the events of the First Age, and would not enter Moria at all. I can also see some conflict potential in this, which Sauron could have used by creating a conflict between the Smiths, who liked the dwarves, and Celeborn, who did not. Sauron knew Galadriel, and her distrust would be his biggest problem to achieve his goals in Eregion, so he had to find a way to push them out. Maybe with Galadriel out of the way, he was able to increase his influence and trust in his arts further inside Eregion. His goal was to teach them to make rings of power. There are lesser rings of power in an unknown number, and the 19 great rings of power, plus of course the one ring, we know from The Lord of the Rings. Under the guidance of Sauron, 16 of those great rings of power were created, and they were sullied or touched by Sauron himself as Anatar. As a side note, the dwarves believe, as mentioned in Appendix A of The Lord of the Rings, that Celebrimbor and his guild might have given one of those rings to his friend Durin III himself, so one of the 7 dwarven rings of power might not have been in Eregion. Quote, Of this ring, something may be said here. It was believed by the dwarves of Durin's folk to be the first of the 7 that was forged, and they say it was given to the king of Khazad-dûm, Durin III, by the elven smiths themselves, not by Sauron. Then, after the 16 great rings of power were forged and the Gwaisi-Myrdain reached the height of their skill around 2nd Age 1500, Sauron returned to Mordor, and it seems somewhere around 90 years later, 2nd Age 1590, Celebrimbor completed his own masterpieces in secret, his own 3 great rings of power known as the 3 elven rings of power, which had a slightly different purpose than the other rings, but were still based on Sauron's teachings and design nonetheless. Elrond explains in The Lord of the Rings during the Council of Elrond, those who made them, the 3 elven rings of power, did not desire strength or domination or hoarded wealth, but understanding, making and healing to preserve all things unstained. Those 3 rings were called Vilya, the ring of air, Narya, the ring of fire, and Nenya, the ring of water. In the meantime, Sauron created the One Ring in a place called Samos Naur, or the Cracks of Doom, inside Mount Doom in Mordor around 2nd Age 1600. The volcanic mountain itself was once created by Sauron's master Morgoth during the First Age or before. I assume his power was strong there, and Sauron could create an artifact that would change or heavily influence the fate of Middle-earth itself for almost the next 5,000 years. He forged the doom of Middle-earth. This One Ring was the master ring of the Rings of Power, and Sauron of course did not tell the elves about it. He put into it a large part of his own power and will, as we learn in the chapter The Shadow of the Past. So this ring was a part of Sauron himself. His idea was to bring all those who used a ring of power under his will, making them his servants who would help him to bring his idea of order over Middle-earth. Here is an interesting side note from a late writing of Tolkien we find in The Peoples of Middle-earth. Of course, canon can be debated. The event of forging the One Ring was so huge that it seems the powers became active to start countering this, you could say. According to this source, around 2nd Age 1600, also the 2 blue wizards arrived in Middle-earth as the first Istari. Those now were the true ambassadors of Aman, who came to Middle-earth to help the free peoples against Sauron as advisors to strengthen the resistance against the Second Dark Lord. I like the idea of them arriving in exactly this time, but of course Saruman, Gandalf and Radagast would arrive much later, around 3rd Age 1000. The 2 blue wizards, though, traveled into the Far East to weaken Sauron's influence on the men of these distant regions, I assume the Easterlings. However, one other person was sent to Middle-earth together with them, and that was no other than Glorfindel, who once sacrificed himself killing a Balrog to save the refugees of Gondolin, including Tuor, Idril, and an around 7-year-old Earendil. As we remember, that is Elrond's father. Glorfindel did not travel into the Far East, but to Lindon, and it is said Glorfindel was sent to aid Elrond and was, though not yet set, preeminent in the war in Eriador. It's very hard to imagine how this first meeting of Elrond and Glorfindel must have been. Elrond met this legendary elven warrior who died in an epic battle against one of the most powerful foes an elf can imagine to save his father and grandparents. Legolas expresses it quite fitting in The Lord of the Rings when he talks to Galadriel and Celeborn. Of all elf banes, the most deadly, save the one who sits in the Dark Tower. I can't imagine what they said, but I'm pretty sure there was an immense respect that Elrond might had for Glorfindel, and maybe over time between both of them, considering that the legendary re-embodied elf lord from the First Age later lived in Rivendell too, and even rode out against the Nazgul alone to help Frodo, probably being asked to do by Elrond. Sadly, there is no more information on this, and it seems Glorfindel, as the Istari later, remained an advisor for Elrond and I assume Gil-galad too. There is no mention if he took an active part in the war and what that looked like. I assume the elves had to fight their battles themselves and he mostly aided them with his knowledge and wisdom. Maybe he was also on some battlefields though. We at least know that he was present on the battlefield in the Third Age during the war against Angmar. In early drafts of The Lord of the Rings, he was also part of the Fellowship of the Ring. If we now jump back to the situation in Eregion and the Rings of Power, I assume that mostly the lords of the elves in Eregion wore those rings, so the leaders and the most influential elves, controlling those would be huge for the Dark Lord, but Sauron did luckily one mistake. He underestimated the elves. Celebrimbor and the others suddenly were aware of the existence of the One Ring and saw the immense danger of their wills being dominated by the One Ring's creator, who was also revealed in the process as Sauron himself, and the elves put the rings of their fingers and would not use them as long as Sauron possessed the One Ring, and Celebrimbor in terror sought counsel. Interestingly, he went to Galadriel, it seems. I guess the relation to Lindon was a bit pressured, and at least Galadriel was sitting in the same boat as him for some time, even though she did not trust Anatar from the start and later left. Of course, also Galadriel knew the situation better and was considered very wise too. This, in my opinion, shows that Celebrimbor saw his mistake and was not overcome by pride. If we compare this to the fall of Gondolin, discussed in part 1 of this video, we see many parallels, but also one small difference. Turgon was warned by, for example, Elrond's grandfather Tuor, who was sent by the Vala Ulmo, but the Noldor king was too proud to take action or change his path until it was too late. Celebrimbor was warned too, actually twice as we learned, by Gil-galad and by Galadriel. And he and his guild did not listen too, but he did at least change his path at the very end. In my opinion, it needs some character to admit your mistake. We don't know how the dialogue between him and Galadriel went, but she also had reasons to react with scorn, considering she and her family were potentially pushed out of Eregion by Celebrimbor and his smith friends. But we know she gave him good advice. She advised him to hide the 3 rings of power. Both agreed it would be best to destroy them, but they could not do it. We can read in the Unfinished Tales, and Celebrimbor went to Lorinan to take counsel once more with Galadriel. They should have destroyed all the rings of power at this time, but they failed to find the strength. This can be interpreted in multiple ways. One would be that it's difficult to destroy the rings of power and they had not the power to do so, or they could not find the will to do so, either because they desired the rings in some form or the rings already had some minimal power over them. It could even be that both points were true. We don't know for sure, but we know the rings were not destroyed by the elves and it was never really tried. We only know that 4 of the 7 dwarven rings of power were much later consumed by dragonfire, I assume around 3rd Age 2570 during the War of Dwarves and Dragons, so it is possible to destroy them. However, Sauron was furious that his plan failed and now he wanted the rings back to make use of them somewhere else and take revenge. He knew it would be much easier to bring men under his will, but elves would have been more powerful as servants, and that is why he tried it with the elves in the first place. So he prepared an army that must have been absolutely massive. In the meantime, Celebrimbor followed Galadriel's advice and hid the rings, the 16 or 15 depending on what the dwarves say is true, inside Eregion, and the 3 he sent elsewhere. Vilja and Narya he sent to King Gil-galad in Lindon, and Nenya he gave to Galadriel. Again, we could ask how contacting Lindon went after Eregion turned down the advice of Gil-galad, Elrond and most likely Círdan. If you think about it, Celebrimbor was quite different to his grandfather Feanor in this regard, who would probably not have admitted his mistake and corrected his path. And this small difference in character will make a huge difference and Celebrimbor almost a tragic hero, while the outcome for Eregion will be similar to Gondolin. One could ask, when Sauron's identity was revealed to the Elves of Eregion, why did it take Sauron around 93 years to attack? What did he do all the time? In the Nature of Middle-earth, we find an unusual text called Note on the Delay of Gil-galad and the Numenoreans that gives some answers to this, but also creates many new questions, in my opinion, which might be why Christopher Tolkien did not publish it in the Unfinished Tales before. Shoutouts to my mod Kierdan for this thought. In short, it says that after the War of Ras, Sauron had trouble gathering orc armies because so many died there, and after it, some stronger kinds of orcs were hiding far away and were scattered. For example, in the far east of Middle-earth, there were wild and ungovernable orcs who were not under his control, and the text explains that while he was in disguise in Eregion, he simply could not go there and bring them under his rule. They would have laughed at him in his fair form, which shows that this mission was a huge focus for him and he could not make any suspicious moves, which actually weakened Sauron in a way. And this disguise mission took around 400 years in total. We can read that Sauron's emissaries were active among the men of the East as well, but Numenor also had people in Middle-earth, probably exploring the land, and they potentially told Gil-galad that they saw activity in and around Mordor, which the Dark Lord would have wished to keep secret. Sauron, however, could not risk that they also found out about further activities in the East or his true identity while playing the role of Anatar in Eregion. The text does not 100% explain, though, what its title suggests, why Gil-galad did not preemptively attack the forces gathering there if he knew about activity in Mordor. In addition, Sauron had 1,200 years of preparation time before, and if Sauron would have succeeded with the elves, he would not have needed a war, so there are some questions raised by the text. Only after his true identity was revealed, he could focus again on the East, trying to bring these orcs and Easterlings further under his control and train armies. In addition, the peoples of Middle-earth text, the Five Wizards, is mentioned, which implies that the Istari, the two blue wizards to be precise, had an effect there. It further says that there were enemies in the East and Thousand Lands, which could mean the blue wizards, though that is an interpretation in the context of the greater lore. Keep in mind that there are multiple versions of the blue wizards, but in my opinion, if you consider the version where they already arrived during the Second Age, it seems plausible that they might have opposed Sauron in the east, in the regions of the Easterlings, maybe around Rhûn, but in my opinion not in the far south, for example in the regions of the Haradrim. There is no real evidence for this. This detail is strange because the text also mentions the Thous, so who could those enemies in the south be? If we look closer, we notice that it also states, and the southern lands to which he, Sauron, had not yet given sufficient thought. So far, the south was maybe not as much on Sauron's radar yet, and in my opinion, potentially not really part of his plans yet. The blue wizards being active in the south is only mentioned in letter 211 from 1958, at least to my knowledge. Here, Tolkien expresses that he is not sure about their story, but suggests that they also fail their mission like Saruman, and maybe even form secret cults and magic traditions that outlasted the fall of Sauron. Just a theory, maybe Tolkien thought about tying this to The New Shadow, the sequel to Lord of the Rings, which he abandoned because their cults are mentioned too. He started writing it maybe in the 50s, and some thoughts went into it as late as 1968 and 1972. Though in these late years he changed the blue wizards to being successful again. However, a later text, also from 1972, might even indicate again that all Istari reached Middle-earth at the same time, sent by the Valar at a crucial moment in the history of Middle-earth. Lord of the Rings implies all arriving at the same time as well, in my opinion. Still, all texts have in common that they only talk about the East except the letter 211. Even the Peoples of Middle-earth text from around 1970 mentions that the blue wizards were only active in the East. Some parts of the script seem to be missing in the text, I assume because the handwriting was very difficult to read, which is noted in the comment above it, but Christopher Tolkien would have been able to piece together East and South if it was this simple. In addition, the name Romestamo for one of the Blue Wizards in this version means East Helper, which leads me to the impression that Tolkien moved the activity from East and South towards East again, where they also now succeed in this version. We also find the note that they fail to find Sauron's spirit hiding in the Far East after the War of the Last Alliance, which further shows activity in the East. So quite a big difference to Tolkien's vague thoughts in letter 211, which he wrote around 12 years earlier. Interestingly, the Unfinished Tales text from 1954 also only mentions the Blue Wizards being in the East, but not the South. There is even one text where the Blue Wizards perished or were potentially even ensnared by Sauron, becoming his servants. It's, in my opinion, somewhat possible to connect the nature of Middle-earth text into what we know about the Blue Wizards from the 1970 text published in the Peoples of Middle-earth, if we only consider the East. In addition, we have those wild and ungovernable orcs preying upon one another and upon men, whether good or evil, and maybe even some resistance among the Easterlings themselves supported by the Blue Wizards. The nature of Middle-earth text also mentions enemies in the Thousand Lands though, which I would interpret as most likely the Numenoreans or the Haradrim, who were maybe not under Sauron's control yet, quote, the Southern Lands to which he had not yet given sufficient thought. The text is called Note on the Delay of Gil-galad and the Numenoreans, but talks less about Gil-galad and Numenor and more about why it took Sauron so long to build an army to attack Eregion. I think him needing time after putting aside his disguise as Anatar to increase his influence again, which he neglected, and train his armies makes somewhat sense, but the exact reasons are also a bit strange, and as said, he had centuries before he disguised himself as Anatar. And considering how many contradicting sources exist, it's in my opinion almost impossible to form a consistent chronology out of all these texts. As a result, take all this with a grain of salt. It's very work in progress material. What we might learn: Sauron needed that time to build an army strong enough to conquer Middle-earth, and that he was at haste and would have needed more time, which might also explain him failing in the end. Second Age 1693, the war begins. He even had the allegiance of some groups of men from Calenardon and the White Mountains. And Second Age 1695, Sauron arrived with his massive force in Eregion and sacked it. In the Unfinished Tales we find some details beyond what we know from the appendices of The Lord of the Rings. Of course, Appendix B mentions that Gil-galad sent Elrond to help defend Eregion in the same year that Sauron started his attack, which seems strange if Gil-galad knew about activities in Mordor. In the Unfinished Tales we can also read that Celeborn was still in Eregion and also tried to help with his forces. There's also a new text from the Nature of Middle-earth. Celebrimbor fights against Sauron at the halls of his smithing guild, but ultimately is captured by the Dark Lord and his forces. Quote, Celebrimbor, desperate, himself withstood Sauron on the steps of the great door of the Myrdain, but he was grappled and taken captive, and the house was ransacked. Under torment, Celebrimbor reveals where the rings of Eregion are, but not where he hid his 3 rings of power, and is put to death by, I assume, orc arrows. Quote, concerning the 3 rings, Sauron could learn nothing from Celebrimbor, and he had him put to death. His corpse with all the arrows stuck in it is put on a pole and used as kind of a cruel banner by the orcs, and is carried through the streets of Eregion. Quote, in black anger, he, Sauron, turned back to battle, and bearing as a banner Celebrimbor's body hung upon a pole shot through with orc arrows, he turned upon the forces of Elrond. Elrond and his forces were almost overwhelmed and utterly destroyed, even with the help of Celeborn, if not the dwarf from Moria, using the Dwarves of Durin, potentially together with the elves from Lothlorien, attacked Sauron's rear at this time too. It's interesting that the Elves of Lorien, some of them Sindar elves who had a feud with the dwarves, would go through Moria and fight with the dwarves, but this also demonstrates how dire the situation was and how powerful Sauron and his army must have been. Due to this attack, Elrond, and I assume Celeborn too, could retreat. Elrond went far back to the Misty Mountains and created a stronghold as refuge, which was called Imladris, or Rivendell, and this is how Rivendell came to be. It was probably also a refuge for all the elves and men fleeing from this terrible war. Some also fled through Moria to Lothlorien. Sauron's forces, though, managed to push the dwarves and elves back, and they retreated behind the doors of Durin and shut them. Shutting the doors to Moria is interestingly also mentioned in Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings. Sauron got, in the meantime, the 15 or 16 rings of power and could guess that Celebrimbor probably gave them to Lindon and Lothlorien. Interestingly, he maybe considered attacking Lothlorien first, but decided against it, which can be seen as a mistake. After conquering Eregion, he decided to attack Lindon because for him it was more likely to find the rings there, and he was right with it. As a result, Sauron continued his conquest through Eriador, and it was in ruins. Because Elrond escaped with a capable force, he besieged Imladris too and had to split his army to contain Elrond and his forces there. Now we come to the 10,000 IQ move. Gil-galad wisely asked Numenor for help long ago. Some were already there and prepared for the war according to the unfinished tales, but Numenor's reinforcements or main forces were still late, and Sauron reached the line of the river Hlun and summoned more forces from the southeast, also attacking Tharbad. It's described that it was only lightly held. It was looking grim for Lindon. Despite Sauron already splitting his army, it was still too powerful. But then the Numenorean forces under Tar Minastir, the king of Numenor of that time, arrived with a very powerful host in Lindon. They also sent ships with troops under Admiral Kiriatur over the Gwaaslo, the Grey Flood, around Vinyalonde, which is likely Londdyr, to intercept Sauron's retreat. With these combined forces of elves and men at Lindon, Sauron was pushed back and barely escaped. After a slaughter in Sarnford and his forces being strengthened again in Tharbad, Sauron then noticed that he had the army of Admiral Kiriatur in his rear, which led to the Battle of the Gwaaslo, one of the last battles in the War of Elves and Sauron, where the Dark Lord's forces were utterly defeated. He escaped with a small host, but was again assailed in the east of Kalinarthon again. Sauron managed to very closely escape this last encounter with just a few bodyguards and retreated to Dagorlad in front of Mordor. Then the forces of Gil-galad went north. Only his forces are mentioned in the unfinished tales. It's not clear what the Numenoreans did, but I could imagine they would help the twin brother of their first king too. The part of Sauron's host that was still besieging Imladris was now attacked by Gil-galad's forces from behind and Elrond's forces breaking the siege from the front. As you can imagine, the orc army was destroyed. It's possible that maybe some orcs and maybe trolls fled north into the mountains, but that is just my speculation. My idea is that this mountain area will have some orc and troll activity during the Third Age, and this might be a first foundation for it, but there are also more wars in the Third Age that could explain this activity too. And with this ended the War of Elves and Sauron. One could argue the Free Peoples won, but the whole region was in ruins. Not much was left of Eregion, and the elves were weakened in this area too. Sauron escaped and could grow armies again in Mordor. His position was not the best, but also not the worst, and he got 15 or 16 rings of power out of it, as he wanted, which would prove to be very powerful. I think would he have attacked and destroyed Lothlorien with full force first, he could have maybe achieved even more, especially later on. At this time, I think after the war, a council was held around Second Age 1701. This could be considered a predecessor of the White Council we know from the Third Age, but keep in mind all this is unfinished tales material. Who the council members were is not known, but Gandalf and Saruman were not there yet, and we only know Gil-galad gave his ring Vilya to Elrond there and made him his vice-regent in Eriador. So both of them must have been part of it. My guess for other members besides those two would be Círdan, Galadriel, both members of the Third Age White Council too, and Celeborn, who fought with Elrond, and maybe Glorfindel. I would argue making Elrond vice-regent in Eriador strengthened his position as being a potential successor of the king too. The council knew Sauron was still there, and he had the One Ring and the Rings of Power, which made him still a great threat. It was also decided that Eregion would not be rebuilt and Imladris would become the new stronghold in Eriador, guarding the pass over the Misty Mountains. From all of this we can observe a few things. Elrond was a lawmaster. One could ask, who needs a lawmaster? I think beyond preserving cultural identity, it also preserves history and gives the chance to learn from past mistakes, especially if you are also in parts a witness of this history yourself. It's not a cryptic note from some distant ancestor of old you never knew, but for Elrond and the other elves, it was their own past. As a result, a few things went different. Feanor was influenced by Morgoth early in Aman, which resulted in pride and conflict between Feanor and his half-brother Fingolfin, and maybe also the other half-brother Finarfin, Galadriel's father. Not falling for Sauron in disguise and not accepting his advice was crucial here. Also, Gil-galad and his advisors, Elrond and Círdan, somehow found out that Sauron is active in the east and they asked for help. Elrond and Círdan were both known for their ability of foresight. Remember Idril, who saw the trouble on the horizon, building an escape tunnel early? Just as a small hint of terminology, I use the term advisors here for a lack of a better term to summarize their position. It's not an official term. Listening to advice and initiating the right steps early on, asking for help, not falling for the schemes of the Dark Lord and not starting a feud with others, for example the dwarves, were the key to success here. Of course, it did not went ideal because Eregion fell for Sauron in disguise, and that is why it was very close at the end, but at least Eregion saw its mistake, tried to prevent the outcome, asked for help again, and also did not fall for other mistakes like ending their good relationship with the dwarves, which made a difference at the end. Though all of this still ended in the complete destruction of Eregion and Celebrimbor's death, but not all was lost. I find this a very interesting development, with some more nuances. Elrond's ancestor, Thingol, and the dwarves were ensnared by the dreadful doom of the Silmarillion. It led to greed and pride and resulted in a feud that would last until the end of the Third Age, and Thingol was also warned multiple times but did not listen. Elrond and Gil-galad never let an artifact of doom come to them. They recognized it in advance. As a result, a deeper feud did not happen. If we imagine what if the dwarf and elves would have extended their feud, Elrond maybe would have not survived. If Eregion would have created another situation like in Doriath, where dwarves and elves once worked together and then started killing each other, things would have become grim. Maybe this is why Tolkien wrote the idea of Celebrimbor gifting one of the rings to Durin into Appendix A of The Lord of the Rings. The elfsmith and his guild shared, avoiding conflict and strengthening their friendship. That is why I like this idea a lot. Of course, some details are different. The Silmarillion came from outside to Doriath and were not created within it. I also think this might be a reason why Elrond always welcomed the dwarves in Rivendell. He and Galadriel maybe agreed on that only all three peoples of Middle-earth combined can stand against Sauron. Celeborn can be seen as a contrast here, because he never was a big fan of the dwarves, but it seems he at least did not actively oppose or sabotage this friendship we could see in Eregion, and for example apologizes to Gimli in Lord of the Rings for his harsh words. In addition, Imladris maybe followed the tradition of Eregion. At least one legendary artifact was forged or reforged in Imladris too, which is of course Andoril, and in this context Narsil was forged by the legendary dwarven smith Telchar, and dwarves and men visited Rivendell and found hospitality, advice and refuge there. It seems strange that Eregion was not rebuilt though, but maybe after the war there were not enough elves left for this. In the extended edition of the films we see the ruins of Eregion when the Fellowship travels to cross the Misty Mountains over the Redhorn Pass. If we come back to the council and its members, there is another hint. What supports the idea of Galadriel being at the council is that we can read that she and Celebrian, her daughter, came to Rivendell to see for Celeborn at this time too. One could assume the council is held in Rivendell, but we don't know for sure where it was held. It must be noted though that in this text, which is the only source for this council, Amros is still Galadriel's son, who stayed back in Lothlorien. So one could argue the canon here. Also, Gil-galad giving Vilya to Elrond is different in other texts too, but I think a council makes sense, as it makes sense for Elrond being promoted, you could say. At the end, we know Elrond will get the ring anyway. According to this text, it is also here where Elrond saw Celebrian for the first time and fell in love with her, but said nothing at this time. So for Elrond, this must have been an interesting time, from almost being murdered by Sauron in a terrible war in which the elves almost being pushed to complete defeat, to being promoted vice-regent and falling in love, all in a relatively short time. Maybe he felt it was not the time for romance yet, and that he needed to process a bit what happened, which is maybe why he said nothing. Just my speculation. If we consult Nature of Middle-earth, it might also have to do with being in the wrong life cycle. Again, canon is a problem with the source for their meeting, but we know he must have met Celebrian at some point, and this point in time seems very plausible. Elrond also became the Lord of Rivendell, and I assume Glorfindel, if he was there yet, came with him because the text explicitly states that he came to the aid of Elrond. For sure did Glorfindel not sit in Rivendell all the time and traveled around instead, but I guess it became his home. At least at the end of the Third Age it seems to be. However, Imladris or Rivendell is established and Elrond is now the lord of this place, probably as lawmaster storing records of the past and the lore there. We know from the prologue of Lord of the Rings that Bilbo used all sources available to him in Rivendell, both living and written, for his parts of the Red Book of Westmarch. After all these details, we fall into an interesting era we don't have that much information about. For sure, the elves knew that Sauron had 15 or 16 rings of power and that he was still a threat. Of course, we can read in the Silmarillion about the 3 elven rings of power. Of all the elven rings, Sauron most desired to possess them. And in Appendix B, we find the note for Second Age 1800. From about this time onward, the Numenoreans begin to establish dominions on the coasts. Sauron extends his power eastwards, the shadow falls on Numenor. Sauron is active in the east and even manages to extend his power, I assume get more influence over, for example, the Easterlings. At the same time, the Blue Wizards are active in the east to counter that. However, the west of Middle-earth, including Rivendell and Lindon, seems to have some peace and try to rebuild, while Numenor, I assume, established maybe encampments or harbors, etc. to control the coasts. It's not really clear because Vinyalonde and Tharbad were already there, and we don't know too many other Numenorian harbors in that region. Pelargir is built later by the Faithful, when Umbar was created or maybe taken over by the Numenorians in the South is not clear either, but maybe in that time too. But also something changed in Numenorean's foreign politics, which is connected to the line "the shadow falls over Numenor." We can read in Appendix A, "Moreover, after Minas Tirith, the kings became greedy of wealth and power. At first, the Numenoreans had come to Middle-earth as teachers and friends of lesser men afflicted by Sauron, but now their havens became fortresses, holding wide coastlands in subjection. Atanamir and his successors levied heavy tribute, and the ships of the Numenorean returned laden with spoil. So the next kings of Numenor became greedier and put men in Middle-earth living in their dominion under heavy tributes, extracting treasures from Middle-earth. A huge contrast to what we read earlier, where they were teachers and revered as gods. Considering that they mostly controlled the coastline, this might primarily indicate Umbar and maybe Vinyalonde. It's not clear how many non-Numenorean men lived around those harbors, but of course it's possible that a population grew there, especially Eriador was destroyed and people maybe searched new places to settle and live in safety. I also want to hint at an unusual text published in Peoples of Middle-earth called Tal Elmar. It's an unfinished and abandoned little story of Tolkien that is about the perspective of men from Middle-earth on the Numenoreans. These men in the story live in a town somewhere at the west coast of Middle-earth, I assume. Where exactly, we don't know. It would go too far to discuss it here, and I just want to mention it, but it also hints at Numenoreans attacking the coast to plunder or to make settlements, though fitting it into the chronology is also difficult. It might play much later in the Second Age. Another interesting place I want to briefly mention is Dol Amroth, but it's a complicated topic for an own video. During the late First Age, some seafaring Sindar elves escaped with Círdan and sailed further than the Isle of Balar, where Círdan had a stronghold or refuge camp. They sailed to where we much later would find Gondor and settled there, creating a place called Elrond, meaning Elf Haven. Then, according to the unfinished tales, after the destruction of Eregion and after uniting in Rivendell, where Elrond saw Celebrian for the first time, Galadriel, Celeborn and Celebrian, in this version of the text Amroth is still their son, went to a region called Belfalas, close to Elrond, and dwelled there. Their son Amroth would visit them from time to time and bring Nandor elves from Lothlorien with him. Maybe some accompanied Galadriel and Celeborn initially too, and maybe some of the elves from Elrond went there as well. And so this place grew and became Dol Amroth, meaning the Hill of Amroth. However, as explained, Amroth is in later texts not their son anymore, and we are back at the canon discussion. Still, this place is mentioned in The Lord of the Rings, and it's called Dol Amroth in it too, meaning the Hill of Amroth. On top of that, the connection of the elves in this place and the later story of Amroth, who lived there, is referenced there as well. As a result, it seems very plausible that Amroth did go there at some point, and so it was named after him. Maybe he went there as son of Amdir instead. If Galadriel and her family went there too, it's hard to say. Either that or they moved to Lorien and stayed there. Later, we don't know when, a Numenorean noble family of the Faithful, we come to that in a moment, settled in this region too. I can't say though if it was this time or much later in the Second Age. The story is chronologically a bit confusing with all those different sources. I just wanted to mention it for further confusion. What Elrond thought about all of this is not known, but he and Gil-galad must have known about who settled where, while trying to have an eye on Sauron's activities and not wearing their rings of power. Same for Galadriel, while Sauron had the One Ring. It seems Sauron managed to hide from their eyes because we find no mention about how, when and to whom he gave his 15 or 16 rings of power, which is pretty surprising. As a result, the identities of all the Nazgul but one are not known, and we don't know which dwarven lords got a ring of power except for one, but around this time Sauron must have gifted his rings of power, because we can read in Appendix B, Second Age 2251, About this time, the Nazgul or ring race, slaves of the Nine Rings, first appear. It's not clear how long it took for the rings and Sauron to turn these 9 men into Nazgul, but it probably took some decades, maybe a century or more, we don't know. The Silmarillion gives us some descriptions of this. Quote, "Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their day, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. They obtained glory and great wealth, yet it turned to their undoing. They had, as it seemed, unending life, yet life became unendurable to them. They could walk, if they would, unseen by all eyes in this world beneath the sun, and they could see things in worlds invisible to mortal men. But too often they beheld only the phantoms and delusions of Sauron, and one by one, sooner or later, according to their native strength and to the good or evil of their wills in the beginning, they fell under the thraldom of the ring that they bore and under the dominion of the one which was Sauron's. And they became forever invisible, save to him that wore the ruling ring, and they entered into the realm of shadows." It was a process and probably took time, especially the line, "they had, as it seemed, unending life," could hint at them living longer than a human life. Another possibility to observe this would be them not aging too, or both. Tolkien words it carefully in the Silmarillion who 3 of those 9 were. Quote, "It is said that among those whom he ensnared with the 9 rings, 3 were great lords of Numenorean race." It is said, so it's a rumor, maybe only a theory. From the unfinished tales we only know one name of the 9, Khamul, the Black Easterling. Pronunciation is not clear to me, it could be Khamul or Khamul. In Adunaic and Orcish names, the KH becomes a CH sound, as in German Bach. In Dwarvish it's K with a small H sound. The name is of course not Dwarvish, but it's in my opinion not Orcish either. Could be Black speech, which is in theory spoken by orcs, but there are actual Orcish tongues too, and Black speech is not explicitly mentioned in the description of this sound. It could be an unknown language of the Easterlings as well. We don't know, and I like Khamul better, so I go with that, but Khamul could be correct too. Where the other 5 Nazgul are from, or who they once were, we don't know. For the 3 Numenorean ones, I would assume they lived in Middle-earth. I can't imagine that Sauron secretly entered Numenor to give them the rings at that point. We are talking of a time around the year Second Age 2151, 100 years before the Nazgul appeared, I guess, maybe a bit later, or likely even earlier considering the long lifespans of the Numenoreans. I personally theorize that Umbar and surroundings might have been a good place for Sauron to seek contact and give the rings of power to those 3 Numenorean lords, because else he would have to travel unseen far into the lands of the elves again, so enemy territory from Sauron's perspective. Umbar was closer and also closer to territory he controlled and had allies within. Maybe he even had influence on the Haradrim too, because, as mentioned, Numenor put heavy tribute on the people close to their settlements, so Numenor was for sure not that popular, and considering that Umbar might have been controlled by Numenor, that would mean the Haradrim, the people of the far south, were affected by those tributes too. Numenor was so advanced at this time that no one would dare to stand against them in open conflict, not even the Dark Lord. It's of course also not clear if Sauron gifted the rings in person or sent servants. His command structure in Mordor from this time is completely unknown, and as said, this must have happened in secret, else the elves would have known about it. Gifting the ring to an Easterling lord or king in the case of Khamul was much easier though. Maybe he also gifted some rings to the Haradrim and the Variag, men from a mysterious region or land called Khand, southeast of Mordor. Maybe he even reached out to the Norsemen, we don't know. and one can form all kinds of theories here. When it comes to the dwarves, we know that Durin III and his heirs had one of the 7 rings of power. There are 7 houses of the dwarves, so it makes sense to assume that every house got 1 ring. The house of Durin is the house of the Longbeards. In the Silmarillion we find the following hint. It is said that the foundation of each of the 7 hordes of the dwarf kings of old was a golden ring. So there are 7 hordes, maybe 1 for each house. Again, we don't know, which makes sense because the dwarves kept those rings secret. At least that was the case for the ring of Durin. Quote from Appendix A. But the possessors of the Dwarven Ring of Power did not display it or speak of it, and they seldom surrendered it until near death, so that others did not know for certain where it was bestowed. I could imagine this was similar with the other Dwarven Rings of Power. The dwarves always like to keep something secret. However, we do not know how they received them. I read the theory that Sauron maybe met with the lords of the 7 houses in Gundabad. Gundabad is a special and culturally important place for the dwarves, and we can read in Peoples of Middle-earth that the dwarven houses in the early ages often held assemblies of delegates at Mount Gundabad. In times of great need, even the most distant would send help to any of their people. This includes the Second Age, I guess, but we can also read in Peoples of Middle-earth, for though Moria remained impregnable for many centuries, the orcs, reinforced and commanded by servants of Sauron, invaded the mountains again. Gundabad was retaken, the Ered Mithrin infested, and the communication between Moria and the Iron Hills for a time cut off. It seems there might have been a time when Gundabad was conquered by Sauron's forces again, and in the context of this passage of the same text, this was during the Second Age, close after the fall of Eregion. The time is mentioned 2 sentences before, quote, "The Second Age had reached only the middle of its course, circa Second Age 1695, when he, Sauron, invaded Eriador and destroyed Eregion." The mention of commanded by servants of Sauron could mean the Nazgul, but of course Sauron had other servants too, and I assume they would have been named here otherwise. I would argue this was around the time when giving the rings of power to men and dwarves, and as a result, Gundabad can't be the place where Sauron met with the dwarven lords, because it was conquered by Sauron, which implies being at war with the dwarves. Canon can be debated, but both information are at least from the same text, and there are no contradicting statements from the main sources as well, as far as I know. The question is simply, how long was Gundabad occupied, and was it at that time Sauron gifted the Rings of Power? I have no better idea for this, but to me it seems this theory is, with these information in mind, very unlikely. Maybe he just visited them in disguise and gifted them the rings. Maybe they were brought to them by a messenger. I think, though, it was done quite secretly. Somehow, though, it must have become known that 7 rings were gifted to the dwarves and 9 to men. We know this from the ring verse we find in Lord of the Rings in the chapter The Shadow of the Past. There Gandalf describes it as a verse long known in elven lore. The elves of course knew about their rings. Seeing the Nazgul, they could have assumed that Sauron gifted 9 rings of power to men, but how did they know about the 7 rings of the dwarves? Another guess, foresight, use of a palantir. They might have known only about 1 in case it was gifted to Durin III by Celebrimbor. I think this will remain a mystery, and we also have no clear date for when the verse was written or when those rings were gifted. We know somehow dwarven lords, or dwarf kings as Gandalf described them in Lord of the Rings, possessed 7 rings of power at some point after the fall of Eregion. Looking into the texts, there's a ton of uncertainty here. It's not even clear that 7 dwarf kings each possessed a ring, though that seems to make the most sense and is the common understanding. We only know there were 7 rings possessed by dwarf kings, and the Silmarillion mentions 7 hordes. The number of kings is not specified. Interestingly, the number of men is also not specified to 9 men in some texts, but we know there are 9 ring race. As a result, I can see how this is the common understanding. Of course, for the dwarf rings we have 7 houses and 7 hordes, which makes this very plausible too. I could sadly not find more useful information in the text though. We also know that the rings of power did not affect the dwarf kings, quote from Appendix A, but they were made from their beginning of a kind to resist most steadfastly any domination. Though they could be slain or broken, they could not be reduced to shadows enslaved to another will, and for the same reason their lives were not affected by any ring to live either longer or shorter because of it. So the effects of those rings were not present at all for dwarves, only one thing changed. The only power over them that the rings wielded was to inflame their hearts with a greed of gold and precious things, so if they lacked them, all other good things seemed profitless, and they were filled with wrath and desire for vengeance on all who deprived them. Also, we can read again in Appendix A in the chapter Durin's Folk that according to Thorin Oakenshield's grandfather, Thror, the ring needed gold to breed gold. I interpret this as it helped to make good business decisions, which of course needed an initial investment instead of magically producing gold out of thin air. It's not clear if Thror was aware that it was the last ring in dwarven possession, but I think that is very likely. However, as explained, it is not clear how the dwarves got into possession of the rings. They would have not trusted Sauron, which makes me curious how and when they got them. The Dark Lord probably waited until the dwarves who remembered the war died. The elves could have been unaware of that for some time too, and then only later found out about it. With this, we are getting closer to the end of the Second Age, and I will skip a bit over the part about Numenor, because we covered them in other videos already. For example, the video about Aragorn and the video about the White Tree of Gondor and its lore. As you already noticed, this part of the Second Age has a lot of blank pages, and information is not as detailed for the next 1000 years after the Nazgul appear for the first time. As mentioned, in the meantime, a shadow fell over Numenor, Second Age 2251. The Numenoreans became in parts more and more jealous of the elves and their immortality and neglected the alliance with the elves. This led to an inner conflict in Numenor, which at the end of it led to a split into kingsmen and faithful. Men being banned from entering Aman, which the Numenoreans tied to not being immortal, was the topic in this context, which Numenor used to antagonize the Valar and also the elves, while the kingsmen went with the views of the king distancing themselves from the elves and even Aman and Eru. The faithful had the opposite view, being faithful to Aman, Eru and wishing for a good relationship with the elves. Some of the faithful might have desired immortality too, but they would not give up their core beliefs. The faithful would not declare Aman and the elves their enemies. I should note that it's not 100% clear when these two groups formed. In Appendix B, we can read that the harbor city Pelargir became the chief haven of the faithful Numenoreans in Second Age 2350, so I assume they existed at that time already and maybe even earlier. In addition, we can read that the division in Numenor began when the Nazgul first appeared, Second Age 2251. It's not clear if they had an influence on this process, considering some of the ringwraiths were Numenoreans, but one could argue that Sauron either abused this or even had a small influence on this development. What Elrond and the elves did at this time, we don't know, but they probably noticed an increasing hostility towards them from Numenor. Considering that Elrond's brother was the first king, also taking a Quenya name as king, which became a tradition for the kings, And seeing this development with the Numenorean kings of this later time even stop taking Quenya names most likely worried him and Gil-galad greatly. One Numenorean king had a mother who was a faithful and raised him accordingly. He took a Quenya name again when he became king, Tar Palantir, and tried to move Numenor back to the faithful path. Sadly, he failed and was met with a bit of rebellion, but remained king. He also looked to the west for elven ships to return, but that never happened. After his death, his daughter Tar Miriel became queen, but her cousin usurped the throne by forcing her to marry him against her will. He became the last king of Numenor, Second Age 3255, and is a very well-known figure. It's of course no other than Ar-Pharazôn. Of this detail in the story, multiple versions exist. In some she married him freely, but in the Silmarillion he marries her against her will. At this point, all was lost. The elves' view on the new king is not really mentioned. We know that in the past some faithful, let's say secretly, sailed to Gil-galad for advice. There's for example a mention in the Silmarillion, because they were under a lot of pressure and later even persecution in Numenor. It's not clear if they maintained this while Ar-Pharazôn was king though. I think the advice could have been leave Numenor ASAP. Sauron became powerful over time and maybe tried to provoke Numenor, calling himself King of Men. This made Ar-Pharazôn angry and he decided to claim this title himself without counseling anyone but himself. So he ordered to build a gigantic fleet and came for Sauron once everything was ready. He landed in Umbar and traveled for 7 days, north I assume. There he built his camp and challenged Sauron, who was surprised by the power of Numenor and knew that he could not win this battle. Not even his most powerful servants would stand a chance against the Numenoreans. Maybe Sauron changed his plan, or it was his plan all along, and surrendered to the king. His plan involved doing what he was best at. And so Sauron with his One Ring was taken prisoner and brought to Numenor, which was what Ar-Pharazôn planned to do when he thought about attacking Sauron initially. It also shows how powerful this army must have been when Sauron with the One Ring seems to not see a good enough chance to defeat his foes with his armies. Sauron, though, is a deceiver, and he managed to rise in rank from prisoner in Second Age 3262 to advisor of the king over the decades. He convinced Ar-Pharazôn, as he grew older, that he should claim immortality from Aman. And Second Age 3310, Ar-Pharazôn started building the largest sea fleet the world has ever seen. In the meantime, Sauron convinced the Numenoreans to worship Morgoth, becoming something like a high priest of Numenor, and on top of that, a Morgoth temple was built where, at least in some versions of this story, human sacrifices were made, of course usually faithful. Nimlos, the white tree of Numenor, was cut and burned there too. It was prophesied that the death of the tree would mark the end of the line of kings of Numenor. You can see by now that this won't end well. However, the grandson of the leader of the faithful would sneak into the garden of the king's court and stole a fruit of Nimlos. You might have heard his name, Isildur, who was also from the line of Elrond's brother Elros, but there was still an old law in place, Second Age 700, where female descendants could not inherit the throne. As a result, Tar Mineldur became king instead of his older sister. He was the only male, while having 2 older sisters. This law changed later again, and there were also some ruling queens of Numenor as a result. Isildur was born 2500 years later and is a descendant of this oldest sister Silmarillion, and as a result also a direct descendant of Elros too, but the claim for the throne for this line was of course lower after Tar Mineldur became king. The descendants of this line, the lords of Andúnir, had once a very high position in Numenor too, maybe second to that of the king. having a silver scepter of their own as symbol of their status and power. See a footnote in Appendix A of The Lord of the Rings. And were members of the Council of the Scepter, according to the Unfinished Tales. These lords later secretly helped the faithful and, at the end, even became leaders of the faithful themselves, which of course made them enemies of the king. The leader of the faithful when Ar-Pharazôn was king was Amandil, the father of Elendil, and the grandfather of Isildur. However, as mentioned, Isildur now stole the fruit of the White Tree, was seen, fought his way out, got wounded, and at the end narrowly escaped without being recognized. He managed to come back to the faithful with the fruit, but collapsed from his wounds when he arrived. The fruit was planted in secret and blessed by Amandil. When a first leaf opened, Isildur awoke. One could say from now on the White Tree was connected to Isildur's line. It looked grim in Numenor, and Amandil, who foresaw the end of Numenor, decided to do what Elrond's father Earendil once did, as explained in part 1, to sail to Aman and ask for help. If he would not return and things became too grim, his son Elendil should leave with his family and the faithful. Amandil never returned and was never heard of again. We see many parallels to the First Age. Think of the Pride of Turgon and the Fall of Gondolin, but also several differences. Earendil would return with a host of the Valar, Amandil did not. When Ar-Pharazôn set sail to claim immortality in Aman and came close to the coast, he even set foot on Aman claiming the land, the Valar were not pleased and called for Eru, that is God, who changed the shape of the world from flat to spherical, bending the ocean so that the flat world became a sphere. A great chasm opened under the sea from the coasts of Aman to Numenor, and everything was drawn down, including Ar-Pharazôn, his fleet, and the island of Numenor. It is said that the king and his men were buried under rocks and falling hills, and are imprisoned in a mysterious place called Caves of the Forgotten until the end of the world. Aman, including the island Tol Eressëa, were removed from the world out of the reach of men forever. In Lord of the Rings, we find a hint in the chapter The House of Tom Bombadil. When the elves passed westward, Tom was here already, before the seas were bent. So the idea of the seas being bent can be found in the Lord of the Rings too, and Tom could be considered a reliable source for this. For completeness' sake, Tolkien also worked on a version where Arda was always a sphere with some other changes, which is the so-called round world version, published in Morgoth's Ring. He abandoned this idea though and never finished it. That is why it did not make its way into the Silmarillion. I'm not the hugest fan of the round world version myself too. It's not even clear if Tolkien would have finished it at all. Here's a quote by Christopher Tolkien from Morgoth's Ring. It may be, though I have no evidence on the question one way or the other, that he, John Ronald Reuel Tolkien, came to perceive from such experimental writing as this text that the old structure was too comprehensive, too interlocked in all its parts, indeed its roots too deep to withstand such a devastating surgery. But let's return to the story, as Amandil did not come back. His son Elendil, who looked for the return of his father actively too, and his two grandsons Isildur and Anarion, took their faithful people and many important items on their 9 ships, like the sapling of the white tree Nimlos, 7 palantiri, once gifted to them by the elves from Aman, and the mentioned silver scepter of the lords of Andúnie. Also a star-shaped gem at this time, or maybe only later, called Elendilmir, which was originally owned by the mentioned Silmarillion, who did not become queen. She was the daughter of Tar Elendil, which might be an alternative explanation for the name of the gem. She was the mother of the first lord of Andúnie. Further, they took with them the Ring of Barahir, which was brought to Numenor, most likely by Elros, who received it from maybe Elrond's and Elros' mother Elwing, the great-granddaughter of Barahir. It then later went again into possession of Silmarillion and then of the Lords of Andúnie. I assume they also took on their 9 ships the dwarven sword Narsil. How it got to Numenor is not mentioned at all. And last, a very big black spherical stone, which would become the Stone of Erech. That was not a palantir, though in some early drafts of The Lord of the Rings it actually might have been one. There was a tower in Erech with a palantir in it, which might be the stone, but that did not make it into the published version of The Lord of the Rings, where it's just a big mystical black stone sphere. It almost looks like the number 9 is the number of men, considering the Nazgul were also 9 and here we had the 9 ships. As a longer side note, Narsil was described as Elendil's sword, but we don't know how he got into possession of it or what happened with it before. Not many notes exist about the sword at all. It was forged by the legendary dwarven smith Telchar, according to The Lord of the Rings, chapter The King of the Golden Hall, and from the unfinished tales we know that Thingol, we talked about him in part 1, possessed swords forged by Telchar, but no names were recorded. Quote, "Now Thingol had in Menegros deep armories filled with great wells of weapons, metal wrought like fish's mail, and shining like water in the moon, swords and axes, shields and helms, wrought by Telchar himself or by his master, Gamil Zirak the Old, or by elven wrights more skillful still. My theory is that Narsil was among those weapons and later in possession of Dior too. Interestingly, it's a dwarven blade with an elven name. The name could have been given later, or it shows the good relationship between elves and dwarves of that time. It might have survived the second kinslaying. From there, it somehow got into, I assume, Elros' possession. Either it was taken with Elwing to the mouth of Sirion. Young Elwing, the mother of Elrond and Elros, was not the only survivor of Doriath, and they took the Silmaril with them too. Another option would be it was plundered during the fall of Doriath and maybe even used in the War of Wrath by someone, and again was given to Elros during this time or after it, maybe because he would have inherited Narsil and was its rightful owner, and only after the war matters like these could be sorted out. We don't know. That Elrond's brother Elros had this sword at all is also stated nowhere, and just my own theory, that we also find elsewhere, for example on Tolkien Gateway. But we know it became the sword of Elendil, and this is one of the few ways how it could have gotten from Doriath, if it was there at all, to Numenor. Another possibility is that it was brought to Lindon after the war and then was given back to the king when Numenor and Lindon made contact again with each other. Maybe it was given to Elendil when he arrived in Lindon after the downfall of Numenor and it was never on the island at all. All of this is possible, but considering that many heirlooms were taken with the 9 faithful ships from Numenor to Middle-earth and that Narsil only got famous much later in the War of the Last Alliance, it might have been just an old sword that has seen very little use during the time in Numenor and is not mentioned in that time because of that. In this case, it would be interestingly again an heirloom of Silmarillion and the Lords of Andúnie. One could ask how they have gotten all those heirlooms, but to be fair, they were the only people that survived Numenor, were also direct descendants of Elros, and the later kings did not care too much about at least the elven gifts and artifacts. The Palantiri or Seeing Stones were, according to the Silmarillion, in addition a recent gift to Amandil by the elves and not an ancient heirloom like the Ring of Barahir. Quote, "These stones were gifts of the Eldar to Amandil, father of Elendil, for the comfort of the faithful of Numenor in the dark days when the elves might come no longer to that land under the shadow of Sauron." The Palantiri were, according to a statement of Gandalf from The Lord of the Rings, made by Feanor, and at least one of them, the Master Stone, got somehow into possession of the Teleri in Aman living on the island Tol Eressëa, who were victims of the first kinslaying. You might remember that from part 1, while the others were gifted to Numenor. It's likely that all Seeing Stones were in possession of the Teleri of Tol Eressëa, because they are mentioned to sail to Numenor, bringing gifts with them, according to the Silmarillion. Quote, "And they brought to Numenor many gifts, birds of song, fragrant flowers, and herbs of great virtue, and a seedling they brought of Celeborn, the white tree." Some might think of Kingsfoil or Athelas here too, which was brought to Middle-earth from Numenor, though it might have existed in Middle-earth too during the First Age, but it could have also been native to Numenor, planted there by the Vala of nature Yavanna. Interestingly, all those mentioned heirlooms have quite interesting connections. The Ring of Barahir was a gift of Finrod and a symbol of the house of Finarfin. Finarfin is Galadriel's and Finrod's father. As mentioned, the Palantiri were made by Feanor. Narsil was a dwarven blade probably possessed by Thingol, and Elros and Elrond were descendants of Thingol, but also of Turgon, who was the son of Fingolfin, the older brother of Finarfin. Feanor, Fingolfin, and Finarfin were the three sons of Finwë, the first king of the Noldor, while Thingol was the first king of the Teleri. And Finwë's second wife, Indis, was the niece of Ingwë, the king of the Vanyar elves and king of all elves. It's quite interesting how all those lines of the elven kings are somehow connected to this bloodline and those heirlooms, at least to some degree. The white tree Nimloth of Numenor was once a seedling of the tree Celeborn, which again was a seedling of the tree Galathilion, which was made by the Vala of nature Yavanna in image of Telperion, one of the original and legendary two trees of Valinor. The light of some stars is related to Telperion, and the moon was made out of its last flower, while the sun was made out of the last fruit of his sister tree Laurelin. And the first rise of sun and moon was also the time when men awoke, according to Tolkien's mythology. For example, the name Narsil itself, meaning red and white flame, references sun and moon too. Anar is Quenya for sun, Isil is Quenya for moon. The concept of sun and moon we will find later here and there too. For example, in the name Minas Ithil and Minas Arnor. The latter one will be later known as Minas Tirith. I know that was quite a long side note, so allow me to add a short ad break here. Then we continue with what happened with Earendil and his two sons Isildur and Anarion after the destruction of Numenor. Maybe take time to hit the subscribe and like button. It can of course also happen that you don't see any ads for various reasons. But let us continue. The destruction of Numenor happened Second Age 3319. Elendil and his two sons escaped the downfall of Numenor, in which the island was swallowed by the ocean, on 9 ships. Elendil had 4 ships, Isildur 3, and Anarion 2. In the events of the downfall and maybe storms and heavy swell of the sea, Elendil's ships got separated from those of his two sons. Elendil was driven to Lindon, where Gil-galad helped him out and befriended him, and Isildur and his brother Anarion were driven down to the south, maybe somewhere around the faithful haven of Pelargir. They definitely explored the area and maybe sailed up some rivers too. In Lord of the Rings we find the note that they brought this mentioned giant perfectly spherical stone with them. This was the stone of Erech. Quote, "Unearthly it looked, as though it had fallen from the sky, as some believed, but those who remembered still the lore of Westerners told that it had been brought out of the ruin of Numenor and there set by Isildur at his landing." So it got there around Isildur's landing, maybe during an early exploration phase, because Erech is up the river Morthond, which is quite far away from Pelargir and seems like a very unusual place for a first landing. It of course can be reached by ship in theory, but no idea why Isildur would sail there initially, but he somehow sailed there probably early on and brought this stone with him, because I can't imagine him and his men carrying around this stone for long and hauled in the middle of nowhere close to the mountains. It was quite big, for upon the top stood a black stone, round as a great globe, the height of a man, though its half was buried in the ground. He later made the hillmen of that region swear an oath to fight with him against Sauron. This is the origin of the Oathbreakers, who of course broke the oath. Why this stone was placed there is hard to say. As mentioned in an early draft of Lord of the Rings, there was a tower in Erech, and maybe the stone of Erech was a palantir itself at some point. In one version there was a tower mentioned in Erech with a palantir in it, but it seems to me the stone of Erech is mentioned separately too. It's a bit confusing. See the book The War of the Ring, chapter Many Roads Lead Eastwards. So they might have not been the same. I assume it was some kind of symbol of the foundation of Isildur's and Anarion's kingdom, which was called Gondor, or a cornerstone showing the border to the hillmen. The hillmen of the White Mountains are very likely descendants of the Edain house of the Haladin from the First Age, of which a group settled there at some point during their escape from the Far East, while the rest moved on to Beleriand. See my video about Harles and the Haladin. However, the foundation of Gondor and the placing of the stone of Erech was around 2nd Age 3320. Elendil found Arnor in the north in parallel. My theory, I mentioned it in one of my live streams before, is that a stone like this is not easily crafted and demonstrates your advancement and knowledge as a civilization. Just moving this stone and placing it somewhere inland is already impressive and quite a statement, not to mention constructing it, distantly comparable to the pyramids, just as a small version. Considering a diameter of 2 meters, it not being hollow, and a density of granite of 2,700 kilograms per cubic meter, it would weigh around 11 tons. It's massive. This also might have impressed the hillmen, and they swore their oath to Isildur upon it at some point during the beginning of the realm of Gondor, as we can read in the mentioned chapter. In Gondor, Osgiliath was created as capital with 2 thrones, one for each brother, because they ruled over Gondor together. Minas Ithil was residence of Isildur, where also the White Tree was planted, and Minas Anor, later known as Minas Tirith, was the residence of Anarion. Elendil went east of Lindon and, as mentioned, founded his kingdom Arnor there, 2nd Age 3320, with Anúminas being the capital. It is described in the Council of Elrond as a return of the kings of men to Middle-earth, which makes some sense. 4 of the 7 Palantiri went to Gondor and 3 to Arnor. The mentioned Elendilmir also became a symbol of the king of Arnor instead of a crown, and the silver scepter also became the scepter of Anúminas, another symbol of the kings in the north. Gondor used a Numenorean warhelm, initially maybe 2, as crown and symbol of their kings. The crown and Gondor itself was maybe inspired by ancient Egypt, according to Tolkien's letter 211. But it must also be mentioned that the king's men were not all gone. For example, in Umbar and maybe even other havens, there of course were still Numenoreans not affected by the downfall of Numenor. Those king's men became known as Black Numenoreans, and some might have still been close to Sauron and his teachings. It seems for the most part they lived in the far south and especially in Umbar. Sauron himself was surprised by the immense wrath of Eru and the Valar and feared what might come towards him. He knew that he single-handedly defeated Numenor and it would not become a threat ever again. But with the destruction of the island, also Sauron's body was destroyed. But he was a spirit being and simply returned like a shadow and a black wind with his one ring to Mordor. There he took a new form, which reflected his evil, and his Eye of Sauron the Terrible few could endure. We can read that he could not take a fair form, like that of Anatar, to the eyes of men ever again after this. About the elvish perspective we sadly have no information about. How did Gil-galad and Elrond perceive this change of the world and bending of the oceans? We can read in the Silmarillion that the destruction of Numenor caused floods in Middle-earth, some islands vanished, new islands appeared, and also inland a few things changed due to this event of unprecedented magnitude. We don't know how Elrond's relationship to his distant kin in Numenor was. Maybe he was worried and then happy to see Earendil appearing with 3 ships in Lindon. Could he foresee what happened in Numenor? I imagine that Elrond welcomed Earendil and was happy to see his distant relative, but he, Círdan and Gil-galad were probably troubled by Numenor not being around anymore. They probably knew it would not be the last time they heard about Sauron. It seems Lindon stayed mostly intact after these events. I could find no mention of, for example, flooded harbors there. We know Gil-galad and Earendil had a good diplomatic relationship, and we can also read that they were friends. It seems plausible that the High King of the Noldor allowed Earendil to settle in Eriador and found a new kingdom in exile, which was of course Arnor. Its capital was Annúminas and close to Lake Nenuyal, where Galadriel and Celeborn once lived for a time, as mentioned. The southern sister kingdom Gondor probably did not need a permission for the Dúnedain to settle there, even though there is the elvish harbour town Elrond and the inhabited region of Dol Amroth. Dol Amroth was later also ruled by the Dúnedain, probably related to the lords of Andúnie, but it's not clear when. Of course, the foundation of Gondor could have pushed or pressured other men living in the southern regions. Let's talk a bit about Dol Amroth, which means Hill of Amroth. As mentioned, the character Amroth was in one version the son of Galadriel and ruler of Lothlórien, or in a later one the son of a new character called Amdir, who was the ruler of Lothlórien instead and Amroth his heir. The place Dol Amroth is named after the character and maybe got its name after his death in the Third Age. One ruler of Dol Amroth with the title Prince of Dol Amroth plays a role in the story of Lord of the Rings. That is of course Imrahil. According to the unfinished tales, Elendil gave the title of Prince of Dol Amroth, or maybe only the title Prince, to a faithful Numenorean who once settled in Dol Amroth, or all of Belfalas, which is the complete region, and Dol Amroth was just a part of it, I assume, even before the downfall of Numenor, and this unknown Numenorean built a stronghold there. The problem is now that the first Prince of Dol Amroth and even his oldest known ancestor were born around 2000 years later, which is strange if the title existed since the late Second Age. It's also unusual that Elendil gave the title, because this is Gondor, not Arnor. But Elendil was, according to Appendix A, High King of the Dúnedain in exile and just committed the rule of Gondor to his 2 sons. So I guess it makes sense. With this 2000-year gap, it is not 100% clear when Dol Amroth as realm of the Dúnedain was actually founded. Of course, Sindar elves already founded a dwelling place in this region around Belfalas after the War of Wrath. Interestingly, according to Lord of the Rings Appendix B, the potential death of Amroth himself and the vanishing of his lover Nimrodel happened Third Age 1981. So not in the Second Age, and one of the ancestors of the first Prince of Dol Amroth most likely married an elf maiden named Mithrellas, who was a companion of Nimrodel. Some believe it was Nimrodel herself. This must have been around this time too, and it is an important detail because in Lord of the Rings it's explained that the Prince of Dol Amroth had elven blood in his veins, which is noticed by Legolas. I have no good explanation or see a good way combining those information from these texts due to this strange 2000-year gap. Maybe the idea of the title Prince was a thing before, but it was only claimed after Amro's death, or only then renamed in Prince of Dol Amros, though the character Amros never ruled over Dol Amros, blocking the rule for a potential faithful Prince of Men. I assume it was named Dol Amros after his death too. Still, the creation of the title and when the first prince lived and ruled there does not really fit chronologically into the Second Age at all. Also, in one version we find the hint that Amros ruled Lorien in the Second Age, while Celeborn and Galadriel lived somewhere in this region in the south and probably ruled over it too. So why create the title Prince for that region at that time when powerful elves ruled there already? It's all quite strange chronologically. Maybe it's a mistake and instead of Elendil creating the title in the Second Age, King Earendil II created it and gave the title to Galador, the first prince of Dol Amros in the Third Age. Would make more sense, and I guess these texts are just impossible to combine. However, if we return to our initial point considering the foundation of Gondor, it seems the arriving faithful from Numenor were at least welcomed in this region by the already settled faithful and maybe even the elves. Hence, Gondor could be founded there, and Osgiliath became capital of it, close to its foundation, I assume. It must be mentioned that with Pelargir, there was also another faithful Numenorean harbor city in that region. The foundation of Gondor could probably work without conflict because their fellow faithful people already lived there, and the faithful were elf friends too, living in peace with their elven neighbors, I assume. But you see, it's quite difficult to draw a coherent picture of this timeline with the notes we have, especially the work in progress ones. We also don't know how Gil-galad or Elrond interacted with those new established kingdoms of the Dúnedain in exile. I could imagine they visited them or were visited by the Dúnedain at some point for diplomatic reasons and exchanged messages in some way. It's hard to believe that Gondor was founded and they knew nothing about it, while knowing Sauron is still around. Gil-galad even knew about Sauron's activity in the Far East, and Elrond later ties the fate of Aragorn to become king of Gondor, though Elrond had probably a closer relationship to the kingdom of Arnor, which was his neighbor. We can also read in the Silmarillion that Gil-galad and Elendil were friends, which is a bit more than just an ally. As such, I see it as highly plausible that they at least would meet in person from time to time, while Gondor is of course quite far away from the elves, so if it happened, it I guess happened far less here. Rivendell was pretty much right at the borders of Arnor, and it guarded a pass over the Misty Mountains, so it was one possible route from Arnor to Gondor, or to the other side of the Misty Mountains, which was probably used by many travelers, and Elrond and Rivendell are known as very hospitable. We know that, for example, the Last Alliance took this route to travel to Gondor and Mordor, though the Gap of Rohan, which of course had a different name at this time, would have been a possible route too. Or that Isildur's family waited there for him to return from the War of the Last Alliance, though he was at that time still ruler of Gondor. So I can see how there was quite some exchange, especially in Rivendell. I could imagine that the elves also learned about what happened in Numenor in this time during their meetings with the Dúnedain. The topic of the world changing its form might have been of interest too, especially for Círdan as Marina. Interestingly, Elrond and as a result also Elendil were distant relatives of Gil-galad too. The idea that only all three peoples together can withstand Sauron was probably still in their minds. We remember how Gil-galad contacted Numenor in the past. We talked about the letter he sent to the Numenorean king, or how Galadriel expressed this too later, and Eregion allying and cooperating with the dwarves. I can't imagine that they all assumed that Sauron would be gone forever. As a result, A friendly and peaceful relationship with the others was still important. It is believed that, for example, Gil-galad built the white towers on the Emun Berait, the Tower Hills, for Elendil. Of course, the towers gave the hills their name, so they had a different name before, I assume. In the highest tower, called Elostirion, Elendil placed one of the Palantiri, the seeing stones. It could be used to see the Master Stone in the Tower of Avalone on the island Tol Eressëa in Aman. We know from the notes to the song about Elbereth in Tolkien's poem collection The Road Goes Ever On that elves would at least later travel there as some kind of pilgrimage, but it's not clear when exactly this tradition began, but it definitely existed in the Third Age. Maybe Gil-galad and Elrond had access to the Palantiri, or at least one of them too. The other Palantiri were placed in other towers. One, I assume the second biggest in Middle-earth, which could not be moved by one man, in Amon Sul, and one in the capital, Annúminas, for Arnor. In Gondor, the biggest one was placed in its capital, Osgiliath. One was placed in Orthanc in Isengard, a tower built by the Dúnedain out of an almost indestructible black stone, maybe similar to the outer wall of Minas Tirith. One, of course, in Minas Tirith, at this time still called Minas Anor, meaning Tower of the Sun, and the last in Minas Ithil, meaning Tower of the Moon, later known as Minas Morgul. We talked about sun and moon being referenced by the Dúnedain. And of course, the Master Stone was on the island Tol Eressëa in Aman. They were very powerful tools and used to communicate or even see distant places, even throughout time it seems. Especially communication between Arnor and Gondor was important, considering how far away they were from each other. We also see how much was built at this time. Depending on how you interpret the term Sea Kings, the Soothburg, that's Old English for, I assume, South Stronghold, later known as Hornburg or Hornburg, was probably built at that time. Quote from the chapter Helm's Deep from Two Towers. Men said that in the far-off days of the glory of Gondor, the Sea Kings had built here this fastness with the hands of giants. Interestingly, there is no Sindari name for the Hornburg, I think. The glittering caves were called Aglarond though. The Old English names indicate strongly it was called like that by the people of Rohan and their ancestors, but we only know them from the Third Age, and it must have had a different name when it was built. Sea Kings could mean Elendil and his sons. There's also a group of Gondorian kings who were known for their ship fleets and who expanded Gondor a lot, but they are called the Four Ship Kings in Appendix A. Interestingly, in an early version, Aglarond had a Palantir. I also assume that, for example, other famous constructions like the Argonas were built later. You could say Arnor and Gondor were growing and booming. It's hard to say how the elves perceived this extremely fast growth. Isildur and Anarion had children and grandchildren and people had peace, but that should change. Sauron in Mordor grew his power too, and for example, beyond growing his orc armies, he recruited black Numenoreans who fell for his evil during his time in Numenor, but also Haradrim and, I assume, Easterlings. We can read about the black Numenoreans Heromor and Fuinur who rose to power among the Haradrim. Also, people saw the smoke of Orodruin from afar and perceiving that Sauron had returned. Orodruin was then called Mount Doom or Amon Amars in Sindarin, meaning the same. Orodruin means fiery red mountain. The Dark Lord was also not happy to see some survivors from Numenor, which he destroyed and hated, becoming his new neighbors, even establishing new realms. Quote from Appendix A. But his anger was great when he learned that Elendil, whom he most hated, had escaped him and was now ordering a realm upon his borders. It might be that around this time, probably a bit earlier, when Sauron's power grew again, the Dark Lord was threatening the south of Greenwood the Great, later known as Mirkwood. According to the unfinished tales, Orofer abandoned Amon Lang, which then became a ruin, and probably later in the Third Age Dol Guldur. But this is just a theory of mine, and as mentioned, canon of Orofer and even Amon Lang can be debated. And then, Second Age 3429, so 109 years after the foundation of Gondor and Arnor, Sauron made his move and attacked Minas Ithil. Maybe too early, because Appendix A mentions his power was not fully rebuilt, while the power of, for example, Gil-galad increased. Though Gondor alone had no chance. Sauron took the city and again burned the White Tree there, as in Numenor once, but history repeats itself, even in more details. Again, Isildur managed to save a sapling of the White Tree and escaped with it. The Dúnedain kingdoms should not end. We talked about how the line of the Numenorean kings should end with the White Tree Nimlos, and how Isildur's line was maybe tied to the new tree. We could also compare this to maybe Elwing escaping with an important heirloom, the Silmaril in the Nauglamir necklace, and maybe even the sword Narsil. Narrowly escaping death seems to be a thing for Elrond's and Elros' line. While Anarion defended Osgiliath against the invading forces of Sauron, Isildur, according to peoples of Middle-earth, fled with the sapling to Elendil. He sailed, I once assumed, north up the Anduin with his wife and children in this version, maybe riding north and entering a ship even further north, skipping the waterfalls and so on. But there is a hint that he traveled down the Anduin in Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings, which seems strange, maybe a mistake. It seems most plausible that he traveled directly over Elrond's realm Rivendell to reach Elendil in Annúminas. So I originally thought, but the Silmarillion version clearly states that he sailed from the mouth of Anduin seeking Elendil. This makes more sense for the process of sailing, I guess, since it's difficult to bring a ship up north the Anduin. What seems unusual though, and what originally led me to believe he went up north, was that according to unfinished tales and Appendix A from The Lord of the Rings, his youngest son Valandil was born in Rivendell. So I assumed Isildur's family stayed in Rivendell and then he traveled further and talked to his father. What seems very unusual is that he did not leave his wife and yet unborn son in Annúminas instead. His other 3 sons went with him to the War of the Last Alliance. As said, that is why I assumed he went through Rivendell with his pregnant wife, which would have been the first safe place he reached. There she would give birth to Valandil and he moved further to Elendil. The dates would also fit quite well. Over the mouths of Anduin, they would have to sail quite a detour around Gondor and then north, which is also possible, maybe to Mithlond in Lindon. It would be somewhat close to Annúminas and he had trusted allies there, but why would he not leave his pregnant wife there and make her travel through all of Eriador to Rivendell over 500 miles instead? Quite mysterious, but there is a version where Valandil is born in Annúminas, probably to address this problem. However, in Appendix A it's clearly stated that he was born in Rivendell, which is also the most canon version. I hope you understand how I came up with my original false assumption, and I will further theorize on the idea that Isildur went to Rivendell first, because this here is a later edition and the video was already produced and written when I noticed. So greetings from the future, Chris of the past. Elrond is only briefly mentioned in the timetable from Peoples of Middle-earth in the Heirs of Elendil section, but considering this, Elrond was for sure an important figure in all these events and in what's coming next. Second Age 3430, around a year after Isildur escaped from Minas Ithil, the last alliance of elves and men is formed and a large host of elves and men is mustered in Arnor according to Elrond in the Council of Elrond. And it was at the Tower of Amon Sul, or Weathertop, where Elendil stood watching for the host of Gil-galad coming from the west, where Lindon is, as we can read in the chapter A Knife in the Dark from the Lord of the Rings. Quote, and they made the last alliance of elves and men, and the hosts of Gil-galad and Elendil were mustered in Arnor, and it is told that Elendil stood there on Amon Sul, watching for the coming of Gil-galad out of the west in the days of the last alliance. I could imagine they chose this place to meet and coordinate because this way they could stay in contact with Gondor using the Palantir of Amon Sul. Interestingly, there is no mention of what happened with the Palantir of Minas Ithil at this time. Remember, this is the Second Age. Only 3 things are possible in my opinion. Either Sauron got it and the Dunedain got it back after his defeat, or Isildur managed to hide it so well that Sauron could not find it for the 5 to 6 years it took the army of the Last Alliance to arrive in Gondor, or, the most plausible in my opinion, Isildur took it with him. As mentioned, according to the peoples of Middle-earth, he escaped in a ship with his family and the White Tree Sapling, which really mirrors what happened in Numenor or the escape of Elwing from Doriath in the First Age, if you want. It's strange that the Seeing Stone is not mentioned, but maybe it was kept a great secret. It was most likely also a smaller stone. Only the stone of Amon Sul and Osgiliath were so large that they could not be lifted by a single man, which in my opinion indirectly implies that this was different for the other Seeing Stones. As a result, this theory makes most sense from my perspective, and maybe the Palantir was as a result briefly stored in Rivendell. Hard to say if Elrond knew about it, but it would make sense if true, but keep in mind that's just a theory of mine. There were for sure negotiations and planning going on. We can read in the Unfinished Tales that for the initial alliance, Elendil and Gil-galad swore an oath and even called Eru, that is God, to witness it. Calling Eru for an oath was something only the kings of Numenor were allowed to do. Quote, "It had been held lawful only for the kings of Numenor to call Eru to witness, and then only on the most grave and solemn occasions." Elendil was of course from the line of kings, and this was a very special situation which also showed the determination of elves and men. Now breaking the oath would have brought real consequences upon the oathbreaker. The source for this oath is a mention in the Unfinished Tales in the section about Cirion and Eorl, who also swore a similar oath at the secret grave of Elendil almost 2,500 years later. Quote, "Such an oath had not been heard in Middle-earth since Elendil himself had sworn alliance with Gil-galad, king of the Eldar." And Elrond was most likely a witness of this and also having a command. In the timetable we find in Peoples of Middle-earth in the chapter The Heirs of Elendil, which was the foundation for the Tale of Years from Appendix B, we can read Second Age 3340. The last alliance is begun. Elendil and Isildur obtain the help of Gil-galad and Elrond and gather great forces. The date was changed a bit later by Tolkien. So help is obtained from both Gil-galad in Lindon and Elrond in Rivendell. At this time the elves were not leaving Middle-earth to the same degree as in the Third Age, and they were still powerful. They used the time to build a massive army. Second Age 3431, so a year later if you consider the actual date from Lord of the Rings, Gil-galad and Elendil moved to Rivendell and only crossed the Misty Mountains from there. Second Age 3343, so 2 years later. Anarion has to hold Osgiliath all this time alone. We know from the Third Age that Rivendell had a forge, and it would make sense it already had one in the Second Age, considering its role in the war. So one could assume that weapons and armor could have been produced there too. But I guess Lindon and the cities of Arnor produced those as well and maybe sent them there. We don't know how well Elrond's forces were equipped, but considering the origin story of Rivendell, probably well. Though it's hard to imagine how Rivendell becomes a place where armies prepare for war. I think the intention of the Last Alliance was originally to just defend Gondor, and after they noticed their strength, they increased their goals to end Sauron once and for all, because they knew, as long as Sauron is there, peace won't last. It is an interesting thought, but they for sure hold councils in this time, and maybe the healer and lawmaster Elrond did tell them too. We cannot destroy it by any craft that we here possess. There lies our hope, if hope it be, to walk into peril to Mordor. We must send the ring to the fire. I guess it would have been wise to think about what to do if they win and how to destroy Sauron before marching into the battle itself. It's in a way a very interesting thought how history may have repeated itself here, and Elrond was there as witness and advisor. In a sense, it is possible that Elrond will hold a speech in the Third Age that was quite similar to one he held in the Second Age, with maybe the White Tree of Gondor in his garden and maybe a palantir somewhere hidden in his backyard. It is possible that the tree was placed in Rivendell for a while. Even Glorfindel might have been present, and of course Círdan too, though at Elrond's council at the end of the Third Age, Círdan's messenger Galdor of the Havens is present instead of him. I find this thought quite amusing. In some texts we find the information that Gil-galad gifted his ring Vilya to Elrond at some point before his death, at the end of the War of the Last Alliance. Quote from Appendix B. Gil-galad, before he died, gave his ring to Elrond. In the Unfinished Tales, this happens during the council after the War of Sauron against Eregion around 2nd Age 1701, which seems plausible. When the Noldor king gave the ring Narya to his other close advisor Círdan is not 100% clear though, but I think camping in Rivendell for 3 years, planning, maybe thinking about dying in battle would be the last good opportunity for it. But we find another hint in the Unfinished Tales. Quote, at that time also Gil-galad gave Vilya the blue ring to Elrond and appointed him to be his vice-regent in Eriador, but the red ring he kept until he gave it to Círdan when he set out from Lindon in the days of the Last Alliance. So it was probably not in Rivendell if you see those texts as canon, though Appendix B implied that Círdan received Narya when Gil-galad gets it from Celebrimbor. If Elrond and Círdan took it with them or hid it home is not known. For them the possibility of dying and losing the fight against Sauron existed too. If they would fail, it would be better if Sauron does not get his hands on 2 of the elven rings of power, and because Sauron had the one ring, they didn't wear the rings anyway. Quote, but all that has been wrought by those who wield the 3 will turn to their undoing, and their minds and hearts will become revealed to Sauron if he regains the one. Another thing the elves probably have done in this time of preparation is sending messages to the other free peoples of Middle-earth announcing their plan to attack Sauron. The other option would be that the others found it out by themselves, which is possible too, I guess. However, they somehow learned about the existence of the Last Alliance, and we know that the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, the elves of the woodland realm under Thranduil, or his father Orofer, if you see him as canon, though Thranduil went to war either way, and the elves of Lórien under King Amdir, if you also see him as canon, joined the army of the Last Alliance of elves and men too, when it was close to their realms, I assume. Interestingly, as far as I know, Amros is not mentioned joining in any text, neither is Celeborn, but I could imagine he fought in the war as well. Why they called it the Last Alliance is not clear too. Either ambition that after it Sauron is defeated forever and no other alliance like that will be ever needed again, or that when they fail Sauron will win and an alliance like this can't be formed ever again, but I assume they were confident. After all this preparation they formed a massive army. Elrond describes it like this. I remember well the splendor of their banners, he said. It recalled me to the glory of the elder days and the hosts of Beleriand. So many great princes and captains were assembled, and yet not so many nor so fair as when Thangorodrim was broken, and the elves deemed that evil was ended forever, and it was not so. The Silmarillion describes it similar. It is said that the host that was there assembled was fairer and more splendid in arms than any that has since been seen in Middle-earth, and none greater has been mustered since the host of the Valar went against Thangorodrim. And then, finally, Second Age 3434, the host of the Last Alliance crosses the Misty Mountains. Of course, Gil-galad was a Noldor king, and we learned about these ancient conflicts and the kinslayings in part 1. King Orofer with his son Thranduil and King Amdir, let's consider them canon for now, did not want to cooperate with the Noldor nor be under their command. But they knew that only without Sauron there can be peace, and so both kings put this ancient conflict aside and, as said, joined the host of the Last Alliance. Durin's folk from Moria joined them as well, and also the dwarves had an ancient conflict with some of the elven clans, and the elven clans with them. Less with the Noldor, but with the Sindar elves like Thranduil, Orofer and Amdir. On one side, it's nice to see that they put aside their conflicts for the greater good. On the other side, this shows how the power of evil works, that even after thousands of years, these ancient conflicts were still a thing, and we will see the fruit of this in a moment. I also see this as power of Morgoth. According to Tolkien's letter 144, Sauron started fires in the woods that the host had to pass to slow them down. This also hit the Entwives that lived there. Quote, I think that in fact the Entwives had disappeared for good, being destroyed with their gardens in the War of the Last Alliance, Second Age 3429 to 3441, when Sauron pursued a scorched earth policy and burned their land against the advance of the allies down the Anduin. They survived only in the agriculture transmitted to men and hobbits. Some, of course, may have fled east or even have become enslaved. Tyrants, even in such tales, must have an economic and agricultural background to their soldiers and metalworkers. If any survived so, they would indeed be far estranged from Ents, and any rapprochement would be difficult unless experience of industrialized and militarized agriculture had made them a little more anarchic. I hope so, I don't know. Quite interesting. I love how Tolkien adds so many little details to this and connects them with others. These lands are known as the Brown Lands afterwards. So devastating was the evil fire of Sauron that it never recovered and remained desolated, and the Entwives were lost too. Treebeard explains this as well in the chapter Treebeard in Lord of the Rings. This might have slowed them down, but did not stop them. But keep in mind, Anarion had to hold Osgiliath the whole time alone, and we can read in the Silmarillion, in the chapter of the Rings of Power and the Third Age, that he managed to push Sauron back for some time, so that the Dark Lord needed to regroup with, I assume, new reinforcements. Quite impressive by the Gondorians, though, as mentioned, Sauron started his attack too early and was not yet at full strength. Anarion also knew that he could not hold out forever, and that sooner or later he would lose without help. And it probably has been at this time that the host of the Last Alliance arrived. What was this for a feeling, knowing you would try to conquer Mordor, a thing that usually does not happen? Numenor would have, but Sauron surrendered before there could be a battle. Elrond, as herald and vice-regent of Gil-galad, likely had a big role when it comes to commanding all those forces, same as Círdan as close advisor of the king. Círdan himself was also a Teler and a Sindar if you want, and Elrond was related to Thingol, the first king of the Sindar, so they probably also had a better standing with the other Sindar and Nandor elves compared to the Noldor themselves, which might have been useful on the journey to Mordor, though in battle Gil-galad would lead. They all went through or around the burnt and desolated lands, later known as Brown Lands, to the plains of Dagorlad, which means battle plain. Maybe it got this name after the upcoming battle, which happened in front of the Morannon, the Black Gate. I assume Sauron had to retreat from attacking Gondor and return to Mordor to defend his front door. It is possible that the Last Alliance arrived exactly at the time when Sauron was, as mentioned, pushed back by Gondor's forces and was retreating to regroup. Anarion also joined the Last Alliance with his forces, and then the legendary Battle of Dagorlad broke out. We can read in the Silmarillion. All living things were divided in that day, and some of every kind, even of beasts and birds, were found in either host, save the elves only. They alone were undivided and followed Gil-galad. Of the dwarves, few fought upon either side, but the kindred of Durin of Moria fought against Sauron. This mentions that even some dwarves also fought on Sauron's side. How does this work? Didn't we learn that Sauron could not corrupt the dwarves using the Rings of Power? First, the dwarves of Moria, which are the ones we know best, are excluded from this anyway. Second, even in the Hobbit there is a mention of wicked dwarves, quote from the chapter Overhill and Underhill. In some parts, wicked dwarves had even made alliances with them, the goblins. So the idea of dwarves who ally with orcs, goblin is in my opinion usually a synonym for orc, seems to be very old. It's already in the first edition of The Hobbit. In the book The Lost Road and Other Writings, in an old version of the mythology from around 1937 or even older, we find an interesting quote. Iron they, the dwarfs, wrought rather than gold and silver, and the making of weapons and of mail was their chief craft. They aided the gnomes, the Noldor, greatly in their war with the orcs of Morgoth, but it is not thought that they would have refused to smithy also for Morgoth if he had need of their work or had been open to their trade. Gnomes was the name of the Noldor elves in early works. Also in Peoples of Middle-earth we find a small hint, it was only a footnote in the manuscript, that also some of the dwarves might have fallen under the shadow of Morgoth. Quote from the chapter of Dwarves and Men, written much later by Tolkien, around 1969. Alas, it seems probable that, as men did later, the dwarves of the far eastern mansions and some of the nearer ones came under the shadow of Morgoth and turned to evil. So some dwarves might have simply worked for Sauron for profit and got on his side this way, even though it were not rings that corrupted them, and maybe there were also some dwarves that lived under Morgoth's and Sauron's influence since the First Age. As always, how canon you see those notes is a different story, though what we find in The Hobbit can be considered pretty canon. However, independent of that, it seems the idea of some dwarves working for Morgoth, or later Sauron, existed for a very long time in small notes of Tolkien, and it also made it into the Silmarillion. I found a hint on Tolkien Gateway that this section from the Silmarillion, called Of the Rings of Power and the Third Age, was composed in parts out of information that did not make it into the published version of the Council of Elrond from Lord of the Rings. You definitely see the similarities between some sentences that Elrond says in Lord of the Rings and what we can read in this section of the Silmarillion. A fascinating little detail. However, now the Battle of Dagorlad started, and here the mentioned old conflict of Noldor and Sindar, through for example the kinslayings, still had an effect. We have to keep in mind that though committed by the Noldor, they were induced by Sauron's master Morgoth, who influenced Feanor and who stole the 3 Silmarilli from him and killed his father Finwë. This resulted in the Oath of Feanor, which became a powerful cursed fate that influenced the events of the complete First Age. Even now, at the very end of the Second Age, parts of this still have consequences. And so, according to the Unfinished Tales, Orofer, Thranduil's father and Amdir, king of Lorien, in some texts he is called Malgalad, he and his army followed Orofer in combat, did not want to be under the supreme command of a Noldor king and ordered their armies of Sylvan elves, they are Nandor and maybe some Sindar, Thranduil was among them too, to charge towards the enemy before High King Gil-galad ordered to attack together, and I assume according to the battle plan. In addition, the elves of the Woodland Realm and Lothlorien were not as well equipped as, for example, the Noldor. This started the battle and led to some chaos. A lot of deaths could have been prevented otherwise. Odofer was riding ahead of his most fearless warriors but died in the first assault. Amdir and more than half his following was cut off from the main host and driven into the region that will be later known as the Dead Marshes. See my video about the Dead Marshes, where he and his army perished. You can probably imagine why it was called Dead Marshes, and we see the remnants of this ancient battle there during Lord of the Rings. We can read in the unfinished tales, Odofer had the wisdom to foresee that peace would not return unless Sauron was overcome, but in the end he did not foresee how to prevent his own doom. I think it would have been possible. Still, keep in mind that only Thranduil is a canon character and he survived the war. The battle still turned in Gil-galad's and Elendil's favor. We can read in the Silmarillion and find a similar wording in the Council of Elrond. Against Aeglos, the spear of Gil-galad none could stand, and the sword of Elendil filled orcs and men with fear, for it shone with the light of the sun and of the moon, and it was named Narsil. We discussed Narsil a bit already. This indicates that it might have gotten its name here, and as we learned, the name references sun and moon. Also, somewhere in this battle, Elrond fought at the side of Gil-galad and Elendil. We all know the epic intro of Lord of the Rings. At the end, the last alliance was victorious, and Sauron retreated and hid in his chief fortress Barad-dûr, meaning Dark Tower. How long this battle lasted, I could not find a reliable source on, but the battle started Second Age 34-34, and the next phase also started Second Age 34-34, which is the Siege of Barad-dûr. I imagine that one does not simply walk into Mordor, even if Sauron has retreated, and that getting into a position of being able to siege Sauron has taken some time too, and must have happened in the same year. Usually you don't fight during winter too. As a result, I don't think the battle lasted for 6 months or something. Gollum says in Lord of the Rings in the chapter The Passage of the Marshes, they fought on the plain for days and months at the Black Gates. He explains he learned the story of this battle when he was young, but that was still over 2,400 years later. Hard to say if it is an exaggeration of those victorious that is retold over generations or a fact. The siege of Gondor and the battle of the Pelennor fields lasted only a few days in comparison. Another detail of this battle is that the helmet Isildur wore there and in the war would later be made into a crown, which became the crown of Aragorn or King Elessar. The last alliance continued and went through the Black Gate into Mordor and besieged the Dark Tower of Sauron for 7 years. Similar to Orthanc, it was probably almost indestructible, and its foundation could not be undone as long as the One Ring existed. And one can assume that the Dúnedain knew how to build advanced siege weapons and what weakness a material like this could have had. As said, they built Orthanc, maybe out of a similar material. The siege for sure had its challenges and even cost lives. Second Age 34-40, so 6 years into the siege, Elendil's son and Isildur's brother Anarion was slain. A footnote from Appendix A in Lord of the Rings that also mentions Isildur's helm made into a crown later explains why Anarion's helm was not used for this. Quote, "For the helm of Anarion was crushed by the stone cast from Barad-dûr that slew him." So he was slain by a rock that Barad-dûr threw at the last alliance. If even Anarion, a king of Gondor, was slain like this, one can imagine that other soldiers of the last alliance were slain in a similar way too. It was for sure hard to besiege in a hostile environment like Mordor as well, and that is probably why the siege lasted 7 years. Then, Second Age 34-41. Sauron decided to fight and come forced to free himself from the siege. He for sure did not come out alone, and we see another battle in front of Barad-dûr. Something similar we see in the intro of the Lord of the Rings film, though there we don't really see many signs of a siege. Again, Gil-galad, Elrond, Círdan, Elendil and Isildur fought side by side, and at some point Gil-galad and Elendil clashed with Sauron himself. Keep in mind, the eye of Sauron the Terrible few could endure, or as we can read in the Silmarillion, and the malice of the eye of Sauron few even of the great among elves and men could endure. How Sauron looked exactly is not known. We can read about his black hand, quote, Sauron's hand, which was black and yet burned like fire. The depiction in the film, as mentioned in a lot of my videos already, seems to be distantly inspired by Morgoth, who was known to wear a black armor, a terrible mace and a black crown with the 3 Silmarilli in it. We see this in the film depiction of Sauron minus a Silmarilli. According to the audio commentary, Sauron's helmet was somewhat inspired by a horse skull, I think. I also think it communicates the situation well, though in the books Sauron is a necromancer or a dark sorcerer, not a mace-wielding warrior like we see in Peter Jackson's film. In letter 246 we can read, Sauron should be thought of as very terrible. The form that he took was that of a man of more than human stature, but not gigantic. In the end, Gil-galad and Eärendil could endure his eye. The quote from the text of Isildur of Sauron's black hand continues. The heat of Sauron's hand, which was black and yet burned like fire, and so Gil-galad was destroyed. Gil-galad was killed by Sauron with fire, it seems. It is said by Aragorn, Sauron can put fire to his evil uses as he can all things. And also Eärendil was slain and his sword broke under him as he fell, but Sauron was thrown down too. I assume that means the Dark Lord was defeated as well, and Isildur with the hilt shard of Narsil cut off the finger with a one ring, maybe as a finishing blow before he could recover. We can read that Elrond said, I beheld, so he saw it with his own eyes as a witness. It must have been a huge moment of victory, but also a sad one that demanded many sacrifices. What exactly happens in this fight with Sauron at the end is very vague. Quote, I beheld the last combat on the slopes of Orodruin, where Gil-galad died and Eärendil fell and Narsil broke beneath him, but Sauron himself was overthrown and Isildur cut the ring from his hand with the hilt shard of his father's sword and took it for his own. What does overthrown or throw down, as it's phrased in the Silmarillion, mean? For sure it means Sauron was defeated, unable to make any moves in this state or position. In the German translation the word überwältigen is used, which could be translated with to overwhelm somebody or even to subdue. It also states that the battle took place at the slopes of Orodruin. In the film we see a big explosion after Isildur cuts off all his fingers of the hand with a ring, but that is not described in the books. There it's in addition only one specific finger which has the one ring that was cut off, and we also find no hint of an explosion. In the Silmarillion we can read, Then Sauron was for that time vanquished, and he forsook his body, and his spirit fled far away, and hid in waste places, and he took no visible shape again for many long years. In Peoples of Middle-earth, we find a note that the Blue Wizards tried to find Sauron's hiding place in the distant east after this event, at least in the version where they arrived in Middle-earth in the Second Age with Glorfindel. Quote, and after his first fall to search out his, Sauron's hiding, in which they failed, and to cause dissension and disarray among the Dark East. A quite interesting idea of Tolkien. We find another interesting detail regarding Elrond and the others in Lord of the Rings. Quote, Isildur took it as should not have been. It should have been cast then into Orodruin's fire nigh at hand where it was made, but few marked what Isildur did. He alone stood by his father in that last mortal contest, and by Gil-galad only Círdan stood, and I, Elrond, but Isildur would not listen to our counsel. I'm not 100% sure how to understand in that last mortal contest, but in my opinion the text indicates that Isildur was close to his dead or dying father, which is plausible considering that he was there to cut off the ring, but it also implies that Elrond and Círdan were close to their king too. maybe during combat, but also to the dead body. Elrond has served under Gil-galad for around 3,400 years, same with Círdan, and Gil-galad trusted him, making him his vice-regent. They most likely had a good relationship. Now his king was lying dead in front of him, burned by Sauron's fire. But he had no time to grieve. The next sentence implies that now was time for counsel. They advised Isildur to cast the One Ring into the fires of Mount Doom so that it would be undone, but he would not listen to their counsel. We can also read in Appendix B that the ring race went into shadow. Them participating is not directly mentioned, but considering this mention, they were for sure active in the war as well. Maybe this moment was the saddest one. All could have ended here, but it did not. Elrond later talks about fruitless victories in his council during the Third Age, and I guess this is what he meant. The friends Elendil and Gil-galad died side by side in combat and managed to defeat Sauron, sacrificing themselves, but in the end, Sauron's evil could not be undone because the last step was missing. Elrond and Círdan were wise and had the gift of foresight. They probably knew best what this would lead to. And in addition, we can read, but few marked what Isildur did. Not many knew what he did, who said, "This I will have as wergild for my father and my brother." And so he kept it as an heirloom. With the defeat of Sauron, the Second Age ended and the Third Age began. Mordor was conquered and under control of the winners. Gondor made fortresses and watched over the land of the Dark Lord. The places where soldiers were stationed were the Morannon, the Black Gate, which also got two towers, the Towers of the Teeth, Narchost and Karchost, the fortress Durthang, that means Dark Oppression, and the Tower of Cirith Ungol. They also tried to destroy Barad-dûr, which worked to some degree, but the foundations of the Dark Tower could not be destroyed because they were bound to the One Ring, a sign that probably confirmed what Elrond and Círdan feared. Sauron might be gone for now, but the foundation of evil is still there and it will return one day. From the film and the beginning, we remember Elrond shouting with such an expression of despair in his face, "Isildur!" You maybe now have a better understanding why this might have been fitting, though it is not mentioned in the books like this. And with the end of the Second Age, we also reach the end of the second part of this video. Don't worry, the Third Age also has tons of details to discuss. After the siege of Sauron's dark fortress Barad-dûr at the end of the War of the Last Alliance of Elves and Men, Isildur was one of the few remaining survivors of the faithful Dúnedain lords, so the men of the West, who escaped the downfall of the island Numenor. I should mention that after this downfall, his father, his brother and him became kings of the Dúnedain in exile, founding the kingdoms Arnor in the north and Gondor in the south. But after the War of the Last Alliance, Isildur's father, who was the High King of Arnor and Gondor, was dead. He and his brother Anarion ruled together over Gondor as kings, but Anarion was killed by stone cast from Barad-dûr. As a result, two large kingdoms were left to rule for him alone as Elendil's heir after the war, but Elendil did not try to rule both kingdoms alone either, and one can assume it was not wise to do so. A lot of duties had to be done as ruler, but also as son and brother. According to the Unfinished Tales chapter Cirion and Eorl, Isildur decided to bury his father at a secret location, which we later know as Amon Anwar, the Hill of Awe, or later Halfelven, Holy Mountain in the language of Rohan. The idea was to let no man disturb its peace and silence, and I assume the rest of his father. It was the midpoint of the realm of Gondor. Cirion and Eorl will later swear their oaths at this place in the Third Age, when Rohan is founded. This location was considered a hollow place, and was a secret among the rulers of Gondor, which seems to include the ruling stewards. We know Denethor II from the Lord of the Rings, and Cirion was a ruling steward as well, and an ancestor of him. As it was not wise to rule 2 kingdoms alone, especially considering the distance, Isildur gave the crown of Gondor to Anarion's son Mineldil, who potentially was the last man to be born in Numenor, and considering his age could have fought in the war as well. And so the kings of Gondor were now from Anarion's line. Isildur became king of Arnor, and as a result, the kings of Arnor were from the line of Isildur. He also took the sapling of the white tree he saved in Minas Ithil from Sauron's invasion, as we learned in part 2, and planted it in Minas Anor, later known as Minas Tirith. He also took the shards of Narsil with him. The sapling could have been a while in Rivendell, and I speculate further maybe the Palantir of Minas Ithil too. Of course, maybe both could have been stored in Anúminas as well and just briefly passed through Rivendell, but still an interesting thought. Where High King Gil-galad was buried I could not find out. Actually, we know very little about what elves did with their dead. The Silmarillion indicates that tombs or burials existed and gives us a few examples. Glorfindel, who we also know from The Lord of the Rings in his re-embodied form, got a cairn in the mountain pass called Ciris Thoronath, I assume west of Gondolin. The other would be High King Fingolfin, Galadriel's uncle. He had an impossible-to-win duel against the first Dark Lord Morgoth, which the king lost, but he could also wound the Dark Lord. Fingolfin's dead body was then rescued from the wrath of Morgoth by Thorondor, the king of the eagles, and brought to Fingolfin's son Turgon, the king of Gondolin, who is also Elrond's great-grandfather by his father's side. Turgon then built a high cairn over him on a mountain top that looked from the north upon the hidden valley of Gondolin. Galadriel's brother Finrod was buried by Beren and Luthien in Tol Sirion, which later foundered under destroying seas when Beleriand was sunk into the ocean. But let us return to the aftermath of the War of the Last Alliance. The elves for sure left Mordor and returned to their lands. I could also not find out where Anarion was buried, maybe close to Elendil's grave or in the tombs of kings in Gondor, for example Ras Dinen if it already existed. I assume the latter, or in Osgiliath. I can imagine Elrond and the other elves had a lot to process on their way home. It is hard to say what Elrond felt. In Rivendell he however met Isildur's family again, while Isildur had still things to handle in Gondor and would journey to Rivendell later. Even at this time of recovering and processing, Elrond remained very hospitable, it seems, and heirs of Isildur growing up there seems to become a thing in the future too. The presence of Isildur's family in Rivendell is an indicator for me why I think the sapling and maybe even the Minas Ithil Palantir were stored there for some time as well. The most precious aspect of life is for sure your close family, your wife, your husband and your children. If Isildur thought they were safe in Rivendell, I don't see a reason why he would think otherwise about the sapling and the Seeing Stone, though the Palantir might have been useful for them in the war, so I can see that it was transported somewhere else, and the sapling must have been sent to Minas Anor at some point shortly after the war or even during it as well. Isildur took his 3 oldest sons with him to the War of the Last Alliance. His oldest son Elendur was even fighting in the siege of Barad-dûr, according to the unfinished tales. The other 2, Aratarn and Cirion, were later sent to Minas Ithil to guard the passage of Ciris Duath, later called Ciris Ungol, should Sauron try to escape into this direction. So they were not present during the siege of Barad-dûr. Only his youngest son Valandil stayed in Rivendell with his mother. He was only around 4 years old when the siege of Barad-dûr began. From Elrond's perspective, everything changed around the year 3 of the Third Age when 2 men appeared in Rivendell. One of them was named Ohtar, the other was his companion, whose name we don't know. Ohtar was the squire of Isildur. He had the shards of Narsil carried by his companion, and ill news. Isildur and his company were ambushed by orcs from the Misty Mountains while crossing the Gladden Fields. Isildur ordered him to flee with Narsil, which must have been a terrible feeling to let your king and companions behind so you can survive. Isildur even mentioned to him, "Save Narsil from capture by all means that you can find, and at all costs, even at the cost of being held a coward who deserted me. Take your companion with you and flee. Go, I command you." It's hard to say if it was the right call, but Narsil was saved and stored in Rivendell at least for some time, and later in time again, or even continuously. It already proved as a safe place to store things of importance. I assume Elrond was back in Rivendell at this time. Sadly, we don't know what he thought or said. He advised Isildur to destroy the One Ring. Maybe it was not surprising for him that it would bring doom over its bearer. It is now very likely that immediately a small host rode out from Rivendell, and maybe Elrond with them as well to help Isildur. We find no information in the text from the Unfinished Tales or somewhere else about Elrond leaving or him sending some elves there from Rivendell, but it's in my opinion the only logical step. It seems unreasonable that he would receive these ill news and do nothing. The fact that Ohtar escaped with Narsil and reached Rivendell can be found in the chapter The Council of Elrond and in Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings, which makes it very canon in contrast to texts that were work in progress and not published during Tolkien's lifetime. Interestingly, we also can read about other factions trying to help Isildur as well. Quote from the Unfinished Tales. "There were rescuers who came on the scene too late, but in time to disturb the orcs and prevent their mutilation of the bodies, for there were certain woodmen who got news to Thranduil by runners, and also themselves gathered a force to ambush the orcs." So, woodmen of that region, I assume Norsemen most likely related to the Edain house of Marach, and maybe an elven force of Thranduil arrived there too, and the remaining orcs, who also had heavy casualties from the fight, fled. I must assume Elrond, or at least those he probably sent, appeared there too, just later, so they could not have prevented the orcs from mutilating the bodies. Why is that detail so important? Because another person survived. A man named Estelmo, who was the esquire of Isildur's eldest son Elendur. He was stunned by a club and not slain, and was found under Elendur's body. Sadly, he was the last survivor. Only 3 men survived the ambush, but he is the source for some of the dialogue and could also prove that Ohtar did not desert but escaped due to the command of Isildur. I guess clearing his name from deserting is one of the few positive things here and might have been important for Ohtar, considering how heavy the punishment for that was in many cultures. Ohtar was also most likely not the real name of the squire, because it means soldier, and was maybe just how Isildur addressed him in this situation, and became a name of legend, as Tolkien mentioned in the Unfinished Tales, The Disaster of the Gladden Fields, note 17. However, a few things come together here. The woodmen and Thranduil's forces arrived early and prevented the orcs from potentially killing the last survivor. In the Unfinished Tales we can also find the headline, "The Sources of the Legend of Isildur's Death." One of the places with great reputation when it comes to having records of history and law is Rivendell, and we know for a fact that the only survivors who could flee went directly to Rivendell. Though the disaster of the Gladden Fields happened 3rd Age 2 and Ohtar arrives in Rivendell 3rd Age 3, which is strange. Isildur started his journey in September and expected to reach Elrond's realm in October, maybe early November. Why would Ohtar and his companion need so long to get there? I guess he had to hide a bit. His task was to protect Narsil, not to call for help. As a result, it seems very plausible that Rivendell sent people there and also recorded the incident in detail. Elrond is one of the great lawmasters. Another great lawmaster is Pangoloth from Gondolin, though he only appears in work-in-progress texts and left Middle-earth in the Second Age. And to master law, you must also record it. I think here we have another example after the events of the Second Age, which Elrond witnessed as well, where law was recorded. It is possible that Elrond knew Pangoloth, who interestingly dwelled in Khazad Dûm for a while. Elves and men probably searched intensively for Isildur, who during the ambush and ongoing fight also tried to escape with a heavy heart. Isildur even used the One Ring, but it led to his death. His body could not be found, and neither the One Ring, which has brought doom over the king. It was for sure hard to foresee that such a small thing could be the source of so much evil, but it called upon Sauron's servants. In one version of the Unfinished Tales, we can read that he used the One Ring so he could not be seen, so he thought, and fled over 34 kilometers or 21 miles, I can't say how long it took him. When he reached the river Anduin, he cast off his armor and most weapons he still had with him, except a short stabbing sword, a so-called Eket, and tried to swim to the other side of the Anduin. In the water, the One Ring betrayed him and slipped off his finger, and was lost for a long time, as we know. When Isildur came out of the water, the orcs could see him though. The Elendil Mir, or Star of Elendil, the in part 2 mentioned gem from Numenor he wore as king of Arnor, started to glow red when he used the One Ring. I assume he did not know, and all could see a flying red eye in the dark, I imagine. As a result, he was not fully invisible while wearing the One Ring, but the glow put all who saw it into fear. Though he did not have the One Ring anymore, on the other side, the Elendil Mir still glowed red for a bit, it seems, and in fear of what kind of monster has crept out of the water, the orcs on the other side of the river shot their poisoned arrows in fear at him and fled. Isildur's heart and throat were hit, and he fell into the water. His body was never found by elves or men. This story was for the most part unknown to most people though. It must be noted that this is a version from the Unfinished Tales, and as we discussed before, canon is always debatable outside of sources published during Tolkien's lifetime like The Lord of the Rings, though the texts were written by John Ronald Reuel Tolkien as well, but are originally unpublished work-in-progress texts that were only published after Tolkien's death. Even canon for the Silmarillion is often debated. The Silmarillion version of this event is also slightly different in some details. For example, when Isildur swam and lost the One Ring in the water, we can read, "Then the orcs saw him as he labored in the stream, and they shot him with many arrows." That is also what we see in the film, but of course contradicts the version from the Unfinished Tales, which also might be newer, and in Lord of the Rings, a lot of these details are missing completely. In the Silmarillion and Lord of the Rings version, the glowing Elendil Mir is not mentioned at all in this context, though Ohtar, and that 3 people survived in total, is mentioned in both works as well. Of course, nobody really saw what happened to Isildur, so it makes sense that there are different versions. What I like is how Tolkien places all these details to explain certain things in the text from the Unfinished Tales. For example, Isildur casting off his armor, which was most likely found, was a hint that he must have tried to swim to the other side of the Anduin. Maybe they also found an orc arrow stuck somewhere in a tree and a bit of blood at the other side of the river, which would help construct what happened further. Still, Isildur's body was never found by elves or men, neither the One Ring. Only the chain of the One Ring and the Elendil Mir were found much later by Saruman, according to another text from the Unfinished Tales. And he potentially also found Isildur's remains too, but he never told anyone. Overall, these information were not widely known, especially not in Gondor, and kept almost like a secret of the Norse, it seems. Quote from Elrond: "Only to the Norse did these tidings come, and only to a few." This might have been the case because Elrond sent people there to help, or was there himself, not men of Gondor. According to the Silmarillion, Elrond also made a prophecy in Rivendell regarding the shards of Narsil and its reforging. Quote, "And Master Elrond foretold that this, reforging Narsil, would not be done until the ruling ring should be found again and Sauron should return, but the hope of elves and men was that these things might never come to pass." Another interesting detail is the question, where did those orcs that ambushed Isildur come from? We can read that Isildur felt victorious with all his enemies defeated and did not expect an ambush and was only traveling with around 200 knights and soldiers. According to note 20 of the chapter The Disaster of the Gladden Fields in the Unfinished Tales, Sauron sent orcs from Mordor to the Misty Mountains and surroundings to ambush advancing hosts of Sauron's enemies and diminishing their numbers before they could reach Mordor or stop reinforcements at the end of the Second Age. The host of the Last Alliance was so huge though that they would not dare to attack. Even when Thranduil returned, and we know only a third of his army returned while the rest died, it still was too much a threat to attack for those orc troops hiding in the mountains and forests, though we can read they outnumbered Isildur's men by maybe up to 10 to 1, but this number could be exaggerated. However, those troops stayed alerted and likely did not know about Sauron's defeat yet. It was then when Isildur returned to Rivendell they saw their chance, and Tolkien also mentions that the One Ring called upon Sauron's servants. If the Dúnedain, Elrond the Woodman and Thranduil's elves could have guessed this is hard to say, but they for sure asked themselves where those orcs came from as well. In this terrible fight in the Gladden Fields, the 3 eldest sons of Isildur died, but his youngest son Valandil was not with them. He was safe in Rivendell with his mother. The poor boy was just 13 to 14 when his father and 3 elder brothers died. When he was 21, he became king of Arnor, 3rd Age 10. With him living in Rivendell when he was young and growing up there, one could say a tradition began that should be continued later. Also after this tragic and disastrous event known as the Disaster of the Gladden Fields and Sauron still hiding in the Far East, Middle-earth would have a time of peace. Well deserved, one could say. In this time, Elrond also seems to see better times for himself as well. Elrond, as vice-regent and considering his elven ancestors, had most likely the option to claim the title of High King of the Noldor Elves, becoming Gil-galad's successor, but he never did. I assume he thought it never ended well with the kings of the Noldor clan, and they also started leaving Middle-earth, so there was less need for a new king. One could argue Galadriel maybe could have also tried to make a claim, though that would have been unprecedented for women, but she did not try either. Círdan became Lord of the Grey Havens. Elrond remained Lord of Imladris, which is the Sindari name for Rivendell. Galadriel and Celeborn ruled at some point over Lothlorien. Amros was still there too. And Thranduil over the Woodland Realm. With this, those realms had good and powerful leaders, and things worked out without a High King of the Noldor. It seems Elrond also met Celebrian, Galadriel's and Celeborn's daughter again, because she and Elrond married 3rd Age 109. We don't have any details about this except for the year and that it happened. When he met Celebrian for the first time, I said it was probably not the time for romance back in the day after the War of Elves and Sauron, but now after Sauron's defeat through the Last Alliance in a time of peace, this changed as we see. Elrond for sure had to speak to Celeborn and Galadriel to marry their daughter. The details of that are not recorded. Valandil, Isildur's only surviving son, who not only grew up in Rivendell with Elrond potentially being something like a foster father for him, but who also was born there, according to Appendix A, became King of Arnor when he turned 21, as explained last section. I can imagine that he congratulated the elven couple or even attended their wedding, though at that time he was around 114 years old, which is not that old for a Dunedain of the royal bloodline. As we learned, Elrond becoming a foster father reflected his own past. He grew up without his father Earendil and even without his mother Elwing, and he was taken by those, the remaining Sons of Feanor, who killed a lot of people he knew growing up in the mouths of Sirion in the third kinslaying. It can be assumed they even tried to kill his mother, who jumped off a cliff to escape the slaughter. Did Elrond know initially that she was saved by the Vala Ulmo, the king of the sea? He also could later see his father when he looked into the sky, seeing the star of Earendil, which is his father on his flying ship, carrying one of the legendary gems, one of the Silmarillion, but this was for sure still different from his father being there with him. Interestingly, the name Elrond means star dome. Originally, as described in letter 211, the name means elf cavern because, according to this letter, Elrond and Elros as children were placed in a cave with a waterfall in front of the entrance by the Sons of Feanor, or their soldiers. I assume so they would starve there, which is what happened to the two brothers of their mother Elwing as well, just in a forest in the second kinslaying. Both were also still very young, and again the Sons of Feanor were responsible for this. In the second kinslaying, Feanor's first son Maedhros repented and started searching but could not find them, and they were never seen again. Letter 211 hints at this terrible deed being repeated during the third kinslaying with Elrond and Elros, it seems, just with a cave. Here, Maglor, Feanor's second son, took pity and I guess rescued them. He became their foster father. They were found in the cave and in this version named like this. Elros was dabbling in the water, which led to the name elf dew or elf spray, it seems. However, Tolkien changed his mind later again. We find this change even in a later letter and translated Elrond's name with Star Dome or Vault of Stars. I also prefer this translation. In this context, we can also read in the Silmarillion, "The ring of sapphire was with Elrond in the fair valley of Rivendell, upon whose house the stars of heaven most brightly shone. In my opinion, he did not grow bitter from these terrible past events and was blessed in a weird way, but could maybe also relate to how it was growing up without a father, and that is probably why he was so hospitable and became a father figure for so many young Dunedain chieftains, as we will learn. And also, he, in a sense, lost his brother Elros too, of course, different from how Valandil lost his brothers. Elros sailed to Numenor and died as a mortal man, while Elrond lived on as elf. I think this influenced the Elf Lord a lot, and maybe he could relate well to the difficult childhood of Isildur's son. Third Age 130, the couple's twin sons, Eladan and Elrohir, were born. Third Age 241, their sister Arwen Undomiel. It's interesting that we see twins again. As mentioned, Elrond and Elros were twins too, according to War of the Jewels. Maybe an expression of the duality of this half-elven line. And now Elrond had his own family and was a father too, and had the luxury of living in a time of peace with his wife and children. I could imagine his family was very important to him and that he tried to make things better compared to his ancestors. Just reflecting on his complex past for sure bore wisdom. After so many big events, the following centuries remained little noteworthy until around Third Age 861. For an elf, this is very little time, but of course for men it was not. Valandil died Third Age 249. We don't know much about it, but Elrond for sure took notice. The king ruled in the north for 239 years, which was quite long and maybe indicates a blessed life. The name Valandil translates to lover of the Valar. The Valar were comparable to high angels, forming a god pantheon in Tolkien's world. Now, after 860 years of peace, I would argue the first bad omen happens that might indicate that the peaceful times would slowly end. Valandil's descendant, I think 8 generations later, Earendil, king of Arnor, dies, and his 3 sons argue over who shall rule the kingdom. Of course, the eldest son Amlais would have the right to rule, but this conflict, or dissension as it's called in Lord of the Rings, leads Arnor to be split into 3 kingdoms: Arthedain, Cardolan and Rhodour. The kingdoms were right between Rivendell and Lindon, and we learned that Elrond and Arnor had a good relationship, not sure if some other princes also grew up in Rivendell in the meantime. It's hard to say what the elves thought about this conflict and splitting Arnor, but I can imagine Elrond and Círdan saw this with worry. It was definitely the first step of weakening Arnor. The decision also is very much in contrast to Elrond not trying to become the next High King of the Noldor elves. Elrond for sure saw this as not wise, maybe also because there were conflicts among the elven clans, and this decision would not have been for the greater good. The 3 sons of the last king of Arnor did not see the greater good, and potentially all of them wanted to rule. At least that is my speculation, and it should lead to their ruin. In Gondor, though, the first ship king, Tarannon Falastur, is ruling and extends the realm of Gondor. He married a black Numenorean woman named Beruthiel, possibly from Umbar for diplomatic reasons it seems. Despite the success of Gondor, we find another bad omen here. The couple did not get along well and had no heir, a first time for a king of Gondor. The next 3 ship kings and the kings after this are from the line of Tarannon's brother. Now, a few centuries after Arnor splitting, around 3rd Age 1000, huge events start to happen, though they stay hidden for most people. One day, somebody arrived in Middle-earth at Mithlond, the Grey Havens. A man that should be known as Curunir, which means man of skill in Sindarin. We know him better as Saruman. A bit later, 2 more men arrived at the Grey Havens and were greeted by Círdan, who was one of the few who understood their true nature, and to one of them he gave Narya, the Ring of Power, that he got from Gil-galad. He knew that man would need it more than he did, and that man was called Mithrandir by the elves. We know him as Gandalf. The other man is of course Radagast. I think there is no note how elves call the brown wizard in Sindarin. His Quenya name was Iwendil, which means lover of birds. With those men, the wizards, things would later change a lot in Middle-earth, though at first they were a bit more passive and did a lot of networking, you could say. They were the Istari, Quenya for those who know, Maiar or angels of lower rank in the disguise of old men. They traveled to Middle-earth to help establishing a rebellion against Sauron. See my video about the Istari. Interestingly, we remember how in Mithlond, Gil-galad, Elrond and Círdan looked through Sauron's disguise, at least to some degree, and not let him in. This time, it seems Círdan was sure it was not another trick by Sauron and that they were the real ambassadors of the West Continent Aman. Also, we can read an interesting note in the Silmarillion, quote, "None knew at that time whence they were, save Círdan of the Havens, and only to Elrond and to Galadriel did he reveal that they came over the sea." This seems to be an example for how these characters, as the wise and powerful of Middle-earth, interacted in the background, even if we don't have dialogues and details about this. I assume the 3 met in person and would not discuss these matters through messengers or letters. Another option would be a form of telepathy the elves could use called Osanwe, but that's a complicated topic we might discuss later in one of the last 3rd Age parts. There are some further assumptions I would make. Círdan met the Istari first. so this is most likely why the other did not know. They also were potentially able to see the power and wisdom of the Istari, especially Galadriel, because she lived in Aman, where the Maya lived, for quite some time as well, in contrast to Círdan and Elrond. I guess Elrond and Galadriel simply had not the opportunity yet to meet the wizards. In addition, it shows how respected Círdan's judgment and message was. If Círdan says they are the real deal coming over the sea, even giving one of them his ring of power and foresight, his word and decision would be trusted. Elrond and Galadriel also knew from Círdan that Gandalf now had Narya. This and the knowledge of the 3 elven rings of power in general was kept secret, quote, but the red ring Narya remained hidden until the end, and none save Elrond and Galadriel and Círdan knew to whom it had been committed. And of the 3 rings that the elves had preserved unsullied, no open word was ever spoken among the wise, and few even of the Eldar knew where they were bestowed. We can also read in the Unfinished Tales, for Círdan saw further and deeper than any other in Middle-earth. Maybe this also hints at Círdan, one of the oldest and wisest elves in Middle-earth, was the one who had a bad feeling with Anatar, who was Sauron in disguise in the Second Age. Tolkien masterfully puts in a lot of nuances here, and he often connects events, mirrors the past, and manages to position characters and events in the story that start a larger plot, so it's at least worth thinking about it, but it's just a thought of mine. As mentioned, the Istari arrived around 3rd Age 1000 to 1100, and it is in this time that Sauron returns to the western part of Middle-earth in secret. We have some hints in Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings, but we interestingly also find a lot of information in some iterations of Appendix B published in Peoples of Middle-earth. Quote, 3rd Age 1050. Hiarmendakil conquers the Harad. Gondor reaches the height of its power. About this time, a shadow falls on Greenwood, and men begin to call it Mirkwood. The Periannas, the Hobbits, are first mentioned in records with the coming of the Harfoots to Eriador. We see how 2 opposing events happen, the rise of Gondor and Sauron returning, hiding in Greenwood the Great, which will become known as Mirkwood due to this, and one record that builds the foundation for a far greater plot, the appearing of the Hobbits, who crossed the Misty Mountains. According to Peoples of Middle-earth, they probably lived in Greenwood the Great before. We know the Rohirrim knew about the Hobbits from legends, maybe from ancient days, when they were still the Eotheod, the ancestors of the Rohirrim, or even earlier when they had Gothic names, living in the north long before Rohan was even founded. They called them Holbütla, plural Holbütlan, Old English for hole builder, which further seems to be the root of the word hobbit. Quote from Theoden from the chapter The Road to Isengard from The Lord of the Rings. The days are fated to be filled with marvels. Already I have seen many since I left my house, and now, here before my eyes, stand yet another of the folk of legend. Are not these the halflings that some among us call Holbütlan? Considering that very early names of the Norsemen are Gothic, an Old English name could maybe limit how old this word is, or hints at languages coexisting in this region. I think the latter might be more plausible. Hobbits later also have other words from that time in the language, especially in their names, which makes a connection and meeting of those cultures very plausible. It must also be noted that Old English only represents the actual language. The in-world word for Holbütla is Kut Dukan, meaning hole dweller. See Appendix F. Check my video about languages of Tolkien for more information. However, the connection of Hobbitish and the language of the ancestors of the Rohirrim indicates that they were geographically close to each other at some point and even met. I love how Tolkien adds an etymology for the word hobbit with this that fits the world he created perfectly and makes sense in it. And exactly this adds another fascinating detail if we consider that the Hobbits had a huge part in Sauron's final defeat. It seems almost ironic that the Dark Lord entering Greenwood the Great, where the early Hobbits lived, might have forced them to leave and look for new lands, in combination with the War of Angmar much later, where some Hobbits fled back over the Misty Mountains to the area around the Gladden Fields. It becomes even more ironic because that led to Deachol and Smeagol finding the One Ring before Sauron and Saruman could, and altogether led ultimately to Bilbo finding it, bringing it to the Shire. I think this is a mind-blowing detail. What I wonder is how the Hobbits crossed the Misty Mountains, through Khazad-dûm, through Rivendell, Redhorn Pass, or the Gap of Rohan, or Kalinarthon, as this area was still called at this time. We don't know, but there are not that many options. In case of Rivendell, they might have met Elrond. Appendix B uses the phrase "are first mentioned in records." Rivendell is for sure one of the places that could have written records like these. In Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings, it is mentioned that the Sturs, one of the 3 Hobbit tribes, crossed the mountains over the Redhorn Pass, but we don't know it for the other 2 tribes. In The Hobbit, Bilbo asks even where Rivendell is, and he was probably among the more educated Hobbits, so that seems at least a bit odd if this was the case, though we also know the Hobbits. Of course, it could also just be a device Tolkien used to explain it to the reader, or long-lost knowledge. In addition, Bilbo started learning a lot after his adventure and recorded it, which probably has not been done before. In addition, it would make sense for Thranduil in this time to move further north, as mentioned in some texts, and build his halls, but this could have happened earlier too. Even for Orofer in the Second Age, it is mentioned in the Unfinished Tales that he moved northward 3 times. As a result, I found it very difficult to construct a consistent chronology here. I think the elves of the Woodland realm lived a bit isolated too, but of course they knew very well what was going on in their woods. Remember them sending help against the orcs for Isildur. There is no hint though if they ever visited Rivendell except for Legolas, not even for Elrond visiting them, and how their diplomatic relationship looked like. The only potential meeting might be during the mentioned investigation of the disaster of the Gladden Fields and them sending help, or as part of the army of the Last Alliance. Maybe they exchanged message or were somewhat connected through Gandalf after 3rd Age 1000. In addition, Thranduil was, for example, not mentioned as member of the White Council. We come to that later. Though we also don't know all members, because the Silmarillion mentions among the core members Galadriel, Elrond, Círdan, Saruman and Gandalf, other lords of the Eldar. If we return to the Istari, we find hints that they did some networking. This for sure included Thranduil. Radagast became friends with beasts and birds, I assume the great eagles too. According to some sources, Saruman mostly walked among men, and about Gandalf we can read in the Silmarillion, Mithrandir was closest in council with Elrond and the elves. He wandered far in the north and west and made never in any land any lasting abode. So in this time Gandalf probably became friends with Elrond, and we know from The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings that Rivendell is a place that Gandalf's paths would often lead to. What they talked with each other in these early days is not mentioned, but I think they often held counsel and respected each other greatly. For example, Gandalf later added some horses and riders formed waves to the flood summoned by Elrond in The Lord of the Rings. This might seem like a minor detail, but in my opinion it indicates a deeper friendship, because messing around like this, especially with one other's magic, is something I see more among friends, if that makes sense. In this case, as a corporation. Imagine Gandalf messing with Saruman's magic. The White Wizard would not be happy in my opinion. In Mirkwood there were the Elves of the Woodland realm, and they probably noticed quite early that something strange is going on there, but that we will discuss next episode. We know from the events before the story of The Lord of the Rings that Gandalf had not only contact with the elves from the Woodland realm, but also trusted them, so he might have slowly established this in his early days already, though this good relationship is maybe based on the events of The Hobbit. On the other side, Gandalf as an Istar was looking for signs of Sauron and trying to form resistance against him. Leaving out Thranduil and his Sylvan elves makes very little sense from that perspective. Also, these elves, the woodmen, the beasts of the forest and the fleeing hobbits were probably the first who had an idea that something evil was inside Greenwood the Great. As a result, they would be a great source for him and the wise. I always thought that Sauron entered the forest in secret and his presence brought evil, at least to the south of it, driving the elves into the north. But while doing research I learned that the process was far more stretched out, as mentioned. As early as in Second Age, these Sylvan elves started to find new grounds for them, maybe because Sauron's power increased and his creatures got close to Greenwood, maybe even entering it. I think this is smart by Tolkien because it gives the elves of Greenwood a motive to join the last alliance and establish Sauron as their enemy as well. And around Third Age 1050, Sauron secretly returned and hid in this forest. I should say an evil presence was noticed there at that time. I guess nobody knew it was him yet. The fact that Sauron chose this place as hideout hints at it being a place where information is concealed within. The Dark Lord found a spot for him, corrupted the forest and lured evil creatures into it, which potentially drove the elves further away. One could theorize that this operation was maybe going on for some time. Maybe the Ringwraiths prepared Sauron's hiding there in advance, which might explain some mentions of the movements of the elves. Then, at some point during this, Thranduil maybe established his halls. One could argue it's possible that this happened even before the War of the Last Alliance. I'm a bit sad that I could not find a more definitive answer to that. In the north of Greenwood, we find the Emun Duir, the Dark Mountains. According to one version in the Unfinished Tales, the elves dwelt west of those in the Second Age already, and Orofer, that is Thranduil's father in one version, had to move north 3 times. Later, when Sauron returned, these mountains, quote, became a haunt of many of his most evil creatures and were called Emun Nu Fuin, the Mountains of Mirkwood. If we look at the map, we see how large this area is. In my opinion, there is no way this process of infestation of more than half of Greenwood the Great went unnoticed by the wise, which is reflected in the change of its name. In Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings, and also slightly altered in a version of that published in Peoples of Middle-earth, we find the following note. Circa 3rd Age 1100, the wise, the Istari and the chief Eldar discover that an evil power has made a stronghold at Dol Guldur. It is thought to be one of the Nazgul. Note that the mention of one of the Nazgul as explanation is missing in the version from Peoples of Middle-earth, but it's a very plausible assumption and it seems Tolkien saw it as a needed addition. This must have been the hot topic of this time. King Thranduil and his elves were pushed further and further north for centuries. Some evil presence, maybe a Ringwraith, now appeared there and made things worse. As a result, Greenwood the Great is called Mirkwood. The Mirk in Mirkwood comes from murky, and the name Mirkwood has a very similar Old Norse form, Myrkvidr, meaning Mirkwood. There's of course a similar Old English form as well, and we know the Old Norse word from Norse mythology. For example, we find it in the Poetic Edda in the poem Lokasenna, stanza 42. Old Norse also fits the region east of Mirkwood. That's an interesting little detail because the men living east of Mirkwood, that is where we find Old Norse names in Tolkien's world, probably noticed the change too and had more contact with the woodland realm than the areas west of the Misty Mountains. Maybe the renaming of the forest is based there, or due to this change, Tolkien moves the wood more into the realm of mythology. The name Gandalf is Old Norse as well and probably originates in this region. Elrond for sure discussed this with Gandalf and had an eye on this development. Maybe he sent messengers to Thranduil. In this context, the evil should not stay east of the Misty Mountains. There was strife among the three kingdoms of Arnor, and the Witch King, the chief of the Nazgul, sensed an opportunity. I could not find out if Sauron gave him this task or if it was his own idea, but considering that Sauron had power over him and that the presence of other evil creatures around several regions of Middle-earth was increasing at the same time, I think Sauron might have been involved in making the plan. Quote, Circa 3rd Age 1300, evil things begin to multiply again. Orcs increase in the Misty Mountains and attack the dwarves. The Nazgul reappear. The chief of these comes north to Angmar. The Periannath migrate westward. Many settle at Bree. So now the Witch King went to the northwest, gathered hillmen and orcs and founded his realm, which was called Angmar, meaning Iron Home, somewhere around 3rd Age 1300. He brought his influence over Rhudaur, which was close to Rivendell, and the line of Isildur and the Dúnedain failed there. The hillmen took over the rule and drove the remaining Dúnedain out. We find an interesting quote in Peoples of Middle-earth. In Rhudaur, an evil folk, workers of sorcery, subjects of Angmar, slay the remnants of the Dúnedain and build dark forts in the hills. I assume these forts or towers are those mentioned in the chapter Flight to the Fort in Lord of the Rings. Quote, here and there upon the heights and ridges they caught glimpses of ancient walls of stone and the ruins of towers. They had an ominous look. I could imagine at the beginning no one knew that they allied with Angmar, maybe even the foundation of that dark realm was quite secret. This was around 3rd Age 1349. It led of course to further conflict and war inside of Arnor, and of course the Witch King became known as the Witch King of Angmar during this war. I covered this conflict multiple times by now in videos, so I skip a bit through the War of Angmar. See episode 15 to 17 of my book Analysis and Film Differences series. I also covered it in the Who is Glorfindel and Who is Círdan video as well. Meanwhile in Gondor also trouble was on the horizon. The king of Gondor married a noblewoman of the Norsemen, which was a scandal in Gondor, and people feared it would weaken the royal bloodline and reduce the lifespan of their descendants. In parallel, we have another mention of the Hobbits settling in Bree. According to Peoples of Middle-earth, it means hill. Bree is at the crossroad of two very important trading streets. We talked earlier about the irony of the Hobbits leaving Greenwood due to Sauron's activities there. The Stur Hobbits in this conflicted time travel back over the Misty Mountains and settle around the Gladden Fields, again due to the activity of Sauron, or the Witch King to be precise. It was a lot of chaos at this time, and it was the perfect time for Sauron and his servants to make a move and distract the wise from looking into what happened in Mirkwood. One of the points of interest that fueled the inner conflict of Arnor was Amon-Sul, Weathertop, with the chief Palantir. It was exactly where the borders of all three kingdoms of Arnor met. Angmar, with Rhudaur under its control, could intensify the inner conflict until it was too late, and then started to attack. This war went on for centuries. Isildur's line in Cardolan came to an end at some point, and they allied with Arthedain, or accepted their claim for kingship of Arnor. There, the bloodline of Isildur was in contrast still intact. Arthedain could hold Weathertop and fortified it. Lindon and Cardolan helped with this too, it seems. But Cardolan was still under a lot of pressure, and maybe allying with Arthedain was too late. Angmar with Rhudaur was too strong and Cardolan too weak. Still, this conflict went on for decades, and some kings were slain in the many battles. One might ask, what did the elves do? Lindon helped Arthedain and Cardolan as mentioned, and according to Appendix A, quote, it is said that at this time Rivendell was besieged. That is, to my knowledge, the second time that Rivendell is besieged. The first siege was in the Second Age when it was founded. Some call it the Second Siege of Imladris, but it's not an official term from the books. We have no other information about the Second Siege, but for sure Elrond was not a fan of it. However, he could hold Rivendell against the enemies from Angmar and Rhudaur, it seems. He probably sent messengers over the Misty Mountains, the High Pass is directly behind Rivendell, to Lothlorien, and we can read that he later gets help from there. Interestingly, Amros could have been the ruler of Lothlorien at this time, as he only died 500 years later, so he sent help and maybe even came to Rivendell to Elrond's aid himself. It could also be that Elrond initially went to Lorien himself to ask for help. The text states Elrond brought help. Passing the Misty Mountains was dangerous at this time though, because of the increased orc activity. Quote, "Orcs increase in the Misty Mountains and attack the dwarves, so the Misty Mountains became slowly more infested and there were battles involving the dwarves of Moria. We can also assume that the Witch King came to Eriador over the Misty Mountains, so it makes sense that we see more activity in these mountains." Third Age 1409, Angmar and Rhudaur, under the Hillmen, which in my opinion became at some point part of Angmar, surrounded Weathertop and destroyed it. The Dúnedain had to retreat. Even the king of Arthedain was slain, but the Palantir of Amon-Sul could be saved and was brought to Fornost, capital of Arthedain at this time. Anúminas was maybe abandoned after Arnor split. At some point, the remaining forces of Cardolan hid in their barrows, the Barrow Downs, but were defeated. The Witch King later summoned evil spirits to infest those, the Barrow Wights, most likely around 3rd Age 1636. My assumption would be to prevent other Dúnedain from using them as hideouts after Cardolan's defeat. Maybe they were even sent earlier to drive the remaining Dúnedain of Cardolan out of those barrows, but the texts don't indicate this. The war went on and Arthedain now had to hold Fornost against the enemy, in which they were successful for some time. Lindon helped Arthedain, and Rivendell under Elrond, with help from Lorien, could subdue Angmar for some time. As mentioned, the war made the hobbits move, some back to the wilderlands around the Gladden Fields. Rovanion means wilderlands. Others went west and south. Meanwhile, in Gondor, the mentioned conflict escalated as well, and the rightful heir of the throne of Gondor had to flee, also to Rovanion, while a distant relative took over the rule. Osgiliath burns and its Palantir, the biggest of the Seeing Stones, is lost. This conflict in Gondor is known as the Kin-strife. Gondor's rightful king Eldacar returned, gathered his mother's kinsmen, the Norsemen from Rovanion, plus some Gondorians on his way who were not happy with the new king, and together they managed to slay the usurper and take back the throne. The usurper's name was Castamir, and his sons and followers fled to Umbar, where his descendants got influence over the Corsairs and became leaders. Then, while and during Gondor recovered from the civil war, the Kin-strife, they neglected watching over Mordor and had some other conflicts which had to do with Umbar and Harad in the south. We can say that with losing a Seeing Stone, their power of communication and seeing things in advance was diminished. In addition, Mordor was not guarded anymore. As a result, a return of Sauron to Mordor became far more likely. Elrond maybe knew about those conflicts in the south, but he was for sure too busy with the war against Angmar. I could imagine that in this time Gandalf maybe visited Gondor or the far south. Him visiting the south is implied in the Unfinished Tales. Quote, "Many are my names in many countries, Mithrandir among the elves, Tharkun to the dwarves, Olorin I was in my youth in the west, that is forgotten, in the south Incarnus, in the north Gandalf, to the east I go not." Gandalf is not mentioned in the texts about the Angmar war, so maybe he was simply not there. In contrast, Glorfindel is mentioned though, same with Elrond and Círdan, which seems unusual considering what an important character Gandalf is. As a result, my assumption of him looking over things in the south might not be too far off. These Gondorian conflicts were also the explanation why Gondor did not send help to Arnor. There is another reason we come to in a moment. In all this chaos, something interesting happens 3rd Age 1601. Hobbits from Bree migrate to the land beyond the Baranduin and are granted this land by King Argileb II. The only conditions, according to the prologue chapter of The Lord of the Rings, were that they maintain the roads and bridges in this land, for example the Brandywine Bridge, or also called Bridge of Stone Bows, speed the king's messengers, and acknowledge his lordship. And yes, this led to the foundation of the Shire. It seems so unusual that in this century-long war against Angmar, the Shire was founded, which will become the foundation of Sauron's and, in parts, the Witch King's downfall. 3rd Age 1630, they are joined by the Sturs from Dunland, those who fled south, not those who fled to the Gladden Fields. There is no mention that Rivendell knew about this, but in my opinion it is possible. We only know that King Argileb II knew about the Hobbits. This route might have been important for him in times of war, and he now had not to worry about maintenance. Considering that the elves worked together with Arthedain, I would be surprised if they did not know about these new allies. But 3rd Age 1636, something terrible happened in already terrible times. The so-called Great Plague spread from Gondor and at some point even reached Arnor. This was also the time when the Witch King summoned evil spirits, the mentioned Barrow-wights, to the Barrow Downs of Cardolan. Those downs were most likely built by some of the forefathers of the Edain on their journey to Beleriand, I assume by the House of Marach. The plague was probably the final nail in the coffin for Cardolan, and it was destroyed. The Barrow-wights made sure it remained this way. As said, I guess the barrows were used by the remaining people and forces as secret bases and hiding places, which now was not possible anymore. The Hobbits also suffered great losses due to the plague, but it did not spread much further, and North Arthedain was little affected, while it was really devastating for the rest of Eriador. The question is, where did this plague come from? In the Silmarillion we can read, "A plague came upon dark winds out of the east, and it smote the king and his children, and many of the people of Gondor perished." We also find this phrase in Appendix A. Soon after, a deadly plague came with dark winds out of the east. Dark winds might hint at something supernatural and evil, so some assume it was made by Sauron. In the First Age, Morgoth also created a plague according to the Unfinished Tales, and referenced in the Silmarillion in one sentence about Túrin's first sister. Ever will some new evil be hedged in Angband, beyond the guess of elves and men, they said, and in the autumn of that year, to point their words, there came an ill wind from the north under leaden skies. The evil breath it was called, for it was pestilent. Interestingly, when Sauron's body is destroyed due to Numenor being swallowed by the sea, we can also read in the Silmarillion, "But his spirit arose and fled back on a dark wind to Middle-earth, seeking a home." This phrase we also find in Appendix A. But Sauron fled back to Middle-earth, a spirit of hatred born upon a dark wind. That is not a proof, though. Tolkien uses the phrase dark wind also in context with, for example, the Balrog, here more metaphorically, quote, "Then the echoes died as suddenly as a flame blown out by a dark wind, and the enemy advanced again." One could argue it is used in passages with supernatural elements, and considering that the first Dark Lord was able to utilize a plague as well, why should Sauron not be able to repeat the trick to some degree? I think it's at least a very plausible theory, and the timing of its appearance was just perfect. It's impressive that Sauron, while hiding in Mirkwood and still recovering, brings a plague into the world that changes so much while nobody even knew it was him. One other detail that must be considered is that Elrond is a healer. Vilya, the ring of power he possessed and could use after Sauron lost the One Ring, was a ring of understanding, making and healing to preserve all things unstained. Elrond for sure used it to form and protect his realm Imladris, like Galadriel in Lothlorien. Both places seem very different, but both also feel like they fell out of the world, which is very likely due to the rings of power they possessed. But I could imagine that Elrond also tried to help the people of the region with his skills, and one could argue that maybe the plague lost its deadliness and power while moving north due to Elrond with Vilya being there, preserving health and healing the people. Interestingly, Lalais, the cousin of Elrond's grandfather Tuor, she was the mentioned first sister of Túrin, also died to the mentioned pestilence that came from Angband, created by Morgoth, so there is some history here. Elrond healing people during the Great Plague is not mentioned in the texts though, and just a theory of mine, but it seems plausible, at least for Rivendell and surroundings. Still, the plague weakened the region and the might of Angmar must have been great. The plague also hit Gondor hard and was the mentioned other reason why Gondor could not send help to Arnor. We can also read that the White Tree withered, maybe symbolizing the state the Dúnedain realms in exile were in. Third Age 1640, the king of Gondor moves the king's house to Minas Anor, we know it as Minas Tirith later, and plants a new white tree while Osgiliath falls to ruin. Tolkien really stacks up a lot of events in parallel to make this very plausible, and I think he succeeded. Then, Third Age 1810, Umbar is retaken and the Corsair are driven out. I mentioned Castamir's descendants earlier. The last of them were slain by King Telomechtar here after they caused a lot of trouble, and even slaying Gondor's king Minardil, the father of Telomechtar. And Third Age 1851, Gondor is attacked by a big Easterling group known as the Wain Riders, who use horses and wagons in battle. They will pressure Gondor a lot. There is even a coordinated attack of Wain Riders and Haradrim who attack the south. We can also read Third Age 1940, Gondor and Arnor renew communication and form an alliance, but still they can't really send help yet. In this time, Arvedui, prince of Arthedain, weds Firiel, the daughter of the king of Gondor. At this point, Arvedui's father was still king. Arvedui means last king, and this name he got due to a prophecy of Malbes the seer. The seer foretold that he might be the last king of what remained of Arnor. Gondor can drive the attacks back under great losses. Even the king and his sons were slain in battle. So the throne goes to the line of the king's distant cousin Eärnil II, who is also from Anarion's line. However, Firiel was still there as last remaining child of the king, and she also had an argument, though in contrast to Numenor, ruling queens never existed for Gondor. However, in her case, she was married to Arvedui, who was from the direct bloodline of Elendil, father of Isildur and Anarion as well. So Arvedui tried to claim kingship of Gondor, but this was refused by the nobles. Instead, Eärnil II became king, who saved Gondor in that war against the Haradrim and then against the Wain Riders, so he had a lot of good arguments for him. This was potentially the important decision in the mentioned prophecy of Malbes the seer. Though a choice will come to the Dúnedain, and if they take the one that seems less hopeful, then your son will change his name and become king of a great realm. If not, then much sorrow and many lives of men shall pass until the Dúnedain arise and are united again. They took the hopeful option, resulting in pain and sorrow for all the Dúnedain until Aragorn II, over 1000 years later, who will unite them again. I always ask myself if Malbes and Elrond knew each other. I assume Malbes lived in Arthedain, which was in this region as well. Also, Elrond had the gift of foresight, same as Círdan. Sadly, nothing is mentioned about the meeting, but I would see Malbes as one of the wise of his time too. His prophecies were spot on. He also makes a second prophecy which plays a big role for the Lord of the Rings regarding the paths of the dead. Sadly, 3rd Age 1974, Fornost was captured by the Witch King, and Arvedui, the king of Arthedain, which was all that was left of Arnor, had to flee. If your king of your once powerful realm is called Last King, and you lost your capital city to the enemy, you know things are not looking great. How these tragic events will resolve and how the war against Angmar will end, we will discuss in the next part. Sadly, 3rd Age 1974, Arthedain's capital Fornost was captured by the Witch King, and Arvedui, the king of Arthedain, that was all what was left of Arnor, had to flee. If the name of the king of your once powerful realm translates to Last King, and you just lost your capital city to the enemy, you know things are not looking great. Arvedui took the ring of Barahir, the Palantiri of Anúminas, the old capital of Arnor, of Amonsul, that is Weathertop, and maybe the scepter of Anúminas with him, and hid in tunnels of old dwarf mines in the Blue Mountains, I assume in the northern part of those. But not long, and he was driven out by hunger and went further north into the very cold regions of Forohel. There lived men called Lothoth, or snowmen of Forohel, who were very isolated. It's hard to say what their origin is. Arvedui seems to not recognize them as Edain, so from the same group of men as his own ancestors. That in of itself is not a good indicator, because, for example, the Dunlendings were also not recognized as distant kin, though they were actually Edain as well, related to the house of Haleth. So maybe this is another group that split from those, or it's a group that split from the so-called Easterlings who came to Beleriand during the First Age. Another option would be a relation to the Hillmen, but all that is just me speculating. We can assume it was known to the Dunedain that these snowmen existed, but they probably never really had much contact. In case Arvedui and his men knew about them, it would make sense to ask them for help. Another possibility would be that they simply saw them from the mountains, because some Lothoth camped at the seashore according to Appendix A, which I assume was relatively close to the king. Maybe it's a mixture of both. I find this really saddening. The proud Dunedain of the North and their king with a difficult prophecy were born into a time of war that went on for centuries. Still, they could defend their realm for such a long time, knowing that one of the outcomes of the prophecies was for Arvedui to become a great king of a great realm, while the other meant their doom. Cut. A few years later, they are hiding in a cold cave in the Blue Mountains, running out of supplies, starving, losing everything. Arthedain was defeated, and the enemy sits now in their capital Fornost, probably on the throne, laughing all day. The worst timeline possible for Arvedui, and he knew what his name meant. Last King. What must have gone through his mind? He was doomed, but he did not give up and asked the Lothoth for help, trying to survive. These snowmen of Forohel feared the Witch King, and his realm was also relatively close. They said he could make frost or thaw at his will, so I assume influence the cold weather. But out of pity and maybe fear of their weapons, they made them houses of snow and gave them some food so they could survive, and Arvedui waited there, hoping for help from the south, which means Gondor, because he sent message to Earendil II, the king of Gondor, 3rd Age 1973, that Arthedain needed help or it would be its end, and Earendil gathered the forces he could spare and sent them by ship led by his son Earnor to Mithlond in Lindon. It's not clear if Arvedui received an answer telling him that forces will be on their way or not. The king was also stuck there in the cold because his horses perished. It's interesting that the isolated Lothoth knew about the Witch King. It's not clear how far Angmar expanded its influence towards the Bay of Forohel west from it. It's, I think, nowhere stated how far the realm of Angmar expanded to the west at all. Maybe as far as the Bay of Forohel, though I always assumed its border would not be so far west, because these lands seem not of strategic value and are probably very isolated. But somehow the Lothoth must have learned about the Witch King, so it seems plausible that the leader of the Nazgul at least explored the bay a bit and found some of the snowmen of Forohel, though it's about 250 miles west from a stronghold Carndum in the middle of nowhere. In the meantime, Círdan learned from Arvedui's son Aranarth that his father is hiding in the north. I assume the prince and his brother, or brothers, we only know Arvedui had more than one son, but not how many, fled to Lindon with the remaining Dúnedain that were not with his father. Maybe they split up deliberately in case they got caught, a thing to consider in these times, and Lindon was still safe. As a result, Círdan sent a ship to Forohel to help and get Arvedui and his men back to Lindon, I assume, though it was very difficult to navigate through the ice. It was March, but the ice was only still breaking. The mariners managed to reach the king, seeing a fire of him and the Dúnedain at the shore. The Lothoth were amazed and afraid seeing a ship, we can read, for they had seen no such ship on the sea within their memories. They became more friendly over the time and used their sliding cars to bring the king and his men as close to the ship as they dared, and a boat could reach them. We still must keep in mind their fear of the Witch King and his potential wrath for helping the Dúnedain. However, now something unusual happens. The Lothoth felt danger in the wind and said to Arvedui, quote from Appendix A, "Do not mount this sea monster. If they have them, let the seamen bring us food and other things we need, and you may stay here till the Witch King goes home. For in summer his power wanes, but now his breath is deadly and his cold arm is long." Again, some kind of prophetic warning with the advice what to do instead. Also, we learn a few things about the Witch King. For example, that his power is weakened in the summer. A reason might be that the days are longer in summer, and as explained in other videos, the Nazgul's power and perception of the world is greatest or best in darkness. Quote from the chapter A Knife in the Dark. Our shapes cast shadows in their, the ringwraiths, minds, which only the noon sun destroys, and in the dark they perceive many signs and forms that are hidden from us, then they are most to be feared. The passage also mentions the Witch King's deadly breath and his cold long arm. We might find out what that means in a moment. It's also interesting that the Lothoth have this knowledge, which might indicate that they had a bit more contact with the Witch King, or at least were able to observe his power over a longer time. Arvedui, though, did not listen to the council, and also does something unusual. Out of gratitude, he gives them his ring, which is the Ring of Barahir. He also mentions that it has no power, but huge value among the people of his house, and if the Lothoth were ever in need, they could trade it for great store of all that you desire. This was not an understatement. It was the ring of Finrod, Galadriel's brother, who gave it to Barahir, the father of Beren, who saved Finrod. In this way, a tradition or purpose of this ring is fulfilled again. It's a gift for saving one's life. Arvedui was saved by the Lothoth, and he gave them the ring as a token of his gratitude. They earned it, you could say. Of course, the ring has no practical use for the Lothoth, but due to its history among the Edain and Dúnedain, it is now of great value and an heirloom. It even survived the downfall of Numenor. With this, Arvedui and his men went on the ship with the two Palantiri he had from Amonsul and Anúminas and sailed west with Círdan's men. But they were surprised by a storm with blinding snow. Was this the long cold arm of the Witch King the Lothoth prophesied? Tolkien also wrote, yet the counsel of the Lothoth was good by chance or foresight. Of course, the snowmen knew their region and maybe knew a storm was coming and warned them. The storm drove the ship against the ice and the hull was crushed. Even the mariners of Círdan were helpless and all of them were never seen again. The Palantiri were lost in the sea and the bad ending of the prophecy of the last king was fulfilled, 3rd Age 1975. In my opinion, a very sad story, but some hope is left in it. The ring of Barahir survived yet again due to gratitude. So survived at least 2 sons of Arvedui in Lindon. The line of Isildur was not broken in the North, but with nothing left to rule, the firstborn prince did not claim kingship, and as a result, his father was indeed the last king. Further, I assume that the Lossoth will be the source for the story when later the Ring of Barahir is retrieved from them by the Dúnedain and brought to Rivendell. In the next paragraph of Appendix A, we also find an interesting note about the hobbits sending archers into the war against Angmar to help the king, but they never returned. This shows further how terrible this war must have been. Everyone had to make sacrifices. The Shire folk also had to flee and hide during the war. In parallel, Gondor was recovering over the years. We remember the mention of Gondor and Arnor renewing their alliance with the marriage of Arvedui and Firiel, and the letter that Arvedui sent to claim kingship of Gondor, which was refused. However, Eärnil II had sent a message to Arvedui and his father, who probably still ruled at the time when the answer arrived, that he claimed kingship of Gondor and was accepted as king, but that he would not forget the loyalty of Arnor and their kinship and would send help as soon as he could spare it. Due to the strong diminishing of Arnor, it may have seemed as a small and distant realm from the perspective of Gondor. However, Eärnil was described as not arrogant and really planned to send help as soon as he could, but Gondor had a ton of trouble themselves and he simply was not able to help. It took decades, at least around 30 years, until Gondor was able to fulfill its promise. We already learned that Arvedui died as the last king on the sea and the capital Fornost was conquered by the Witch King. 3rd Age 1975, in the year of Arvedui's death, according to Appendix B, Gondor's forces finally arrived. Elves and men looked in wonder and all the ships had trouble docking, though for Gondor it was a relatively small force, which shows what a big powerhouse Gondor has become and why a civil war, a plague and 2 simultaneous attacks from east and south were necessary to keep them busy enough for centuries without being able to send help. They of course also had supplies for war. Interestingly, we also find the mention that among them were also warriors and princes of Rovanion with their praised horses from the Vales of Anduin. Those might be very likely the ancestors of the Rohirrim, the Eotheod, the horse people. We know that Gondor had this civil war, the Kin-strife, centuries ago, which was in parts due to a Gondorian king marrying a noble woman from Rovanion, so they might have had a good relationship after the Kin-strife, even later it seems. We can also read that Círdan now summoned all of Lindon and Arnor who could fight to go to war together with Gondor's forces. This included the Shire, as we can read that the hobbits also participated in the upcoming battles. This message for sure reached Elrond too, and we know that Glorfindel, who resided in Rivendell, led a force from there into the last battle of the war against Angmar as well. The Witch King resided now in Fornost and came out to meet the forces. With quite some arrogance and pride, he expected to sweep them into the river Lune, but was surprised by its strength. Riders attacked him from the north as well and he had to flee. Some of his forces were driven off and destroyed. Later, on his way back to his stronghold Carndum, the Witch King was yet again attacked, this time by Eärnor and his cavalry, who was also joined by Glorfindel and his force from Rivendell, probably sent by Elrond. And if you have seen my Who is Glorfindel video, you know that nobody wants to mess with this elf lord, who even killed a Balrog in the First Age, in which process he died as well, and when he got re-embodied, he was empowered due to his noble sacrifice and seen as equal by the Maiar in Aman, and later sent with the first Istari to Middle-earth, so now he's even more powerful, and at least in my mind a force in of itself. We can read in Appendix A, "Then so utterly was Angmar defeated that not a man nor an orc of that realm remained west of the mountains." However, the Witch King came out in black robes and a black mask one last time on a black horse. Fear fell upon all who beheld him. With a terrible cry he rode straight upon Arnor. He would have withstood him, but his horse could not endure that onset. As a result, the horse fled in terror, and the Witch King did something smart. He mocked Arnor. It is impressive that he could withstand the cry and presence of the Witch King, but the Lord of Angmar perceived a weakness in the Prince of Gondor, his pride and trust in his abilities. The Nazgul laughed, and it is said nobody who heard it will ever forget the horror of that cry. This is a minor but important detail. Glorfindel, though, rode up on his white horse. 1000 years later, his white horse is named Asfaloth, but I don't think that his horse is immortal, so it was for sure a different one, maybe even an ancestor. The Witch King, of course, did not confront Glorfindel, which would have been, in my opinion, a bad idea, and fled the land. Interestingly, in Peoples of Middle-earth, we find a version called the Heirs of Elendil, in which it is Elrond who overthrew the Witch King and ended the realm of Angmar. Glorfindel is not mentioned in that version, and also the prophecy is missing, which is strange. Maybe this would indicate that Elrond did not just send Glorfindel with a force, but participated himself, or that Elrond made the prophecy instead. However, in Appendix A from The Lord of the Rings, Elrond is not overthrowing the Witch King, which is the most canon version. We also talked about a passage from Laws and Customs in Morgoth's Ring before. As said, how canon it is can be debated as well. In it, we can read that among the elves there was the idea that the ability to heal is diminished by the dealing of death, and this might be a reason why Elrond does not take part in battles anymore, if it can be avoided. And with Glorfindel, he had somebody very capable to send. Maybe this idea from Laws and Customs led to this change. There is another later event where Elrond also sent someone else, though in early versions he went himself. We come to that later. However, it was already getting night and Arnor returned, wanting to pursue the Witch King, but here Glorfindel said the famous words and the prophecy. "Do not pursue him, he will not return to this land. Far off yet is his doom, and not by the hand of men will he fall." Arnor listened to this advice, but as we will learn, he might not have fully understood the weight of this prophecy. I guess Glorfindel could also be quite convincing. And so ended the realm of Angmar, and the Witch King fled to Mordor, where he gathered the Nazgul and planned his next devastating attack around 3rd Age 2000. But that is a topic for the next part. We stopped at Glorfindel making his prophecy to Arnor, the son of the king of Gondor, at the very end of the Angmar War. It included the advice to not pursue the Witch King further into the Ettenmoors, and that he will not fall by the hands of men. Arnor listened to this advice, but as we will learn, he might have not fully understood the weight of this prophecy. I guess Glorfindel could also be quite convincing, and so ended the realm of Angmar, and the Witch King fled to Mordor, where he gathered the Nazgul and planned his next devastating attack around 3rd Age 2000. But let us stay in Eriador for a moment. According to Appendix B, the Witch King was pursued into the Ettenmoors. When we skip back to the foundation of Angmar, we can read in Appendix A, "For at that time the realm of Angmar arose in the north beyond the Ettenmoors." It's interesting that the Moors are mentioned here again, maybe hinting at him going north from there. It's also where Gandalf lured the 4 Nazgul that followed him from Weathertop in The Lord of the Rings. It almost seems like the Ettenmoors encompass the story of Angmar like a bracket, considering they are mentioned so little in the books in general. The Angmar War ended around 3rd Age 1975. Arvedui's son Aranarth takes the title Chieftain of the Dunedain because there was not much left of his father's realm and he decided to not take kingship. Though Angmar was defeated, so was Arnor, or what was left of it, in the form of Arthedain. The worst case part of Malbeth's prophecy happened and Arvedui, which as we learned means last king, lived up to his name. In a best case scenario, he would have survived, becoming a king of a great realm, and he would have received a new name, but that did not happen. The Hobbits, who had a deal with the king, now also became, you could say, independent and elected their first Thane. Baka, not sure about the old English pronunciation, maybe Butcher. They for sure had to recover from the war as well. This outcome and new independence might have also isolated them further, which helped probably a lot not being in the sight of the wise and powerful. Of course, Hobbits lived in Bree too, but Arnor was no powerful realm anymore and far away from Gondor. It was built at a crossroad of important trade routes, and one of them, the Norse road to Fornost, should not be needed as much anymore. As a result, it fell to ruin and was overgrown with grass, which is why it will be known as Greenway for future generations. Only the Great East Road was still in frequent use, which led from around Mithlond and the Blue Mountains to Rivendell. According to Appendix A, the Dunedain also went to the Lothoth in the far north and ransomed the Ring of Barahir. We don't know what the Lothoth got for it though, but I can imagine the Dunedain would honor Arvedui's words. It was brought along with the shards of Narsil, the new star of Elendil, probably made in Rivendell for Isildur's son, the original was lost with Isildur, and the scepter of Anúminas to Elrond in Rivendell, where those heirlooms were stored from now on. The idea of Narsil being in Rivendell we see in Peter Jackson's film of course contradicts the book, but still has a foundation in the lore. Also, Aranarth's son Arahail was brought to Rivendell, where he was fostered, and here the tradition of the line of kings growing up in Rivendell was renewed and also continued from now on. We remember Isildur's only surviving son, who according to Lord of the Rings definitely was born in Rivendell and lived there as child. It became a tradition that the heirs of the chieftain of the Dunedain would grow up in Rivendell until Aragorn II. We can read in Appendix A, when the kingdom ended, the Dunedain passed into shadows and became a secret and wandering people, and their deeds and labors were seldom sung or recorded. Little now is remembered of them since Elrond departed. We see how things shift in Eriador from proud kings and a huge realm to wandering people who live in the woods. They are also all that is left of their culture and the memory of their past. Only the lawmaster Elrond knew their story well and also had great influence on them, it seems, considering how many generations of Isildur's heirs grew up in his realm. Even their greatest heirlooms were stored in Rivendell. It shows, in my opinion, that there must have been great trust and respect in Elrond and his wife Celebrian from the side of the Dunedain of the North, and how big Elrond's and Celebrian's compassion and hospitality towards those people was. Den, aka Voice of Geekdom, called Elrond the Steward of Middle-earth, and I think it's a very fitting way to describe him. Also, Elrond and the kings and chieftains of the Dunedain were in a way family, because Elendil's line is related to his brother Elros, but of course many generations ago. As the elven king Turgon once welcomed the man Tuor in Gondolin, Elrond welcomed a new heir of Isildur every generation in Rivendell. That we can read he was as kind as summer makes a lot of sense in this context. Interestingly, in a very early version of The Hobbit, published in The History of the Hobbit, the phrase was as kind as Christmas. Tolkien removed it already in his first typescript with as kind as summer, I assume to avoid anachronisms, so even in the first edition of The Hobbit, it's already changed. Looking at this very early draft, it also seems more clear that Elrond was not an elf there yet. For example, in the old version, he is described as "he was as good to look at almost as an elf lord, which then changed to he was as noble and as fair in face as an elf lord. As a result, him still being called an Elrond in the released book seems really to be a fragment of that very early version of Elrond from 1926 we discussed at the very beginning in part 1, where he as half-elven decided to be counted towards men, maybe in combination with the terms half-elven and Elrond not being fully developed yet. Tolkien, for the release of The Hobbit, seems to reduce that the text would give the impression that Elrond is not an elf, in my opinion. However, back to where we were. Eredor tried to slowly recover from this terrible over 560-year-long war against Angmar, but just considering the number of years alone makes it clear how devastating it must have been. Many generations knew nothing but war and fear of Angmar. Interestingly, the Dunelandings also suffered greatly from the Great Plague and moved further southeast. In the meantime, the Witch King prepared his next attack. His new target, Gondor, Minas Ithil to be precise. He still had some unfinished business, so in Mordor he gathered the Nazgul and forces for 20 years. It's a fascinating time because we can see how evil becomes step by step more powerful. Third Age 1980, not only does the Witch King gather his forces, also the 7 Rings of Power finally bring their evil to fruition. In Khazad-dûm, the dwarves, may be driven by the greed of the 7 Rings of Power, dug too deep and only found their doom, which would change the history of the dwarves in that region dramatically. We can read about the end of the War of Wrath in the Silmarillion. The Balrogs were destroyed, save some few that fled and hid themselves in caverns inaccessible at the roots of the earth. And one of those ancient terrors of the first Dark Lord Morgoth, the dwarves of Khazad-dûm or Moria, awoke. Originally Tolkien planned armies of Balrogs, but they were less powerful. Tolkien later changed the idea to only very few Balrogs, but they were much more powerful instead. This was a change the dwarves for sure disliked, because they could not stop the Balrog, and it slew their king Durin VI, Third Age 1980, and a year later his son Noin I. So the fight against the Balrog took some time, but in the end the dwarves lost this fight and abandoned Moria, fleeing from it. It is hard to imagine how an entire huge dwarven kingdom is destroyed and abandoned completely. It's also not any dwarven kingdom. Khazad-dûm was the dwarven kingdom, and it was even ruled by an incarnation of Durin himself. As a result, the Balrog became known as Durin's Bane, and the Misty Mountains are now far less safe for the free peoples due to evil creatures infesting them. We can read in Appendix B, many of the Sylvan elves of Lorien flee south. Amroth and Nimrodel are lost. In addition, Frumgar, the lord of the Eotheod of that time, which were the ancestors of the people of Rohan, also led his people further to the north, I assume because the evil forces becoming stronger where they dwelt before. And 3 years later the Balrog appeared, which probably intensified the infestation of the Misty Mountains, making this a wise decision with a lot of foresight. It's also fascinating that the Balrog appears exactly after the destruction of the remains of Arnor and the Witch King returning to Mordor, planning his next move and maybe preparing it for Sauron's return. The wise, especially Elrond for sure, noticed how all these terrible events were aligning so well, but he of course was busy in Eredor. We already talked about Amroth in the Second Age part, who ruled in Lothlorien before Galadriel and Celeborn. As mentioned in some versions, he is the son of Galadriel, though in later ones of Amdir, and this is a topic for its own video. However, also the elves of Lorien and surroundings felt less safe in this region, and Amroth's beloved Nimrodel wanted a peaceful place to dwell. She would only marry Amroth if he could bring her to such a place, so they decided to sail west to Aman. They got split, Nimrodel fell into a long deep sleep while Amros waited for her on the ship. We talked about the elven haven Elrond in that region, and when the ships were driven off by a storm, he jumped into the sea to swim back to the coast of Middle-earth. He would not leave without Nimrodel, but was never seen again, and the area was called Dol Amros in his honor. What happened to Nimrodel afterwards, we don't know, but according to the unfinished tales, she had a companion called Mithrelas, who was found by a man of the Dunedain named Imrazor, and he married her, and from this line were the princes of Dol Amros later. Third Age 1999, Durin's grandson Thorin I, that is not Thorin Oakenshield's father but an ancestor, travelled to Erebor, the Lonely Mountain, and founded the dwarf kingdom under the mountain. Though according to a note in Peoples of Middle-earth, the dwarves controlled Erebor and even the Grey Mountains already in the Second Age. Hard to say for how long, but it was not a kingdom at this time. However, in the Third Age, Thorin I, quote from Appendix A, began new works, so I assume built halls and started mining operations, and the Arkenstone, heart of the mountain, was found in Erebor. We talked about this briefly in the first part of this video 4 to 5 hours ago. It must also be mentioned that not all dwarves went to Erebor. Many, if not most, gathered in the Grey Mountains instead, which were rich and little explored. Here we also find the, I think, first mention of dragons in the Third Age, which lived in the waste beyond the Grey Mountains. One of the known and named dragons might be from there, which is the dragon Shatha. The name seems to be Old English, which is why the SC is pronounced as sh. I assume the TH is voiceless, but also forms with a voiced TH seem to exist. I could find the word Shatha in some online dictionaries, and with further research I found it in the Student's Dictionary of Anglo-Saxon by Henry Street from 1897. It means one who injures, public enemy, criminal, thief, fiend or warrior, but there's also the form Sheatha, which seems to be more common, meaning pretty much the same. It can, for example, be found in a decline form in the Beowulf prologue. It's related with to scathe, or the German word Schaden, that means damage. The Old English name makes sense because the noble Eotheod Lord Fram was in conflict with Shatha around 3rd Age 2000. We come to that in a moment. And the language of the Eotheod is represented by Old English. This little incident hints at dragons becoming a problem in that region in the north, though after the dragon's death, the region had peace for some time. The Lonely Mountain will be abandoned again around 210 years later, until much later Thorin Oakenshield's grandfather Thror returned to it again. This move might stabilize the region in the northeast, except for some trouble with the dragons. It's also really hard to say when Dale and Lake Town were built. According to Thorin Oakenshield, Dale was built during his grandfather's days, so after 3rd Age 2590, though in the unfinished tales the people of Dale are mentioned at the time of Marhuini's rule over the Norsemen of Rovanion and Narmarkil II's death, the king of Gondor, which was 3rd Age 1856. These two statements contradict each other, but we can assume people lived in that region and maybe formed smaller villages that might have grown into Dale and Lake Town due to the dwarves settling in or under Erebor at some point. The Norsemen may be split in some way at some point. It seems some of them might have went east into the region where Dale and Lake Town is, and some became the Eotheod, the horse people, who lived around the Anduin, and went further north, 3rd Age 1977 as mentioned, where they founded Framsburg, which is named after Fram, who also slew the mentioned dragon Shatha and had a conflict with the dwarves over the hoard. This dwarf conflict might have resulted in Fram's death, and this made both peoples not the best friends. The Horn of the Mark mentioned in The Lord of the Rings was most likely from Shatha's hoard. According to the unfinished tales, Gondor of course saw this move as unfortunate and concerning because now their trusted allies were further away from them, which might be an important detail. The Wain Riders were of course defeated by Earendil II, driven into the Dead Marshes where they died, but they could return. There were more forces in the far east. It was also later speculated that Sauron orchestrated the Wain Riders, which were Easterlings, and the Haradrim to cooperate. To again summarize what was going on, Arnor was destroyed. A Balrog destroyed the most important dwarven kingdom, which made all its dwarves flee from Moria. Most, I guess, fled north-northeast, in addition destabilizing the region and the Misty Mountains. The Eotheod and maybe other Norsemen moved further north, like the dwarves, and as a result further away from Gondor, maybe because an evil power spread in Rhovanion and becoming more and more powerful, which was Sauron, but nobody knew it yet. In addition, the Eotheod and the dwarves in the north had trouble with the dragon Shatha and a conflict with each other over the hoard of the dragon afterwards. The Witch King gathered forces in Mordor, which was also not guarded by a weakened Gondor anymore, and on top of that, many Sylvan elves of Lorien, including their king Amros, also left the region wandering south to sail west, ending in their ruler Amros drowning. These must have been really tough times, and you see how all these events happen almost in parallel. With Amros gone, Galadriel and Celeborn maybe started their rule over Lothlorien, but the region is still weakened for a time, and Sauron can recover further without being disturbed. And in this time, Third Age 2000, the Witch King makes his move. He besieged Minas Ithil for 2 years with all his might. Faramir, in the chapter The Forbidden Pool, gives an interesting hint, quote, "It was taken by fell men whom the enemy in his first strength had dominated, and who wandered homeless and masterless after his fall. It is said that their lords were men of Numenor who had fallen into dark wickedness. To them the enemy had given rings of power, and he had devoured them. Living ghosts they were become, terrible and evil." A very peculiar version of the story, and I'm not sure what it means exactly. It seems strange that a bunch of homeless men living in the wild without a master are suddenly united again and are able to conquer a Gondorian main city in a 2-year-long siege, especially that they would have the numbers for that, and that they were as a result mentioned as the main reason for the fall of the city, and not, for example, orcs of Mordor. Further, the Silmarillion states that only 3 of the Nazgul were Numenoreans. I would offer an interpretation that these fell men were not an army of men like the hillmen in Eriador under the control of the Nazgul, but the Nazgul themselves. Their lords were men of Numenor, also labels the ring race as men. Faramir gives us no exact time frame, but for sure hints at the Second Age with the words "in his Sauron's first strength" and "after his fall." We should consider a larger time frame for this quote, because Sauron's fall alone was thousands of years ago and his first strength even longer. It is said that their lords were men of Numenor who had fallen into dark wickedness. What could their lords mean in this context? My interpretation, the Nazgul in command, like the Witch King or Khamul. There was clearly a hierarchy among them. For their exact origin, we have no reliable source anyway. The Silmarillion hints that it was believed 3 of them were Numenoreans, so how could Faramir know better? Only the line "9 lords there were, and after the return of their master, which they aided and prepared in secret, they grew strong again" contradicts this interpretation a bit, because now all 9 are called lords. Though it seems to me still more plausible than an unknown homeless and masterless group of men from thousands of years ago, powerful enough to conquer a city of Gondor. On the other hand, of course, in Mordor dwelled all kinds of forces, so it's not impossible that an unknown group of men came to Mordor, dwelled there masterless, and then fought for the Nazgul, their lords, when they summoned them. Sauron was on the rise of power again. The Witch King returned to Mordor 20 years before he started to besiege Minas Ithil, and that is for sure enough time to gather and train an army. We can also read in the Silmarillion that Minas Ithil was emptied of its people due to the decline of Gondor, so it was for sure easier to conquer than when Gondor was at peak strength. You could also conclude that the Witch King saw another opportunity here, similar to Arnor, when it split into 3 separate kingdoms. However, Gondor could not hold Minas Ithil, and there was also no one who could send help. Remember, the Eortheot moved further north and Arnor was gone. This move was really worth it for Sauron and the Witch King, because this time there was no Isildur somehow saving the Palantir, which was now in possession of Sauron and his servants. On top of that, losing Minas Ithil really hurt Gondor, and it was a powerful position at its border to Mordor. Sauron now had his foot in the door. Minas Ithil, the Tower of the Moon, was now named Minas Morgul, the Tower of Black Sorcery. Minas Anor, the Tower of the Sun, was now renamed in Minas Tirith, the Tower of the Watch. But the Witch King did not stop here. Remember when we talked about Prince Earnur during the Angmar War? 3rd Age 2043, his father died and Earnur became king of Gondor. We can read about him. He was a man like his father in valor but not in wisdom. He will interestingly share something with King Arvedui of Arnor. The Witch King, who once mocked him in the Angmar War, challenged him to single combat. First, Earnur declined, I think due to some wise advice he got, but 3rd Age 2050 the challenge was renewed and this time he accepted. With some knights he rode to Minas Morgul and was never seen again. He left his crown in Minas Tirith and he had no heir. He was like Arvedui, the last king, but of Gondor. In contrast, he had no heir though, and Elendil's line ended in the Dunedain kingdom of the south. And now the reign of the ruling Stuarts began with Mardil until a king would return. We know who that will be. The hands of the king are the hands of the healer, and so shall the rightful king be known, it is said in the law of Gondor. And the prophecy of Malbas turned out to be true, quote, "If not, then much sorrow and many lives of men shall pass, until the Dunedain arise and are united again." It was not just a prophecy about the North, but about all Dunedain of Middle-earth, North and South. And though Eärnil II looked so promising as king, his line ended with his son, but the line of Isildur was not broken in the North. Malbas, though, also made a second prophecy, which is about the heir of Isildur from the North and the Oathbreakers. These events were massive in history and Rivendell most likely knew about them. As all those events happened, the wise also connected the dots and assumed the evil power in Dol Guldur could be connected to them around 3rd Age 2060. Was it Sauron hiding there? This must have been discussed. We can read in the Silmarillion, "Ever most vigilant was Mithrandir, and he it was that most doubted the darkness in Mirkwood, for though many deemed that it was wrought by the ring race, he feared that it was indeed the first shadow of Sauron returning. And he went to Dol Guldur, and the sorcerer Sauron fled from him, and there was a watchful peace for a long while." So Gandalf investigated and went to Dol Guldur to see for himself. This was 3rd Age 2063, but Gandalf could not identify the presence. As mentioned in the past, it was speculated it was one of the Nazgul, and later they speculated that it was Sauron, but the Dark Lord was still weakened and secrecy his greatest weapon. So Sauron fled from Dol Guldur into the far east without Gandalf being able to identify him, starting a time called the Watchful Peace, in which the Nazgul remained quiet and Middle-earth had some peace. This time of peace and how it might end we will discuss next time. A few sentences prior to this passage I just read, we find this quote: Mithrandir was closest in council with Elrond and the elves. Sadly, we don't have any more specific information on that, but for sure this was an interesting time to hold council, trying to find out what is going on. And when Gandalf tried to find it out, things changed a bit, but the wise were suspicious of that peace. They knew something was coming. There were too many coincidences. We know Saruman often traveled into the east, maybe to see what the blue wizards were doing. At least that is my theory. If he was in the east during this time, he had to return at least close to the end of the Watchful Peace. This is important because, as we know, Saruman later had his own plans. Interestingly, the timeline is completely different in the Hobbit films. Here, Radagast enters Dol Guldur and not Gandalf, and it is also around the events of the Hobbit, it seems, but in the books this happens almost 900 years prior. As mentioned, Third Age 2210, Thorin I, which is confusingly not Thorin Oakenshield, he is the son of Throin I, not the second, abandoned Erebor again to live in the Grey Mountains, where most of the dwarves gathered after the fall of Moria. You can imagine that there were different opinions on where the House of Durin should settle after the loss of Moria, and the majority decided for the Grey Mountains and against Erebor at that time. This of course has consequences, which we will discuss later. As a small side note, in an early version of the Tale of Years published in Peoples of Middle-earth, Elrond married Celebrian, Third Age 2300, so in the time of the Watchful Peace, but Tolkien moved this date back by almost 2200 years in Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings. This also fits better for the age of their children. Else, not much happens during the Watchful Peace. But then, Third Age 2460, things changed when Sauron returned with increased strength to Dol Guldur, and the Watchful Peace ended. Sauron for sure used his powers to summon evil to this region, and we will see the impact of that in the upcoming events. Sauron's presence changed things for the worse, which further demonstrates what a powerful entity of evil he was. This did, as a result, not stay unnoticed. The wise, including Elrond for sure, had an eye on what was going on in that region. We also know Radagast lived in Mirkwood. He was not a member of the White Council to our knowledge, but I could imagine he for sure talked to Gandalf a few times, and we know Mithrandir was close in council with Elrond and the elves. Then Third Age 2463 was a fateful year. The White Council is formed. The known members are Galadriel, Elrond, Círdan, Gandalf and Saruman, plus some other lords of the elves. And Deachol finds the One Ring. The Stur-Hobbit is then murdered by Smeagol to claim the ring for himself, which is one of the most important events of the Third Age, and nobody knew about it, not even Sauron. The One Ring has been finally found, which is an absolute game changer. It was also inevitable. At some point the ring had to be found. Tolkien interestingly places a counter-movement to Sauron's activities with the forming of the White Council exactly in this year, but as we know, the council has one weakness, Saruman. But he was most likely not fully on the path of treason yet. We can read, I, Galadriel, it was who summoned the White Council, and if my designs had not gone amiss, it would have been governed by Gandalf the Grey. Galadriel summoned the White Council and Gandalf was supposed to be leader, but he declined, and so Saruman was chosen as leader, for he had most studied the devices of Sauron of old. As mentioned in my video about Gandalf and the Istari, this was another little detail pushing Saruman into the direction of betrayal. Another one was that Gandalf, as mentioned, already received the Ring of Power Narya as a gift from Círdan when he arrived in Middle-earth, not Saruman. In the Unfinished Tales, we find how the Istari were chosen and sent on their mission. Some text from Tolkien was lost here, but it seems Varda commented on Gandalf maybe being chosen as the third, but that he was going not as the third, and Kurumo, that is Saruman, remembered it. So there were these situations that pushed the White Wizard's ego a bit. The situation where Gandalf is suggested as leader of the White Council was another one. Gandalf as a Maya is considered one of the wisest, so the choice Galadriel mentioned here makes sense, but Gandalf refused this position. In the meantime, Gollum was kicked out by his grandmother, a matriarch of his family, and the Stur hobbits living in the Gladden Fields, because he did things that were not so nice, using the One Ring, and caused trouble, but he was also not treated well, from what Gandalf tells us in The Lord of the Rings. Third Age 2470, Gollum hides in the Misty Mountains, and with this, the danger of Sauron, or later Saruman, ever finding the One Ring is drastically diminished. Gollum's story and situation were sad, though he of course also did terrible things. Starting his possession of the One Ring with murder was a factor for his fate, but in a weird way this was one of the best things that could have happened, because the powerful would never find the ring this way, though Gollum suffers greatly from this. The wise, including Elrond, also must have noticed that things started to change again in the region. They still did not know what was going on in Dol Guldur, but Sauron tried to generate enough distraction, which sadly also led to very dark days in Elrond's and his family's lives. In Appendix B, we can read that Third Age 2475 Gondor was again under attack by orcs, and that in this time Osgiliath was ruined and the Great Bridge destroyed. We see the ruins of Osgiliath in the films, but it was not the War of the Ring that ruined the city. It were the events centuries before the Lord of the Rings that caused this. These details we find in Appendix A. In the last years of Denethor I, the race of Uruks, black orcs of great strength, first appeared out of Mordor, and in 2475 they swept across Ithilien and took Osgiliath. Boromir, son of Denethor, after whom Boromir of the Nine Walkers was later named, defeated them and regained Ithilien, but Osgiliath was finally ruined and its great stone bridge was broken. To avoid confusion, this is Denethor I, who is an ancestor of Denethor II from the Lord of the Rings. Interestingly, both have a son called Boromir, but the Boromir who joins the Fellowship of the Ring, the Nine Walkers, never becomes steward, so he's just Boromir and not Boromir II, I think. However, what is more interesting is that the first appearance of black orcs of great strength is most likely the first appearance of the Uruk-hai. The Peter Jackson films always give the impression that Saruman invented this orc type and that only he used them, but Mordor had factually Uruk-hai too. They are mentioned in the chapters of Frodo and Sam traversing Mordor, or even in the chapters taking place in Moria, quote, "And some are large and evil, black Uruks of Mordor." I assume pitch-black orcs with great strength, tall, being able to walk a day and bend to the will of an evil power seems to what defined an Uruk-hai, which hints at the Uruks mentioned in that quote from Appendix A being Uruk-hai as well. I assume, due to Sauron being in Dol Guldur, that these orcs were commanded by the Witch King in Minas Morgul, and also started the attacks on Ithilien and Osgiliath from there, though it is not explicitly mentioned. With Gondor under pressure, the focus of the wise was again elsewhere, and Boromir I also received a Morgul wound in these battles to defend Gondor, which shortened his life. No mention of who healed him or if Elrond was consulted, but Boromir I died only 12 years after his father, so his lifespan was drastically reduced. Interestingly, in this time also two names appear that some might know. After Boromir I, his son Cirion became the next ruling steward of Gondor, and also a very young Eorl becomes the leader of the mentioned Eotheod, the horse people in the north. We come to them in a moment. However, Sauron and his servants did not stop at just attacking Gondor. We can read in Appendix B, Third Age 2480, orcs begin to make secret strongholds in the Misty Mountains so as to bar all the passes into Eriador. Sauron begins to people Moria with his creatures. We already talked about orcs infesting the Misty Mountains, so this must have been a further increase. One might wonder where all the orcs in Moria came from during the events of The Lord of the Rings, and this is part of the answer. Cutting off paths through the Misty Mountains and making the route through them more dangerous for sure weakened Sauron's enemies, and had tragic consequences for Elrond's house. His realm was close to those mountains. For sure did he try to make his border safe, but 3rd Age 2509, his wife Celebrian travelled from Rivendell through the Misty Mountains of the Redhorn Pass to visit her mother Galadriel. There she and her escort was suddenly waylaid by orcs. Her escort was scattered in the sudden attack, and she was captured and brought to the dens of the orcs, being tormented, receiving a poisonous wound. What shock must this have been for her, but also her family, Elrond and their children, Eladan, Elrohir and Arwen. Being captured by orcs is not what I wish my worst enemies. I imagine that someone from the escort returned to Rivendell to call reinforcements. Eladan and Elrohir went to track and rescue her. Luckily they could find and free their mother, though she suffered torment and received a poisonous wound. This wound was maybe inflicted during her captivity, or maybe due to the initial attack on her and her guards, which then could have been untreated in her captivity, tormenting her in that time. Just my theory. She was brought back to Rivendell, and as we know, Elrond is a healer. He could heal her injuries, though this experience, as we can imagine, must have been truly traumatizing. If we read the chapter The Uruk-hai in The Lord of the Rings, where Pippin and Merry were captured by the orcs, we can already see how rough they were treated in a situation where the orcs had to hurry, and they were strictly ordered to not harm the hobbits. From this, we can just assume their cruelty and brutal desire to kill and torment their victims. I assume they also took Celebrian prisoner because she could have possessed useful information for their master, but of course they likely had no direct orders to, so it must have been much worse for her compared to what happened to Merry and Pippin, resulting in a poisonous wound. Still, I assume she was considered a valuable prisoner as well. How long she was captured, we don't know, but even a few days or a week is a terrifying thought, though she must have been most likely rescued within the same year, due to her departure being described as in the next year. In many meetings we can read that Eladan and Elrohir never forgot what the orcs did and often hunted them down and fought them, sometimes with the Dunedain Rangers of the North. Of course they wanted to keep their land safe as well. However, next year, 3rd Age 2510, Celebrian made the decision to leave Middle-earth and sailed to the west continent Aman, as she lost all delight in Middle-earth. Elrond could heal her wounds, but not undo what has happened. A bitter moment for this family, because her children were half-elven. She of course would see Elrond one day again. He made his decision to be an elf long ago, but at least Arwen, and maybe also Eladan and Elrohir, had not made this decision yet. We know Arwen will not sail west, so this was the last time she would ever see her daughter. A very saddening thought, which puts into perspective how difficult it must have been for Celebrian to process her captivity and recover from it. In an early version of the Tale of Years published in Peoples of Middle-earth, she even was slain by orcs during this ambush, but Tolkien changed this. In another version, Elrond came to rescue her with his sons. We already talked about how in a text from Morgoth's Ring, so canon can be debated, it is mentioned that elves believe that the dealing of death diminishes the ability to heal. That might be why Elrond stayed behind, because he potentially needed all his healing ability to save his wife. This idea on Tolkien's mind might have been the reason for this change of Elrond not coming with his sons. At least he is not mentioned, though the text from Morgoth's Ring was written later, so I could be wrong here. It's just a theory. And maybe Tolkien decided along this that she was not slain. In a weird way, this would not make too much of a difference to the outcome, as she would have been re-embodied in Aman after death, though the experience of being killed was traumatic for an elf as well. Both ways, a very tragic moment in her and her family's life. We can only imagine how Celebrian's parents, Galadriel and Celeborn, reacted to the captivity of her daughter and her decision to leave Middle-earth. It's not mentioned by Tolkien. It's also interesting to see that Galadriel's daughter left Middle-earth before her. The topic of the ban of Galadriel is complicated. Tolkien wrote versions where there was one and some where there was none. But it seems that it was not affecting her child to return either way. In the meantime, Gondor was in a lot of trouble. In the same year as Celebrian left Middle-earth, 3rd Age 2510, it was the reign of a famous ruling steward, no other than Cirion. A new threat in the form of the Balchos appeared and attacked Gondor, bringing the Dúnedain to the brink of defeat. The Balchos were a tribe of the Easterlings. It is said they came from the east, and the name index of the Unfinished Tales lists them as Easterlings too, though the index was not written by John Ronald Reuel Tolkien. However, Appendix B does not call them Balchos but Easterlings. Note that the term Easterlings is a very broad one. What might connect these attackers with Sauron is that they allied with orcs to overrun Calenardon, the northern part of Gondor. So Sauron could be a reason why they appeared in these lands. We see how his presence and schemes trouble the people of that region. According to the Unfinished Tales, at the 10th of March, 3rd Age 2510, Cirion sent 6 messengers to Eorl, the leader of the Eortheot, to call for help. Only one of them managed to break through and reach his destination. A man named Borondir arrived at the 25th of March. His companion was slain by arrows around Dol Guldur, and the text states that Borondir only survived due to the speed of his horse and by fortune. Nobody heard of the other messengers ever again. Borondir barely made it and had to escape ambushes, also having no food for the last 2 days. He could barely deliver the message, but he succeeded, and Eorl decided to help Gondor. In The Lord of the Rings, we find a scene that is very reminiscent, with Gondor asking Rohan for help. This included a red arrow, and it seemed that it was a tradition to deliver a red arrow for that purpose. The films only focus on the beacons. In this context, the Eortheot were also the ancestors of Rohan. In the texts about Eorl receiving the message of Gondor, I could not find a mention of a red arrow though. In the Unfinished Tales, we can read that the messengers learned the message by heart and had a small stone incised with the seal of the stewards, which were the letters R and DR, I assume in Kirs. The R was surrounded by 3 stars. It was signifying Arandur, king's servant, or steward, according to note 25 from the chapter in the Unfinished Tales. With some preparation, Eorl rode to help Cirion, who was in a lot of trouble and surrounded by the enemy. On their way, when they were close to Dol Guldur, where also the messenger almost got killed before, suddenly a mist appeared. Eorl assumed it was sent by Galadriel to allow them to pass unseen by the eyes of evil, and he was right, though his men feared it at first. They had no time to lose, and the horse of the king, one of the Meras, did not fear the mist. This also clearly shows that the wise were not blind and knew what was going on even in the lands outside of their realms. Eorl, Borondir, and the Eortheot arrived in time to save the day and turn the outcome of the battle of the field of Celebrand. Borondir sadly was slain in this battle protecting his lord, which caused great grief among the Gondorians and Eortheot. He was later laid in tomb in the hollows of Minas Tirith, the tomb of kings, to honor his deeds. To thank Eorl, Cirion gifted him the land Calinardon to dwell there with his people and rule over it as king. This was the foundation of Rohan, and he became the first king of it. That is also why they call themselves Eorlingas. Both Eorl and Cirion also swore an oath to protect each other at Elendil's grave. We discussed before that this was a secret location. Isengard, or Isengard, though remained part of Gondor. These events for sure did not went unnoticed by Elrond and the Wise. Rivendell was at the high pass that connected Rhovanion and Eriador, so it was of interest for him in my opinion. The Eotheod were like neighbors in the east and now moved further south, close to Gondor, while some evil entity was still troubling Mirkwood. As mentioned, the Watchful Peace ended some decades ago when Sauron returned to Dol Guldur. As a result, the area east of the High Pass probably became less safe when Eorl and his people moved so far south. So I could imagine the elves might had to deal with losing a faction that also had an interest to oppose Sauron and his forces, so an ally in the widest sense, while Gondor was strengthened. Third Age 2542, Thror is born, that is Thorin Oakenshield's grandfather. We also see him in the films. He later became the king under the mountain in Erebor, and as we know, he and his people will be driven out by the dragon Smaug. Third Age 2770. Thror also had two brothers and a son named Throin, who will become Throin II. I use the Old Norse pronunciation here. In the meantime, Rohan was not completely safe, and it seems they were still attacked and pressured. One could say gifting the land to Eorl was a smart move, because now Gondor had not to worry about that region anymore and could focus on their other problems, like being Mordor's neighbor. But also Rohan had to pay a price. Third Age 2545, King Eorl is slain in battle against the Easterlings. His son Brego becomes the second king of Rohan and completes Meduseld, the Golden Hall. Third Age 2570, his oldest son Baldur enters the Forbidden Door and is lost, as we can read in Appendix B. Out of grief, his father died a year later. The Forbidden Doors lead to the Oathbreakers, which we also know from the films, that are these ghosts, originally men living in the White Mountains who swore at the Stone of Erech to help Isildur, but broke their oath when he summoned them to join him in the War of the Last Alliance, and so he cursed them. However, we can read that King Brego in his lifetime managed to defend Rohan, so that they had peace for many years. It's interesting that he was so successful as king, but at the end his life became very tragic with the loss of his son, and he could not find happiness anymore. His people must have been sad as well. His second son Aldor succeeded him. In Lord of the Rings, Theoden tells the story leading to Baldur's death a bit more detailed. When the prince stood before the door, there sat a mysterious old man, quote, "The way is shut," his voice said again. "It was made by those who are dead, and the dead keep it until the time comes. The way is shut." Then the old man fell over and died. It sounds really like a tale from ancient mythology, which I like. In the Vinyar Tengwar, issue 42, page 22, note 6, we can read that the door was shut and enemies sneaked behind Baldur silently and somehow broke his legs, leaving him there to die. In The Lord of the Rings, his bones were found by Aragorn and Eladan, described as bones of a mighty man. Tolkien also described that these men of darkness built temples, and we know they had a connection to Sauron. What is interesting is that this could be interpreted as a direct interaction of the ghosts with the physical world, but it could also mean that they made Baldur fall down somewhere in terror, and he broke his legs from the fall, because as explained in other videos, I think these ghosts could not interact directly with the physical world, and the description in Lord of the Rings reads, "He had fallen near the far wall of the cave." Also shout-outs to Geekzone for showing me this Vinyar Tengwar passage years ago. It's also published in The Lord of the Rings, A Reader's Companion. This is again a fascinating time because so much happens in parallel and all starts with Sauron returning to Dol Guldur, where he hid again. We can read in Appendix B about this time dragons reappear in the far north and begin to afflict the dwarves. As explained previously, the dwarves of Moria fled northeast and settled in the Grey Mountains after the Balrog appeared. Their efforts in these mountains, their new home, probably moved the attention of the dragons from the northern waste onto them over the centuries. Dragons seeking treasure hoards is an ancient motive that also Tolkien used, and the gold of Middle-earth has an evil trend, as Tolkien describes it. So it makes sense that dragons appear and multiply more and more after some centuries. We also talked about the dragon Shatha previously, so dragons being in this region is not new. It's hinted that these northern dragons were not able to breathe fire. At least in one quote, Cold Drake is mentioned in Appendix A. It could also be assumed that having dwarves in the mountains was also a source of food for them. However, we can read that they plundered the dwarves' work in what is often called the War of Dwarves and Dragons. King Duin I is slain 3rd Age 2589. He is not Dain or Duin Ironfoot. It was not looking good for the dwarves in exile against these powerful enemies, and in the end they lost this war against the dragons. As a result, most of Durin's folk abandoned the Grey Mountains again to seek yet again a new home. Duin's son Thror, as said Thorin Oakenshield's grandfather, became the new king of the Longbeards and returned to Erebor, 3rd Age 2590. As we remember, the Longbeards settled there a few centuries ago already, but they left it again for the Grey Mountains. This time the dwarves followed Thror to Erebor for the most part, while another part followed his brother to the Iron Hills. Still, Erebor became the new home of the House of the Longbeards and their king was Thror. But the evil followed them, as we know. These movements the wise for sure observed as well with worry. Men from that region, I assume Norsemen, also settled there as a result, and according to the Hobbit, Dale was built in that time, though in the unfinished tales it is mentioned that it existed earlier. I could imagine it might have been a more primitive settlement before and became the Dale we know when Thror returned to Erebor, at least if you consider the unfinished tales text canon. Interestingly, the dwarves modified their writing system and created a new mode for Kirs called Angerthas Erebor. Elrond can read them and knows about the moon letters invented by the dwarves, so he maybe was visited by them at some point or visited them himself. Of course, their Kirs system did not change drastically. It's originally an elven writing system, and moon letters might be related to the Ithildin inscription of the Doors of Durin, so he could have known it from there. However, these details will become more important in The Hobbit, and of course Thror made his map later in his life, and Elrond will later read it. The next 100 years are relatively peaceful, but more terrible conflicts are on the horizon for all three peoples of Middle-earth, but those we will discuss next time. Not much happens in the next 100 years after 3rd Age 2590. In Erebor, life was good for the dwarves after they had to flee again from the Grey Mountains. They prospered, and so did the region. 3rd Age 2644, Throin II, Thorin Oakenshield's father, is born, I assume named in honor to Thror's ancestor Throin I, who originally founded Erebor 3rd Age 1999, so about 600 years prior. He also found the Arkenstone in the mountain, so it makes sense for Thror to name his son after him, as he also founded Erebor again and brought the House of Durin back there, including Borin, the brother of his father. From that line is, for example, Balin, Dwalin, Glóin, and Gimli. We can read in Appendix A, "To the great hall of Throin, Thror brought back the Arkenstone, and he had his folk prospered and became rich, and they had the friendship of all men that dwelt near." We talked at the very beginning in part 1, covering the First Age, about this stone and speculated about Tolkien maybe having the idea of it being one of the 3 Silmarilli very early on, though that changed for sure. This quote also implies that Erebor was already, at least in parts, an established place with kingly halls when Thror arrived. It was just abandoned by the dwarves 3rd Age 2210, about 380 years ago, under Throin I's son, Thorin I. We see that the naming scheme of Thror's heirs is exactly the same, which is for sure a bit confusing. I guess Thror wanted to honor his ancestors who established Erebor as Dwarven realm, but I think he for sure envisioned that this time everything should be better than last time. Maybe this time he wanted to create a good timeline where the dwarves now stay in Erebor and find their new home, making it into the new big Dwarven realm after the fall of Khazad-dûm, that is Moria. Maybe seeing the decision to abandon Erebor 380 years ago as a mistake, but we know how the story will end. Maybe it was a bad omen to name the heirs Throin and Thorin again, because history will repeat itself in a way. As Thorin I, Thorin II Oakenshield would have to abandon Erebor again, though for different reasons. There are further differences though. For example, Throin II and Thror survived the attack of Smaug and fled together, while Throin I died of old age in Erebor, and Thorin I abandoned Erebor willingly due to his folk preferring the Grey Mountains. Maybe because they were more similar to the Misty Mountains than the Lonely Mountain, but if we look even further into the future, we also know that the dwarves will return to Erebor and it will indeed become the new home of the dwarves. If we jump back to Eriador, we also find an interesting side note, quote from Appendix B. Circa 3rd Age 2670, Tobold plants pipeweed in the South Farthing. In a way, this is an obscure note in Appendix B if we see it, the tale of years, as historical records where we often find huge deeds and significant historical events like Easterlings overrunning Gondor, the destruction of Osgiliath, the One Ring being found and the White Council founded. It seems almost funny reading this note. We can, though, observe 2 things here. First, it was important enough for Tolkien, who also smoked the pipe, to mention it here, and second, these historic records are truly from the Red Book of Westmarch, so they were collected and written down by hobbits, and here we definitely see a little touch of that. The theme of the hobbits is that they were small and unimportant in the grand schemes of history, but that changed one day when Bilbo found the One Ring and Frodo brought it to Mount Doom. In a way, they led the free peoples of Middle-earth to victory over evil, becoming some of these big historic events and names noteworthy in historical records themselves. As such, it only makes sense that these little touches of Hobbit history important for the Shire folk are recorded, besides the names of great kings and battles. We of course find these Hobbit-related records prior to the year 2670 in the Tale of Years of the Third Age, but those seemed less unusual in a sense, as they are tied to history, like King Argileb II granting them land, which becomes the Shire. But Tobold Hornblower laying the foundation for Old Toby is for sure only important to some people, though the Shire exported its pipeweed in some form, I guess. In Isengard, Merry and Pippin find it in the books, and we also have this scene in the films. Aragorn finds that strange, quote, "All except one thing, said Aragorn, leave from the South Farthing in Isengard. The more I consider it, the more curious I find it. I have never been in Isengard, but I have journeyed in this land, and I know well the empty countries that lie between Rohan and the Shire. Neither goods nor folk have passed that way for many a long year, not openly. Saruman had secret dealings with someone in the Shire, I guess." This might hint at the later events in the Shire, the Scouring of the Shire. The next entry in Appendix B is also Hobbit-related. However, also things happen outside the Shire. In Gondor, Ecthelion I rebuilds the White Tower in Minas Tirith, 3rd Age 2698. Another obscure note: we know it was first built about 800 years ago, 3rd Age 1900, by King Kalimechtar. Here Minas Tirith was still called Minas Arnor. However, I could find no note that explains the need to rebuild the White Tower of Ecthelion. Was it destroyed? Was it just refurbished? Maybe expanded? We don't know. In the Unfinished Tales we can read: history would indeed make it clear that neither Orthanc nor the White Tower in Minas Tirith had ever been captured or sacked by enemies, and it might therefore be supposed that the stones were most probably intact and remained in their ancient sites, but it could not be certain that they had not been removed by the stewards and perhaps buried deep in some secret treasure chamber, even one in some last hidden refuge in the mountains comparable to Dunharrow. This is about the Palantiri, and it excludes a destruction, I guess. Maybe it was rebuilt with that secret chamber in mind where the Palantiri of Minas Tirith was hidden, as we know from The Lord of the Rings. Now, with the end of the 27th century of the Third Age and the beginning of the 28th, we enter a time where the powers of evil increase again. We discussed how orcs infested the Misty Mountains before, which led to the attack on Elrond's wife Celebrian and her leaving Middle-earth. It seems the orcs became strong enough again to attack Erebor, quote, Third Age 2740. Orcs renew their invasion of Erebor. This land had mostly peace after the defeat of the Witch King and Angmar 765 years ago. Now at least the orcs were back. The Dunedain Rangers of the North under chieftain Arasuil, accompanied by Elrond's sons Eladan and Elrohir, fought them, and they managed to hold them back, except for one large band of orcs led by the Goblin King Golfimbul from Mount Gram. Golfimbul managed to enter Erebor so far west that he reached the Shire's North Farthing. But Bandobras took, after this known as Bull Roarer took, gathered a Hobbit force and met Golfimbul and his orcs in the Battle of the Greenfields, 3rd Age 2747, so 7 years after the invasion of Erebor began. Bull Roarer was a big hobbit who could ride a horse. In this battle he charged at Golfimbul and knocked off the head of the Goblin King with a club, sending it flying. It landed in a rabbit hole. You clearly notice how we enter the Hobbit territory here. The other orcs fled from battle, and the Shire would not be attacked for quite some time after this. I assume the Rangers of the North and Elrond's sons handled the rest. It's not mentioned if Elrond also sent some more forces from Rivendell, or if Eladan and Elrohir were actually accompanied by other elves in their service, but I could imagine that this was the case, especially if we consider that the battles against these orcs lasted 7 years in that region. According to a timetable in Peoples of Middle-earth, the battles regarding this orc invasion ended 3rd Age 2748, so a year later. After that, the orcs were probably defeated. Bandobras Tuk became a Hobbit hero, and also due to how he slew Golfimbul, the game or sport golf was invented, which is also part of the Goblin King's name. It's a very funny story and really a bit anachronistic. One could argue that this story hints at the Shire maybe already being in its anachronistic state we later find in The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. I have no good theory on the name Golfimbul. It's very noticeable that Fimbul is an Old Norse word. In the Poetic Edda we find the Fimbulvetter, the Fimbul winter, which means great winter. So Fimbul means great or mighty, and there will also be the long winter later in 3rd Age 2758. In Old Norse, Gol could be a form of the verb gala, and could mean I chanted, in the sense of chanting a spell. Interestingly, in very early draft versions of The Hobbit, the Goblin King was still called Fingolfin, because Tolkien borrowed some names from his mythology for The Hobbit. I could also imagine Tolkien played around a bit with the syllables and changed them slightly, resulting in forming the name Golfimbul. What speaks for Old Norse inspiring the name might be that Gram has also Old Norse roots. The name of Sigurd's sword was Gramr. It's further unclear where exactly Mount Gram is. Karen Wynne Fonstead placed it here on her map in the Atlas of Middle-earth. I would assume it's part of the Misty Mountains in some form as well, but we don't know for sure. It could also be another name for Mount Gundabad. In very early versions it was already called Gram Hill, so Tolkien maybe saw it as necessary to change it to Mount Gram for the first edition of The Hobbit, indicating it being a mountain and not a hill, which brings us further away from all the hills in East Eriador to the Misty Mountains, in my opinion. Third Age 2754, the famous story of Helm Hammerhand, King of Rohan, begins. In this context, I also want to hint at my old History of Rohan video, though I guess it might need some updates. However, that year a lord named Freka talked to Helm Hammerhand. It seems Freka's ancestors, nobles of Rohan, mixed with lords of the Dunelandings, and they lived somewhere around the source of the Adorn. In this context, it must be mentioned that the Numenoreans in the Second Age once drove the ancestors of the Dunelandings, who were also related to the Edain, and with that also to the Numenoreans as well, out of Eriador. In this context, it makes sense that they potentially disliked the Gondorians, and I guess also the Rohirrim as close ally of Gondor. I assume Gondor and Rohan also disliked the Dunelandings. Helm did not trust Freka, but he still invited him to councils. If this old feud had to do with them not trusting each other is not clear though, but I assume Freka was kind of a potential bridge between the Dunelandings and the people of Rohan. The Rohirrim might have even considered mingling with those Dunelandings as weakening his bloodline, but as said, both peoples are related. The Rohirrim are from the ancestors of the Edain House of Marach or House of Hador. The Dunelandings are related to the ancestors of the Edain House of Hales, also called Haladin, which ended in Beleriand during the First Age. The Dunelanding ancestors separated from the other Edain of their house when they together migrated west and settled in Eriador before reaching Beleriand, while the others continued their journey. Interestingly, mingling between these two houses was back in the day not seen as something bad. In fact, the grandmother of Tuor by his father's side was from the house of Hales. Remember, Tuor is the father of Earendil, the father of Elrond and Elros, so quite prominent. And Hales, a famous female leader of the house, was considered very brave and an Amazon. She even impressed the elves. Having women fight was not unusual for that house, but of course it was in that regard different to the other houses. Same with their language, which was different as well, and was the reason why the Numenoreans did not recognize these people as kin. They then fought them and drove them to Duneland, where they became known as the Dunelandings. See my Strange Who is Hales video for more information on her and her house. During one of these meetings, Freka asked the king that his son Wulf and Helm's daughter should marry, which ended in an argument. The king made fun of Freka, who gained some weight it seems. Of course, Freka had some words for Helm in return, and at the end, when they talked alone, Helm punched him so hard in the face that Freka died from that mighty blow. There was a reason why Helm was called Hammerhand. This resulted in the king declaring Freka's descendants and men as enemies of Rohan, and Freka's son Wulf allying with the Dunelandings, taking Isengard and attacking Rohan 4 years later, Third Age 2758, with a great force. Gondor had a very big war against the Corsairs of Umbar at this time and could not send help, though Helm killing Freka might have been glorified when this story is told. Considering the lore, it might have been a big mistake based on prejudice. Freka might have been a bridge between those two descendants of the Edain. Maybe this could have healed their feud, and this might also be the reason why very tough times are had for Helm, while placing a further cornerstone for future conflicts. Due to the invasion of the Dunelandings, King Helm and his people fled to the Southburg, the Southburg, once built by Gondor. They called it Aglarond, which will be later called Hornburg or Hornburg, and the fortress will be besieged by the invaders. One of Helm's sons, Hales, was slain defending Edoras, which was taken by Wulf, who sat on the throne in the Golden Hall. Some people of Rohan fled to Dunharrow instead though. On top of that, the mentioned long winter was at the end of this year as well, which made all people suffer. In it, the snow and harsh cold lasted for 5 months. Against the will of the king, his last son Hama went on a mission with some of his men to get secretly past the enemy due to the hunger and cold they suffered, maybe to find some food, but they got into a snowstorm and were never seen again. In another version of the text, it seems both sons were lost in the snow. Helm, in grief and hunger, went out at nights clad in white, blowing his horn, and sneaked into the enemy camp, killing his enemies with his bare hands, bringing fear into the hearts of the Dunlendings. This is how the Susburg, the Southburg, got the name Hornburg or Hornburg. One night Helm did not return and he died to the cold and hunger, but he was still standing, not bending his knees. Wulf's father Freka said to him in the argument that old kings that refuse a prophet staff may fall on their knees. Helm did not fall on his knees and the enemies did not dare to come close. Legends say that Helm's horn can still be heard at nights and that he as Rhys would walk among the foes of Rohan and kill men with fear. A pretty epic story and legend, though wisdom was for sure not the foundation of this conflict. In the films we see a statue of Helm Hammerhand in the Hornburg, and the upcoming anime film, The War of the Rohirrim, will cover it as well. I hope it will be good. However, Frealaf, the son of Helm's sister Hild, hid with some men in Dunharrow, which we also know from the films. Many people of Rohan fled there as well, and after the winter waned, he started a surprise attack on Edoras and indeed surprised Wulf and the Dunlendings there. In the fight he slew Wulf and could use the momentum to also fight the other Dunlendings. When at some point also Gondor repelled all the attacks of the Corsairs, they were able to send help as well. We can read by roads both east and west of the mountains. As a result, the Dunlendings were defeated and driven out of Rohan and even Isengard. Frealaf, Hilde's son, became the next king, but it took Rohan a long time to recover from this invasion and the long winter. Of course, this is far away from Elrond, but it's an interesting time and there are some small connections to Eriador and also indirectly to Elrond. So meanwhile, west of the Misty Mountains, the long winter also troubled the people there. Cold and hunger plagued the people in that region as well, including the Hobbits. In Appendix B we find the note, Gandalf comes to the aid of the Shire folk, which is one of the first mentions of Gandalf in context of the Shire I know of. If Gandalf knew Bulrora took himself already is not 100% clear, but it's for sure possible. However, as said, in the long winter, Gandalf has met and helped the Hobbits. In the Unfinished Tales, we find further information on this. He explains how the Hobbits showed pity and helped one another in these dire times, which impressed him and was the reason why they survived according to him. I like how compassion and pity for others is always associated with wisdom in Tolkien's works. In this context, I could also imagine that Elrond and the elves helped the people in Eriador as well in some form, or at least knew about Gandalf doing so, but that is just my speculation. As said some time ago, Mithrandir was closest in council with Elrond and the elves. However, the most interesting connection between the events in Rohan, Gandalf and Elrond was another White Council member, Saruman. When Rohan celebrated their victory against the Dunlendings, the White Wizard appeared, bringing gifts and praising the deeds and valor of the Rohirrim, which for sure made him a welcome guest, which we can also read. With getting the friendship of the weakened Rohirrim, he for sure offered himself to be a strong ally, and as we know, his voice is very convincing. It would be wise, and at that time it was. Saruman had Isengard in mind, but Rohan could not give it to him because Isengard was still considered part of Gondor. However, the ruling steward Beren also needed to catch a break from all the attacks of the Corsairs and also saw it beneficial to have a strong ally like Saruman, who went most among men, and he was subtle in speech and skilled in all the devices of smithcraft, positioned there. As a result, the steward made the White Wizard a lieutenant of the steward of Gondor and warden of the tower, and gave him the keys of Orthanc. We can read that for a time Saruman behaved as a lord of men, but he for sure also had more in mind. We can read that the tower Orthanc could not be harmed or entered by anyone without those keys. So even though the Dunelandings took Isengard for some time, it seems they never entered the tower. So all its treasures were potentially still inside, and as we all know, its biggest one was still there for sure, the Palantir of Orthanc. In a way, it's strange that Gondor abandoned Isengard and Orthanc at some point, especially if you consider that a powerful artifact was in it still. This might show that also Gondor was in decline and completely neglected their northern realm after gifting it to Rohan. It might also be possible that after the last king Arnor died in Minas Morgul, the knowledge of what is in that tower might have been lost so that the steward did not know. I can only speculate. But of course, having Saruman in Isengard for sure stabilized things at the Gap of Rohan. Both the king of Rohan and the ruling steward of Gondor were very happy that Saruman was there. Still, it seems as if Saruman was very secretive about this place. We don't know if any White Council meetings were held there. The next one will be in Rivendell though. But that Saruman took Orthanc was for sure something that did not go unnoticed by the otherwise, and I can see that they also saw it as beneficial. Keep in mind that Sauron is also living next door in Dol Guldur, and that the orcs infested the Misty Mountains. Saruman having a stronghold there must have been considered a very strong move at this time. We can also read that Saruman later cared less about being a lieutenant of Gondor, isolating himself more and more, fortifying the stronghold and taking it for himself to rule. At some point in his mind, he wanted to make it a place of power and fear, rivaling Barad-dûr, the Dark Tower of Sauron. Of course, also new trouble was at the horizon already in the east in form of a dragon, but that is a topic for the next part, which will bring us closer to the events of The Hobbit. In the next few years after the long winter ended, Third Age 2759, the biggest event concerns the dwarves in Erebor, though they were on a bright path. As mentioned, King Thror's son, Throin II, had 3 children with Thorin Oakenshield, Frerin and Dis, and his realm and the region prospered, as for example his neighbors in Dale. But prosperity for the dwarves also meant gold, and all the gold brought unwanted attention to Erebor. And we talked about the evil trend of gold before, when we talked about the ancestors of the people of Rohan and the dragon Shatha. In the book Morgoth's Ring we can read, Morgoth's power was disseminated throughout gold, if nowhere absolute, for he did not create gold, it was nowhere absent. And further, for example, all gold in Middle-earth seems to have had a specially evil trend, but not silver. The power of the first Dark Lord and Sauron's former master Morgoth was almost everywhere imbued into the world itself, with the exception of, for example, the oceans. And so, Third Age 2770, the dragon Smaug attacked Erebor, drove all the dwarves out and took it as his own realm. On the pronunciation, I'm not sure, but in an Old English pronunciation, it should be Smaug, 2 syllables. If we interpret it as Old Norse name, I think it would be Smaug. But because the name is just derived from those languages, Smaug is fine as well, I guess. He also attacked Dale, and it was destroyed and deserted over time. From one day to the next, everything changed. From great prospering dwarves to homeless people in a very short amount of time. And this had consequences on the whole region as well. The people living there got poorer and the area became less stable and secure. Unfortunately, a development we maybe can relate to in our current time as well. In Tolkien's world, this was also a time where Sauron's power was slowly rising again in secret. A development that should have concerned the wise like Elrond and Gandalf greatly. But why did Smaug attack Erebor? Besides the story of the Hobbit needing a conflict, the theme of dragons having and living on treasure hoards is very widespread in mythology and fairy tales. In The Hobbit we can also read, "Later he used to crawl out of the great gate and come by night to Dale and carry away people, especially maidens, to eat, until Dale was ruined and all the people dead or gone." So the idea of dragons carrying away maidens is also present in The Hobbit, and we know Tolkien originally wanted to create mythology for England with some of his early writings. So many ideas he had for The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings were also inspired by Western mythology, like Beowulf and the Old Norse Volsung saga. And I guess for a mythologic being like a dragon, that makes a lot of sense. As a result, Smaug does like gold and abducts maidens. A dragon is the ultimate obstacle for the hero, and in those mythologies he is tied to greed as well. The hoard is an easy to understand goal for a hero. Tolkien makes masterful use of these ancient archetypes and ideas to create his story of The Hobbit, a story he also wrote with his children in mind, and that was created at a time when the base ideas of The Lord of the Rings did not exist yet and were also not yet connected to that and his Silmarillion related writings later, even though Tolkien borrowed many ideas and names from his early writings of the Silmarillion already. At the beginning of Who is Elrond, we also talked about that as well. In Tolkien's lore, dragons are also connected to Morgoth, who must have transformed existing beings into dragons, like Glaurung, the father of dragons, and Smaug is most likely in some form a descendant of those, or maybe even one of the surviving dragons. So Morgoth is doing some work, though he was banned from the world and into the void 6,500 years ago. The sources for Smaug's age can be read in many different ways though. Smaug, for example, says in The Hobbit, "I laid low, the warriors of old and their like is not in the world today. Then I was but young and tender." Warriors of old could mean the warriors of the last few hundred years of the First Age, when the dragons first appeared. Tolkien wrote a version, published in The War of the Jewels, of the First Age timeline, the tale of years from around 1951 to 1952, where exactly 2 dragons survive. Quote, "Ancalagon is cast down by Earendil, and all save 2 of the dragons are destroyed." We find 2 dragons surviving and fleeing east after Ancalagon's defeat in a far older text from the 1930s as well though. "Then the sun rose of the second day, and the sons of the Valar prevailed, and all the dragons were destroyed, save 2 alone, and they fled into the east." Here the Valar still had children, I assume, and I doubt that the dragon Shada was invented yet, else one could argue that Tolkien played with the idea that those 2 were Smaug and Shada. It's possible that the idea for the latter first came up 1939 when he wrote on Lord of the Rings. Another hint we find in The Hobbit, and that most of the plunder was meant to stop there in the town by the shore that in his young days had been called Esgaroth. Hard to tell how old Esgaroth was, but it's in my opinion not from the First Age or early Second Age, though Bilbo saw the rotting piles of a greater town could still be seen along the shores when the water sank in a drought. Though the name Esgaroth is still used for Lake Town during The Hobbit as well, so it can't be that long forgotten. As a result, I tend to argue that Smaug is not 6,500 years old and a younger dragon. There are some parallels to Fafnir and also to Leviathan from the Bible when it comes to inspirations for him. Tolkien, for example, translated some books of the Bible, and there are hints he worked on translating the book of Job as well. He for sure was very familiar with the text. The boasts of Smaug seem to have some parallels to the descriptions of Leviathan. However, the question could also come up, how did Smaug manage to conquer Erebor alone? The dwarves were not prepared for an attack, and Smaug landed on top of the mountain, burning down the trees. The smoke for sure caused a lot of trouble for the dwarves inside, who rushed out of the front gate, either to extinguish flames or confront what attacked them. But the dragon was waiting for them on top, easily killing all of them. Further, there was also a lot of smoke, steam and fog from the rivers, which fell on Dale and surroundings. So coordination and seeing what was going on was difficult, and the dragon had easy prey, attacking Dale as well. When he decimated the dwarves and men enough, he entered Erebor himself and killed everything in sight. At the end, he piled up treasure and used it as his bed. And so Erebor was no more. Some dwarves were not inside of Erebor and survived this way. I think Balin was an example. King Thror and his family escaped through the hidden back door. Balin was only 7 years old at this time, Thorin 24. Smaug further attacked Dale after sacking Erebor. The quote of him carrying away people, and especially maidens at night to eat, describes these events, which then led to people abandoning Dale. This was devastating for the region and the dwarves of the House of Durin, the Longbeards, who lost their home again. In the aftermath, they went to Dunland to make a living there, as for example smiths, and later Thorin II, Thorin II, and their followers went to the Blue Mountains to found new halls, still remembering the glorious days of Erebor. I would argue that Erebor and the surrounding region there was relatively isolated. West of Erebor was the realm of Thranduil. Far to the east, also isolated, the Iron Hills, where also dwarves lived under Gror, brother of Thror and Duin, Ironfoot's grandfather. Southwest was Sauron hiding, and southeast most likely Dorwinion, where Thranduil's wine was from, and a bit further east also the Easterlings from Hrun, who were under Sauron's influence. With Dale and Erebor gone, the region lost a lot of appeal, and Lake Town became all that was left. I assume the survivors of Dale fled to Lake Town. At least we know the wife and child of Girion, who ruled over Dale, did, the ancestors of Bard the Bowman. Girion died during Smaug's initial attack of Dale. As we know from the chapter The Quest of Erebor from Unfinished Tales, these events troubled Gandalf at some point. He feared that, quote, the dragon Sauron might use with terrible effect. Later even that Sauron might attack Rivendell. Dol Guldur and what was going on there in secret was often on his mind. Much later in the Ring War, it turned out very important that Sauron's forces in the north were bound to fight against Erebor and Dale instead of moving down to Gondor, which would have for sure changed the outcome of the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. Further, imagine Smaug would have attacked Minas Tirith as well, or him attacking Rivendell or Lothlorien, which was a big fear of Gandalf, as said. A big fear of mine is that people won't press the like button, won't leave a comment or won't subscribe, plus pressing the annoying bell. So, short ad break here, and maybe you can use the time for those things. It's possible you will see nothing though. But let's continue. The Grey Wizard often traveled to Rivendell and had counsel with Elrond, so I'm sure the news of Erebor's and Dale's destruction also reached Elrond at some point, though we have no mention of this. Besides the birth of quite some characters like Dwalin, Glóin or the raven Roag, the next big event happened 3rd Age 2790. In this year, Thror, Thorin's grandfather, with his companion Nor, left his people in Dunland and went to Moria, though they did not tell anybody. Before leaving, though, Thror interestingly gave his Ring of Power, one of the 7, to his son Thróin, the second in secret. Note that in Old Norse the long A is pronounced O. Both Thror and Nor managed to reach Moria over the Redhorn Pass, and the old king entered it proudly as its heir through the East Gate, despite his companion's warnings. But he never returned. Nor is Old Norse and means corpse, waited for days outside in hiding, until at some point a horn was blown and a corpse was flung out the gate down the stairs. An orc voice called the hidden dwarf, requesting him as messenger. Nor came out, and indeed the corpse was that of Thror, but his head was cut off and branded on the forehead. The dwarf could read in runes Azog. The orc voice insulted them and said that this was what they would do to beggars and thieves. Azog did not allow Nor to take the head of his king and threw a small bag with coins at him as fee. He should deliver what he saw here as message to the dwarves. While fleeing, Nor looked back and saw the orcs hacking the body of Thror into pieces, which they fed to the black crows. Interestingly, dwarves differentiate between crows and ravens. Ravens are the friends of the dwarves of the House of Durin, while crows are not, as we learn in The Hobbit in the chapter The Gathering of the Clouds. I think the mention of crows is quite deliberate here by Tolkien. As you can imagine, Nor delivering the message angered the dwarves beyond all measurement, and they declared war to the orcs in the Misty Mountains. They gathered all the 7 houses of the dwarves and prepared for about 3 years. Then, 3rd Age 2793, they attacked the orcs. And Azog would learn the hard way that what he did there was an absolutely terrible idea. And so began the war of the dwarves and the orcs, and they sacked one by one all the strongholds of the orcs that they could find, from Gundabad to the Gladden. It was a cruel war with huge losses on both sides, but especially for the orcs. It was fought under the mountains and above. The dwarves were quite successful and pushed the orcs south before the east gate of Moria. This area before the gate is called Adhanulbizar by the dwarves, and here they fought the last deciding battle after 6 years, 3rd Age 2799, the Battle of Adhanulbizar. It should end where the war began. It was a battle with heavy losses, and it did not look great for the dwarves, because Azog still had forces left there for the last need. But the dwarves from the Iron Hills were delayed and entered the battle late. We talked about that some dwarves did not follow Thror to Erebor, but instead went with his brother Gror to the Iron Hills. Gror sent his son Nóin to lead his armies, and Nóin's son Dóin Ironfoot came with him. Though with 32, he was still very young at this time for a dwarf going to war. The dwarves of the Iron Hills should turn the battle, but Azog managed to kill Nóin in battle. The orc leader wanted to mock the dwarves, but noticed that all his orcs were defeated and fleeing. He was then confronted by Dóin Ironfoot, who avenged his father Nóin and his grandfather's brother Thror by slaying Azog and hewing off his head. The dwarves then put a purse with a few coins into the mouth of Azog's head and set it on a stake, as we can read in Appendix A of The Lord of the Rings. With this, their revenge was fulfilled, but there was no celebration due to the heavy losses. King Thróin II, who succeeded Thror and lost an iron battle, asked the dwarves to retake Khazad-dûm as well with him, but the dwarves and even Dóin Ironfoot, his kin, denied the request. You could say he prophesied that a power greater than theirs would be needed to overcome Durin's bane. It is also implied that he might have seen something when looking through the east gate into Moria after slaying Azog, who was trying to escape into Moria. The line, "When he came down from the gate, he looked grey in the face as one who has felt great fear," is quite interesting in this context. And so the dwarves prepared to go home in sadness despite their victory. They also stripped all the dead dwarves of their armors and weapons and took them back home, so that nobody, especially not the orcs, could steal them when they were gone. The bodies of their fallen they burned on great pyres, which could be seen from Lorien. They had to fell many trees for those, and the valley remained bare after it. Among the dead were also Thorin Oakenshield's younger brother Frerin, and Balin's and Dwalin's father Fundin. Due to this battle, Thorin also got his name Oakenshield, when during the fight he and his father, with their forces, were pushed back into the direction of the forest. He had to improvise. In a draft of Appendix A, we find in Peoples of Middle-earth, we can read, "Thorin's shield was cloven, and he cast it away, and hewing with an axe a branch of an oak tree, he held it in his left hand to ward off the strokes of his foes, or to wield as a club. Thus he got his name, or also because in memory of this he bore ever after at his back a shield made of oak wood, without colour or device, and vowed to do so until he was hailed again as king." The detail about this vow was cut from the final version of Appendix A, though the explanation of the branch made it into Lord of the Rings as a footnote. The idea of the oaken shield, or in Old Norse, Eikien Skjaldi, we also find in the Poetic Edda, in the same section where also the other dwarven names except Balin's are derived from. In the Hobbit films, most of the details explained above were changed quite drastically. For example, Azog survives in the films, Thror is killed in the Battle of Azanul-Bizar, and so on. It must also be noted that burning their dead was grievous to the dwarves because it was their custom to lay them into stone tombs only, but building those would have taken many years. So they were forced to burn their dead. In this year, 3rd Age 2799, Throin II, Thorin Oakenshield, and, I assume, their people also leave Dunland and move westward to the southern Blue Mountains to settle there and establish new halls. Beyond that, we also find a small note that the 16th Prince of Dol Amros is slain in battle, but neither his name nor any further information are recorded, not even what battle that was. The orcs who survived the Battle of Azanul-Bizar fled south to the White Mountains and troubled the people of Rohan. Their king Walder was slain in an orc ambush, 3rd Age 2851. There seems to be a mistake and we have two dates for his death, but the other date, 2861, is not fitting the chronology. His son would later destroy the last orc hold in Rohan. Still, the orc population in the Misty Mountains was for sure massively decimated. Elrond and the people living around the Misty Mountains for sure appreciated having fewer orcs there, though the people of Rohan suffered a bit from it. This potentially also weakened the position of Dol Guldur, which was still on Gandalf's mind. But let us jump back 10 years to 3rd Age 2841. Throin II, his family and people, for example Balin and Glóin, lived for some time in the Blue Mountains, but at some point the idea of visiting Erebor became stronger in Throin. When his father gave him the Ring of Power, he said to his son that it needs gold to breed gold, and currently they had not much of that and their works were mostly of iron. Tolkien phrases it carefully, but the ring might have partially increased Throin's lust for gold. Over time, he became restless and only told few companions about his plan, like Balin and Dwalin and some others. He did not tell his son Thorin, though, where he would go. Very similar to Throin's father Thror, which might indicate why he also went almost alone. I assume deep in their hearts they knew it was a terrible idea, but they could not resist. On their way to Erebor, the shadow of Sauron followed them, and they were pursued and waylaid by orcs and wolves. At some point, 3rd Age 2845, they had to camp in Mirkwood, where Throin II vanished from the camp. His companions searched for days, but could not find him. The poor dwarf was captured by Sauron's servants and brought to the dungeons of Dol Guldur, which also lies in Mirkwood. There he was tormented, and his ring was taken by Sauron. His companions returned saddened to the Blue Mountains and told Thorin what happened, and that he now would be the king of the Longbeards, the house of Durin. He had no ring though, and as a result he was patient and stayed long in Eriador. I almost said, and Throin was never seen again, but that is not true. One person saw him before his death. 3rd Age 2850, Gandalf entered Dol Guldur again. In the chapter The Quest of Erebor in Unfinished Tales, we find the note that he entered in disguise, so I assume Gandalf made sure that he was not noticed entering this dark place. And here Gandalf saw something that would change everything. He learned that Sauron was present in Dol Guldur, not just a ringwraith. Further, he found a poor dwarf in the dungeons who was close to death and could not even remember his own name anymore. Gandalf did not know who he was. The dwarf was quite confused, but he had a map of Erebor and a key, then gave those to Gandalf and said, according to Unfinished Tales, "For my son." After that he died, and Gandalf escaped again from Dol Guldur, keeping the map and key always with him. But on the wizard's mind was far more Dol Guldur and Sauron and what could happen. His hope was the White Council and a coordinated attack. So the White Council met 3rd Age 2851 in Rivendell. Elrond was of course a member of the council as well. Further, Gandalf feared Sauron attacking Rivendell at some point, as mentioned, maybe with the help of Smaug. So the Grey Wizard urged the council to act, but Saruman, who in secret desired the One Ring for himself and was already searching for it near the Gladden Fields, managed to convince the council otherwise and not be hasty in this matter. He argued that the One Ring was washed into the sea and is lost forever, which he also repeated next council according to the chapter The Council of Elrond in Lord of the Rings. As a result, the White Council did not attack Dol Guldur, which worried Gandalf greatly. Saruman did of course not want that the Council would become active in that area. He has studied the lore of the Rings of Power greatly and found out where to look for it, and the others trusted him. He wanted to search in secret without anybody finding out and without being disturbed in his efforts. Further, he suspected that with Sauron's growing power, the One Ring would reveal itself at some point, and he would be right there to just pick it up. But an attack might prevent this from happening. As we can read in the Unfinished Tales as well, he found at some point even the remains of Isildur, the chain of the One Ring, and even the lost Elendilmir, which for sure fueled his hope to find the One Ring soon as well. It's not stated when he found those things though. In Unfinished Tales, in the chapter The Hunt for the Ring, we find some interesting details of the Last Council, but as always, how canon those are can be debated, and Christopher Tolkien commented that there were also multiple versions of these details. Here we learn that the council was held in Rivendell and that Gandalf smoked his pipeweed with halfling's leaf during the council, which happened here for the first time. We discussed the Long Winter, 3rd Age 2758 to 59 in the previous part, and it seems he learned about the Hobbits at some point before that. The last White Council was 3rd Age 2463, and old Toby planted his pipeweed around 3rd Age 2670, so one could argue Gandalf first contacted the Hobbits in the Shire after 3rd Age 2463 or even 2670 and before 2758. The exact time is, as far as I'm aware, not known, but I like the idea that the record of old Toby was also around the time when Gandalf first met the Hobbits, and the exact date exists only in the Tale of Years due to Gandalf. Of course, it was written from the perspective of the Hobbits, and pipeweed was a part of their culture, but in comparison we find very little about the Shire in Appendix B in that time, so I could imagine that Gandalf had some influence as well. However, during the White Council, 3rd Age 2851, Gandalf sat a bit isolated from the others while Saruman was arguing against Gandalf's plan to attack Sauron and smoked the pipe, which annoyed Saruman. In one version they briefly talk afterwards and Gandalf explains it gives patience to listen to error without anger, and he blew some rings of smoke. Then he tried to grab them and they vanished. After that, the Grey Wizard stood up and left the council without saying a word. This clearly foreshadows Saruman's treachery and hints at a secret plan to find the One Ring, which made Saruman think. At this time, it seems Gandalf's and Saruman's relationship was already not great. But as we later learn, Gandalf did not suspect Saruman's treachery before he was imprisoned in Orthanc, 3rd Age 3018. Else going there would have made no sense for Gandalf. And that is maybe the reason why we find no trace of this little story in the published appendices. The foreshadowing was maybe a bit too strong there. In the end, this gave Sauron more time. It is not recorded what Galadriel or Elrond said to this, but I assume they saw no reason to doubt Saruman here, and if it was impossible for Sauron to find the One Ring, which was kind of true, then I can see how Saruman could further convince the others of not acting over hasty, though Tolkien phrased it with Saruman overruled him, so maybe Saruman as leader of the council used some kind of veto here. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord was recovering and growing his power in Dol Guldur and searching for his ring and using his power so that it might reveal itself. Also, Fili, Thorin's nephew, is born 3rd Age 2859, his brother Kili 5 years later. Then 3rd Age 2872, something happened in Gondor that should hint at its further decline. The White Tree died and entered the state we know from The Lord of the Rings. No new seedling could be found, and it was left standing like this in Minas Tirith until close to the end of the War of the Ring, 3rd Age 1319. Interestingly, Aragorn's father Arathorn II is born a year after the White Tree died. Still, Gondor was not defeated and had some strength left, especially with the help of Rohan. 3rd Age 2885, the Haradrim crossed the Poros and attacked Gondor with great strength. Also, I assume orcs of Mordor attacked as well. In Appendix B, we can read that Sauron's emissaries stirred up the Haradrim, so Sauron seemed to have influence over the people from the far south. However, Gondor could defeat them with the help of Rohan. We find the note that Gondor also helped Rohan greatly before. Gondor sent troops to help Rohan after the long winter, and that the king of Rohan wanted to fulfill the oath of Eorl, sending his twin sons with troops, but both sons fell in battle side by side. Still, the battle was won. The Rohirrim made a mound at the crossing of Poros for the two fallen princes, as it was their tradition, only one because they were twins. It was called Howdin Gwanur. We can read that the enemies of Gondor did not dare to pass this mound. Further, Steward Turin II sent the king of Rohan and father of the two fallen a rich wergild. The king also had a third son, Fengel, grandfather of Theoden. As last surviving son, he was quite spoiled and not very popular, which even led to conflict with his own son later, Thengel, Theoden's father. I know, the names sound very similar. Later, Aragorn will serve King Thengel under the name Thorongil, 3rd Age 2957, but we skip ahead. Prince Thengel himself leaves Rohan in his youth and serves in Gondor, also marrying a Gondorian noblewoman, Morwen Steelsheen, from the royal line of Dol Amros. Him serving in another country is somewhat similar to Aragorn. He would only return unwillingly to Rohan after his father's Fengel's death and become king. Interestingly, Theoden was born in Gondor, but we are skipping ahead in time again. In the Shire, Gerontius Took, also known as Old Took, became Thane, 3rd Age 2848. He is the father of Belladonna Took, Bilbo's mother. We see both of them in the extended edition of the first Peter Jackson Hobbit film. 3rd Age 2890. Bilbo Baggins is born. Gandalf must have met him as a child and later as young men around 3rd Age 29-21 again, when Bilbo was 31, and saw potential in him, though in one text Gandalf mentions that he was a bit shocked how Bilbo developed when they all met in Bag End during The Hobbit, but he always remembered that young hobbit and he knew he would play an important role. But let us jump back to the south. Gondor could defend against the Haradrim with the help of Rohan, but Sauron's power rose and Mordor continued to attack Ithilien. Keep in mind that last White Council and Gandalf wanting to attack Dol Guldur was 50 years ago, and here we see signs of the decline of Gondor again, because 3rd Age 2901 Ithilien had to be abandoned by its people and, quote, the secret refuge of Hennes Anun is built. Gondor had not the strength anymore to fully defend its land next to Mordor. The White Tree died 29 years ago, so a quite early warning, though Gondor suffered before already, and we will see how Sauron will slowly get closer and closer to Minas Tirith. 3rd Age 2903, King Fulgwine died. His son, the mentioned Thengel, becomes king of Rohan, and 3rd Age 2905, his son, the mentioned Thengel, is born. 3rd Age 2907, Gilrain is born, mother of Aragorn. Her husband Arathorn was born 3rd Age 2873. Then 3rd Age 2911, Middle-earth was plagued by another harsh winter, known as the Fell Winter, often confused with the Long Winter. In this winter, the Shire was attacked by white wolves, because the Brandywine was frozen and they could cross it. The Horn Call of Buckland was called as mentioned in Fellowship of the Ring. I read online about Gandalf and the Dunedain Rangers helping the Shire in the Fell Winter, so people would not starve, but I could find no reference for this in any book. I assume people mixed it up with the Long Winter. Here we can read that Gandalf comes to the aid of the Shire folk, and then the mistake spread online. I found another interesting reference though. In letter 236, Tolkien describes the winter he observed outside and comments, "This is a fell winter indeed, and I am expecting white wolves to cross the river." A quite funny little reference in my opinion, showing how much his writings were on his mind. Further in the chapter concerning hobbits we can read, even the weathers had grown milder, and the wolves that had once come ravening out of the north in bitter white winters were now only a grandfather's tale. So the wolves came from the northern parts of Ereador, it seems. There's also the comment that hobbits had long peace and only had weapons hanging above hearths, on walls, or gathered into the museum at Mickle-Delving. So it seems wolves attacking was a rare event and did not happen later when the temperatures in this region became milder. Further, it's incredible that Grandfather's Tales is very fitting for the time frame from Frodo's perspective, and that Tolkien in the chapter The Ring Goes South also mentions that Bilbo was the only living hobbit who could remember the Fell Winter due to his exceptional age. He was about 21 at that time. 3rd Age 2912, parts of Ereador were flooded and Tharbad was ruined. I could imagine that the melting ice caused the floods, which also led to Tharbad, a town at a river, being destroyed. So the Fell Winter was quite devastating in the aftermath. Meanwhile, Gandalf was deeply concerned about doing nothing against Dol Guldur. I assume he might have spoken with Elrond in that time, and at some point it was planned that the White Council would meet again, 3rd Age 2941. In the chapter The Quest of Erebor, it says in August. 3rd Age 2920, Old Took died. About a year later, as mentioned, Gandalf must have been in the Shire and met Bilbo there, before he turned 33. This fateful meeting would potentially lead to one of the most important events of the Third Age. Gandalf describes their first meeting with, "He had stayed in my mind ever since, with his eagerness and his bright eyes, and his love of tales, and his questions about the wide world outside the Shire." 3rd Age 2929, Gilrain and Arathorn II marry. Gilrain was just 21 and Arathorn 56. but keep in mind that the chieftains of the Dunedain had usually long lifespans. This was different for Arathorn though. Gilrain's parents, also her father, was related to a side branch of Isildur's line, and in Peoples of Middle-earth this seems to be also true for her mother, had the gift of foresight, and they knew that Arathorn II would be short-lived. Also Gilrain and Aragorn had this gift. Her father was, as a result, against their marriage. Another reason was that Gilrain was too young to marry yet for noble Dunedain customs. It was, however, Gilrain's mother who could see further and saw Aragorn as heir, convincing her husband to allow the marriage. And so they married and had one child, born 3rd age 2931, which was Aragorn II. I personally imagine it like that all of them could only foresee a small part of the future, and they had to discuss this and piece their foresights together and then make a decision, but that is just my headcanon. In a way it adds a strange kind of fairness to this fate. Gilrain and her mother knew to some degree that Aragorn would play an important role for their people, but she also knew the price would be losing her husband early. She at least could make this choice, though it might be a tough fate for her. 3rd age 2930, Arathorn's father Arador, as we can read in Appendix A, was taken by hill trolls and slain in the cold fells north of Rivendell when he was 110 years old, and his son became the next chieftain of the Dunedain. Denethor II is also born in this year. Arathorn II must have had a good relationship with Rivendell as well. As we learned in the previous parts, the young heirs of Isildur's line grew up in Rivendell, and we can even read that Arathorn II rode out with the sons of Elrond, Eladan and Elrohir, like Aragorn later. As said, 3rd age 2931, Aragorn II was born, and when Aragorn was 2 years old, 3rd age 2933, Arathorn went riding against orcs with the sons of Elrond, and here the prophecy turned out to be true. He was shot by an orc arrow which hit his eye, and he died in battle at the age of only 60 years. Gilrain and her parents knew this would happen, but to give the Dunedain hope with a powerful heir, she accepted this fate. And so she moved with her son to Rivendell, where Aragorn would grow up. We can read, and Elrond took the place of his father and came to love him as a son of his own. Elrond himself also lost his parents when he was young, as we discussed in the part about the First Age. Maglor became his foster father, and now, close to the end of the Third Age, he would become foster father of Aragorn. He had the gift of foresight as well, and maybe could see that there is a lot of potential, but I also think Elrond was wise and had compassion, knowing how it was to grow up without his parents. Of course, besides this, a lot of young heirs of Isildur grew up in Rivendell over the millennia. And as we know, the fate of Aragorn and Elrond are intertwined in a very dramatic way. They also expected that the enemy would try to find the last heir of Isildur, and so they gave Aragorn the name Estel, which means high hope, and did not reveal to him who he truly was until he was an adult, so that his true identity would remain secret. Estel is also a philosophical concept of the elves tied to the belief in the forces of good in the world and its creator Eru. It's not a fingers crossed kind of hope. In the meantime, around the Gladden Fields, Saruman is still searching the One Ring. 3rd age 2939, he noticed that Sauron's servants are searching there as well. He was alarmed but did not tell the council, as we can read in Appendix B. He also concluded that Sauron must have learned about Isildur's fate. How is hard to tell. Maybe spies? Around 3rd age 2941, maybe even earlier, Gandalf is on his way to Bree, maybe to visit the Shire. According to Appendix A, a dwarf suddenly approached him. It was Thorin Oakenshield asking for advice. The version of this meeting in the chapter The Quest of Erebor in Unfinished Tales is slightly different. Here they met not in Bree, but on the road to Bree. Nonetheless, it was in that area, though I see the version in Appendix A as canon. Thorin and Gandalf talk briefly, and he invited the wizard to his halls in the Blue Mountains, where he tells him his story. Due to this, Gandalf realized who the dwarf in the dungeons of Dol Guldur was, and what the map and key was for, but he did not reveal this to Thorin yet, and left the Blue Mountains again. Gandalf thought about Sauron in Dol Guldur and Smaug and how Sauron could attack Rivendell. On his way to the Shire, he had a remarkable thought according to Unfinished Tales. Suddenly, in my mind, these three things came together: the great dragon with his lust and his keen hearing and scent, the sturdy, heavy-booted dwarfs with their old burning grudge, and the quick, soft-footed hobbit, sick at heart, I guessed, for a sight of the wide world. It was one of those moments where Gandalf saw a possible fate and that Bilbo would play a huge role in the Quest of Erebor. He had to take out Smaug of the equation of the upcoming war, else Sauron could use the dragon with terrible effect. In this version, Gandalf then returned to Thorin again and tried to convince him to try a more secret approach and taking Bilbo with him. He even warned him that without Bilbo the quest would fail. According to this version, the next White Council would be in August 3rd Age 2941 during the events of The Hobbit, and here Saruman finally agreed to take action against Sauron because the servants of the Dark Lord were disturbing his search for the One Ring, and of course he did not want him to find it. So attacking Sauron suddenly seemed like a good move for him. As said, he still argued that the One Ring was washed into the sea, it seems. But we are skipping ahead. In its essence, this story is about the long story of the dwarves of the House of Durin, the Longbeards, losing their home multiple times and dreaming to take back their legacy that was taken from them, be it Erebor or Moria, in parts by the power of evil and the Dark Lords, but also in parts due not being able to resist their desire for wealth and power, using rings that were a shortcut to power, the machine as Tolkien calls this concept. Their story is then further intertwined with the ambitions of the Dark Lord and his chief adversary, Gandalf, who had to prevent that Sauron would ever get the upper hand in the northwest of Middle-earth. This was a prelude to The Hobbit. What happens next we will discuss in the next part. I assume Gandalf felt, due to his foresight, that Bilbo had a greater role to play and that he needed to counter Sauron's rise and potential alliance with Smaug. He orchestrated a meeting of Thorin Oakenshield and his companions at Bilbo's home, Bag End, in April 3rd Age 2941. In Tolkien's nomenclature for the translators of The Lord of the Rings, the professor explained that Bag End was the name of his aunt's farm because it was at the end of a lane leading to it and no further. I think you call a road like this dead-end road, no-through road, or cul-de-sac in English. The German word for it is Sackgasse, which literally means something like back alley or pouch alley. Though back can also be translated with Beutel, which is the word used in the German translation. Cul-de-sac also means bottom of a sack or bag. However, what is interesting here is that Gandalf was quite hasty. According to the chapter The Quest of Erebor in Unfinished Tales, Gandalf met Thorin around the 15th of March of the same year. The wizard then visited the Shire in April, a day before the Elvish New Year called Yestare, which is around the 6th of April. There he talked to a hobbit named Holman Greenhand, the gardener of Bag End, Sam's father Gaffer was his apprentice, about Bilbo and realized that Bilbo was the hobbit he needed for the quest without actually talking to him at all because he was not home. Bilbo was out to see the elves, passing the Shire due to the Yestare, the Elvish New Year, which in my opinion reflects a bit Sam and Frodo wanting to see the elves in Lord of the Rings. Then Gandalf went back to the dwarves and had to convince Thorin to choose a secretive approach for the quest and taking this hobbit burglar with him, which Gandalf explained was the most difficult part. And shortly after, Thorin and company left the Shire at the end of April already. If we look at the events before, where it took literally centuries to take action, the pacing here suddenly accelerated immensely. In August was the next White Council, and Gandalf had to attend to convince the council of attacking Dol Guldur. Must have been a stressful year for Gandalf. In the Quest of Erebor chapter in Unfinished Tales, we find an interesting remark by Thorin against Bilbo joining the company. He is soft, he snorted, soft as the mud of his Shire, and silly. His mother died too soon. The comment on the early death of Bilbo's mother, Belladonna, I found interesting. She was 82 when she died, Bilbo's father was 80. Looking into the lifespan of hobbits, it seems that it was not unusual that a hobbit lived around 100 years. Belladonna's father, Old Took, even lived for 130 years and was the oldest known hobbit until Bilbo. I assume what Thorin meant with this remark was that it was a bad omen or bad genes. While discussing this passage in a stream, Chat also hinted at that Tolkien's own parents died early as well, which can be seen as a parallel. Shoutouts to Rosemary. The Quest of Erebor chapter is a fascinating read with many additional information, so I recommend checking it out. What at the end convinced Thorin was Gandalf expressing that he was fond of Bilbo and wished him well and, quote, treat him well and you shall have my friendship to the end of your days. Tolkien further writes, dwarves understand devotion to friends and gratitude to those who help them, which was what ultimately convinced Thorin, besides the map and key, under the condition that Gandalf also joins the company as long as Bilbo proved his worth. In this dialogue, Gandalf also expressed multiple times that he had the foresight that this quest would fail without Bilbo and that he also had greater things in mind with this. In the context of Bilbo seeing elves passing the Shire, we know from the book The Road Goes Ever On that elves at times went to the west coast to the Tower Hills, the Emun Bereit, to look at the Elostirion stone, a palantir, which can see to the west continent Aman. For the elves, this is some kind of pilgrimage, and this was also the reason why Frodo and Sam and Pippin will later meet Gildor, who returned from this pilgrimage to Rivendell and helped Frodo and his friends. So one could interpret a connection of some elves that Bilbo might have seen here to Rivendell as well, though it is not recorded that Bilbo's little journey was successful and what exactly happened during it. Also, Bilbo was 51 at that time, a very similar age compared to when Frodo left the Shire. After the dwarves and Gandalf visited Bilbo in Back End, they also waited for him at the Green Dragon Inn in Bywater the next day, which also appears again in The Lord of the Rings. So as you can see, there are many parallels between the two books. Of course, in the book, Gandalf has to get Bilbo from Back End so that he is in time to accompany the dwarves on their quest for Erebor. From here, the events of The Hobbit begin. Thorin and company left the Shire and went east towards the Misty Mountains with the plan to cross them and from there go further east to the Lonely Mountain, Erebor. The first important event during this journey was meeting the three trolls, William, Tom and Bert, in the Troll Shores. We talked in an earlier section about the Dúnedain kingdom of Arnor and it splitting into three smaller kingdoms, Third Age, 861. One of those was called Hrudaur, and interestingly, Tolkien translates this name with Trollshore, according to Parma Eldelamberon, issue 17, page 115, where his notes about words and their etymology are published. We speculated earlier about that in the time of the War of Angmar, orcs and trolls might have fled through there to the Ettenmoors and into the adjacent mountains. Throughout history, it seems that the Ettenmoors, which are also called Trollfells, were a region where trolls lived. The name at least suggests this. Rivendell, so Elrond and the region around, do of course not wish that people get waylaid by trolls or orcs so close to their borders, and also potentially try to protect the region, but time and time again, trolls and orcs troubled the surrounding regions. In the Hobbit book, Gandalf scouted a bit ahead and met people from Rivendell who feared the trolls in the shores and assumed that the creatures moved there from the mountains. I assume they got there through the Ettenmoors, where fans speculate that Mount Gram lies. As earlier discussed, the Shire was once attacked by orcs from there. A possible reason why Rivendell and their allies had trouble defending against the presence of trolls and orcs in this northern region might be that it was difficult to pass. Gandalf explained in the chapter The Council of Elrond in Lord of the Rings that, quote, "For I could not ride among the rocks of the troll fells, the Ettenmoors, and Shadowfax departed. I sent him back to his master." So not even Gandalf on Shadowfax could pass that terrain easily. As a result, I assume Elrond's elves would also not push further, and so evil could always cause trouble there. As mentioned earlier, Aragorn's grandfather Arador, who lived in the Troll Shores according to a text in Nature of Middle-earth, was taken by hill trolls and slain in the north, in the cold fells, which I assume were also around the Ettenmoors. I think at the late Third Age, with Sauron's power being on the rise again, the trolls grew more desperate and aggressive. Overall, the region was troubled by orcs and trolls for thousands of years. There's a reason why it was called Troll Shores, and also Mount Gundabad, a very important place for the dwarves, was controlled by orcs and trolls for a long time. Quote from Nature of Middle-earth: "They had become more bold, and their scattered tribes had become leagued together and had dug a deep stronghold beneath Mount Gundabad. Slowly they were creeping southward." Even though after the War of Dwarves and Orcs, Gundabad was freed of orcs, and I would include trolls, this must have changed again at some point. We know from the Hobbit that the orcs fighting in the Battle of Five Armies came from Gundabad again. Quote, "Then they marched and gathered by hill and valley, going ever by tunnel or underdark until around and beneath the great mountain Gundabad of the north, where was their capital. A vast host was assembled, ready to sweep down." I assume the dwarves really freed Gundabad, but had not the strength to keep it under their control after the devastating war of the dwarves and orcs. We know dwarves only increased in number very slowly, which was different for orcs. However, in The Hobbit, Thorin and company met the trolls, and with Gandalf confusing them with imitating their voices, they lost track of the time and were turned to stone by the first sunlight of the day. After that, the company entered the troll cave with the key Bilbo found and buried the valuable treasures of the troll hoard outside, even putting spells on them, and took some items also with them, like the short sword that will be later known as Sting, Orcrist and Glamdring. From here, they continued their journey to Rivendell, the last homely house where they met Elrond. The company rested in Rivendell for 2 weeks, and Elrond was able to identify the two swords from the troll hoard as Glamdring, the sword of Turgon, king of Gondolin and great-grandfather of Elrond, and Orcrist, another famous sword of Gondolin. Some speculate it was the sword of Ecthelion, one of the elf lords of the king, so both from the hidden elven city Gondolin. How these swords went into possession of the trolls is not known. Elrond speculates, quote, "They must have come from a dragon's hoard or goblin plunder, for dragons and goblins destroyed that city many ages ago. But one may guess that your trolls had plundered other plunderers, or come on the remnants of old robberies in some hold in the mountains." As we learned at the beginning, Gondolin was attacked by Morgoth and completely destroyed. Only few managed to escape, like Elrond's grandparents, Eärendil and Tuor. It's interesting that these two swords survived because Beleriand, the land on which Gondolin once stood, was sunk into the ocean, but we know that many orcs, and I assume trolls, fled east over the Blue Mountains to escape their destruction. Quote from Peoples of Middle-earth. But when Morgoth fell and Angband was destroyed, hosts of the orcs fled eastwards seeking homes. So through orcs and other creatures fleeing and maybe taking some valuable treasures with them, the swords might have survived the fall of Beleriand. Further, by chance or purpose, Elrond could also find and read the moon runes on Thorin's map, holding it against the moonlight. For that, they must have been originally written during a moon of the same shape and season with the silver pens of the dwarves. This indicates that Elrond had some knowledge of the dwarves and must have had contact with them in the past, because dwarves are very secretive when it comes to their culture. This is not further explained in any texts of Tolkien I'm aware of. Tolkien only explains Elrond knew all about runes of every kind. Interestingly, Elrond asks what Durin's Day is, I assume for exposition reasons, but he knows about their secret moon runes. Of course, the dwarven writing system was in its origin Elvish, so it makes sense that Elrond knew it, and Celebrimbor and his jewelsmiths guild, who Elrond must have known, had the Isildur, which might be related. So there are possible explanations without Elrond knowing the culture of the dwarves that well. Also, from this scene is the quote from the beginning of this project. In those days of our tale, there were still some people who had both elves and heroes of the North for ancestors, and Elrond, the master of the house, was their chief. He was as noble and as fair in face as an elf lord, as strong as a warrior, as wise as a wizard, as venerable as a king of dwarves, and as kind as summer. Elrond, of course, also shared what he could read on the map with the dwarves and returned the map to them without hesitation. In addition, he allowed the company, consisting of 15 people, rest in Rivendell for over 14 days. He, for sure, was kind as summer. Rivendell in Tolkien stories was always a place where people meet and get rest, information and advice. Elrond was an important figure to grant all those things, and with the help of his Ring of Power Vilya, he could protect his realm, similar to Galadriel. Quote, "Evil things did not come into that valley." From here, the company continued their journey, and Thorin promised to honor his new sword. Thorin pondered these words. "I will keep this sword in honor," he said. "May it soon cleave goblin once again." Elrond answered, "A wish that is likely to be granted soon enough in the mountains." Elrond should be right, but he probably did not foresaw that in the mountains one of the most important events of the Third Age would happen: Bilbo finding the One Ring. On their way through the Misty Mountains, they were surprised by orcs in their sleep in a cave that Fili and Kili did not explore as thoroughly as they claimed. In The Hobbit, Tolkien mostly used, with few exceptions, the word goblins for orcs. Later, he would mainly use the word orc, as he explained or hinted at in letter 144, 151, and 131. Only Gandalf could escape, who saved them later, and the dwarves and Bilbo were brought in front of the great goblin in Goblin Town. Interestingly, the goblins recognized Orcrist and Glamdring. The meta explanation for this might be that Tolkien simply borrowed names and ideas from his early Silmarillion writings for the Hobbit story, which might have taken place for some time in Tolkien's mind during the time of his Silmarillion stories in the late First Age. However, on their way out, Bilbo fell into the abyss and was lost for some time. It was here where Bilbo finds the One Ring and is later confronted by Gollum. We all know the story in and out. Originally in the first edition of The Hobbit from 1937, the ring was just a magic ring that made its wearer invisible, and Gollum offered it as a reward for winning the riddles game, not knowing Bilbo had already found it. When Gollum can't find it, he shows Bilbo the way out instead. Tolkien changed this chapter quite a bit when he worked on The Lord of the Rings, and the magic ring became the One Ring. The changes were published 1951 in the second edition of The Hobbit. Tolkien, however, still referenced the first edition in Lord of the Rings. It is how Bilbo tells the story to not look like a thief, because with this he can claim that he won the ring fair and square. A very neat idea by Tolkien. Bilbo getting the ring changed everything. The One Ring was in Gollum's possession for about 478 years, poisoning his mind and completely destroying his life. It did not help that he started his possession of the One Ring with murder, which will be different for Bilbo. For the world, though, it was not bad that he found the ring, because due to this it was lost for such a long time and could not return to Sauron. Gandalf would also argue that it was Bilbo's fate to find the ring and meet Gollum. We can read Bilbo's thoughts in The Hobbit, though this quote was added for the second edition and shows also a bit how the ring tried to work on Bilbo's mind, which was not needed in the original release. He must fight, he must stab the foul thing, put its eyes out, kill it. It meant to kill him. No, not a fair fight. He was invisible now. Gollum had no sword. Gollum had not actually threatened to kill him or tried to yet. And he was miserable, alone, lost. A sudden understanding, a pity mixed with horror, welled up in Bilbo's heart. A glimpse of endless, unmarked days without light or hope of betterment. Hard stone, cold fish sneaking and whispering. Gandalf would later comment on this to Frodo as well. It was pity that stayed his hand, pity and mercy not to strike without need. And he has been well rewarded, Frodo. Be sure that he took so little hurt from the evil and escaped in the end because he began his ownership to the ring so, with pity. So in the end, the invisible Bilbo leaped over Gollum and spared his life. After that, Thorin and company reunited and continued their journey. They escaped the orcs thanks to the eagles, met Beorn, had to cross Mirkwood and were imprisoned by the Elven king Thranduil. But before entering Mirkwood, Gandalf had to leave the company. It is not explained in The Hobbit where Gandalf went, but Tolkien wrote an explanation for it later in Lord of the Rings. He went west from Mirkwood and rode to another meeting of the White Council. Elrond was of course a member and Rivendell lies west of Mirkwood. We don't know exactly where the council took place, but due to Gandalf going west and not south, if he would travel immediately to the council, it would only be Rivendell or Mithlond, and Rivendell makes more sense to it being more central. In this meeting, the law of the rings was much debated. There was for sure doubt in the council, including the last meeting, that the One Ring was washed into the sea. For example, Elrond foresaw during the last meeting, 3rd Age 2851, according to the Silmarillion, "Nonetheless I forebode that the one will yet be found, and then war will arise again, and in that war this age will be ended. Indeed, in a second darkness it will end, unless some strange chance deliver us that my eyes cannot see." Now, in this meeting, 90 years later, Gandalf found a new argument. It is not needed that the ring should be found, for while it abides on earth and is not unmade, still the power that it holds will live, and Sauron will grow and have hope. The might of the elves and the elf friends is less now than of old. Soon he will be too strong for you, even without the great ring. For he rules the 9, and of the 7 he has recovered 3. We must strike. Gandalf already said during the last meeting that help might come from the hands of the weak when the wise falter. This time Saruman, the leader of the White Council, agreed to the attack because he noticed the activities of Sauron's servants around the Gladden Fields, where he also would search for the One Ring. If they forced Sauron to leave the area, he could continue his search there undisturbed. With this, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He could avoid that the other council members get too suspicious of his plans and remove Sauron from the Gladden Fields, not knowing that the ring was already gone for 478 years. Saruman at this time was already a traitor. He did not see an enemy in Sauron, but a rival. The other members were unaware of this. Since the last meeting, 3rd Age 2851, he also convinced Radagast to lend him some of his birds that Saruman used to gather information and spy for him. Radagast thought that with this he helped their cause against Sauron because he was also not aware of Saruman's treachery. We don't know how long the council needed to prepare the attack, but we know it happened in the same year. In the Silmarillion text it reads like the council drove Sauron out of Dol Guldur. In Appendix B, more like Sauron had already packed his bags and left when the council arrived. Compare, therefore, for the last time he aided the council, and they put forth their strength, and they assailed Dol Guldur, and drove Sauron from his hold, with Sauron having made his plans abandons Dol Guldur. In my mind, Sauron expected to be confronted one day, and when the White Council showed up, he just left Dol Guldur behind without much resistance. The council also had quite powerful members with Elrond, Galadriel, Círdan, and 2 Maiar with Saruman and Gandalf. Further, they also had the 3 great rings of power. Interestingly, it seems Sauron had a physical form for quite some time, according to this quote from the Silmarillion. This is not one of the Ulairi ring race, as many have long supposed. It is Sauron himself who has taken shape again and now grows apace, and he is gathering again all the rings to his hand, and he seeks ever for news of the One and of the heirs of Isildur, if they live still on earth. This quote is from the time when Gandalf first discovers Sauron in Dol Guldur and reports back to the White Council, 3rd Age 2851. So did Sauron have to leave Dol Guldur physically? That might explain why Tolkien wrote in Appendix B, Sauron having made his plans abandons Dol Guldur. It must also be noted that Gandalf was completely right here. Pushing Sauron into making moves early was very important for ultimately defeating the Dark Lord. If they had allowed him to further gather his strength, Frodo and the Fellowship of the Ring would not have found places to hide and get aid from later, because Sauron would have conquered those. In this context, it was also very wise of Gandalf to prevent an alliance between Smaug and Sauron by helping Thorin. In the meantime, Thorin and company escaped the dungeons of the Elven King, visited Lake Town or Esgaros, and reached Erebor, which led to Smaug's death and to the Battle of 5 Armies, to which Gandalf also returned in time. We talked about Gundabad, and from The Hobbit we know that the orcs moved to Erebor from there. 3/4 of the orc warriors of the North were killed that day. Quote, "Songs have said that 3 parts of the goblin warriors of the North perished on that day, and the mountains had peace for many a year. Thorin, Fili, and Kili fell in battle, and Dain or Doin Ironfoot inherits the throne of the Longbeards. With this, Thror's ruling line comes to an end because Doin II Ironfoot, still a direct descendant from Durin the Deathless, is from the line of Thror's youngest brother Gror. I could imagine that this also reduced a bit of trouble for Rivendell around the Misty Mountains, and Elrond was most likely also involved in attacking Dol Guldur. Further, he helped the dwarves out, which they for sure kept in mind. In this regard, 3rd Age 2941 was a very successful year for Elrond and Gandalf. 3rd Age 2942, Bilbo returns to the Shire with the One Ring. In Appendix B we find the note that Sauron returns in secret to Mordor, which indicates that after he left Dol Guldur he did not directly return to Mordor. 2 years later, Bard rebuilds Dale and becomes king, which also stabilizes the region in the northeast, especially without Smaug in the equation. Also, Gollum decided to leave the mountains and search for the thief of the ring. With this, a time began where the chess pieces got slowly into position for the end of the Third Age. 3rd Age 2948, Theoden was born. Interestingly, he was born in Gondor. We discussed this detail earlier in this project. Theoden's father left Rohan to live in Gondor with his wife's family due to dissensions between him and Theoden's grandfather. 3rd Age 2949, Gandalf and Balin visited Bilbo in the Shire. A year later, Finduilas, who will later marry Denethor II, is born in Dol Amroth. A year later, in 2951, Sauron felt powerful enough to start making some moves again. He declared himself openly and gathered power in Mordor. For this, he also began rebuilding Barad-dûr. In my opinion, this also had an influence on many evil creatures, so we can read in Appendix B that Gollum also turned towards Mordor. I assume to project some of his power closer to the Dark Lord's enemies, he sent 3 of the Nazgûl to reoccupy Dol Guldur for him. Third Age 2951, Estelle turns 20 years old and Elrond has a very unusual gift for him that year, or 2952, a year later. We discuss this in a moment. He reveals Estelle's true identity to him, that he is Aragorn II, son of Arathorn II, chieftain of the Dúnedain of the North and heir to Isildur and Elendil. Elrond gives him his heirlooms, the Ring of Barahir, and the hilt shards of the broken sword Narsil, which once belonged to Elendil. The scepter of Anúminas, so the scepter of the king of Arnor, Elrond withholds from him for now. In Appendix A we get some glimpses of this scene and dialogue. But when Estelle was only 20 years of age, it chanced that he returned to Rivendell after great deeds in the company of the sons of Elrond. And Elrond looked at him and was pleased, for he saw that he was fair and noble, and was early come to manhood, though he would yet become greater in body and mind. That day, therefore, Elrond called him by his true name, and told him who he was and whose son, and he delivered to him the heirlooms of his house. Here is the Ring of Barahir, he said, the token of our kinship from afar. And here also are the shards of Narsil. With these you may yet do great deeds, for I foretell that the span of your life shall be greater than the measure of men, unless evil befalls you and you fail at the test. But the test will be hard and long. The scepter of Anúminas I withhold, for you have yet to earn it. It's interesting that Aragorn was already out in the world with Elrond's sons Eladan and Elrohir, doing great deeds. He was not hiding in Rivendell. I also like that Elrond introduces the Ring of Barahir in this way, the token of our kinship from afar. The ring once belonged to Finrod Felagund, and he gifted it to Barahir, the father of Beren, who was an ancestor of Aragorn but also of Elrond. Beren was Elrond's great-grandfather by his mother's side, and Aragorn is from the line of Elrond's twin brother who lived about 6,000 years ago. Strangely, in Appendix B, there is an unusual new line or new paragraph, for Elrond reveals to Estelle his true name and ancestry in the year 2951 entry. This is unique in Appendix B. As a result, some Tolkien scholars believe that Tolkien wanted to add year 2952 here, which would also limit the reveal to January and February of 2952, because Aragorn already turned 21 at the 1st of March, and the text clearly states when Estelle was only 20 years of age. In early manuscripts of Appendix B, this date can also be found. However, it is not in the published versions of Lord of the Rings. In the meantime, Arwen must have returned to Rivendell from living in her grandmother Galadriel's realm Lothlorien, maybe due to the last White Council that will happen 3rd Age 2953, of which Galadriel is a member. The next day, after Aragorn learned who he truly was, at the hour of sunset, he saw Arwen in the forest of Imladris for the first time. It's very reminiscent of the meeting of Beren and Luthien. Aragorn even calls her Tinuviel, the name given to Luthien when Beren first saw her. We can read about Arwen, daughter of Elrond, in whom it was said that the likeness of Luthien had come on earth again. This section of Appendix A, called Here Follows a Part of the Tale of Aragorn and Arwen, is a fantastic read, so I recommend checking it out. Aragorn only talked about this fateful meeting with his mother Gilrain. Both understood that men and elves do not wed, besides a few exceptions from legends of old. In addition, Aragorn's line diminished, while Elrond's line did not. Elrond foresaw this and could read the hearts of others. One day he called Aragorn to his chamber and they talked about the matter. For Elrond, wedding his daughter to Aragorn would mean that Arwen had to refuse the life of the Eldar and will not return with him to the west continent Aman. She would have to accept the gift of men, which was death, as Elrond's brother once did. The elves are bound to the world and exist as long as the world exists. What happens to them after the inevitable end of the world to Ardar, nobody knows, except Eru, which is God. Men, though, are not bound to the world. When they die, their spirits leave the world and go to a place only Eru knows. In this context, it could mean that Elrond will never see his daughter again. Maybe not even when the world has ended, though it is impossible to say. Nobody knows what will happen to the spirits of elves and men when a new, fully healed world is created by Eru. The gift of men, though, makes it clear that there is a future for men beyond the currently marred world, which is different for the elves. One of Tolkien's most complex texts, the Athrabes Finrod a Andres, discusses this concept from the perspective of elves through Finrod and men through Andres, who loved Finrod's brother Aegnor. I think Aragorn understood what he asked of Elrond to some degree, comparing it again to the story of Beren and Luthien. Quote, "I see that I have turned my eyes to a treasure no less dear than the treasure of Thingol that Beren once desired. Such is my fate." Elrond answered, "But there will be no choice before Arwen, my beloved, unless you, Aragorn, Arathorn's son, come between us and bring one of us, you or me, to a bitter parting beyond the end of the world. You do not know yet what you desire of me." Without Aragorn, there could be no choice for Arwen to stay in Middle-earth. However, they understood that this matter is something that could not be settled now. Then Aragorn took leave lovingly of Elrond and his house and left Rivendell, laboring for 30 years against Sauron, becoming the absolute best human being possible, because he needs to be if he wants to defeat Sauron and become the king of Gondor and Arnor. Third Age 2953, as mentioned, the White Council met for the last time, and here Saruman tried to convince the council that he found out that the One Ring was flushed into the sea and was lost forever. He went back to Isengard, took it for his own, not caring about Gondor anymore, and fortified it. In the Silmarillion we can further read, and took counsel with none save himself. He also feared Gandalf and noticed his interest in the Shire, so he placed some agents in that area as well. Also, the ruling steward of Gondor, Turgon, died, and the son Ecthelion II, father of Denethor II, becomes the next ruling steward of Gondor. Interestingly, in the same year, also King Thengel in Rohan died, and his son Thengel, as mentioned, living in Gondor, becomes king of Rohan. So the rulers of Gondor and Rohan changed in the same year. Meanwhile, in Mordor, repairing or rebuilding Barad-dûr could have been completed in this year. It depends a bit how you interpret a line in the Silmarillion. Third Age 2954, the world could witness a new height of Sauron's power as Mount Doom bursts into flame again and the last inhabitants of Ithilien leave that region, fleeing over the Anduin. This weakened Gondor further. In Dol Amroth, Prince Imrahil, the younger brother of Finduilas, was born. In that time, Sauron's foes had to counter his moves, and Third Age 2956, Gandalf did that by meeting one of his most powerful allies. In that year, Aragorn met Gandalf, and they become friends, and from whom he gained much wisdom. It's interesting that Gandalf has potentially not met him in Rivendell before, but Elrond kept Aragorn a secret to protect him, and he also was just 10 years old when Gandalf visited Rivendell with Thorin. I think the meta explanation is, of course, that the character Aragorn did not exist when Tolkien wrote The Hobbit. Then Aragorn traveled Middle-earth, and Under the name Thorongil, meaning Eagle of the Star, he served Theoden's father Thengel in Rohan, and also the ruling steward Ecthelion II, father of Denethor II, in Gondor by land and by sea. He took this name to keep his identity secret. Appendix B gives us a time frame from 3rd Age 2957 to 2980. We know from Appendix A that Aragorn started in Rohan and then left to begin the service in Gondor under steward Ecthelion II. To my knowledge, it is not clear if Theoden recognized Aragorn in the book's story. He does in the films though. But Denethor II is very likely aware of who Thorongil was. Quote, many believe that Denethor, who was subtle in mind and looked further and deeper than other men of his day, had discovered who the stranger Thorongil in truth was, and suspected that he and Mithrandir designed to supplant him. In the case of Theoden, as far as I know, it's not explicitly mentioned, but we know for a fact that a young Theoden has met and talked to Thorongil, quote from Aragorn answering to Eomer. For I have been in this land before, more than once, and ridden with the host of the Rohirrim, though under other name and in other guise. You I have not seen before, for you are young, but I have spoken with Eomund, your father, and with Theoden, son of Thengel. Never in former days would any high lord of this land have constrained a man to abandon such a quest as mine. In that time, while Aragorn made his great journeys as Thorongil, Gaffer Gamgee became the gardener of Bag-End, 3rd Age 2961, and Frodo Baggins was born 3rd Age 2968. 8 years later, 3rd Age 2976, Denethor II married Finduilas of Dol Amros. 3rd Age 2977, Bane, son of Bard, becomes king of Dale after King Bard's death. It seems Bard did not get that old, but we don't know his birth date. If he was around 40 during The Hobbit, he was around 76 years when he died. Denethor's and Finduilas' first son Boromir was born 3rd Age 2978 and their second son Faramir 3rd Age 2983. We skip the year 2984 now. A year later, 2984, the ruling steward Ecthelion II died and Denethor II succeeded him. Tragically, Finduilas died very young at the age of 38 in 3rd Age 2988. In Appendix A, we only find some vague hints why she died so young. But it seemed to men that she, Finduilas, withered in the guarded city as a flower of the seaward vales set upon a barren rock. The shadow in the east filled her with horror, and she turned her eyes ever south to the sea that she missed. This tragic loss had a huge impact on Denethor II. After her death, Denethor became more grim and silent than before, and would sit long alone in his tower, deep in thought, foreseeing that the assault of Mordor would come in his time. It was afterwards believed that needing knowledge, but being proud and trusting in his own strength of will, he dared to look in the Palantir of the White Tower. In the films, this madness is not much explained, but this loss and his use of the Palantir of Minas Tirith and fighting with the will of Sauron had a huge impact on his mind, and not a positive one. The unexpected loss of Boromir later did the rest. It's impressive, though, that Denethor did never fall under Sauron's will, and could resist and even learn things from this, but in the end, all what happened was too much and drove him into deep despair. In Unfinished Tales and Appendix A, we can also read about how Denethor's father, Ecthelion II, respected the famous Thorongil, so Aragorn, and also Gandalf. We can even read how Thorongil advised the steward of trusting Gandalf, but not Saruman, which indicates that they were at least suspicious of the White Wizard's activities. From the perspective of the steward's son, the success of those diminished his own position in Gondor. As a result, Denethor was jealous of Thorongil and suspicious of Gandalf, which drove him towards the idea of surpassing the stranger and the withered in knowledge and information, which he could only accomplish by using the Palantir. The steward had good intentions for Gondor and his people, but his pride and all these later events pushed him into the wrong direction, and instead of supporting these powerful allies, he saw rivals in them, which ultimately led to his own downfall. Also, 3rd Age 2978, when Boromir was born, Theoden's son Theodred was born as well, but his mother Elfhild did not survive giving birth. I never noticed this before, but in this context the story of Theoden and Denethor II are very similar. Both lost their wife early, and later, tragically, their sons died early as well. Theoden, though, could be saved, while Denethor drifted into madness or despair. Then, 3rd Age 2982, Merry was born. According to the Unfinished Tales chapter The Palantiri, note 7, around 3rd Age 2990, Saruman already began creating his orc armies. In the films this happens much more in parallel, but in the books he has 29 years to prepare his armies. In the same year, Pippin is born. As said earlier, I skipped some important events in 3rd Age 2980, which was a special year and in many ways tragic. Also tons of things happened that year. So we jump back 10 years, 2 years after Boromir is born. In Rohan, King Thengel died and his son Theoden becomes king. In the Shire, Samwise Gamgee is born, but tragically Frodo's parents drown in the Brandywine due to a boat accident when he was around 12 years old. In that time, Steward Ecthelion II had great trust in Thorongil. Some might have speculated that Thorongil left before Denethor could succeed his father, which would have caused rivalry. Thorongil warned the steward that the Corsairs of Umbar could cause great problems when Mordor would attack Gondor. 3rd Age 2980, Thorongil was allowed to gather a small fleet of ships. He used that fleet and attacked Umbar by night, burning many ships of the enemy, even killing the captain of the haven in battle himself, and then retreating with few losses. After that, he wrote Ecthelion a letter and did not return to Minas Tirith, where great honor awaited him. With this huge success, he left Gondor and ended his service and his great journeys as Thorongil. It seems he went to the confines of Mordor after that, at least for a while. Then I assume he explored the far south and east, quote, "He rode in the host of the Rohirrim and fought for the Lord of Gondor by land and by sea, and then, in the hour of victory, he passed out of the knowledge of men of the west, and went alone far into the east and deep into the south, exploring the hearts of men, both evil and good, and uncovering the plots and devices of the servants of Sauron. In the same year, he wanted to return to Rivendell and came close to Lothlorien. Galadriel allowed him to enter her land. She bade him cast aside his way-worn raiment, and she clothed him in silver and white, with a cloak of elven grey and a bright gem on his brow. And he appeared more than a king of men. He seemed like an elf lord with his stature and in this garment. It's interesting how Aragorn's identity switches and develops so much. He started as Estel, not knowing his true identity or who his father was. Then, when he finally learned his real name and importance with 20 years, he leaves his home and goes into the wild, later meeting Gandalf. Then he took again another fake identity as Thorongil, serving in the armies of Rohan and Gondor for 23 years, basically networking and helping men to stand strong against Sauron's forces and plans. And then, with 49, he cast aside the identity of Thorongil and becomes again Aragorn, being clad in a way that shows who he could become in the future. And as we know, he will be known as Strider in the Norse afterwards for quite some time. to finally become King Elessar in the end. However, by chance or purpose, Arwen Undomiel was also in Lothlorien, visiting again her mother's kin. Tolkien implies that her last meeting with Aragorn and the resulting conflict with the ways of her people, including the immortality and her as half-elven having to choose between mortality and immortality, had an impact on her. Quote, "Yet her face was more grave, and her laughter now seldom was heard." But when they met again, she made her choice, quote, "And as he, Aragorn, came walking towards her under the trees of Caras Galadhon, laden with flowers of gold, her choice was made and her doom appointed. On the fair hill Cerin Amros, Aragorn gave the ring of Barahir to Arwen, and they plighted their troth. Elrond once said to Aragorn, when he revealed his true name to him, 'You shall neither have wife nor bind any woman to you in troth, until your time comes and you are found worthy of it. Now his time has come, and he has been found worthy of it, else Galadriel would not have let him enter her realm and clad him like an elf lord.' In the high trees of this hill Amros, king of Lothlorien, once lived. The hill was piled by the labor of many hands and served to watch Dol Guldur over the Anduin. In the text we can also read how they looked east to the shadow and west to the twilight. East was Dol Guldur, southeast was Mordor, while in the west over the ocean were the Undying Lands. When Elrond learned of his daughter's choice, he was silent. Tolkien puts it very nicely into words. He was silent, though his heart was grieved, and found the doom long feared none the easier to endure. He knew that it might happen for a long time to prepare himself for this moment, but it still hit him hard. He had to give so many things in his life, and now one of his most dearest beings in his life. Also about Arwen we can read, she loved her father dearly. Aragorn had to continue his journey and went to Rivendell, where Elrond obviously wanted to talk to him. Elrond was for sure sad, but of course accepted the will of his daughter. He also loved Aragorn like a son, though knowing, quote, "A shadow lies between us." His first words to Aragorn are, "My son." This scene I always interpret as Elrond definitely wanting to make his loss count, and it making the difference at the end, quote, "Maybe it has been appointed so, that by my loss the kingship of men may be restored." And in a way, he connects his permission for Aragorn to marry Arwen to him becoming the king of Gondor and Arnor, quote, "Arwen Undomiel shall not diminish her life's grace for less cause. She shall not be the bride of any man less than the king of both Gondor and Arnor." In Tolkien's universe, oaths cannot be taken lightly, especially by someone like Aragorn. He is betrothed to Arwen and gave her one of his most valuable heirlooms, the ring of Barahir, as ring. He is all in. With this, he can and will only marry Arwen, and he can only do this by becoming the king of Gondor and Arnor. If he fails, the line of Eärendil will end here, and to become truly king, Sauron must be defeated somehow, else Aragorn might die. Sauron wins, and Middle-earth is doomed anyway. A complicated doom, an impossible task, distantly reminiscent of Beren and Luthien again, and even Aragorn said to Arwen, "I cannot foresee it, and how it may come to pass is hidden from me, yet with your hope I will hope." His old name Estelle also means hope. As said, this in many ways reflects parts of the story of Beren and Luthien. It is so tragic for Elrond because he will not see his daughter again, maybe when the world is made anew, but that the elves don't know for sure. He even foresees that when Aragorn might die one day of old age, the doom of men may seem hard at the ending for Arwen. However, to succeed in this impossible task, Aragorn has to become the absolute best man possible. and that is why he worked day and night on the downfall of Sauron and his allies since he left Rivendell, and this was also the first thing he did when he left Rivendell again. And while he was working against Sauron, who gathered more and more strength, Arwen accompanied him always in her thoughts. Only few things have now to happen for the War of the Ring to break out. Gollum has to move and be found to start the hunt for the ring, which is the last step in this prelude to the Lord of the Rings, but that we will discuss in the next video. As you see, Third Age 2980 was a year where a lot of things happened in Middle-earth. Saruman's treachery also became slowly more apparent. As mentioned in the last section, he started to create his orc armies around Third Age 2990. In parallel, also other things happened. A year earlier, Third Age 2989, Balin started a new adventure and planned to retake Moria. In the book, he was the second oldest dwarf in the Quest of Erebor. Only Thorin was older, and 2989 he's already about 226 years old. It's interesting that Balin, one of the oldest dwarves, started such an expedition and not one of the younger ones, though we know that Ori and Oin also came with him on this expedition. For Balin, Tolkien also explicitly mentioned that he and Gandalf visited Bilbo in the Shire Third Age 2949, so Balin seems to enjoy traveling and going on an adventure. Glóin said in the Council of Elrond chapter, "At last, however, Balin listened to the whispers and resolved to go, and though Dóin did not give leave willingly, he took with him Ori and Oin and many of our folk, and they went away south." The fear of Durin's bane was still there, but the dwarfs from the House of the Longbeards in Erebor started speaking of Moria again, though with dread. I assume this is what Tolkien means with whispers. Nobody wanted to go there. There were no open talks. Maybe people were also not speaking loud when they talked about it. However, Balin went there and was successful and established his colony, becoming the Lord of Moria. He set up his seat in the Chamber of Mazarbul, the Chamber of Records. We can read further. For a while, we had news and it seemed good. Messages reported that Moria had been entered and a great work begun there. They even found Durin's axe, an ancient heirloom of the House of Durin, but also true silver, that is mithril. Also, Third Age 2989, Bilbo asked Frodo to live with him in Bagant and become his heir. Tolkien funnily writes, and the hopes of the Sackville Bagganses were finally dashed. With an heir in place, they would not get Bagant. Third Age 2991, Eomer, Eomund's son, was born in Rohan. At some point, the messages to Erebor must have stopped. I assume Third Age 2994 at the latest. Over the first few years, Balin and his company started having more and more trouble with the orcs, and during all these years also some companions died, like Floi, in the first year, I assume. 2994, so in year 5 of the expedition, Balin went alone to the Mirror outside the east gate of Moria and was killed by an orc arrow shot from behind a stone. The orc was slain by others, I assume when they found Balin, but then more orcs came and a fight broke out that drove the dwarves back into Moria, where they barred the gate of their refuge. It seems they took Balin's corpse with them and laid him to rest in the grave inside the chamber of Mazarbul. In this time, Oin took a small party and moved towards the west gate, searching for an escape, but there Oin was taken by the Watcher in the water, and the 4 surviving party members fled back to the others and reported what happened. All events of those 5 years were written in the Book of Mazarbul by different authors, but the last pages were written by Ori, who interestingly used an Elvish script to write. Gimli comments on this. He, Ori, would write well and speedily and often used the Elvish characters. The surviving dwarves had their last stand in the chamber of Mazarbul against the orcs, and Ori recorded their last moments in the book. they were all slain. We know the famous last words. We cannot get out. The end comes, and then drums in the deep. The Fellowship of the Ring will find the chamber and the book about 25 years later. Gimli wanted to take the book back to King Duin in Erebor, but it is not recorded if he succeeded with it during his journey. The next year, Third Age 2995, Eomer's sister Eowyn was born. Now we get close to the events of The Lord of the Rings. Third Age 3000, we can read in Appendix B that Saruman dared to use the Palantir in Orthanc. Here we also learn that Sauron used the Palantir that was once stored in Minas Ithil, now known as Minas Morgul. Saruman becomes a traitor to the council, and from his spies around the Shire he learned that the Shire is closely guarded by the Dúnedain Rangers of the North, so Aragorn's people. As mentioned, Third Age 2953, after the last White Council, Saruman places some spies around the Shire. On an unrelated note, it's also hard to tell when the people in Eriador started calling Aragorn Strider, but at the latest in this time, probably much earlier. Tolkien writes that the shadow of Mordor lengthened, so Mordor's reach increased. For example, they got more allies, and especially with Saruman, a very powerful one. But it's still a shadow, so still secret and hard to detect. At the same time, the power and resistance of Sauron's enemies decreased, like with the elves leaving Middle-earth. Quote, "Elves who seldom walked in the Shire could now be seen passing westward through the woods in the evening, passing and not returning, but they were leaving Middle-earth and were no longer concerned with its troubles." But some other folks also fled from the east to the west, like dwarves, which indicates that Sauron's activities in the east had a huge impact on the safety of these regions. Quote, "There were, however, dwarves on the road in unusual numbers. Frodo often met strange dwarves of far countries seeking refuge in the west. They were troubled, and some spoke in whispers of the enemy and of the land of Mordor." Meanwhile, in the Shire, Bilbo starts a preparation for his 111th or 111st birthday party and orders some gifts for his guests in Dale and the mountain, so Erebor. We also learn in the chapter A Conspiracy Unmasked that a year before Bilbo's birthday party, Merry saw Bilbo using the One Ring to avoid the sequel Bagginses. Since that point, he was quite curious. And then, Third Age 3001, The Lord of the Rings begins with the chapter A Long-Expected Party. We know the story in and out, so I won't cover every detail of The Lord of the Rings. Bilbo celebrated his 111th birthday, used the One Ring to disappear, and left the Shire to go to Rivendell. In the book, Gandalf added a flash to Bilbo's disappearance and took the blame for it to distract from the use of a potential magical ring. If the word and rumor would spread and the enemy learned that somebody just disappeared in front of hundreds of people, they could come to conclusions. This way the rumor would be that the wizard Gandalf made him disappear. Afterwards, Gandalf talked to Bilbo, who left with 3 companions, I assume dwarves. It was remarkable that with Gandalf's help, Bilbo was able to let go willingly of the One Ring, a feat unheard of at this point. Then the wizard met Frodo in Backend, who inherited the One Ring, which was in an envelope on the mantelpiece. With this, Mithrandir had many things to find out and would leave the Shire for 3 years. We can also read in Appendix B that Gandalf doubled the guard around the Shire, so I assume he contacted the Rangers of Aragorn and asked for reinforcements. Also, Gandalf knew that only Gollum could provide information, and if the enemy found Gollum first, it could lead to disaster. Gollum knew Bilbo's name, so Gandalf had to find him first and sought for news about him. For that, he also talked to Aragorn to help him, and so the hunt for Gollum began. Both Sauron and Gandalf were eager to find him, though Sauron probably didn't know Gollum yet. You could argue that this was an advantage for Gandalf and his allies, but Sauron also had one advantage. Gollum possessed the One Ring for 478 years, poisoning his mind. All he had to do was drawing all the evil creatures to Mordor with his will, and they would come at some point. In the chapter The Shadow of the Past we can read, "And the dark power was bending all its will to gather them there. The ring of the enemy would leave its mark too, leave him open to the summons." We already noticed a glimpse of this. For example, 3rd Age 2951, quote, "Sauron declares himself openly and gathers power in Mordor. He begins the rebuilding of Barad-dûr. Gollum turns towards Mordor." Gollum seemed to not fully enter Mordor yet, but at some point he would. Sauron would pull on the strings of his evil puppets, and they would each time get closer and closer to him, and sooner or later be trapped in his grasp. About 3rd Age 2980, the year where so many things happened, we can read in Appendix B, about this time Gollum reaches the confines of Mordor and becomes acquainted with Shelob. So here, in this time, Gollum made a deal with Shelob and got access to Mordor this way. He would not get eaten and become her ally, luring new prey into her webs, and Shelob would help Gollum with his revenge. We also know from The Hobbit that Gollum only knew Bilbo's name. He went as far as Dale to learn more about Bilbo, like where he was from. Quote from the chapter The Shadow of the Past. "I gathered that his padding feet had taken him at last to Esgaroth, Lake Town, and even to the streets of Dale, listening secretly and peering. After the impressions Bilbo left there regarding the events of The Hobbit, he was a hero and everybody knew Bilbo Baggins from the Shire, so it was easy for Gollum to gather that piece of information. However, we jump back to where we were. Bilbo reached Rivendell 3rd Age 3002 and became a guest of Elrond, settling in Rivendell. Bilbo helped greatly in the Quest of Erebor and was a major factor for its success. As a result, Elrond would of course let Bilbo live there. Tragically, in the same year, Eomund was chasing orc raiders to the borders of Imin Muil and was slain in an ambush. We can read, "He was a great lover of horses and hater of orcs. If news came of a raid, he would often ride against them in hot anger, unwarily and with few men. But the tragedy continued because his wife, Theodwyn, the sister of Theoden, was sick and died in the same year as well. Theoden was in great grief, and we can read, her children he took into his house, calling them son and daughter, so Eomer and Eowyn, who were 11 and 7 years old. 3rd Age 3004, Gandalf visited Frodo in the Shire, and did so at intervals during the next 4 years, as we can read in Appendix B. So Gandalf basically visited every year. Gilrain left Rivendell some years after 2980, when her son and Arwen plighted their troth. She lived alone among her people, the Dunedain of the North. We can read, after a few years Gilrain took leave of Elrond. We don't know how her relationship with Elrond was, but she lived in Rivendell for around 50 years, so half her life. She would have left earlier when she would not feel welcome there. She also lived there for a long time without her son, and left when she was in her mid to late 70s. Aragorn visited his mother Gilrain, likely 3rd Age 3006 or 3007. She said the Sindarin words, "Onen I estelle dain, uchebin estellanim," to him, which means, "I gave hope to the Dunedain, I have kept no hope for myself." It was a linot, which is one of the 3 Elvish verse modes. Aragorn left her heavy of heart, and soon after, before the next spring, she died, 3rd Age 3007. She was 100 years old. Aragorn, or Estelle, was the hope she gave her people, but she would not live long enough to see this come to pass, and even Aragorn said once to Arwen, "How it may come to pass is hidden from me." In the same year, King Bain, son of Bard, dies and his son Brand becomes king in Dale. Third Age 3009, Gandalf and Aragorn renewed their hunt for Gollum. We can read at intervals during the next 8 years searching in the vales of Anduin, Mirkwood and Rhovanion to the confines of Mordor. But they could not find him. But at some point during these years, Gollum himself entered Mordor. Maybe the pull of Sauron was finally strong enough. And here he was captured by Sauron's servants, I assume orcs. If we read The Shadow of the Past closely, it seems Gollum learned things in Mordor and was leaving again. And around the borders of it, he was spotted and captured, quote, and sooner or later, as he lurked and pried on the borders, he would be caught. With this, Sauron won the hunt for Gollum, and this set things into motion. Also, there seems to be a mistake in this entry of Appendix B, because in the older versions of Lord of the Rings, you also find the entry for Third Age 3009. Elrond sends for Arwen, and she returns to Imladris. The mountains and all lands eastward are becoming dangerous. But it seems this entry belongs to the year 3016, and this is corrected in the newer editions of Lord of the Rings. I think that came after 2015. However, Sauron took Gollum to Barad-dûr, according to Unfinished Tales, and questioned and tormented Gollum there to get the information he needed, which was the name Bilbo Baggins and that he is from the Shire, which, as mentioned, Gollum found out on his travels. Interestingly, Sauron did not kill Gollum afterwards. We can read in Unfinished Tales, he, Sauron, did not trust Gollum, for he divined something indomitable in him, which could not be overcome, even by the shadow of fear, except by destroying him. But Sauron perceived the depths of Gollum's malice towards those that had robbed him, and guessing that he would go in search of them to avenge himself, Sauron hoped that his spies would thus be led to the ring. He was not wrong with this. Though Gollum claimed later to Frodo that he escaped from Sauron all by himself, others assumed Sauron let him go. The Unfinished Tales text, chapter The Hunt for the Ring, clearly states this, quote, when he, Sauron, had learned what he could from him, Sauron released him and sent him forth again. And even Frodo assumes the escape may have been allowed or arranged and well known in the Dark Tower, which is later actually confirmed by the orc Shagrad when Sam in secret listened to the orcs in Ciris Ungol, quote, and we had word from high up to let him pass. We don't know when Gollum was captured exactly. It was between Third Age 3009 and 3017, but he was released Third Age 3017. Third Age 3010, Prince Adrahil dies in Dol Amroth and his son Imrahil becomes the next Prince of Dol Amroth. Third Age 3014, according to Unfinished Tales, King Theoden becomes ill. Due to this, Grima Wormtongue, son of Galmod, got quite a bit of influence over Theoden. The king's son Theodred and Eomer tried to counter this, and Saruman knew that those two were the main obstacles he needed to overcome to conquer Rohan. Grima tried his best to play them one against the other, as we can read in Unfinished Tales, and portray Eomer as to ever being eager to increase his own authority and to act without consulting the king or his heir. We can also assume that Grima was also responsible for the king's failing health, quote, but it may well have been induced or increased by subtle poisons administered by Grima. Now would follow the correction of the mentioned mistake. Third Age 3016, Elrond sends for Arwen and she returns to Imladris. The mountains and all lands eastward are becoming dangerous. This entry was by mistake in the older editions of the Lord of the Rings book placed for the Third Age 3009 entry. For the newer editions it was moved to 3016. Same with adding the entry for Third Age 2952 that was not there in the old editions. And now, 3rd Age 3017, unfortunately for Gollum, who just escaped imprisonment in the hellhole of Mordor, was captured again by Aragorn in the Dead Marshes. They would not become friends, and we can read that he was covered in green slime and bit Aragorn, who brought him to King Thranduil. You could ask, why to Thranduil? He was still relatively close among the allies, though still far away from Mordor, and as Aragorn explains in the Council of Elrond, I brought him there at last and gave him to the elves, for we had agreed that this should be done. A problem I encountered was composing a chronology of these events. In Unfinished Tales, we get the months and days in which things happen, but they don't align perfectly, at least if Gollum is captured by Aragorn in 3rd Age 3017, as described in Appendix B, and there in February, as we learn from Unfinished Tales. February would work for Gollum being captured 3018, but 3017, a hasty Gandalf would need over a year to reach the Shire from Thranduil. So I decided to leave out the months for the exact chronology here and pretend Aragorn captured Gollum at the end of 3017, else the chronology does not make sense. It's astounding that Aragorn managed to bring Gollum this far alone, without Gollum escaping. That are about 686 miles or 1097 kilometers. In Unfinished Tales, we learn that he took a specific path to avoid detection as good as possible, and that he traveled almost 900 miles, even crossing the river Anduin by binding Gollum to a log and swimming to the other side with it, and later the Beornings helped him crossing it again. He described that he had to watch him day and night and make him walk before him. There's a reason Gandalf calls him the greatest traveler and huntsman of this age of the world. We can even read in The Shadow of the Past that Gandalf had already given up to find Gollum, and in the Council of Elrond also Aragorn was giving up his search and was on his way home, when he spotted fresh trails of soft feet beside a muddy pool that led away from Mordor. Just sneaking around the borders of Mordor as heir of Isildur, all by himself, shows how fearless and skilled Aragorn must have been. We can also read that Gollum watched into one of the pools in the Dead Marshes when Aragorn found and captured him, and he was covered in green slime, so maybe similar to Frodo, he was almost lured into a pool and was kind of saved by Aragorn there. This would also explain why he can warn Frodo later. When Aragorn brought him to Thranduil, Gandalf was in Minas Tirith researching the words of Isildur, as he would later explain in the Council of Elrond. On his way northward, he received messages from Lothlorien that Aragorn found Gollum, and Gandalf went there immediately. It's not known how these messages were delivered, maybe by messengers who scouted the main roads for him, or through some birds, or by the telepathic concept of Osanwe, though long-range Osanwe always opens a ton of story problems. Another possibility would be that Gandalf simply passed Lothlorien riding north. He could have later also passed Rivendell, bringing the news to Elrond as well. Interestingly, in Unfinished Tales, when Sauron learned of Gollum's capture, he was worried, quote, "Now Sauron, learning of the capture of Gollum by the chiefs of his enemies, was in great haste and fear. He knew that his enemies would now also know what he knew, so whoever would find Bilbo Baggins and the Shire first would win the One Ring. What Sauron didn't know, all his enemies already knew where the Shire was. He was the only one who didn't know, and so he sent his Nazgul to find out." It's fascinating how the knowledge was so different among the three factions. Saruman knew where the Shire was and all about the lore of the One Ring, but not what happened with it after Isildur's death. So he did not know who got the ring and where the ring was, though he could have guessed that the Shire might have to do with it. Sauron knew who had the One Ring after Gollum and the name of the area where that person lived, but not where that area was. And Gandalf knew the person who had the One Ring, its exact location, but neither the full lore yet, nor that it really was the One Ring. But he will find out very soon and also learn what Sauron knew. When Gandalf arrived in Thranduil's realm, he questioned Gollum, even putting the fear of fire on him, and tried bit by bit to piece the puzzle together with what he learned. The detail of the fear of fire is interesting. If Sauron would do that, nobody would be surprised, but Gandalf? That's surprising, but also shows how much he needed this information. And now everything was clear to the wizard. He just had to make one final test, which he learned from Isildur's notes, which he studied as mentioned in Minas Tirith. He knew he had to go to the Shire and meet Frodo as soon as possible. As mentioned, him leaving Thranduil must have happened 3rd Age 3018, else he would have needed a year to reach the Shire at the 12th of April 3018, as described in Appendix B. A man bringing Gollum to Thranduil was potentially slightly noted by some of Sauron's spies in Mirkwood, though it seems not investigated with haste. But when Gandalf went there as well and Sauron's spies reported back, the Dark Lord knew that his enemy had captured Gollum. In parallel, Eomer becomes a marshal of Rohan in 3rd Age 3017 and was given his father's charge in the East Marches. In Mordor, Sauron knew he had to act now and decided to attack Osgiliath on the 20th of June. According to Unfinished Tales, he wanted to distract his enemies, also testing their strengths, so that his Nazgul could cross the Anduin there mostly unnoticed and their presence would be perceived as part of Sauron's war effort, and start searching for the Shire and Baggins. The Nazgul had a strong presence of terror around them and are not ideal for secret missions as a result. We can read that Boromir, while defending his foothold in Osgiliath, noticed the presence of the Witch King. Quote, "A power was there we have not felt before." The texts hint at the Nazgul also assisting a bit in combat. At the same time, Sauron sends some orcs to Thranduil's realm and attack it to free or even, in a worst-case scenario, kill Gollum. The elves, according to Legolas, treated Gollum very well, though it was not certain that Gollum could be fully cured from what the ring did to his mind. They let Gollum walk through the woods with guards when the weather was good and let him climb trees. He even had a favorite one, which was very high, and he climbed up to feel the free wind. One day he would not come down, and so the guards waited long into the night for him. Orcs then attacked parts of the realm of Thranduil, and the elves could defend the attack. But, quote, "When the battle was over, we found that Gollum was gone, and his guards were slain or taken." The attack was too coordinated, and the elves speculated that Gollum knew the attack was coming. Quote, "How that was contrived we cannot guess, but Gollum is cunning, and the spies of the enemy are many." The elves followed the attacker's trail, but it led into the direction of Dol Guldur, where they would not follow further. Quote, "We came on his trail among those of many orcs, and it plunged deep into the forest, going south. I think his trail among those of many orcs indicates that he went with those for a while, maybe. And from here, close to Dol Guldur, I assume, Gollum must have also escaped the orcs, it seems. Quote, "All trace of Gollum is lost. It is thought that about this time, being hunted both by the elves and Sauron's servants, he took refuge in Moria, but when he had at last discovered the way to the West Gate, he could not get out." Interestingly, both Gandalf, when he searched for Thorin's father, and Aragorn, I could not find out when exactly, went through Moria once in their lives already, but they for sure knew how to get through the West Gate. Oin and Gollum had less luck with that way. And so Gollum escaped the elves and Sauron and went through Moria as far as the West Gate and was trapped in the darkness of Moria until one day the door might open. and with the attack of Osgiliath and Thranduil, the War of the Ring begins. There are, however, some interesting notes about the West Gate of Moria, which are the doors of Durin. In Unfinished Tales we find an explanation why Gollum could not open the gate. Some might think, me included until recently, because he did not know the password, but Tolkien wrote, "To him they would seem huge and immovable, and though they had no lock or bar and opened outwards to a thrust, he did not discover that." In note 12 we can further read that the doors were made in a way that only 2 dwarves pushing could open them from inside, or 1 very strong dwarf. This would also mean that Aragorn and Gandalf were strong enough to open them alone from the inside when they traveled through Moria. So at this time Gandalf did not need to know the password. Gollum, in contrast, had trouble finding the way through Moria and also had no food, so he was quite weak when he arrived at the West Gate and could not have opened it even if he knew. This indicates that Oin knew about it as well. The mechanism was designed like this by the dwarves, so nobody could easily escape, and there was always, at the time of Moria's glory, at least 1 door guard there. I also found an interesting note that Gollum's reason to escape through Moria was that the terror of the Nazgul, of which some resided in Dol Guldur, made him dare to hide in Moria. In the meantime, earlier that year, at the 1st of May, 3rd Age 3018, Gandalf met Aragorn in Sarnford, as he explains in the chapter Strider. The leader of the Rangers further mentions that he came west, so over the Misty Mountains I assume, with Gandalf in spring, and that their last meeting was at Sarnford, shortly after Gandalf revealing to Frodo that Bilbo's ring was indeed the One Ring. Interestingly, Sarnford was named after Sarn-Athrad from Beleriand, meaning stony fort by the Numenoreans, as half-translation. Sarn-Athrad was, for example, where Hales and her people defended against orcs until Caranthir, one of Feanor's sons, came to help. Fun fact, Hales was the sister of Tuor's great-great-great-grandfather, so Elrond and Aragorn were actually related to her. The plan was that Gandalf would leave for Rivendell in the last week of September. Strider explains further, "As I knew he was at your side, I went away on a journey of my own. The circumstances around this would cause a lot of trouble though, also this was one of the few mentions of Sarnford." A bit later in Gondor, around the 19th of June, 3rd Age 3018, Faramir started to have the same dream multiple times, and one time also Boromir had that dream, which included a mysterious rhyme. "Seek for the sword that was broken. In Imladris it dwells. There shall be counsels taken, stronger than Morgul's spells. There shall be shown a token that doom is near at hand, for Isildur's bane shall waken, and the halfling force shall stand." Interestingly, Sauron's attack on Osgiliath to distract the enemy so the Nazgul could cross the river in secret was just a day later. Boromir and Faramir counseled with their father, Denethor II, who explains, "Imladris was of old the name among the elves of a far northern dale, where Elrond the half-elven dwelt, greatest of lawmasters." Boromir also later says in the council, "The might of Elrond is in wisdom, not in weapons," it is said, which implies quite some respect for Elrond, though they clearly do not know where Rivendell was exactly. The dream or vision resulted in Boromir trying to find Imladris and traveling there, though Faramir wanted to go instead, and also Denethor would give leave to his oldest son only unwillingly, but Boromir wanted to take this dangerous journey upon himself and left Minas Tirith at the 4th of July. Of this journey we know that Boromir must have met Eomer in Rohan and lent, I assume, a fresh horse from him, which he must have lost around Tharbad. It then returned to Rohan, as Eomer later explains. In this time, messages about the events in Gondor and a black shadow reached Gandalf. When he met some fugitives from the south, he noticed that a strange fear was upon them, of which they would not speak. He also noticed a danger that drew near. In his unrest, he traveled along the Greenway until he suddenly met someone at Mid-Year's Day. Radagast the Brown. Gandalf explained in the council that Radagast was never a traveler except in great need. Here the Brown Wizard would warn Gandalf about the Nazgul having crossed the river and moving westward. He also revealed that he had this information from Saruman and that Gandalf should visit him in Orthanc immediately. Both still trusted Saruman at this point, which is why Gandalf asked Radagast to tell all birds and beasts that were his friends to bring news to Gandalf and Saruman, especially to Orthanc, to which Radagast agreed. Before the Grey Wizard travelled to Saruman, he went to Bree and gave Barleyman Butterbur a letter which the inn owner should send to Frodo Baggins. From there he went to Isengard, which Gandalf later called his greatest mistake. Here Saruman revealed to him his treachery and asked him to join his cause, which Mithrandir refused, leading to his imprisonment at the top of Orthanc and causing the problem that Frodo was now completely on his own. Due to Radagast sending Gwaihir to Isengard with news as Gandalf asked him to do, the faithful Istar would be found by the Great Eagle and could escape. So by accident the Brown Wizard helped the good cause of the Grey Wizard. Here things now get complicated with the exact events happening in the background, because Tolkien wrote several different versions of it, published in Unfinished Tales in the chapter The Hunt for the Ring, called A, B and C. And then there's also Text D, talking a bit about Gollum. Text A is the most complete text of them. How canon these texts are is debatable, but they are indeed very nice additions. The information of Aragorn bringing Gollum to Thranduil is also from here. In Text A, the Nazgul from Minas Morgul, led by the Witch King, after they crossed the Anduin and got their horses and cloaks at the west shores of Anduin, a little north of Sarngibir, first travelled to the field of Celebrand, meeting there with the Nazgul stationed in Dol Guldur, and here learned from Camul, the ringwraith stationed there, that Gollum escaped and that, quote, no dwellings of halflings could be discovered in the vales of Anduin, and that the villages of the Sturs by the Gladden had long been deserted. Still, the Witch King decided to go there again and further ride north, trying to find the Shire there, but he found nothing. Here we have our first difference to another text. In Text B, the mentioned village of the Sturs is not deserted, and the remaining halflings are slain or driven away by the Nazgul. Then the Nazgul returned empty-handed and got a message from Sauron, who learned, I guess, from his spies about Boromir's prophetic dream and that Gandalf was captured by Saruman. As a result, the ringwraiths were sent with speed, abandoning their secrecy to Isengard to learn what Saruman knew. When they arrived, they halted at the gate. Gandalf already escaped 2 days ago, and Saruman lied to them and used his voice to convince even the Witch King. Interestingly, we can read, the Witch King received only the answer of the voice of Saruman, that spoke by some art as though it came from the gate itself. Saruman sent them after Gandalf, who was in Rohan, and due to the power of his voice, the Nazgul did not question his advice. Also here Text C is different, we come back to this in a moment. Riding back south, they unfortunately met Grima Wormtongue and questioned him. In fear and wanting to save his life, Grima told them everything, also where the Shire was. Now the Nazgul also knew that Saruman was a traitor, and they rode north to the Shire. In Sarnford and surroundings, they met some resistance of the Dunedain Rangers, but without Aragorn they could not defend against the terror of the Nazgul. Some were slain, others managed to escape, but ultimately the Nazgul reached the Shire. Now in Text C, this story is quite a bit different. The ringwraiths arrived in Isengard when Gandalf was still there. Saruman asked them to wait while he pretended to interrogate Gandalf with the intention to ask him for forgiveness and ally with him against Mordor again, but he noticed that the Grey Wizard had just escaped with the help of the Great Eagle. He knew he was screwed. Now there was no way back nor a way forth. He knew that with Gandalf's escape and a lot of fortune on the Grey Wizard's side, there was an actual chance for Sauron losing at the end. But he betrayed Gandalf and his original quest. He also betrayed Sauron by hiding information about the Shire, which he studied in secret and established spies there already, as we can read in texts published in the chapter as well. Because he wanted the One Ring for himself. Saruman knew about the Shire for a long time. So his solution was to still get the One Ring for himself. He told the Nazgul in text C that he learned from Gandalf where the Shire was and told them its location, hiding that he knew it all along. He speculated that the Shire was well guarded and the ring must already be on its way to a safe place like Rivendell, so this would cost the Nazgul time. In a way, he overestimated Gandalf, and as we know, the Nazgul got very close to the One Ring. With this hint from Saruman, the Ringwraiths saw him still as an ally, but on their way to the Shire, they found, instead of Grima, the squint-eyed southerner at Dune Landing, who was a spy of Saruman, and interrogated him. To save his life and by putting the shadow of fear on him, the Nazgul learned all the spy knew, who also had notes and maps of the Shire for Saruman in his possession, including the names of the big families and in which areas they were living. Suddenly, Hobbiton got pretty high on the list of places to check early. This also unveiled Saruman's treachery towards Sauron, because he withheld these information. Of course, the Dune Landing would not tell Saruman what happened to him, and now spied for the Witch King. Date-wise, text C fits quite well to Appendix B, but I like text A the most because it builds up Saruman's and Grima's relationship more, and Saruman seems even more arrogant and pride here. After that, and according to text B, I think, the Witch King set up a camp west of the Barrow Downs and sent his Nazgul to the Shire with the order to split up and be stealthy again. In the meantime, the Witch King himself visited the Barrow Downs for some days and roused the Barrow Wilds. We can further read, and all things of evil spirit hostile to elves and men were on the watch with malice in the old forest and on the Barrow Downs. They also had an eye on Bree. Here now began the main events of The Lord of the Rings, which I won't cover in all the detail because I could talk just about the way from Back-End to Rivendell for 10 hours, which I actually did in my Film and Book Differences series. Link is in the description. I also assume we all know the fundamental story of The Lord of the Rings quite well, so focus on the parts about Elrond and his allies here and some interesting details people might not be aware of. Gwaihir flew Gandalf to Theoden in Edoras and was allowed to take any horse if he would just leave ASAP. From there, Gandalf traveled to the Shire as fast as he could, but he had to convince Shadowfax first. Though with Gandalf not returning to Frodo in time as promised, and Butterbur forgetting to deliver Gandalf's letter, Frodo sold Back-End to Lobelia and moved to Crickhollow with the help of his friends at the 23rd of September. From there they would leave the Shire. On the day they left Back-End, after celebrating Frodo's birthday with a few friends, Sam's father Gaffer was also approached by the Nazgul Khamul and asked for Baggins. In the meantime, an elf of the Noldor named Gildor Inglorion, I assume that he himself lived in Rivendell or around as well, led a group of elves from Rivendell to the Tower Hills, visiting Elostirion, one of the towers there, to look through the Palantir stored in it. The Seeing Stone could look over the ocean to the west continent Aman, which the elves would sail to one day and wanted to look upon at times, maybe even seeing the Vala Elbares, the angelic entity who kindled the stars, in a vision. This was some kind of elven pilgrimage, according to the songbook The Road Goes Ever On. At the time of Frodo leaving Back-End, these elves were on their way back to Rivendell. Around Gildor Inglorion, many theories exist because he was from the house of Finrod and Inglorion means son of Inglor. In newer versions, Finrod, Felagund, was the name of Galadriel's brother, but in old versions, including the time when Lord of the Rings was originally published, Finrod was the name of Galadriel's father, which later was renamed to Finarfin. However, Inglor was also used as the name for Finrod Felagund, who was called Inglor Felagund. It is also the Sindarin translation of Finarfin's mother name, Ingalaure. So if Gildor is related, he could be another brother of Galadriel or the son of Galadriel's brother Finrod Felagund. Some speculate about an oversight or old leftover of Tolkien here in some way. Another possibility is of course that Inglor was simply an independent character from the household of Finrod Felagund and Gildor was a son who stayed in Middle-earth. Frodo, Sam and Pippin travel to Crickhollow and one of the Nazgul almost captured them on their way, but by chance or purpose they ran into Gildor Inglorion and his company, which saved them. This was at the 24th of September and Gildor was on his way back to Rivendell. From here, Frodo, Sam and Pippin continue their journey and met Farmer Maggot, who was also visited by one of the Nazgul a short time before, but the farmer asked him to get lost, even though he offered Maggot gold. The farmer then later helped Frodo and his friends, gave them food and drink, and even brought them to the Buckleberry Ferry himself, where they met Merry. From there they went to Crickhollow and left the Shire through the Old Forest, where they got in trouble with Old Man Willow and are saved by Tom Bombadil, almost get killed by the Barrow-wights but are rescued by Tom again, and then finally reach Bree. Tom also gave them the blades of the now cleansed Barrow Downs, which are often called Barrow Blades, and were forged by the Dúnedain of Cardolan for the war against Angmar. In the meantime, Gildor must have met Aragorn on his way, quote, "The tidings had gone far and wide that Gandalf was missing, and the horsemen had been seen. It was the elven folk of Gildor that told me this, and later they told me that you had left your home, but there was no news of your leaving Buckland." Gildor then travelled further to Rivendell and notified Elrond of what happened. In the meantime, Gandalf convinced Shadowfax to help him and they rode as fast as possible to Hobbiton over Sarnford. When Frodo reached Bree and met Strider, Gandalf reached Hobbiton and talked to Sam's father, Gaffer. Here we also learn that Butterbur forgot to send the letter to Frodo and that Gandalf wanted Frodo to leave the Shire at the end of July and not at the end of September. So Frodo would have been in Rivendell when the Black Riders were still searching north of the Gladden Fields for the Shire. From Bree, Frodo and his friends are led to Weathertop by Strider, while Gandalf rides to Crickhollow, Bree and then to Weathertop as well, waiting for Frodo there, also leaving a secret message on a stone. Then one night the Black Riders attack the Grey Wizard and he fights against them, quote, "I was hard put to it indeed. Such light and flame cannot have been seen on Weathertop since the war beacons of old." Frodo and his friends also saw this light on Weathertop or Amon Sul in the distance. As Frodo lay tired but unable to close his eyes, it seemed to him that far away there came a light in the eastern sky. It flashed and faded many times. Gandalf, fighting the Nazgul, decided to draw them away and rode very far to the northeast towards the Etten Moors, where he had to send Shadowfax away because he couldn't cross the terrain there. He managed to draw 4 of the 9 riders away from Weathertop, but unfortunately not all of them, and so 5 remained close to Amon Sul, including the Witch King. Those 5 attacked Frodo and his friends at the night at the 6th of October, and the Witch King managed to stab Frodo. In the book, when the Nazgul approached and attacked him, the Hobbit managed to call for the Vala Elbereth, Queen of Stars, and even swing his barrow blade against the Witch King, but only cutting his cloak, which led to the ringwraith missing Frodo's heart with a stab of his Morgul blade and only pierced Frodo's shoulder, which saved him in the end. This night, many powers were at work to make this outcome possible. Also, Strider had no fear. As a result, the Nazgul had no power over him, and he could fend them off with a burning branch. The combination of fearless Strider, Frodo resisting, calling for Elbereth, having and using a barrow blade, which were one of the few weapons that could seriously hurt a ringwraith, them only being 5 and it being full moon, made the 5 Black Riders retreat for the moment. Around this time, Gildor, or his messenger, must have reached Rivendell, as mentioned, and at the 9th of October, Elrond sends out powerful elf lords, including Glorfindel, in all directions west of Rivendell, to find and help Frodo and his friends. Elrond also learned that Gandalf was missing, who also will only arrive in Rivendell at the 18th of October. He had to walk all the way south from the Ettenmoors to Rivendell. With the help of Glorfindel, who once sacrificed himself battling a Balrog to save the refugees of Gondolin, including Elrond's grandparents and father, and his horse Asphalos, Frodo managed to reach Rivendell, and the Black Riders got washed away by a flood summoned by Elrond and enhanced by Gandalf. In the Peter Jackson films, Arwen replaced Glorfindel's role here. In the books, Frodo also rides alone on Asphalos to Rivendell. In Rivendell at the 20th of October, he is saved and healed by Elrond, who is not only known as one of the greatest lore masters of this time, but also as one of the greatest healers. In addition, he had Vilya, the mightiest of the 3 elven rings of power. Quote, "Those who made them did not desire strength or domination or hoarded wealth, but understanding, making, and healing to preserve all things unstained. Healing in this context also means to heal the world itself a bit." When Frodo awoke at the 24th of October, Boromir arrived in Rivendell, and the next day the Council of Elrond was held. Also some time before, Glóin and Gimli must have arrived as well. The exact date is not clear though. They came to Rivendell because Erebor, under King Dóin, was visited by a Black Rider a year before the council, offering the dwarves the realm of Moria and the remaining 3 of the 7 rings of power if they got Bilbo's ring and gave it to Sauron, or other rich reward for information where the hobbits lived. He also came to Dale and talked to King Brand, and the rider returned 2 times already, and at the end of the year he would return for the last time. Signs of war could already be spotted at the eastern borders. But the dwarves would not betray Bilbo and were now looking for advice and help. The Council of Elrond chapter is often quoted in my videos, and for example, what happened to Gandalf was also explained in it. It's a great source. Many of its information we already covered to this point. We learn that Saruman is a traitor, a lot about the law and recent events, that the One Ring must be destroyed and that there's only one way for it. Also, Elrond's messengers could not find Radagast. Legolas traveled to Rivendell to report that Gollum escaped, and Círdan sent Galdor from the Havens to represent him. In the council, the Fellowship of the Ring was established with 9 companions to counter the 9 Nazgul, and also Narsil was reforged into Andúril, the Flame of the West. Renewed shall be blade that was broken, the crownless again shall be king. The Fellowship left Rivendell at the 25th of December on their quest to destroy the One Ring in the fires of Mount Doom. Gimli and Legolas offered their service and were chosen by Elrond as companions. They should also not swear oaths. Elrond, though, was against Merry and Pippin joining, and especially against the young Hobbit, but Gandalf convinced him, and the Hobbit made it clear that Elrond would need to imprison him otherwise, and so the Elf Lord agreed. Though later, through their journey, Pippin questioned if it was a good idea. So does Gimli, but in the end it was a good decision, though impossible to foresee. Elrond originally planned to send them as messengers to the Shire, preparing it for what might come. For their dangerous journey, they had to cross the Misty Mountains first, which they tried over the Redhorn Pass, but are repelled there by the snow and storm. They could hear fell voices in the wind, and it can be assumed that some power was at work here, though the Misty Mountains were once raised by Morgoth to block the approaching Vala Orome, and always were a location of evil and misfortune. They returned and took a different path that led through Moria, which in the book was Gandalf's idea and the Gap of Rohan they wanted to avoid. To go through Moria, they needed to send Bill the Pony back and solve the riddle of the doors of Durin. Gollum already waited at the west gate inside of Moria. It is in a way interesting that much of the lore we discussed in the past sections, the Fellowship will discover now. The grave of Balin and the last notes of Ori in the chamber of Mazarbul, including fighting the Watcher in the water outside of Moria, who once killed Oin. That the Bane of Durin is indeed a Balrog of Morgoth, and Gandalf later even found the Endless Stair. The confrontation with Durin's Bane also led to Gandalf's fall and continued fight in the depths to the top of the Misty Mountains. He even saw nameless things below the earth. After he killed the Balrog 10 days after he fell, the wizard died as well and was revived as Gandalf the White, who was picked up again by Gwaihir and brought to Lothlorien. The Great Eagle noticed that Gandalf in his new form had basically no weight. Gandalf was sent back by Eru, and the Great Eagles were servants of Manwë, who understood Eru's will the best. This gave the Istar now an extraordinary authority for his further mission, for example allowing him to destroy Saruman's staff later and replacing him. When Gandalf arrived in Lothlorien and gets a new staff and clothes, the Fellowship already departed from there with their gift from Galadriel. For the gift to Aragorn, Tolkien wrote an interesting story, actually two, published in Unfinished Tales. In the first version, the elf stone, the Elisar, which had healing abilities, was made by the jewelsmith Eärendil from Gondolin and given to Idril, grandmother of Elrond in the First Age. Due to this, it survived the fall of Gondolin and was later given to Idril's son Eärendil, who was the father of Elrond and Elros. So after the War of Wrath, the jewel remained on the west continent, Aman, and was much later brought back to Middle-earth by Gandalf, who gave it to Galadriel with a prophecy that she would not keep it for long and that she will give it to someone who shall be called Elisar. This fits very well to what we find in Lord of the Rings, when Galadriel talks to Aragorn. This stone I gave to Celebrian, my daughter, and she to hers, Arwen, and now it comes to you as a token of hope. In this hour take the name that was foretold for you, Elisar, the elf stone of the house of Elendil. Interestingly, in a note of Tolkien regarding Appendix A, published in the foreword of Peoples of Middle-earth, we find the information that Ivorwen, Aragorn's grandmother by his mother's side, foretold, "But I see on his breast a green stone, and from that his true name shall come, and his chief renown, for he shall be a healer and a renewer." So there are in the notes of Tolkien multiple possibilities for the origin of that mentioned prophecy. In the mentioned second version, it's completely different. There is no prophecy, and the original elfstone made by Eärendil remained in Aman, and Celebrimbor made a new one for Galadriel that she then gave to her daughter, and so on. I like version 1 a lot more, to be honest. Also, I don't know when exactly Arwen gave the gem back to Galadriel. In parallel, Gollum follows the Fellowship, though he does not enter Lothlorien, and in an interesting note published in The Lord of the Rings, A Reader's Companion, we learn that Gollum was captured and questioned by a troop of Saruman's Uruk-hai under Ugluk. Gollum revealed that hobbits traveled with Gandalf and that they also had the ring. He then somehow escaped from the orcs. A few days later, the 25th of February, the first battle of the forts of Isen took place. Saruman attacked Rohan from Isengard with a purpose to kill Theoden's son Theodred at all costs, in which they succeeded. It becomes not clear in the films, but when Theoden asks, "Where was Gondor when the Westfold fell?" he most likely refers to this battle where his son was slain. Saruman knew that the biggest hurdles to conquer Rohan were Theodred and Eomer, according to the chapter The Battles of the Forts of Isen in Unfinished Tales. Through Grima, he tried to drive a wedge between the two. The White Wizard sent his orcs and allied Dunlendings to the forts of Isen on both sides of the river, and even though Rohan expected the attack, it was still successful in the end, at least with the goal to slay Theodred. But Saruman also paid a high price for this, because he lost many orcs in this bold attack, and then let the orcs retreat after completing this task. As a result, Rohan still held the forts of Isen after it. Also, thanks to the valor of the commanders Elfhelm and Grimbold and their men, Tolkien comments that Saruman not focusing on winning the battle itself and not taking the forts to start the invasion from here was a great mistake. Around this time, 25th of February, the Fellowship passed the Argonas, which then led to the breaking of the Fellowship and the death of Boromir. Since we know this part quite well, I would focus on some movements in the background instead that will lead to the Battle of the Hornburg. Saruman's orcs and Dunlendings later overran the forts of Isen in the second battle, where Grimbold tried to defend those against the enemy. His fellow commander Elfhelm was against that idea, defending the forts. His friend was right, but Grimbold managed to retreat and scatter his troops, though they had for sure quite some losses. However, this way there were still a lot of survivors. Though it felt inglorious for Grimbold, it was the right decision because the troops will be needed in the Battle of the Hornburg. Some troops retreated to the Hornburg, or Hornburg if you pronounce it Old English, which Lord Erkenbrand manned and stored. Others were scattered in the land. He then left the Hornburg to gather those other scattered troops and all other troops he could find, which took him 3 days, longer than he expected. He also sent the messenger Ceor to Eomer, who was arrested in Edoras by Grima because he pursued the orcs against the orders of Edoras, which definitely helped Merry and Pippin, who will then meet the Ents. In the meantime, Theoden was healed from Grima's influence and, I assume, poison by Gandalf at the 2nd of March. Eomer was put back to duty and they were now on their way with troops to fight at the forts of Isen. On their way, they met Ceor, who told them about the loss at the forts of Isen and the gathering in the Hornburg. This and Gandalf's advice made Theoden abandon his original plan and also retreat to the stronghold, which then led to the Battle of the Hornburg. Gandalf, when they met Ceor, left and went on a mission of his own to find the remaining troops. The wizard with Erkenbrand and Grimbold made it in time to break the siege of the Hornburg and defeat Saruman's forces, while Elfhelm defended Edoras. In the books, Edoras was not evacuated to Helm's Deep, only the people of the Westfold. After this, they went to Isengard, which was defeated by the Ents with Merry and Pippin, to talk to Saruman and get the Palantir. Next, Aragorn meets the Grey Company, that were 30 Dunedain Rangers of the North, led by Halbarad and accompanied by Elrond's sons Eladan and Elrohir, who were all clad in grey. The two half-elven lords had a message for Aragorn from Elrond to consider the prophecy of Malbeth as a seer, especially the line, "He shall pass the door of the paths of the dead." The company was established due to Halbarad receiving a mysterious message. Legolas later concludes that Galadriel was responsible for that. They came to aid Aragorn and they also walked with him through the paths of the dead, where they found the remains of Baldur, Prince of Rohan, who went there once alone and died. At the Stone of Erech, Aragorn summoned the Oath Breakers, and they accepted his offer, which helped Aragorn defeat the men and corsairs of Umbar and men from Harad by making them flee in terror, which also included the Gondorian defenders at times. This way Aragorn also gathered further troops on his way to Minas Tirith, like those of Lord Angbor the Fearless, who was the only one in that region who had no fear of the Oathbreakers. In parallel, the beacons were lit and the red arrow was delivered to Theoden by the Gondorian messenger Hirgon, and so the king moved to help his old ally, fulfilling the old oath between Gondor and Rohan, moving through the valley of the Druedain. Sadly, Hirgon and his companion were slain on their way back to Minas Tirith. After the defeat of Saruman, the Two Towers book focuses on Frodo and Sam, though a lot of these events happen in parallel, from the taming of Gollum and his oath to Frodo, through the Dead Marshes to the Black Gate, to meeting Faramir and the Forbidden Pool, and even through Shelob's lair. Here the Phial of Galadriel becomes handy, which has the light of the Star of Earendil in it, which is one of the 3 Silmarilli worn by Elrond's father Earendil on his flying ship Vingilot, which can be seen as bright star in the sky. Shelob's mother Ungoliant once devoured the 2 trees of Valinor, whose light is stored in the Silmarilli. She also almost devoured the Silmarilli themselves, but Sauron's master Morgoth withheld those from her, breaking his promise. In the end, Morgoth was almost eaten by Ungoliant, but could be rescued by his Balrogs in time, who he alerted with a powerful scream. Here, this First Age story comes to an end when Sam blinds Shelob with a phial, emitting the light her mother Ungoliant once wanted to destroy, and wounds her with sting. Sam also had the ring for some time and even saved Frodo in the Tower of Ciris Ungol. Soon after this, Sauron started his war effort and attacked Lothlorien from Dol Guldur, which was able to defend itself quite well. Osgiliath, the old capital of Gondor, was also attacked, and Faramir retreated and is saved by Gandalf, but is sent back to the ruined city by his father Denethor II again, where he was wounded when he had to retreat again, and is only saved by Prince Imrahil from Dol Amros. Meanwhile, Sauron also attacks Dale with Easterlings, where the men of the city fight together with the Dwarves of Erebor under King Duin to defend their homes. Duin is already 252 years old, which is very old for a dwarf, even from Durin's direct line. It is interesting that he started battle when he was considered a very young dwarf with around 32 years, killing Azog, and then have his potential last battle with 252 years at the very end of his life. He fought alongside Bard's descendant King Brand. At the same time, Lothlorien again, and in addition Thranduil's woodland realm, were attacked from Dol Guldur, but they could still defend themselves quite well. Also, the siege of Minas Tirith began, where the gate of Minas Tirith was destroyed by Grond, and Denethor II died to his madness and despair. The siege was then broken when Theoden arrived and attacked the armies of Sauron in the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, bringing many sacrifices, including Theoden being mortally wounded by an attack of the Witch King and his winged steed. Eomer's sister Eowyn protected her dying uncle and slew the Witch King with the help of Merry and his barrow blade he got from Tom Bombadil. Quote, "No other blade, not though mightier hands had wielded it, would have dealt that foe a wound so bitter." Still, the fight continued, and the Haradrim and their Olifants, or Mumakil, became a problem for the defenders. And then also the ships of the Corsairs arrived, and all seemed lost. This was one of the visions Denethor II had, driving him into absolute despair. But out of the ships came Aragorn with a grey company, Legolas, Gimli, Eladan, Elrohir and some of the forces of the southern fiefs and cities of Gondor, with more on their way led by Angbor. This turned the battle and led to the defeat of Sauron's forces, ending his biggest attack on the free peoples of Middle-earth so far. After it, they searched the battlefield for survivors, and healing the wounded, where Aragorn assisted, became the highest priority. In Dale, Doin Ironfoot, wielding his weapon still with might despite his high age, was defending the body of King Brand until he was slain in battle as well, and Erebor was besieged. But Dale and Erebor were not defeated. Would they have lost, the Easterling forces could have helped Sauron's forces in Gondor, and things would have become grim there. Also, there is a third assault on Lothlorien without success. Gandalf understood, though, that Mordor still had more to offer. If Sauron would get the One Ring, he would win anyway. So he advised of gathering one big force and attack Mordor at the Black Gate to empty these cursed lands and draw Sauron's attention at them, which would allow Frodo and Sam to get through Mordor easier and destroy the One Ring in the fires of Mount Doom. To this plan all agreed, knowing it could be their death, but it was their only hope. At the Black Gate they negotiated with the mouth of Sauron, and then the Battle of the Morannon began. As we know, Frodo and Sam, but also Gollum, managed to reach Samath Naur in Mount Doom, but could not destroy the One Ring. This task was impossible for a mere mortal. Gollum fought with Frodo over the One Ring and bit off the ring-bearer's finger. He was finally united with his precious again, ignoring his oath that he gave Frodo, swearing it on the One Ring. Smeagol will swear on the precious. Frodo even warned him. It will hold you, but it is more treacherous than you are. It may twist your words. Gollum ignored the warning. Smeagol will swear never, never to let him have it. Never. Smeagol will save it, but he must swear on the precious. And I will serve the master of the precious. Later, Frodo reminded him again when Gollum suggested to give him the ring back. You swore a promise by what you call the precious. Remember that. It will hold you to it, but it will seek a way to twist it to your own undoing. And if I, wearing it, were to command you, you would obey, even if it were to leap from a precipice or to cast yourself into the fire. And such would be my command. So have a care, Smeagol. It can also be assumed that by leading Frodo to Shelob, he tried to get around breaking his promise due to Shelob potentially killing Frodo. In the end, Gollum could not endure it anymore and attacked Frodo, and then another power took over. Tolkien expresses this in letter 192. Few others, possible no others of his time, would have got so far. The other power then took over, the writer of the story, by which I do not mean myself. Eru, that is God, accepted the oath of Gollum, and breaking it turned out to be fatal. Gollum danced in happiness, being reunited with his precious above the fires of Mount Doom, but stumbled and fell into the fire with the One Ring. Also, Gandalf prophesied, "My heart tells me that he has some part to play yet, for good or ill, before the end." With this, Sauron was finally defeated, reduced to a mere shadow, not able to take form ever again, and Barad-dûr was destroyed. This was at the 25th of March. Bard II and Thorin III Stonehelm defeated the enemies in Dale. They also followed their fathers as kings afterwards. Eomer succeeded Theoden, already on the battlefield. Celeborn came forth and led the host of Lorien over Anduin in many boats. They took Dol Guldur, and Galadriel threw down its walls and laid bare its pits, and the forest was cleansed. Celeborn and Thranduil met, and Mirkwood was renamed in Erin Lascalen, the wood of green leaves. Thranduil ruled the northern half, and the southern half was ruled by Celeborn and became East Lorien. After the destruction of the One Ring, Gandalf asked the great eagles Gwaihir, Landroval, and Mineldor to fly them to Mount Doom, where they saved Frodo and Sam. To rest and recover, they were brought to the camp in the fields of Cormallen, where Frodo and Sam were also celebrated and praised. Now follows the coronation of Aragorn at the 1st of May after he was recognized as king. He healed many in the houses of healing after the battle of the Pelennor fields, though wishing Elrond was there to help. He had at least his close friends, almost brothers, the sons of Elrond, Eladan and Elrohir, with him. For it is said in old lore, the hands of the king are the hands of a healer, and so the rightful king could ever be known. In addition, he also had the Elf Stone, which had healing powers in the mentioned 2 texts from Unfinished Tales. Frodo brought the crown to Gandalf, and Gandalf, as a representative of the Valar, so to say, crowned the king. At that time, Arwen and Elrond left Rivendell, traveling to Gondor and visiting Lothlorien and Edoras on the way. Remember the dialogues between Elrond and Aragorn. But there will be no choice before Arwen, my beloved, unless you, Aragorn, Arathorn's son, come between us and bring one of us, you or me, to a bitter parting beyond the end of the world. You do not know yet what you desire of me. Therefore, though I love you, I say to you, Arwen Undomiel shall not diminish her life's grace for less cause. She shall not be the bride of any man less than the king of both, Gondor and Arnor. To me, then, even our victory can bring only sorrow and parting, but to you, hope of joy for a while. Aragorn fulfilled the almost impossible task Elrond gave him, like Beren once did, and to which Aragorn's and his line's fate was bound. He also got yet a new name, from Estelle to Thorongil to Strider to Aragorn, and now he is King Elisar, and his house is called Tekontar, the House of Strider. With Gandalf's help, he also finds a new sapling of the White Tree on Mindolluin, which was also the sign the king awaited. The new sapling was planted, and the old White Tree carefully uprooted and laid to rest in the silence of Ras Dinen, I assume in the tomb of the kings of Gondor. Faramir and his house could also keep the office as stewards of Gondor, and he became Prince of Ithilien as well, marrying Eowyn, who he fell in love with in the houses of healing. The king also pronounced his judgments over many that came before him or were brought before him. He showed mercy towards the Dunelandings who surrendered and made peace with Harad. He also gave the slaves of Mordor the lands about Lake Nurnen. Close to the mid-year's day, Arwen and her family and companions reached Gondor, and on mid-year's day, King Elisar and Arwen finally married, and Elrond gave him the scepter of Anúminas, which he withheld from him until he would become king. With this he was also king of Arnor, you could say. Aragorn fulfilled Elrond's task that he gave him many decades ago, but it would also bring a bitter parting beyond the end of the world for Elrond now. I think he knew and hoped that this would happen. Elrond wanted to see Sauron defeated and the peoples of Middle-earth to be free from the Dark Lord and his evil, as much as everyone else of his allies, family and friends, and he loved Aragorn like a son and wanted to see him happy as well, but it did cost him a high price to maybe never see his daughter again, maybe only beyond the end of the world when Arda was made anew, there would be a chance. A weird moment for him in his life, both happy and crushingly sad. The last sacrifice he had to make. As said, Arwen Undomiel shall not diminish her life's grace for less cause. And what higher cause could there be than the defeat of Sauron? Still, this sacrifice, if that is the right word, was something that also brought sadness into his heart. I think Hugo Weaving hits the expression quite well when bringing his daughter to Aragorn for the wedding. Arwen's decision was then also underlined by giving a special gift to Frodo later, quote, But the Queen Arwen said, "A gift I will give you, for I am the daughter of Elrond. I shall not go with him now when he departs to the havens, for mine is a choice of Luthien, and as she, so have I chosen both the sweet and the bitter. But in my stead ye shall go, ring-bearer, when the time comes, and if you then desire it. If your hurts grieve you still, and the memory of your burden is heavy, then you may pass into the west, until all your wounds and wearinesses are healed. But wear this now in memory of Elfstone and Evenstar, with whom your life has been woven." And she also gave Frodo her necklace with a white gem, which I think is referenced in the Peter Jackson films because the Elfstone, the Elessar of Aragorn, is actually green. This was at around the 15th of July, and 7 days later the funeral escort of King Theoden sets out to Edoras. Theoden's body rested for the time in the tombs of kings in Minas Tirith. We can read, "Never had any king of the mark such company upon the road as went with Theoden, Thengel's son, to the land of his home. All lords and ladies escorted Theoden, even Galadriel, Celeborn, Elrond and their family and companions, and were there at his funeral and great feast." Denethor's story was quite similar to Theoden's, but the ruling steward took a wrong path. Both died, and both will be remembered quite differently. The funeral of Denethor II is not even mentioned, while Theoden received more respect than any other king of Rohan before. On their way, Aragorn also gave the Druedain their forest as their realm. After the feast, it was time to say goodbye for Arwen, who would return to Gondor, while her family departed to their realms. Quote, "And Arwen Evenstar remained also, and she said farewell to her brethren. None saw her last meeting with Elrond her father, for they went up into the hills, and there spoke long together, and bitter was their parting that should endure beyond the ends of the world." It is not recorded what they said to each other, and it is also hard to imagine, but in the time of victory and celebration, of rebuilding and peace, this must have been a sad hour for them. Arwen will later also note at Aragorn's death, "As wicked fools I scorned them, but I pity them at last, for if this is indeed, as the Eldar say, the gift of the one to men, it is bitter to receive." After the funeral and feast, the guests departed to their homes, except Arwen, who stayed for a while in Edoras. The Hobbits, Gandalf, Aragorn, Elrond, Galadriel, Celeborn, Eladan, Elrohir and their companions, but also Gimli and Legolas, traveled together for a long time. First to Hornburg, then to Isengard, where they unfortunately learned that Trebeard let Saruman go. Aragorn received here the keys for Orthanc and departed to Gondor, while Gimli and Legolas travelled to the Entwood. On the Hobbits and company's further journey north, on the west side of the Misty Mountains, they talked about many things. Interestingly, the elves and Gandalf exchanged using what is called Osanwe, which means interchange of thought, so a form of telepathy. We can read, "For they did not move or speak with mouth, looking from mind to mind, and only their shining eyes stirred and kindled as their thoughts went to and fro." There are some information about how this works, and it requires to open the mind or thought. I planned including an explanation here, but it would go far beyond the scope of this video and requires a separate one. Also, telepathy opens all kinds of problems for the plot. You find more about it in the Osanwe Kenta, published, for example, in Nature of Middle-earth. On their way, they also met two beggars. It was Saruman and Grima. The fallen wizard already hinted at some things that might come to pass, but the company just moved on at some point. Around the gates of Moria, Galadriel, Celeborn and their company departed to Lothlorien, and the rest moved on to Rivendell. Bilbo was invited to Minas Tirith as well, but he was too old now to travel so much. They reached Rivendell one day before Bilbo's birthday and celebrated it the other day. They would stay for a few days more and then leave for Bree, where Gandalf wished to see Mr. Butterbur. Before Frodo left, Elrond talked to him in secret. As Frodo stood upon the threshold, Elrond wished him a fair journey and blessed him, and he said, "I think, Frodo, that maybe you will not need to come back unless you come very soon. For about this time of the year, when the leaves are gold before they fall, look for Bilbo in the woods of the Shire. I shall be with him." These words no one else heard, and Frodo kept them to himself. In Bree, they met Butterbur and Bill the Pony, and he told them about unfortunate changes in the area and the Shire. Interestingly, Butterbur now finally understood. "You see, we are not used to such troubles, and the Rangers have all gone away, folk tell me. I don't think we've rightly understood till now what they did for us." The Rangers kept the area safe, dealt with enemies, bandits and wild animals, but only ever earned unfriendliness from the people, including Butterbur. Now that they were gone, they noticed a change. But Gandalf said the king would come to these lands and things would change to the better again. Also, while the travelers were there, Bree would not be disturbed, and people gathered at the Prancing Pony again to listen to the travelers' stories, and looked hopeful into the future when the Hobbits and Gandalf left again. Then, close to the Barrow Downs, Gandalf left the Hobbits last to visit Tom Bombadil. I think Tolkien wanted to simply take Gandalf out of the equation, and that is why he visits Tom Bombadil, so that the Hobbits can now be on their own, showing their character development. When the Hobbits had reached the Shire, they found out that some bandits, or ruffians as they were called, led by Lotho, Sackville Baggins and a man called Sharky, took control over the Shire and oppressed the Hobbits, corrupting the land and people. Sam saw some of this in the Mirror of Galadriel. But Frodo, Sam, Merry and Pippin were now too strong and have grown so much that they could deal easily with those oppressing the Shire when they met them in small numbers. They then managed to quickly establish a rebellion of the Shire Hobbits who were not happy with the situation, which led to the Battle of Bywater. This is all part of the chapter The Scouring of the Shire, which did not make it into the Peter Jackson films. I think it works well in the books, but it would be strange in the films to have another battle after yet so many ending moments. At the end, we learn that Sharky was Saruman. Sharky seems to be derived from the Orcish word Sharku for old men. He had dealings with Lotho, who he also killed. It's also implied that Grima potentially ate the Hobbit. He then took control of the Shire for his revenge. Frodo, confronting him, had still mercy and pity with him, but when Saruman tried to stab Frodo with a knife, which broke on Frodo's mithril code, things escalated. Grima, who was treated horribly by Saruman and was kicked again by him, then slit the wizard's throat with a hidden knife and was shot by arrows as a result. After that, the Hobbits freed the prisoners and rebuilt the Shire. Lobelia Sackville Baggins was also imprisoned due to her opposing the ruffians, even though she was Lotho's mother and already quite old. When she was freed, people cheered, which moved her a lot, and she gave Bag End back to Frodo and even money to help hobbits who were now homeless, and moved herself to the brace girdles of Hardbottle. Sam used the Earth and Seat of Galadriel, which was a huge blessing for the Shire. The seat was a Mallorn. He also married Rose Cotton, and their first child is called Elanor, which is a flower from Lothlorien, or Numenor, originally from Aman. Still, Frodo felt his old wounds at times in the year, especially at their anniversaries, also getting sick at times, and the necklace of Arwen potentially helped him a bit. One day in the year Third Age 3021, he asked Sam to come with him on a short journey. When they passed the tree they once hid from the Black Rider, they heard the elves singing again and met Gildor, Elrond, Galadriel, Bilbo and their company, who would now leave Middle-earth to sail to the west continent Aman from Ithlond, the Grey Havens. Elrond wore a mantle of grey and had a star upon his forehead, and a silver harp was in his hand. and upon his finger was a ring of gold with a great blue stone, Vilja, mightiest of the three. It is speculated it is Maglor's harp or a gift of Maglor that Elrond took with him. Maglor was famous for his harp play. I like this theory because the amount of things that Elrond can take with him must have been quite limited, and he was not known as harp player himself, so it must have great personal value for him. Or he needs a new hobby for a man. We can read in the Silmarillion, for Maglor took pity upon Elros and Elrond, and he cherished them, and love grew after between them, as little might be thought. Further, the Palantir of Elostirion, Círdan, put it aboard Elrond's ship when he left. This would also indicate that they were leaving Middle-earth on multiple ships from the Grey Havens. From there they rode to Mithlond, where Círdan and Gandalf waited. Also Merry and Pippin were there, who were called by Gandalf, so that Sam had not to ride home alone. Then Elrond and Galadriel rode on, for the Third Age was over, and the days of the rings were past, and an end was come to the story and song of those times. With their passing, the Third Age ends 29th of September 3021, and here ends the story of Elrond Halfelven, who started as a survivor, became a lawmaster and advisor, had to go to war as soldier and commander, and became a healer after it, becoming the Lord of Imladris, his own realm, and in a way successor of High King Gil-galad. He became husband, father and foster father, one of the wise, and remained one of the chief enemies of Sauron. He almost lost his wife, who had to leave Middle-earth, and later, though he and his allies were victorious, had to endure the parting with his daughter beyond the ends of the world for the great cause. It is not clear what decision his sons Eladan and Elrohir will take, but it is implied after Aragorn's death that no one now dwelt in Imladris anymore. We know that Celeborn, who stayed a bit longer in Middle-earth without Galadriel, lived in Imladris with Eladan and Elrohir, his grandsons, for some time. Due to this, it can be assumed that they all left Middle-earth together at some point as well, to unite with their mother, father and family on the west continent Aman. This is who Elrond was. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this massive Tolkien lore project called Who is Elrond, about one of my favorite side characters in the Lord of the Rings universe. If you liked this video, please press the like button, leave a comment and maybe subscribe. Maybe check out my other videos, recommend me further, and subscribe to the new Lord of the Rings lore channel as well. If you like video games, I also have a games channel. Links are in the description. I started this project in August or September 2021, and now it is finally completed. I can't believe it. It was a massive amount of work to produce these 13 videos, which have a combined length of, I think, around 12 hours. I did a ton of research on this. The script I wrote for this is 155 pages long, plus countless pages of notes. And I also did not use AI. There still might be some mistakes here and there. Let me know in the comments if you notice something or if you have questions. I also want to say a big thank you to all people who supported me and my channel over all these years. Be it by watching my videos, liking them, commenting, being active in the chat during streams and keeping me company in the writing and editing streams, also often helping, or being active in the community in general. Also, thank you to those who supported me with tips, be it over super thanks or Ko-fi, paid memberships on YouTube and Twitch, over Patreon and so on. Thank you all for your support. I plan on releasing an all-in-one 12-hour version with some small updates here and there in the next few days too, and maybe that is already the version you are currently watching. All the best to you people. Again, thank you for watching and goodbye.